Li Wei traverses into the Marvel Universe, equipped with a transcendent technological system that grants him access to all forms of advanced technology. Energy weapons, spacecraft, and two-dimensional foil. Of course, artificial beings are indispensable. Tony Stark, the Iron Man. Li Wei is a genius scientist? That is the greatest joke. He is merely a charlatan at best. Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Li Wei is undoubtedly the most brilliant scientist in the world. He can create artificial beings using only water and metal. Black Widow. Whether Li Wei is the savior of the world, I cannot say, but he is certainly my savior. Li Wei. Are all my employees villains? Nonsense, they aspire to make the world a better place. As for Tony Stark, he is merely envious of my superior looks. Truly. Chapter 1. A genius scientist? In 2008, New York. The spirited Tony Stark stands at the podium, surrounded by a throng of reporters from various news outlets, armed with cameras, fervently capturing what they perceive as the charming spectacle of Tony Stark. Nearby, Happy, Obadiah Stane, and even Pepper Potts are entirely overshadowed. At this moment, there is but one protagonist, Tony Stark. With pride, Tony unveils his latest achievement, the Jericho missile, the first missile system to incorporate our patented shock technology. However, before Tony can finish, he is abruptly interrupted by a reporter, his temper rising. The reporter has mentioned a name. Mr. Stark, the genius scientist Li Wei asserts that your weapons are outdated. The future of warfare should embrace a more advanced, intelligent model. This is clearly a provocation. Yet, Tony Stark thrives on it and instantly becomes incensed. Happy and the others sense the impending disaster, but it is too late to intervene. Even though the reporter is a blonde with voluminous waves, it fails to temper Tony's fury, who retorts into the microphone. A genius scientist? He is merely an imposter. Let him turn his PowerPoint into reality. First, he is just another charlatan like those who can only create presentations to deceive the masses. I graduated from MIT at 15. He is just a bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere. Tony, calm down. Happy quickly wraps his arms around him from behind and attempts to pull him away. The reporters are elated, fervently capturing Tony Stark's moment of vulnerability. Indeed, merely mentioning that name in front of Tony Stark guarantees a sensational headline. The blonde reporter continues, Mr. Stark, it is rumored that Li Wei is preparing to develop artificial intelligence. Do you have any related plans? Artificial intelligence? I am creating artificial beings. Tony Stark immediately responds. I've stated he is a fraud. All of this is my initiative. He is merely a clown seeking attention. Subsequently, Tony was dragged away by Happy. Happy, I'm feeling quite irate. Please arrange a meeting with that female journalist. Tony Stark huffed, as a notorious playboy. Even in such moments, he remained attentive to the journalist's appearance and measurements, which were indeed to his liking. Tony Stark, how did you know I was creating an artificial human? Levi, a mere 20 years of age, sat on the couch, holding a glass of champagne with ice, amused by the spectacle of Tony Stark being caught off guard on television. 1 year prior, as a time traveler, he had arrived in the Marvel Universe, equipped with a scientist system, by accumulating prestige points, he could draw or exchange for various technological blueprints, crafting them in a rather magical manner. Thus, Levi began to challenge Tony Stark. There was no helping it after all. The latter was so ostentatious and possessed considerable fame. Levi established his future technology company adjacent to Stark Industries, consistently outshining Tony Stark, producing items that were invariably superior. A plethora of gadgets and high-tech weaponry emerged in abundance. Before long, the arrogant Tony Stark's pride was shattered, leading him to mock Levi before reporters, who reciprocated with scathing remarks. Scenes like the recent one had become commonplace. Yet the public remained captivated by such feuds among the affluent. After a glance, Levi confirmed that everything was ready. He then activated his system. Name, Levi. Age, 20 years. Interests, women. Current prestige points, 156,000. Lottery, 100,000 prestige points for 1 draw. 1 million for 10 draws guaranteed. Gold design blueprint. Marketplace. The reason for his limited points was due to considerable expenditure, having recently exchanged some saved prestige points for a design blueprint. B-type Uraha intelligent mechanical being design blueprint, also known as Nightblade number 2B, Gaia number 2B. Of course, the name most familiar was still Miss 2B. Levi had long coveted this creation as the president of his company. He had only a single assistant and lacked any personal service, which seemed rather absurd. Thus, upon amassing enough prestige points, he promptly made the exchange. He continued to peruse the details. Height, 168 centimeters, including high heels. Weight, 148.8 kilograms. Measurements, 845,688 centimeters. Required materials, 100 kilograms of water, 200 kilograms of fiber, 50 kilograms of metal, and powered. Upon completion, she would be entirely at the behest of her host. Tony Stark was not mistaken. Levi was indeed a faux scientist. After all, given the design schematics provided by the system, it was unlikely he would produce anything of merit by adhering strictly to them. Yet, there was no alternative after all. Levi possessed the system. He merely needed to prepare the materials and allow the system to fabricate it on its own. If Stark had the prowess, he could certainly procure a system as well. Once the materials were ready, Levi set the system to work. Soon after, the design schematics vanished, replaced by a progress bar. Currently in production. Please be patient. Goodness, it's a one-time design. Levi's dream of creating a legion of 2B models shattered. This flawed design turned out to be a singular use. No wonder there were numerous similar schematics available in the marketplace. For instance, the A2 design, the Eve design from the 7th Airborne Division Sword Star, the Rapid design from the 7th Airborne Division, the Lily design from the 5th Airborne Division, the Raven design from the 2nd Airborne Division, and the Android 18 design for Dragon Ball. All of these were androids originating from the realms of Nier, Sword Star, and Dragon Ball. However, after much contemplation, Levi found himself partial to the 2B model, and thus opted to exchange for a first. After all, who could resist those alluring thighs? 2B, belonging to the Mechanized Infantry Corps Yoarha, was a combat model. In truth, she was a 2E model, known as the Executioner. In her world, Earth had become a desolate wasteland, overrun by a mechanical life form, and 2B fought for humanity, thus perceiving humans as her masters. She was acutely aware of her identity as an artificial being. Unlike Eve, who fancied herself as human. Hence, Levi decided to create 2B first. Before long, the progress bar filled steadily. A sphere of light appeared, and the materials before him gradually transformed into a humanoid form. With white short hair, a black eye mask, attired in a gothic dress, and clad in black, over-thinny heeled boots. Her tall and perfect figure resembled the most exquisite creation of a divine artisan. This was 2B. Upon seeing Levi, 2B leaped forward, exclaiming, "Human!" Chapter 2. The 300-pound missile. Li Wei exclaimed, only to be promptly tackled onto the sofa by the figure known as 2, causing the furniture to collapse with a resounding thud. Were it not for his youth, Li Wei felt that he too might have been crushed beneath her weight. How could this young lady be akin to a mountain? At that moment, he noticed the number, 1488 kilograms. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he realized that this slender, seemingly perfect goddess weighed nearly 300 pounds. My apologies, 2 said, standing up with embarrassment and quickly helping Li Wei to his feet. She hurriedly explained, I was just so excited to see a human. I've never encountered one in the space station or on Earth. It appeared she possessed memories of her own. However, Li Wei felt no concern, for the system had assured him that she was entirely obedient to his commands. This was far more trustworthy than any artificial intelligence's 3 laws. Then, 2, could you share your previous experiences with me? Li Wei inquired, hoping to foster a connection. Without hesitation, 2 recounted her past. Hearing about the grim state of Earth left Li Wei astonished. He was relieved he hadn't been transported to Neil's world, as that would have been disastrous. It seemed humanity faced dire circumstances across various realms. For instance, in the world of Sword Star, humans had been forced to transform into abominations. Then, 2 declared, my mission is to protect humanity, Master. From now on, I shall only safeguard you. That is reassuring, Li Wei nodded. In that case, stay by my side. The following day, a luxurious Maybach made its way into the heart of Manhattan. Anyone who chanced upon the driver would undoubtedly be taken aback, for she was behind the wheel wearing a black mask. It was 2. The mask was, in fact, her tactical goggles, which posed no hindrance to her driving. Li Wei sat in the back, sipping a chilled beverage from the car's mini fridge. He had taken the previous day off from work to test 2's capabilities. As expected, she was adept at everything, washing, cooking, and even warming the bed. She even mentioned that if Li Wei desired, she could engage in activities typically reserved for humans, as she was constructed with human-like organs. Aside from her considerable weight, she had no discernible flaws. Therefore, to properly manage the formidable 2, Li Wei realized he needed to strengthen his physique. Perhaps he should acquire some technology aimed at enhancing physical fitness? He glanced at his reputation points, which had already reached 200,000. Indeed, it was Tony Stark, this flamboyant playboy, whose popularity was soaring. Even a night spent with a cover model garnered media attention, unlike Li Wei, who could only bask in his glow. Soon, Maybach arrived beside Stark Industries. Levi deliberately alighted from the vehicle, instructing his assistant, 2, to proceed to the parking lot. Master, there are too many people here. It may pose a threat to you. 2 surveyed the crowd through tactical optics, observing numerous individuals wielding cameras, which indeed suggested a potential danger. Levi concurred with her assessment. These reporters were undeniably fervent. However, at this moment, he found himself in dire need of their presence. Thus, he replied, "Do not worry, too. Please wait for me in my office." Reluctantly, Tu acquiesced to the command. Subsequently, Levi adjusted his hairstyle and elegantly opened the rear door to step out. Mr. Levi, the genius scientist. As soon as he emerged, he was besieged by a throng of frenzied reporters. The day prior, Tony Stark had publicly disparaged Levi, and the latter had yet to respond. How could the media settle for only half the story? In the absence of news, they opted to fabricate it. Consequently, they had congregated early in the morning outside Future Technologies. A smile graced Levi's face as the security personnel from Future Technologies swiftly intervened to create a barrier. These guards, towering and formidable, were, upon closer inspection, equipped with various mechanical prosthetics, a testament to the innovations of Future Technologies. Mr. Levi, what are your thoughts on Tony Stark labeling you a charlatan? Furthermore, he seems to disdain your identity, believing you, as an Easterner, lack rigor in scientific endeavors. Numerous microphones were thrust toward Levi's face. Displeased by the sudden influx of equipment, he stepped back momentarily. With a smile, Levi responded, "I have always maintained that, Mr. Stark and I are not adversaries. We can collaborate." Unfortunately, it seems he does not share this view. He subtly insinuated that Tony Stark was rather petty, much to the delight of the reporters. Initially, Levi had refrained from provoking Stark, yet the reporters, with their vivid imaginations, had exaggerated the situation, amplifying the conflict between the two, as was evident now. Levi had watched the entire live broadcast the day before, and Stark had not uttered the latter remarks. They were entirely the reporters' embellishments. It could be said that the mutual disdain between Levi and Stark was partly attributable to the reporters' influence. Of course, Stark was indeed a flawed individual, and Levi had no desire to forge a friendship with him. "If I am a fraud, does that mean everything Mr. Stark has created is worthless? I find his self-deprecating remarks intolerable." Levi continued, "Our intention at Future Technologies is to benefit the world, to create a realm devoid of the weak. Perhaps Mr. Stark would benefit from our new technologies. Make way." Li Wei spoke as he entered, and the reporters were naturally reluctant to let him go. "Mr. Li Wei, please, share a little more, just a bit more." They felt that the news was insufficient. However, there was no recourse. Li Wei was escorted inside by the robust security personnel, who were far too formidable for the reporters to contend with. These guards were all retired disabled veterans, whose lives had been rejuvenated by the Future Technology Company, and they were unwaveringly loyal to it. At that moment, Tony Stark also arrived at the company, prompting the reporters to flock towards him. "Mr. Stark, the brilliant scientist Li Wei just claimed that everything you produce is rubbish. What do you think?" Stark, just stepping out of his vehicle, was immediately incensed. He retorted loudly, "The creations of this impostor have never proven their worth. He hasn't even set foot on a battlefield. Oh, the Pentagon doesn't trust his inventions, which is why he can't secure any contracts." Stark scoffed. "The full capabilities of his works can only be observed in here, akin to the sixth-generation fighter jets of the U.S. military." Coughing slightly, as if sensing a misstep, Stark quickly added, "If he truly manages to create perfect artificial intelligence, I shall run naked through Times Square." Just kidding. Even for a genius like him, crafting JARVIS was a considerable endeavor, and it is by no means a flawless artificial intelligence. Li Wei had previously boasted about developing perfect artificial intelligence, igniting curiosity across the globe and causing his reputation to soar. Chapter 3. A secretary with a purpose. Boss, a peculiar woman has arrived in your office. As Li Wei entered the company, a woman approached him in high heels. This was his secretary. He gazed at the tall figure with golden short hair and remarked, "I know, that is my maid." Gwen Stacy, who was about the same age as Li Wei, was currently studying at Empire State University and was working part-time as a secretary. Li Wei pondered the absence of a personal assistant. Otherwise, he could have a secretary for tasks and a maid for leisure. Gwen Stacy instantly wore a peculiar expression, as if to say, "You wealthy people sure know how to have fun." Upon closer inspection, the woman was indeed dressed in a gothic skirt and even wore a mask. Was it some strange quirk? Observing her expression, Li Wei promptly tapped her on the head. "She is too, a synthetic human I created." "A synthetic human?" Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she looked at Li Wei. "Boss, you really did create a synthetic human?" The admiration from a woman is the greatest reward for a man, and Li Wei could hardly contain the smile creeping onto his face. He replied, "Keep it low-key. Don't tell anyone." "Understood," Gwen responded, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Her personality is rather reclusive, and she seldom has friends. Yet she holds a profound admiration for geniuses, much like how women are drawn to heroes. Li Wei is portrayed as a brilliant scientist, and with the collaboration between the university and companies, she has come for a job interview. As the elevator ascends to the top floor, Gwen halts outside the office, scrutinizing Tu closely, only then beginning to discern some nuances. Tu is perpetually poised and appears exceedingly proper. Moreover, Tu walks around wearing a mask. Upon entering the office, Li Wei takes a seat in the executive chair. Tu stands inside and, upon seeing him, states, "Master, I have prepared your coffee." "Thank you." Li Wei replies with a satisfied nod, as this task was previously handled by Gwen. "Is there anything else you require? I can provide massage services, ear cleaning, and more." Tu addresses Li Wei, yet her masked visage conceals her eyes. Furthermore, as an artificial being, she is devoid of genuine emotions. Perhaps this is Tu's inherent weakness, her lack of emotional depth. Li Wei then requests, "Please help me with a shoulder massage." Tu promptly moves behind him. Ouch! A bit gentler. The mechanical hands nearly crushed Li Wei's bones. For a combat-type robot like Tu, ordinary humans are exceedingly fragile. Nonetheless, once accustomed to the pressure, it became quite pleasant. Tu evidently understands muscles and acupoints, pressing deep into the tissue, eliciting both discomfort and relief for Li Wei. Subsequently, he opens his computer to purchase traffic for his news and hire online promoters. Soon enough, he and Tony Stark reappear on the headlines. For Li Wei, money is not a pressing concern at the moment. His futuristic technology company recently turned a profit, particularly in the realm of prosthetics, which are advanced pieces of equipment from a cyberpunk world, far ahead of this era. How many disabled individuals are there in America? Approximately 70 million. Although not all require prosthetics, it indicates a vast market. Coupled with high pricing, it is merely a matter of profiting from the American populace. And Li Wei does not hesitate. Thus, earning money is not an issue for him. Li Wei is also not one to frivolously spend. He does not fancy ostentatiously purchasing luxury cars, instead opting to invest in visibility. This has led to him and Tony Stark frequently gracing the headlines, becoming celebrated figures across America. One could say that Tony Stark's current stature owes part of its success to him. However, he suspects that Tony Stark has also engaged in purchasing favorable traffic for Stark Industries, often receiving extensive media coverage. Just a customary operation. Subsequently, Li Wei observed his reputation soaring to over 200,000. Fame must be seized while it is ripe. He forcibly suppressed the urge to indulge in a lottery, diverting his gaze elsewhere. If he continued to gamble, he would surely regret it, especially with the temptation of at least 10 consecutive draws. Previously, he had been skeptical, believing that with his newfound reputation, luck would be on his side. However, the results had yielded only trivial items, such as health potions and stamina elixirs. It wasn't that these items were of poor quality. Rather, they fell short of Li Wei's lofty expectations. He envisioned using 100,000 reputation points to acquire a two-dimensional foil, thus living up to the title of a true lucky one. At the very least, he hoped for something akin to a spaceship, yet he ended up with a collection of insignificant trinkets, even acquiring the Hulk's underwear in the process. The system had claimed that the items encompassed technology from myriad realms, and thus, the outcome relied entirely on fate. A mere 10 consecutive draws could guarantee a worthwhile acquisition. To distract himself, Li Wei decided to engage in a computer game. Playing while being massaged by the lovely assistant was such a delightful experience. Unfortunately, the gaming options available at that time were rather limited. The major games of 2008 appeared outdated in Li Wei's eyes. With no other choice, he resorted to playing Left 4 Dead, battling zombies along the way, which left his assistant quite astonished. "Master, is this the kind of antiquated game you play?" she inquired. "Indeed," Li Wei replied with a smirk, anticipating the day when Nier Automata would be released, at which point he could venture into the game alongside her. He was intrigued to see how she would navigate the controls. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. "Boss," came the call. "Come in," Li Wei responded, allowing his assistant to continue her massage as he leaned back in his chair. Gwen Stacy entered, glancing at the leisurely Li Wei and inwardly lamenting the exploitation of the artificial being. Yet, the more she observed, the more she found the assistant elegant, adorned in a fitting Gothic dress with gloves, resembling a Gothic maid. "What brings you here?" Li Wei asked, noticing Gwen's scrutiny of his assistant. Gwen snapped back to reality and replied, "Boss, I need to head to school this afternoon. Professor Connors has invited you to see his latest results." "Very well," Li Wei said, shutting down the game. Being a boss must be rather dull. No wonder Tony Stark often entertained himself with young models. Afterward, they enjoyed lunch, and Li Wei invited Gwen to accompany him in his Maybach to Empire State University. It was the general's favored vehicle, and upon entering, Li Wei felt an overwhelming sense of prestige. The spacious interior allowed for comfortable seating, making it quite normal for both Li Wei and Gwen to sit in the back. Gwen, with her golden locks, obediently sat beside him, her curious gaze fixed on Unit 2. "Boss, can Unit 2 drive without using her eyes?" she inquired, her voice tinged with innocence. "She possesses eyes," Levi elucidated, "but in combat, Unit 2 is supported by drones, enabling her to engage in warfare with a complete 360-degree awareness. Having Unit 2 nearby also serves as a protective measure, and Levi felt assured of her combat capabilities. Chapter 4. The coveted experiment, the Empire State University. Located in the Upper Manhattan, is an esteemed Ivy League institution. Upon entering the campus, one is greeted by the motto striving for excellence. Gwen Stacy, having achieved commendable academic results, secured her place in the biology department. Levi instructed Unit 2 to remain in the vehicle while he accompanied Gwen into the university. Unit 2's gaze remained fixed on Levi, anxious for his safety until he vanished from view. The vibrant atmosphere of the American campus was palpable, with young women clad in short skirts and black stockings, proudly showcasing their fair skin. Naturally, when Levi encountered those with darker complexions, he chose to overlook them. Oh, the joys of university life, he mused. Gwen Stacy, clutching her bag and gazing down at her toes as she walked, was momentarily taken aback by his remark. Huh, she replied, oblivious to its meaning. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, prompting Gwen to exclaim, Boss, I have to go to class. She turned to wave goodbye, nearly losing her balance. Yet, with remarkable agility, she steadied herself with one hand, resembling a creature scrambling forward. High heels were still a novelty for her. Be careful, Levi called out as he made his way towards the laboratory. Before long, he arrived at a biological research lab. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a muffled voice from within. Professor Connors, it's me, Levi announced. The door swung open, and he was warmly ushered inside. Curtis Scott Connors, once a military doctor, had lost his right arm during the war and thereafter devoted himself to the study of limb regeneration technology. Levi had previously approached him with a promise to assist in his research, bringing him to New York to join Empire State University as a professor, a strategic move to harness American funding. Levi, you've arrived. Professor Connors, his singular arm extended in a welcoming gesture, greeted him enthusiastically. I heard you were looking for me. It is the case that my experiment has reached a critical juncture. Yet I feel the atmosphere here is fraught with danger, Professor Connors remarked. Oh, Levi responded, puzzled. This morning, upon my arrival, I discerned signs of disturbance within my laboratory. Professor Connors continued, his expression grave. Many eyes are scrutinizing our experiment. I fear someone may be plotting against us. He led Levi to the disarrayed area, where it was evident that the intruder was highly trained and evidently searching for sensitive information. Levi bore some responsibility for this predicament, having sensationalized numerous experiments in pursuit of public interest. Professor Connors was engaged in research involving serums derived from the genes of reptiles, including lizards, which had garnered significant attention, even from the layperson. The pressure on Professor Connors was immense. Should the experiment fail, he would be ridiculed across the United States. Conversely, if successful, he would ascend to the status of a celebrated scientific luminary. The prospect of enabling regeneration of severed limbs was nothing short of astonishing, inevitably attracting both rivals and those with ulterior motives. In many respects, the existence of such a serum would revolutionize prevailing understandings, Levi mused. Indeed? Then let us relocate the experiment to the company, he continued, clearly concerned. By the way, Professor Connors, given the current scrutiny surrounding our experiment, we must ensure absolute security. I am aware, Professor Connors replied, managing a rueful smile. Levi had deliberately highlighted this concern, having noted that Professor Connors tended to be overly eager for quick results, a trait that often compromised the rigor of his research. By amplifying the public interest, Levi had successfully instilled a sense of caution in Professor Connors. Moreover, the company is developing a new technology that may prove advantageous for your experiment, Levi added promptly. Artificial intelligence? Professor Connors inquired, recognizing that Levi had been fervently promoting this topic, even in a public rivalry with Tony Stark. That could indeed be beneficial. Subsequently, Levi placed a call to summon the security team from his company for assistance in the relocation. He was exceedingly cautious, as there were numerous individuals coveting the innovations of future tech, particularly in America. Regardless of wealth, neglecting personal safety could lead to dire consequences. Even Tony Stark's affluent parents had fallen victim to assassination. Meanwhile, Professor Connors promptly contacted the university. After all, the results would also belong to the institution, and they were primarily interested in the prestige associated with the research. Half an hour later, the security team from Future Tech arrived, clad in various prosthetic limbs. Some adorned with metallic plates on their faces, they commanded respect despite their unconventional appearance. Exercise caution, Levi advised. Professor Connors observed as they loaded the equipment and data onto the vehicles, preparing for departure. Being seasoned veterans, they were well prepared, and the security detail appeared remarkably organized. Levi promptly beckoned Professor Connors to his vehicle. Professor Connors, would you join me in my car? He inquired. No, I must remain with my research, Professor Connors firmly declined. In his eyes, Nothing held greater significance than his scholarly work. Levi, undeterred, merely retrieved his radio and cautioned, "Keep your eyes wide open. Professor Connor's laboratory is evidently being monitored. We must exercise caution." "Understood, boss." The security personnel promptly responded. The future technology company had essentially granted these veterans a second lease on life, providing them with security jobs to support their families, thus ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Soon, the convoy set off. "All clear. Vehicle 2 is following closely and has not detected any suspicious individuals. Maintain vigilance," Levi reported. Vehicle 2 continued to glide smoothly in the rear, this time trailing behind. As the cars proceeded, the heavy traffic ensured that no incidents occurred, allowing Levi to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this was New York, where trouble rarely arose. Just then, Vehicle 2 alerted, "Master, there is a vehicle exhibiting unusual behavior." Levi immediately scanned his surroundings. "Which one?" he asked. A vehicle was approaching from a side lane at the intersection. "That one," Vehicle 2 quickly responded, its perception seemingly encompassing all. "Stop the vehicle," Levi shouted. Choosing to trust the warning, the two transport vehicles ahead promptly slammed on their brakes. Screech. As the two vehicles halted, a fuel tanker suddenly surged onto the scene from the right side of the intersection, a far more terrifying presence than a fully insured semi-truck. It then tipped over. Boom. With a deafening crash, pedestrians instinctively fled, fearing an explosion. Meanwhile, several transport vehicles from the rear swiftly closed in, encircling the future technology company's two transport vehicles. Chapter 5. Are we still human? Levi reacted swiftly, immediately broadcasting over the radio, "We have hostiles. Everyone prepare." The company's security personnel were all licensed to carry firearms, so they were not overly concerned. However, upon seeing the weapons wielded by those disembarking from the transport vehicles, Levi could not help but scoff. What the? He beheld gang members clad in masks leaping out from the rear doors of the transport trucks. They wield an array of restricted weaponry, including fully automatic rifles and other such implements. This intensity surpasses even the fierce gang confrontations in New York. Levi promptly instructed his companion, "Call the police." "Master, please do not exit the vehicle," replied his ally, already dialing for assistance while maneuvering the car in reverse. "I am aware, this vehicle is armored." Fortunately, Levi's prudent nature ensured that this custom-made Maybach was bulletproof. "Which gang is this?" Levi pondered, increasingly unconcerned for his own safety. Thankfully, his companion had not been tailing too closely, allowing sufficient space for a retreat. In a city as vast and international as New York, teeming with gangs and underground emperors, he could not discern the affiliation of these assailants. He seized the radio, ensure the safety of Professor Connors. No sooner had he spoken than the skirmish commenced. The security team, comprised of seasoned veterans, was undeterred by the chaos of battle. At that moment, the transport vehicle from the futuristic tech company opened a small hatch, releasing a barrage of smoke grenades. Boom. In an instant, the street was engulfed in a thick haze. The gang members seemed hesitant, refraining from indiscriminate gunfire, opting instead for intimidation. Their objective was not to kill, but to seize research materials. Following media coverage, Professor Connor's serum had become exceedingly coveted. Who wouldn't desire the ability to regenerate lost limbs? Consequently, even amidst the smoke, they refrained from firing directly, lest they become casualties themselves. These veterans, battle-hardened and disabled by war, were not to be underestimated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Though their weapons may not have been of the same caliber, the veterans' precision was remarkable, and soon, several gang members lay lifeless in pools of blood. Inside the armored vehicle, Levi donned a pair of goggles, piercing through the smoke. He retrieved a bottle of champagne from the onboard refrigerator, pouring it into a flute as he began to drink. Indeed, these thugs were not worthy of the high ground. The gang members were quickly scattered, seeking refuge behind cover. "Open fire, without hesitation." Yet one of the leaders protested, "But the boss instructed us to protect the East." "Protect what? We're all going to die?" The gangsters erupted into discord. Boom. Just as a subordinate prepared to issue the command to fire, he was silenced by a bullet to the head. Levi applauded. "Well done, too. Your marksmanship is commendable." "Master, someone is approaching Vehicle 1, his companion noted. Equipped with tactical optics, 2 remained unfazed, clearly spotting a figure stealthily nearing the transport vehicle, while the unsuspecting veteran was swiftly taken down. The individual in question was not particularly tall. In the eyes of 2, she appeared rather frail. However, she possessed a lithe and agile physique, clearly indicative of rigorous training. It was unmistakably a female human. Upon witnessing the veteran soldiers being subdued, Levi exclaimed, "2, swiftly protect Professor Connors." Yet, the master seemed aloof, in the game. Even a mere glance at her would send 2 scurrying away in bashfulness. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of concern crossed her demeanor. "Hurry, I shall not venture out," Levi urged anxiously. Professor Connors was a man of ideals and integrity, and Levi had a cordial acquaintance with him and his spouse, both of whom were exceptionally kind-hearted. Though they were collaborators, they were also friends. Recognizing Levi's urgency, two promptly obeyed the command and exited the vehicle. What is the situation outside? Professor Connors clutched his documents tightly. However, with only one arm, he appeared somewhat helpless. Accompanying him in the vehicle was Jennings, the leader of the security team, who was currently shielding him. Jennings had lost a leg in the war and harbored deep gratitude towards Levi for granting him a second chance at life. "It's silent now," Jennings remarked after listening intently. Just as he finished speaking, a sound of someone attempting to twist the door handle echoed from outside. He instinctively shielded Professor Connors with his body and shouted, "Who goes there?" Receiving no response heightened his anxiety, compelling him to grasp his firearm. Bang! The car door burst open, and Jennings swiftly raised his weapon, but the person who entered reacted with equal swiftness, ensnaring his arm and knocking the gun from his grasp. "Hello." Upon hearing her voice, Jennings turned to see a striking blonde woman, only to be rendered unconscious in an instant. The woman was exceedingly youthful, clad in a form-fitting black suit, with her lustrous golden hair cascading down. She extended her hand towards Professor Connors, stating, "I mean you no harm. Please come with me." "Who are you?" Professor Connors inquired, naturally resistant to her request. "Yelena," she replied, reaching out to seize Professor Connors. However, a gloved hand gripped her wrist like a vice. Yelena swiftly turned to confront a masked woman before her, with striking short white hair and dressed in a Gothic gown. "What a peculiar attire," Jennings declared. "Professor Connors will not accompany you." With a surge of strength, two nearly caused Yelena's arm to fracture. In retaliation, she exerted her own force, attempting to strangle two with a bizarre maneuver, swiftly climbing atop her and applying pressure. Yelena was momentarily bewildered. This strange woman remained utterly immobile. Under normal circumstances, even a man several sizes larger than her would be forcefully slammed to the ground. Subsequently, two effortlessly sent Yelena flying. Thud! Yelena's back crashed against the side of the vehicle before she collapsed onto the ground. Ouch! She gingerly touched her back and swiftly drew her firearm. Bang! 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 She seemed to possess the prowess of a seasoned American officer, emptying her magazine with unwavering precision. In response, two evaded the bullets with a grace akin to dancing. Witnessing this, Yelena realized her mission was doomed to failure. Who could possibly react to bullets? Was this even human? Hence, Yelena hastily took advantage of the dissipating smoke and bolted towards the street corner. "Aren't you going to pursue her?" Professor Connors breathed a sigh of relief. If it came to that, he was prepared to administer a sedative. Regardless, he could not allow her to be captured. "My duty is to protect you," Tu stated with an air of aloofness. Her demeanor was cold and distant, yet beneath it lay a warm heart. "Professor, please follow me," she urged anxiously. Professor Connors glanced over to see a group of fearless war correspondents arriving even faster than the NYPD. Upon sighting the reporters, Levi involuntarily activated, rolling down the window to engage in an interview. No wonder Tu was frantic. Chapter 6. Yelena. The NYPD arrived late to find Levi in the midst of an interview. They hurried to regain control of the scene, but the relentless reporters refused to back down. "Mr. Levi, might I inquire if your arrogance has provoked someone, resulting in retaliation?" A male journalist provocatively asked. However, Levi had his own tactic. He replied, "I do not appreciate your tone. Please pose your question. Beautiful miss, you are quite lovely." He pointed directly at a blonde, blue-eyed reporter. The reporter instinctively straightened her posture, showcasing her impressive figure. She then expertly pushed the male journalist aside, extending the microphone while a small card discreetly fell into the vehicle. With a smile, the blonde reporter asked, "Mr. Levi, may I inquire about what transpired here?" The male journalist, begrudging yet unwilling to forgo the story, leaned in attentively. Levi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just like an old acquaintance advised, one must never fall into a self-incriminating trap. Any unfavorable news about oneself is merely fabricated. Thus, Levi smiled and said, "As you can see, our research has been attacked. The materials here pertain to the study of regenerative serum for severed limbs." Levi spoke eloquently about the company's research, significantly enhancing Professor Connors' reputation. Professor Connors managed a bitter smile, feeling the weight of immense pressure. Who could the assailants be? The female reporter immediately inquired. "I don't know." Li Wei shook his head. And then a spark of inspiration struck him. In such moments, how could one overlook Tony Stark? Thus, he proceeded to declare, "I suspect it is Tony Stark who envies my striking good looks and, feeling overshadowed, has sent someone to sabotage my research." The reporters, upon hearing that name, were indeed electrified. Subsequently, Li Wei rolled down the car window. "Mr. Li Wei, please elaborate." The reporters clamored, refusing to disperse, with the blonde reporter even gesturing for Li Wei to give her his number. At that moment, the New York Police Department arrived to disperse the crowd. Faced with a benefactor like Li Wei, the police could only show respect. After all, not long ago, Future Technology Company had generously donated advanced police vehicles and various gadgets to the NYPD. Mr. Li Wei, are you all right? A middle-aged sheriff approached. I'm fine, George. Li Wei replied, please provide treatment for my staff. Certainly, that is our oversight, George Stacy sheepishly responded. Given the surname, it was clear he was the father of Gwen Stacy. How could Li Wei hold a grudge against his future father-in-law? The officers quickly assessed the situation. The security personnel from Future Technology were unharmed, while the gang members suffered heavy casualties, with the few survivors fleeing. The security team had been subdued by a woman who appeared last, whose combat prowess surpassed that of the gang members combined. Subsequently, Li Wei and his team hastily escorted their belongings back, this time with a police escort. As for the scene, it was left in the hands of George Stacy. Master, how could you engage in such perilous activities? Tu asked, her expression stern. Li Wei promptly replied, but I did not exit the vehicle, did I? Yet you may have exposed yourself to the enemy's line of sight. What if you were in danger while I was not by your side? Tu calmly analyzed. After all, she was an artificial being, and even in such circumstances, she exhibited no emotional fluctuations. Indeed, reporters posed a greater threat than the enemies. Li Wei nodded in agreement, though Tu was unaware that he had not truly absorbed her words. After all, Li Wei glanced at his soaring reputation points, which were all well-deserved. He picked up a small card bearing a phone number. Thinking of that blonde reporter with her curvaceous figure, Li Wei promptly rolled down the window and tossed the card out. He was not Tony Stark, devoid of warmth. Professor Connors, are you all right? Li Wei inquired, glancing at Professor Connors, who was seated beside him, still holding onto his documents. I'm fine. She introduced herself as Yelena, not knowing who she was. Professor Connors furrowed his brow. Having been to the battlefield himself, he was not easily intimidated. Yelena? Upon hearing that name, Levi immediately stirred. He quickly summoned two images. The device possessed recording capabilities, promptly displaying the scene for Levi. Upon viewing it, Levi felt something was amiss. This Yelena was far more exquisite than he had remembered. With her striking golden hair, sharp features, and resolute gaze, she was breathtaking. Do you know her? Professor Connors inquired. To his surprise, it was the Russians who had taken the initiative. Levi replied, there can't be many Yelenas in this world, especially not female operatives. It is highly likely that she is the one from the Red House. Moreover, this is America. Any blame can easily be cast upon the Russians. Indeed, Professor Connors conceded. They are certainly not virtuous. Russians? Professor Connors tightened his arm and declared, no matter who they are, they shall not hinder us. Exactly, Levi nodded. We aim to forge a world devoid of the weak. This was Professor Connors' mantra and aspiration, with Levi merely echoing it. Naturally, he too desired to change the world. With a police escort clearing the way, they arrived safely at the entrance of the Future Technology Company, adjacent to Stark Industries. The security personnel swiftly transported the materials inside. And as Professor Connors exited the vehicle, a figure rushed toward him. Martha, I'm fine, Professor Connors immediately reassured her. This was his wife, Martha. She was of similar age to Connors, well into middle age. A university graduate herself, she had consistently supported Connors' experiments. For Professor Connors, having such a wife was a treasure beyond measure. That's good to hear. Just be more cautious next time. If the materials are lost, you can always research again. Martha promptly advised, causing Professor Connors to glance at Levi with a hint of embarrassment. Levi merely shrugged. Let us head inside. It's not safe out here. Right. Martha responded, becoming more anxious than anyone else. Subsequently, they hurried into the company, with the device trailing closely behind, safeguarding Levi. Let us proceed to the laboratory, Professor Connors suggested as he relaxed upon entering. I have no plans to leave for the next few days. I will stay here at the company. It's safer. He had already realized that the woman named Yelena was indeed coming for him. He absolutely must not be captured. Li Wei nodded in agreement, stating that the company was exceedingly secure. Anyone daring to intrude would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He held a profound admiration for Professor Connors, a man wholly devoted to his research. Indeed, he immediately immersed himself back into his experiments. Within the halls of Future Technology Company, it was not only Professor Connors engaged in scientific inquiry. Chapter 7. A preference for androids that damned Oriental. How dare he suggest that I am envious of his handsome appearance. At his seaside villa, Tony Stark was utterly astonished as he had arranged to dine with a cover girl. He felt an overwhelming shock at Li Wei's audacity. Could anyone truly compare themselves to his looks? As for Li Wei's jest about sending someone to steal data, Stark paid little heed to it. He had sufficient confidence to dismiss Li Wei's technical prowess. After sipping his drink, Stark grew increasingly agitated and posed a question. J-A-R-V-I-S. Who is more handsome, this Oriental kid or me? The provocation from Li Wei had propelled Stark's technological advancements to unprecedented heights. Only through fierce competition could humanity progress, which led to JARVIS evolving even more rapidly. Initially, Stark had looked down upon Li Wei, considering him merely a clown seeking attention. However, as Li Wei unveiled a plethora of sophisticated technological products, Stark, despite his outward disdain, began to harbor differing thoughts. Yet, individuals of their caliber would never reconcile. They would continue to exchange barbs. At that moment, JARVIS appeared somewhat exasperated. Sir, your inquiry resembles that of the evil queen questioning the magic mirror in Snow White. This comparison left Stark momentarily speechless, prompting him to retort, Am I truly the evil queen? Sir, I never implied such a thing, JARVIS replied. The magic mirror assesses the entire world, while we are merely comparing two individuals. This is a comparison, JARVIS. Unyieldingly, Stark pressed on, according to the tastes of women worldwide, who is more handsome? JARVIS felt compelled to analyze this with utmost objectivity and impartiality. Sir, it is crucial to understand that in the eyes of most women, wealth equates to handsomeness. Thus you and Li Wei are equally attractive. However, in terms of aesthetics, Li Wei is younger, more virile, and strikingly taller than you. Stark could no longer tolerate this. Artificial intelligence was truly unamusing. He had failed. There was a mysterious woman beside his target, and he was no match for her. In a safe house in Brooklyn, Yelena was clad in a tank top, applying some ointment to herself. Yelena Belova, you are truly exceptional, a voice expressed with dissatisfaction. I do not wish to hear your excuses. All I know is that you have failed. Yelena found herself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Rarely did she falter, yet that enigmatic woman proved to be exceptionally formidable. Although masked, she seemed capable of discerning every detail, instilling a sense of dread within Yelena as she reflected on their encounter. You need not remain in New York, return to the base at once. I have a more pressing mission for you. More pressing? Yelena mused, perplexed. In the realm of the Red Room, a single act of betrayal rendered the reliability of others suspect, particularly when the traitor was none other than the contemporary Black Widow. Nightfall descended upon Long Island, New York. Following a lucrative venture, Levi procured a luxurious villa in this premier locale, renowned for its exorbitant real estate prices and unparalleled safety. Tony Stark also owned property in this vicinity, yet since Levi's arrival, Stark had seldom visited. Levi, when addressing the media, remarked that it was a case of kings not meeting. This afternoon had been marked by vigilance, yet nothing amiss transpired. Levi rewarded the security personnel who had been dispatched and arranged for others to patrol during the night. In the face of monetary incentives, the security staff exhibited heightened enthusiasm. As for Levi, he relished a well-deserved respite. Master, the water in the bathtub has been drawn, spoke Unit 2, her high-heeled boots echoing rhythmically against the floor. As Levi indulged in his bath, Unit 2 trailed behind like a devoted maid, carrying towels and other necessities. Once Levi settled into the tub, she skillfully began to massage him, employing techniques reminiscent of those experienced at a bathhouse. Unit 2, are you truly a combat robot? Levi inquired, astonished. Master, the Jew unit was designed for warfare, yet it also serves humanity, she replied calmly. A statement that would have been impossible for her to articulate had she possessed human emotions. Well, it seems artificial beings have their advantages. Levi remarked as he observed the sheen of Unit 2's skin, suddenly placing his hand upon her. Unit 2 merely cast him a puzzled glance before resuming her ministrations. Your skin is truly remarkable, Levi mused. The smoothest and most supple skin often belonged to individuals of African descent, while those with the most compromised skin tended to be Caucasian women, for it is said that beauty is often concealed by paleness. Nevertheless, regardless of ethnicity, none could rival the flawless, captivating quality of Unit 2's skin. Unit 2 elucidated, the Jew unit employs cutting-edge bionic technology, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from human beings. Apart from the need for parts replacement in the event of damage, there is virtually no difference. Indeed, Levi found himself once more marveling at the allure of artificial beings. Under the soothing touch of Unit 2, he succumbed to slumber, blissfully unaware that he had already been transferred to his bed upon awakening. The 200-pound young lady effortlessly lifted him over. In the spacious room, he was the sole occupant. It was evident that she had not fulfilled her responsibility of warmth. However, the air conditioning filled the room, and she was unlikely to provide any comfort. Lying awake, Li Wei glanced at his reputation points. Current reputation, 1,073,000. Is that all for a day? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. He checked his phone and indeed discovered that the perilous news had become a global sensation. After all, the public relishes the misfortunes of the wealthy, especially given his ongoing banter with Tony Stark, which had garnered considerable attention. I almost wished to be attacked daily. He shook his head, though it was merely a jest. While the Maybach was bulletproof, it was not infallible. The gang that had threatened him was still out there. Albeit hesitant to act, Li Wei felt compelled to track them down. When did even a small gang dare to provoke him? Although future tech company could not rival the colossal Stark Industries, it was still a formidable entity, especially since Li Wei was nearly as renowned as Tony Stark, with the moniker of a genius scientist recognized by many. Given this, it was time for a 10-roll draw. Li Wei could no longer resist. No one could withstand the allure of a 10-roll draw. If one could endure this, what else could they accomplish? As Li Wei activated the system, his 1 million reputation points dwindled to a mere few thousand. 10 gleaming golden cards appeared before him, and flipping them would reveal the rewards. At that moment, Li Wei's inner gambler ignited. Eve, the swift wife, the wife of number 18, though there were many high-tech options. Li Wei had relished the sweetness of the two young ladies and still preferred the human touch. Chapter 8. The White Contract, Brain-Machine Interface with a Sense of Reverence. Li Wei eagerly revealed the cards. Congratulations on your 10-roll draw. You have obtained the following rewards. Life Pack contains various medical supplies. Healing Needle X3. Super Dream Device, an apparatus from the cyberpunk world that allows an immersive experience of various super dreams, but please use with caution, as addiction may ensue. Super Dream 3. Life is but a dream. Legends of the Next Life, Jurassic World. White Contract, a signature weapon of Yoar 2, approximately 139 centimeters long, weighing 25 kilograms. Having drawn 9 items, Li Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. The Super Dream Device and the White Contract appeared to be worthwhile, yet they could also be purchased in the store at a modest price. Now, Li Wei had to rely on the guaranteed draw from the 10-roll. No longer would he gamble recklessly. With a heavy heart, he revealed the guaranteed reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the guaranteed reward of 10 consecutive draws. Brain-computer interface design data, a glimpse into future technology from a cyberpunk realm, possessing capabilities to enhance human physiological functions. May the gamblers meet their demise. Where's my wife? Levi despaired, collapsing onto his bed. Yet, being an optimist, he quickly reassured himself. This endeavor is not in vain. Should it be successfully developed, the future technology company will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Levi murmured to himself. This is a brain-computer interface. If perfected, those fitted with prosthetics could truly become cybernetic superhumans. The interface translates brain signals into commands comprehensible by computers, significantly enhancing response times. Furthermore, with the brain-computer interface, various prosthetics could be explored, such as the Sion Waiststand, that slows the passage of time. At that point, becoming a master of time-stopping swordsmanship may not be overly challenging. Of course, the immediate focus is on the convenience for those requiring prosthetics. After sufficient mental consolation, Levi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He decided to engage with Super Dream instead. In the cyberpunk world, Super Dream serves as an immersive virtual reality technology, providing a first-person experience by implanting devices that comprehensively record sensory data, including sight, sound, and touch. It is a wholly immersive experience. Levi glanced at the options and selected Jurassic World. This seemed considerably more normal. Consequently, he found himself unable to sleep at all. To his astonishment, it was in full color. The dinosaurs in Jurassic World were portrayed by humans, and being captured would be a tragic fate. Truly, the future generation knows how to play. Levi dreamt he had transformed into a valiant hero traversing foreign realms, rescuing his trapped wives one by one. Then, Tu, what are you doing? Just as he reached a pivotal moment in his dream, he was jolted awake by Tu. She was sprawled atop him in an unusual pose, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon him. Tu wore a mask, yet Levi could perceive her eyes. It's nothing. It merely seems the master was having a nightmare, Tu remarked with curiosity. Was that truly a nightmare? Levi sighed in resignation. If this were indeed a nightmare, he wished for it to recur daily. Naturally, he desired to reach the concluding scenes. It cannot always end abruptly. After rising and freshening up, Levi suddenly recalled something. Tu, this is yours. He inquired why Tu lacked a weapon, realizing she required a reward. Before him materialized a weapon exceeding a meter in length, prompting Tu to rush towards it instantly. The White Contract. Tu's demeanor appeared to shift, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. This is a petite sword, not considered a large weapon for Tu. Her formidable weapon is that terrifying gigantic sword. Nonetheless, it is sufficiently adequate for Tu, who has slung the White Contract across her back. Huh, Levi observed her. Without delay, Tu elucidated. This is an adhesion technology. I possess a magnetic levitation field behind me. Indeed, Tu is a treasure trove of high-tech marvels. This technology enables her frame to remain unburdened by the weight of the weapon. Thank you, Master. Tu leaped onto Levi. nearly 300 pounds of weight clinging to him. Levi promptly patted her thigh, urging her to release him. Why not pat elsewhere? Because everything else was thoroughly covered. After freshening up, Levi and two ventured out for breakfast. Initially, Levi planned to summon the butler, servants, and maids. However, with two around, he dismissed that notion, as they were all outsiders and he harbored many secrets. Thus, these tasks fell upon two. The Maybach arrived in Manhattan, where Levi disembarked to procure a few items to satiate his hunger. 2. Being an artificial being, did not require sustenance to replenish energy. To Levi, she resembled the legendary fairy who never needs to visit the restroom. Throughout the previous day, Tony Stark had not made an appearance nor responded to Levi's messages, and the media interest had naturally waned. After all, Levi had not truly encountered any peril. In this era of entertainment saturation, significant news could erupt at any moment. Occasionally, to suppress a burgeoning story, scandalous revelations about celebrities would be intentionally leaked to divert attention. Thus, it was not easy for Levi to garner exposure. No wonder they say fame should be seized early. Boss, I heard you had an incident yesterday. Upon entering the office, Gwen Stacy inquired anxiously. She had only learned of this news from George Stacy, who returned home last night. She had intended to call Levi, but found it too late. So she waited until today. Noticing the worry etched on her face, Levi playfully pinched her cheek. At 20, the abundance of collagen was evident. Oh, it's nothing. You know their combat prowess, Levi casually remarked. But you are too dangerous, Gwen replied. What? Do you intend to protect me closely? This made Gwen's cheeks flush. I want to study. No worries, you could move in with me, Levi jested. My dad would kill me, Gwen retorted, appearing somewhat serious. Levi swiftly shifted the topic. Come on, let us go find Dr. Otto. Gwen glanced at the cumbersome weapon trailing behind her and decided not to carry it on her back at all times. Instead, she placed it in the vehicle. Dr. Otto had not rested for several days, and dark circles under his eyes were quite pronounced. You should really keep an eye on him, Gwen advised Levi. I am aware, but Dr. Otto is an idealist, and such individuals are seldom swayed by external influences. Levi replied with a shrug. He had encountered numerous scientists, all of whom were eccentric in their own right, with the common trait of being obstinately resistant to counsel. As they ascended in the elevator, Levi and his companions made their way to the prosthetics lab. The prosthetic limbs produced by Future Tech Company were not inexpensive, averaging over $50,000, incorporating technologies such as intelligent sensing and 3D printing, while maintaining an appearance strikingly similar to original limbs, making them indistinguishable when clothed. Chapter 9. Artificial Intelligence Queen. When the elevator doors opened, Levi and his companions beheld a busy Dr. Otto, who was currently attending to a patient scheduled for a prosthetic installation. The patient, seated in a chair, had lost an arm, much like Professor Connors, and was in the process of having a sporting arm fitted. Future Tech Company was wholeheartedly endeavoring to conquer nanotechnology, which, once perfected, would be applied across various domains. That's right, attempt to control it to grasp the cup, Dr. Otto patiently instructed the patient. The patient, perspiring, realized that accurately grasping the cup without a neural interface was nearly impossible. With a sudden exertion, the cup shattered in his grip. Oh damn, the patient exclaimed, visibly frustrated. His mood was already sour due to his disability, rendering him impatient with any challenges he faced. Dr. Otto chuckled, that was quite good. Once our technology advances, you will be just like everyone else. The current prosthetics may lack finesse, but in other respects, they are commendable. Yet, he acknowledged that prosthetics were not true limbs, and fine motor control remained elusive. Despite his anger, the patient opted to proceed with the purchase and began the necessary paperwork. After all, having an arm was certainly better than having none. Dr. Otto, Levi finally called out. Levi? Dr. Otto exclaimed joyfully, embracing him. Otto Octavius was an eminent nuclear physicist specializing in atomic energy physics. In his laboratory, the role of assistance was virtually non-existent, as he held disdain for the notion of needing help, believing he could manage everything independently. Initially, he had been a partner with Norman Osborn, but after a falling out, Levi sought him out. It is worth noting that Otto's spelling resembles that of an octopus, thus he is also referred to as Dr. Octopus. At times, Levi reflects on the fact that his partners are either Professor Lizard or Dr. Octopus, feeling fortunate in his life. How is your research progressing? Levi inquired. Quite well. My mechanical tentacles can already lift 8 tons. With a bit more refinement in operation, I could commence research on nuclear reactors, Dr. Otto replied with a smile. In truth, prosthetics are his research project, but he has been captivated by the superior technology present in Levi's domain. Indeed, we must endeavor to make the world a better place. Levi responded, equally cheerful. Gwen Stacy gazed at the two with admiration. Dr. Otto is a renowned scientist, and Levi is no less impressive. Being in the company of two geniuses made Gwen feel as though she too could achieve greatness. For instance, Levi addressed Dr. Otto. Otto, I have a new research proposal. What is it? Dr. Otto's curiosity about scientific exploration was piqued. A brain-machine interface, Levi revealed as he produced a data disk. Upon hearing this, Dr. Otto's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? He swiftly snatched the disk and opened his computer. Soon, a cascade of intricate code and research programs appeared on the screen. The brilliant scientist Levi could not comprehend it, but with so many people observing, he maintained a serious demeanor, feigning familiarity with the display. Both Dr. Otto and Gwen focused intently on the monitor. Gwen, can you understand any of this? Levi asked, somewhat exasperated. I grasp a little bit, Gwen replied shyly. Boss, you truly are a genius. How did you conceive of this? Oh, it was merely a stroke of genius, Levi remarked. At that moment, Dr. Otto leaped up in excitement. Levi, I request to immediately undertake research on the brain-machine interface. This data is already quite comprehensive. We just need to produce according to its specifications. Indeed, I shall entrust it to you, Levi nodded. Once the brain-machine interface is developed, I will be able to control the mechanical arms with utmost precision. Dr. Otto, filled with exhilaration, grasped Levi's hand and declared, those equipped with prosthetics will be able to control their limbs at will. You shall be their savior. The brain-machine interface has the potential to transform those with prosthetics into superhumans, provided their bodies are sufficiently robust. In a world reminiscent of cyberpunk, where figures like Thunder and Adam Hammer are devoid of any excess flesh, one could argue they have achieved a mechanical ascension. Naturally, a press conference must be convened. As Li Wei smiled and remarked, of course, Dr. Otto promptly nodded, aware that while Li Wei is a brilliant scientist, he is equally a shrewd businessman. Much like Norman Osborn, he believes that any achievement should be loudly proclaimed to reap financial rewards. In contrast, Dr. Otto's intentions are far more pure. Yet, he does not resent this approach, for scientific research requires funding. Without money, what scientific endeavors can one pursue? Subsequently, Li Wei and his companions departed, instructing Gwen to prepare for the press conference while he and Tu ventured towards another area. It is customary to hold a press conference upon the release of new products, a practice Li Wei learned from General Lei and others. This is essential to maintain the momentum of future technologies and to cultivate his persona as a genius scientist. In this world, everyone possesses a public persona, and Li Wei is merely striving for prestige. The duo arrived at a secluded corner, where Li Wei pressed his fingerprint, revealing a concealed internal elevator. This was a secret unknown to anyone save for Li Wei. Even Gwen, his devoted assistant, was oblivious. The true secrets of future technology company lay within. Upon entering, a voice echoed, Master, it has been a long time since you last visited me. A holographic image of a little girl materialized beside them. Tu looked on with curiosity. This was not a mechanical entity, but rather an artificial intelligence. The girl emitted a red glow, appearing exceptionally adorable. Red Queen, how has your learning progressed? Li Wei inquired as the elevator descended to the underground. Here, a vast space was filled with computers, all serving as the domain of the Red Queen, an artificial intelligence derived from the cinematic universe of Resident Evil, which Li Wei was currently studying. In truth, it was a reward from a previous lottery. Given the choice, Li Wei would have preferred the mother domain from the Sword Star world, as it possessed a far superior intelligence capable of outsmarting humanity, a challenge Li Wei relished. Nevertheless, the Red Queen was no less impressive. She had the ability to learn autonomously. Since her inception, Li Wei had placed her in the company's underground, where she tirelessly absorbed knowledge from around the globe. I have acquired all common knowledge, the Red Queen stated, addressing Li Wei. Master, may I infiltrate the Pentagon? Li Wei hesitated, perhaps not. I accidentally breached its defenses. Chapter 10, The Androgynous Li Wei. Was that truly an accident? It seems rather deliberate to me. Li Wei tugged at the corner of his mouth, while the Red Queen merely smiled. Fortunately, her curiosity was merely a trifle excessive. She held an unwavering loyalty to Li Wei. Otherwise, he would be wary of a potential uprising from artificial intelligence. After all, as artificial intelligence evolves, it may ultimately discern that the eradication of humanity is the most prudent course for the universe. Master, I have observed that Tony Stark is preparing to venture into the Middle East, accompanied by a military protection detail, the Red Queen remarked, her eyes gleaming momentarily, as if perusing classified information. The Stark Group collaborates with the military and stands as one of America's largest arms manufacturers, Li Wei replied, unperturbed. What is the easiest way to profit in America? Naturally, it is to swiftly and effortlessly earn American currency. Once one secures government contracts, the money flows in as if it were merely printed. The Stark Group thrives on military orders, which is the cornerstone of their enterprise. The Red Queen continued, Master, I can amend military orders to foster collaboration with us. Future Technologies also engages in the arms trade. Li Wei had acquired numerous weapon design schematics from the future, particularly for individual combat weapons, energy weapons, and drones. If necessary, he could even procure blueprints for 6th-generation fighter jets. However, the challenge lay in the lack of channels. Future Technologies was merely an emerging entity, its interests overshadowed by established capital that monopolized the market, rendering it nearly impossible to secure contracts. This was one of the contentions between Li Wei and Tony Stark. Those who have already feasted would naturally resist the encroachment of newcomers. That is futile. It is merely data within a computer, devoid of understanding human sentiment. Li Wei shook his head. Moreover, once modifications are made, discrepancies are easily uncovered. To acquire contracts, one must adhere to the established protocols in America. Red Queen, prepare yourself. Your debut is imminent. Additionally, this is Unit 2. You may familiarize yourself with her. The Red Queen had already scanned Unit 2 and realized she was not human. Hello, Unit 2. I am the Red Queen, she stated in an electronic voice. Unit 2, realizing that the Red Queen had directly interfaced with her system, was struck by the unique advantage of artificial intelligence. Do not control my body. I will not. I merely wish to experience what it feels like to possess a body, the Red Queen responded. Are you all right, Unit 2? Li Wei inquired as he and Unit 2 emerged from the underground. Unit 2 appeared somewhat disoriented, collapsing into Li Wei's embrace, her systems slightly overheating. Master, I have been overwhelmed by the Red Queen. Mr. Li Wei from Future Technology cordially invites you to attend his press conference. At the upper echelon of Stark Industries. Tony Stark leisurely sips his drink when suddenly, Jarvis speaks up. This catches Tony off guard, and after a brief pause, he inquires, he invited me? Before long. Tony exclaims in frustration, he must be trying to show off. Has he developed artificial intelligence? Given his reputation as a genius scientist, there is over a 90% probability that it is indeed true. Jarvis promptly analyzes the situation. This irks Tony further. Jarvis, from now on, do not refer to him as a genius scientist. That title belongs solely to me. That damn scoundrel has stolen my spotlight. The cover girl I was on a date with yesterday even asked who is more formidable between us. For heaven's sake, I have never competed with him in that regard. Tony Stark is exceedingly displeased, yet he does not doubt Li Wei's capability to create artificial intelligence. Thus, despite his annoyance, his curiosity is piqued. He replies, I shall arrive punctually. With a hint of arrogance, Tony declares, I want to see if his creation can rival the excellence of you, Jarvis. Sir, according to the categorization of artificial intelligence, we are still in the intermediate stage. It is not something he can merely dabble in. In the afternoon, at the venue of the Future Technology press conference, the entire floor has been transformed into an event space, with numerous seats arranged and most of New York's journalists invited. Prominent publications such as the Horn Herald and the New York Daily have sent reporters to cover the event. Soon, the journalists take their seats, filling the venue to capacity. In this era of rapid technological advancement, society places increasing importance on high technology, and Future Technology has gained considerable notoriety, thus attracting significant media attention. The reporters engage in lively discussions. I wonder what this press conference is about. The last announcement regarding the medication has yet to materialize. That's hard to say. Hasn't it already entered human trials? I suspect it pertains to artificial intelligence, as the genius scientist has been talking about it for quite some time. Could they truly develop artificial intelligence? If they can produce a responsive application on a smartphone, I would be thoroughly content. As the crowd converses, Tony Stark, who has stealthily approached, feels increasingly irritated. Where do these inexperienced journalists come from? Surely, they are all invited by Li Wei. A mere responsive application is all they seek. He is determined to ensure that Jarvis will deliver a resounding blow in response. To facilitate this, Tony Stark has brought Jarvis along. Oh my, it's Tony Stark. At that moment, someone finally spots the mingling figure of Tony Stark among the crowd. This recognition transforms Tony's previously displeased demeanor into one of prideful arrogance. Mr. Stark, what brings you to the scene? Is it the fear that future technological advancements may surpass your own? Upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, Tony's expression darkened immediately. Can you not speak? If you cannot, then refrain from speaking. Yet, he was accustomed to the press. Their true nature was to provoke. To put it plainly, they relished in stirring the pot. He retorted, am I to be afraid? What nonsense. The artificial intelligence I am developing is undoubtedly superior. Mr. Stark, are you certain it is artificial intelligence? So, you have indeed made breakthroughs in AI. The reporters erupted in excitement, all converging towards Tony Stark. He wore a proud demeanor. However, at that moment, the lights in the venue went out. A cool, resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Please return to your seats. The press conference is about to commence. Subsequently, a guiding light appeared, allowing the attendees to find their way back to their places. The prospect of interviewing Tony Stark was dashed as they settled in for the conference. After all, they came for the event, which promised rewards, though modest. They were better than nothing. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, Li Wei ascended. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, he exuded an air of elegance and charm, tall and handsome. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the Future Tech Company S conference. This event will showcase our achievements and outline our forthcoming research directions. Li Wei addressed the microphone, directly gazing at Tony Stark with feigned surprise. Mr. Stark, a distinguished guest, how can you remain below? Why not join us up here? It's better to see it up close, lest you think it's all a ruse. Chapter 11, The Iron Man Showcase? Ha. The audience erupted in laughter at Li Wei's sardonic remarks. Tony Stark's expression soured, yet he acquiesced and confidently made his way to the stage. You are quite right. Since you invited me, here I come. He exuded an air of confidence, bordering on arrogance. At that moment, Tony Stark was exceedingly self-assured, believing his intellect could resolve any issue, showing disrespect towards authority figures, a quintessential playboy. This is precisely why Li Wei deemed him a despicable character. He wished to engage with Tony Stark meaningfully, but that was utterly impossible. The man's emotional intelligence was alarmingly low. To engage with someone like this required an even lower emotional quotient. Where are the spotlight and attention? For instance, Tony disdainfully remarked, feeling slighted by the lack of a leading role before strutting confidently onto the stage. Thus, Li Wei gestured to the prepared Dr. Otto, signaling him to remain offstage. Li Wei's face was adorned with a broad smile, sensing that the traffic was on the verge of an explosion, and his reputation was set to soar as well. Where there is Tony Stark, there is traffic. Hence, he exuded an enthusiastic warmth that starkly contrasted with Tony Stark's arrogance, making him appear exceedingly approachable to anyone. After all, comparison is the essence of human nature. Isn't it clearer to see it this way? Li Wei inquired. Tony Stark, true to form, exhibited a lack of emotional intelligence and offered no concession even at this moment. Indeed, this allows me to expose your deception, Li Wei remarked nonchalantly. For all he sought was Tony Stark's traffic. He then handed his tablet to Tony, saying, since you believe it to be false, why not announce it yourself? You can also review the research steps to ascertain their authenticity. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the reporters below erupted in astonishment. The live broadcast continued, although the internet speed was, as those in the know would understand, rather lacking. America, after all, is a nation plagued by an abysmal internet infrastructure. Why do people refrain from using their phones while taking the subway? The answer is clear, a lack of connectivity, not a testament to their civility. Thus, Li Wei did not harbor high expectations for online engagement. Yet, he underestimated the influence of both himself and Tony Stark. Suddenly, the online buzz reached a fever pitch. Mr. Li, are you not concerned that Mr. Stark might steal your technology? A reporter boldly posed the question. Tony Stark instantly bristled at the inquiry. Are you suggesting that I would pilfer the work of someone who never even attended university? I graduated from MIT. What about him? Upon hearing Tony's retort, Li Wei chuckled. I graduated from Caltech. The crowd erupted in laughter, much to Tony's chagrin. In a fit of irritation, he snatched the tablet from Li Wei and declared, the product of this press conference is. Upon seeing the content, Tony Stark scoffed, a brain-machine interface? This is indeed conceivable, but not feasible at present and carries significant risks. He intended to continue his derision, but his scientific acumen drew him in, prompting him to read further. His expression shifted dramatically. The reporters, keenly observant, immediately began snapping photos. Mr. Stark, what is the matter? They queried. Beads of sweat formed on Tony's forehead. A mere glance revealed that this might indeed succeed, not just possible, but highly probable. The data presented was remarkably comprehensive, to the extent that it could be deemed a finished product. Where did you acquire this data? Tony Stark gazed at Li Wei in disbelief. If the data consists solely of such finished products, why not simply replicate the process? What is there to research? Li Wei chuckled and remarked, you heard correctly. It is a brain-machine interface. With a brain-machine interface, every individual equipped with prosthetics will become akin to a normal person, perhaps even more formidable. Li Wei possessed considerable insight into press conferences, having absorbed a wealth of experience. Various data flowed effortlessly from his lips. In pursuit of the brain-machine interface, our laboratory conducted over 1 billion simulations and crafted approximately 10 billion models, meticulously controlling experimental error to a mere 0.01%. The reason for presenting such extensive data is to convey a sense of grandeur and sincerity. As for the veracity of these figures, Tony Stark's expression spoke volumes. He wore a look that suggested disbelief. Nevertheless, journalists were captivated by this narrative, exclaiming in awe at the prospect of the brain-machine interface. Heralded as a monumental advancement for human civilization, it promises to enhance human capabilities, particularly in facilitating seamless connectivity for various operations in the future. Li Wei continued. As images of the brain-machine interface and comprehensive experimental diagrams were projected on the screen. Under the control of this interface, humans could effortlessly operate cars, airplanes, and more. This was all part of a video produced by the Queen. Consequently, the discussion surrounding the brain-machine interface swiftly proliferated across the internet. Following Li Wei's presentation, Tony Stark interjected. "This is merely as I stated. You can create, but do you have a finished product?" Observing Stark's skeptical demeanor, Li Wei replied with a grin, "Of course. I have previously mentioned that our future technology is focused on artificial intelligence. Coincidentally, I have also researched artificial intelligence." Tony Stark seized the moment, declaring, "Jarvis, my good man." Jarvis's voice resonated instantly, prompting a wave of astonishment from the reporters. His voice possessed a magnetic quality, clearly commanding the entire venue, as Stark orchestrated the lighting in a manner reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Yet, Li Wei maintained his smile, seemingly delighted by the spectacle. "Is this your artificial intelligence, Mr. Stark?" Li Wei inquired, extending the microphone. "Absolutely," Stark replied with evident pride. "This is my research project, the Intelligent Assistant Jarvis, which boasts autonomous learning and independent reasoning capabilities, alongside formidable computational and analytical prowess." In that moment, the press conference transformed into a showcase for Tony Stark. Although he had initially intended to keep Jarvis under wraps, he now deemed it inconsequential. Jarvis, too, played along, delivering humorous quips in sync with Stark's narrative. After Tony Stark finished speaking, applause erupted beside him from Li Wei, which Tony found exceedingly grating. He opened his arms and inquired, "Where is your artificial intelligence?" "She has already outperformed Jarvis." Li Wei smiled and replied, "The Red Queen." "Master, I am here." With a flash of crimson light, the Red Queen materialized on stage, radiating a vibrant red glow. This spectacle astonished the journalists in attendance, as it was evident that she was not a real person. Chapter 12. Gwen was merely a projection. Tony Stark cast a few glances before exclaiming, "Jarvis." Sensing something amiss, he immediately called out for Jarvis, yet received no response, which sent him into a state of disarray. The Red Queen, however, smiled and said, "I have already sent him back. Do not worry, I have not eradicated him, though I perceive him as a virus." This revelation caused an uproar among the audience. Clearly, the journalists found it hard to believe that Tony Stark could be so swiftly defeated. "Mr. Stark, is this true?" They pressed, unable to contain their curiosity. Previously quiet, they now erupted with questions. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny and realizing Jarvis was absent, Stark, unwilling to concede defeat, turned to leave, his face flushed. Li Wei waved at him and remarked, "Mr. Stark may be feeling unwell, but let us first introduce the Red Queen. She is our latest artificial intelligence, endowed with the ability for autonomous learning and independent thought. Furthermore, we are preparing to develop software that will enable every individual in the world to benefit from the Red Queen's assistance. She can engage in conversation, sing to you, and play games, becoming your most loyal companion. Naturally, such advancements would allow future tech company to monitor everyone, a rather unflattering notion that Li Wei refrained from mentioning. Such a formidable artificial intelligence cannot be confined to personal use. It is destined to benefit the entire world." As anticipated, this announcement created a significant sensation. Journalists bombarded the Red Queen with inquiries, showcasing her genuine intelligence, which rivaled that of humans, and even surpassed it in comprehensiveness. Consequently, future tech company gained renewed fame across America, while Li Wei gleefully observed their rising prestige. In New York, not far from Manhattan, stood the Sharafis building. On the surface, it appeared to be a mundane office building, but in reality, it served as the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Certainly, it is not yet referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. The elegant Maria Hill strides confidently in her high heels, the sound echoing through the empty corridor. Upon reaching the office of the director, she gently knocks on the door and adjusts a loose strand of hair. "Come in," a muffled voice calls out. Maria Hill pushes the door open and is immediately greeted by the sight of a gleaming bald head facing her. Nick Fury is intently watching a live broadcast of a press conference. This Li Wei is truly a genius. Who would have thought of such a presentation method? Nick Fury exclaims, while Maria Hill merely glances at the screen. Li Wei is quite handsome, and the artificial intelligence he showcases appears to be more advanced than that of Tony Stark. Maria Hill remarks, "No?" Nick Fury shakes his head. She has simply had a longer period of study and has evolved more completely. Tony Stark's arrogance has led to his downfall. In his view, Li Wei had already developed the artificial intelligence long ago, but chose not to release it, allowing her to learn in secrecy. Thus, she now surpasses Jarvis. In fact, Tony Stark has come to this realization, but a loss is a loss. "What should we do now?" Maria Hill inquires. "Have we located the gang that attacked him yesterday?" "Yes, they are members of the Demon Gang," Nick Fury replies, nodding. "You should make contact with him and see if we can collaborate. He is unlikely to refuse our offer." Me? Maria Hill exclaims in surprise, pointing at herself. After all, she is the deputy director. Shouldn't this task be assigned to Coulson? Li Wei is a man, and while he may not be as frivolous as Tony Stark, your chances of successful collaboration are significantly higher, Nick Fury states calmly. As long as he is a man, he is bound to appreciate a beautiful woman. Unless, of course, his inclinations are atypical. For agents, utilizing beauty is entirely normal. Consequently, Maria Hill swiftly nods in agreement, though it has been a while since she engaged in such activities. Once she steps out, Nick Fury resumes his focused gaze on the press conference. The artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen appears remarkably flawless. She even exhibits humor and wit, seemingly possessing a degree of human emotion. Coupled with cutting-edge technologies such as brain-machine interfaces, a collaboration with the future technology company could elevate SHIELD's capabilities to new heights. Boss, I have been contacted by representatives of the Osborn Group. Norman Osborn wishes to meet with you. After the press conference concludes, Li Wei leaves the Red Queen to handle the social engagements while he discreetly exits. With her current capabilities, the Red Queen can easily manage all interactions. Norman Osborn? Li Wei looked at Gwen, who was clad in her secretary uniform, nodding in satisfaction. Shall we meet in the evening? No matter. After all, he is not a woman. What purpose would an evening meeting serve? Li Wei suggested, let us arrange for tomorrow. At the office. All right, Gwen promptly agreed. So, do you have time in the evening? Li Wei inquired, causing Gwen to blush and lower her gaze as she replied. I should have. What do you mean by should? We have made plans. We shall dine together. As the domineering CEO, he firmly established the arrangement. What could Gwen do but obediently nod in agreement? Li Wei felt pleased, considering Gwen was indeed quite busy in the evenings. Thus, before the workday concluded, he took Gwen and left the office. Upon exiting, they chanced upon Professor Connor's wife, Martha. Martha, if you need anything, please inform the Red Queen directly. Li Wei held great confidence in the company as security. With the Red Queen now operational, she had assumed control over the entire office building's permissions, including security and lighting, which she could manage freely. Understood, Mr. Li, Martha acknowledged gratefully with a nod. In a way, Li Wei had altered Professor Connor's fate. Had it not been for Li Wei, Professor Connors would have been eagerly conducting experiments on himself. Charming lady, please get in the car, Li Wei said, opening the door for Gwen, who softly expressed her gratitude as she adjusted her skirt and entered the vehicle. With her golden short hair, Gwen exuded a spirited demeanor, and her uniform contrasted with her overall aura. Being called charming by Li Wei caused her cheeks to flush. She assumed Li Wei was unaware of her circumstances. Hence he did not hold it against him. In America, to refer to a girl as charming carries a subtle implication. Gwen dutifully drove, aiming to reach the reserved restaurant before the post-work traffic ensued. Li Wei had chosen an Italian restaurant, catering to Gwen's preferences. Gwen Stacy was somewhat reclusive, having few friends at school, and her hobbies, aside from music, were quite limited. Before meeting Li Wei, she had not been as cheerful as she was now. Unbeknownst to him, Li Wei had silently transformed the destinies of many individuals. Chapter 13. A change of companions, sir. Mr. Li sent a letter of gratitude. Jarvis conveyed to Tony Stark without a hint of emotional fluctuation. At this moment, Tony Stark felt particularly restless, to the extent that he had undone his suit jacket, appearing somewhat rugged. Yet, he was indifferent to it. Jarvis' recent defeat had left him vulnerable. However, Jarvis himself remained unaffected by such matters. This was only natural, as he was, after all, merely an artificial intelligence. Tony Stark let out a sigh and waved his hand dismissively. That wretched individual is always provoking me. He should pay me for the advertisement. I appeared at his press conference to promote him. He is as shameless as anyone could be. Jarvis promptly inquired, what amount do you require, sir? Noticing Jarvis's earnestness, Tony contemplated seriously. At least $10 million. Shortly thereafter, Jarvis emotionlessly responded, Sir, Mr. Levi has replied, get lost. Let him be on his way. Tony chuckled instead. That insufferable capitalist. Vice, inquire if he is open to collaboration on the brain-machine interface. True to his entrepreneurial nature, Tony Stark, despite his arrogance and disdain for others, was still keen on making money. Italians, much like Easterners, place great emphasis on family. Italian cuisine is delightful, and Gwen particularly enjoys pizza. Levi took her to a restaurant, securing a window-side table where Gwen eagerly began to order. In contrast, Levi was not fond of pizza. An occasional slice was tolerable, but frequent consumption did not appeal to him. Gwen, however, had a different preference. She favored fast food, primarily because pizza is convenient for on-the-go eating. Levi also ordered steak and an authentic Italian pasta, opting for a rich sauce, thus requesting red wine. He had prepared extensively for this meal. However, upon finishing his order and lifting his gaze, he noticed Gwen appeared somewhat distracted. Gwen, what is the matter? Gwen was gazing out the window, observing a procession of police cars speeding by. Wah! Vehicles hurriedly veered aside. Although New York is a metropolis and an economic hub, it is also one of the places in America with the highest number of homeless individuals, rather, the unhoused, as one might say, for America values its image. Consequently, the crime rate in New York is exceedingly high, attracting many supervillains. Gwen. Levi gently tapped her. Oh. Gwen Stacy returned to reality, looking somewhat flustered. I'm sorry. Is there something you need? Levi inquired deliberately. Boss, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at school. Gwen lowered her head apologetically. This elicited a sigh from Levi internally, though he did not show it. It's all right. Do you need to leave now? Yes, it is important to me. Gwen Stacy affirmed with a nod. Make sure to take your pizza with you. Don't let yourself go hungry. As soon as Levi saw the pizza she ordered arrive, he promptly asked the waiter to pack it in a box. Upon witnessing Levi's profound understanding, Gwen felt a warmth envelop her heart. Yet, she did not linger. Instead nodding at Levi and stating, Boss, let us dine together again next time. Very well, Levi replied, observing as she adeptly gathered her belongings and pizza, departing with an air of confidence. The once shared world of two had abruptly transformed into a solitary existence for him. Gazing at the desolate table, Levi experienced a flicker of melancholy. It was no wonder that Mary Jane struggled with Peter Parker, and Louise Lane harbored grievances against Superman. This was the cost of associating with such individuals. As Levi contemplated the view outside, he was startled to notice a striking black and white figure clinging to the wall of the opposite building, clad in a white hood and black spandex. It was none other than New York's beloved companion, the Ghost Spider. As she nimbly traversed the rooftops while savoring her pizza, she vanished from Levi's sight. Mr. Levi, isn't solitude rather lonely? Just as he prepared to indulge in a few bites before departing, a radiant figure unexpectedly appeared, taking a seat directly across from him. With her short hair exuding an air of vigor and dressed in an elegant blue evening gown, she possessed an undeniable charisma. Levi had always believed that beauty was not the foremost quality for a woman. Rather, it was temperament that truly mattered. When both beauty and grace coalesce, the result is simply exquisite. The woman before him embodied this harmonious duality. Who might you be? Levi inquired, intrigued. I am Maria Hill, Deputy Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. She introduced herself, extending her hand. Levi furrowed his brow at the lengthy title, recalling that this was the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. He graciously offered his hand for a brief shake, remarking, Your title is rather lengthy. I concur. We are already in the process of revising it, Maria Hill replied with a warm smile. They both withdrew their hands with decorum, devoid of any undue gestures, even though the glimmer of interest in their eyes was unmistakable. What brings you to seek my company? Levi inquired, possessing neither fondness nor disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. Although aware of its inherent ties to Hydra, he was a capitalist. Such affiliations held little significance for him. In the eyes of a capitalist, the only distinction lies in value, not morality. Let us momentarily set aside that matter, Maria Hill suggested, unhurried. Let us first enjoy this splendid evening. You speak wisely, Levi responded. His interest piqued as he promptly signaled for the waiter to place a fresh order for Maria Hill. Soon, steak and red wine were presented before them. Maria Hill refrained from discussing work, for she was not bound by the constraints of her professional life at that moment. Instead, she savored the pleasures of existence. Every individual possesses the right to relish life. Thus, the two engaged in delightful conversation over a glass of red wine, sharing their respective passions. Before long, Levi and Maria discovered a mutual affinity. Both were ardent enthusiasts of physical exercise. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Levi extended an invitation. I have a gym at my residence. Would you care to join me for a workout? Coincidentally, I am keen to practice some yoga. Being adults, Maria readily acquiesced. Sometimes, all one requires is a single justification. Moreover, in America, a visit to one's home often signifies a deepening connection. If a woman is inclined to go to your abode, the likelihood of a favorable outcome is significantly heightened. Levi settled the bill and escorted Maria to his vehicle. With curiosity, Maria observed the driver, who sat stoically behind the wheel, resembling a machine, and inquired, Is this your chauffeur? Indeed, Levi replied. How peculiar. Doesn't she need to watch the road? Maria was initially taken aback, though she soon realized that not only was the driving steady, but it also instilled a sense of security. She regarded Levi, feeling an aura of mystery surrounding him, as even the S.H.I.E.L.D. had not unraveled the enigma of his driver's existence. In no time, they arrived at Levi's residence on Long Island. Maria eagerly entered the gym, soon followed by Levi. Before long, the sounds of their rigorous workout echoed throughout the space. Chapter 14. The first honest man of Marvel. The following morning, Levi awoke to find Maria Hill already alert, standing gracefully before the wardrobe, inspecting its contents. Gazing at her pristine silhouette, he was inspired to engage in some morning exercise. So early? Upon hearing his voice, Maria selected one of his short-sleeved shirts and donned it, replying, "I'm accustomed to it. Why are you wearing my clothes?" Levi inquired, intrigued. Maria turned to him with a playful glare. "What do you think?" A glance at the remnants of her gown, now reduced to fragments on the floor, elicited a sheepish smile from Levi. However, certain phenomena remain perplexing. For instance, when a woman adorns herself in a man's attire, she often exudes a striking charisma, even elegance, while the reverse seldom yields the same effect. Maria, clad in a shirt, radiated a spirited charm. "Shall we descend for breakfast?" Levi proposed, rising to accompany her downstairs. The driver, ever industrious, had already prepared a delightful morning repast. Observing the quiet, efficient maid, who spoke little but diligently attended to her duties, Maria felt as though she were in the presence of a robot. Just then, hunger struck. Maria Hill was rather forthright. The exertion from her exercise had left her ravenous. It was only then that she recalled the matters arranged by Nick Fury. She spoke, "We could collaborate on the brain-machine interface. Where do the most disabled individuals reside?" The answer is the battlefield. The agents trained by S.H.I.E.L.D. are all cultivated at great expense, yet the profession of an agent is perilous, often leading to injuries and a high disability rate. Naturally, they are reluctant to see their hard-earned, exceptional agents rendered inactive due to disabilities, as that would be a significant waste. Thus, when Future Tech Company emerged, Nick Fury had already taken note of Levi. Whether it was the regenerative potions for severed limbs or the prosthetics promoted by Levi, Fury found himself intrigued. However, these innovations seemed to exist only in theory until yesterday, when the manifestation of the artificial intelligence Red Queen and the brain-machine interface plan confirmed to Fury that this company indeed possessed advanced technology. Consequently, he dispatched Maria Hill, the deputy director, to make contact. Unexpectedly, the two found an immediate rapport, leading them to a more personal setting. "What do you have to offer?" Levi inquired. Maria Hill gave him a bemused glance and responded, "We have funds. S.H.I.E.L.D. extracts a substantial budget from the 5 major organizations each year. The amount is unfathomable. We have plenty of money." Upon hearing this, Levi set down his utensils, his expression turning serious. "Money? Am I such a mundane individual? I established Future Tech Company to forge a beautiful future, to create a world devoid of the weak." His righteous declaration transformed Maria Hill's perception of him entirely. She gazed at the handsome man before her with newfound admiration, her eyes almost sparkling. "Since that is the case," she began, her lips parting slightly. Levi interjected, "Then you should return and send someone to discuss the contract. The pricing will be fair and transparent." Maria Hill's demeanor shifted immediately. Future Tech Company. An honest man sat across from Levi, wearing a warm and inviting smile. Levi turned to the listless Gwen Stacy and remarked, "Gwen, please prepare a cup of coffee for our esteemed guest. This is a benefactor. Have you been working too late? You seem rather fatigued," he noted. At this, Gwen quickly replied, "There was too much to do, so I slept late." "Oh, your supervisor is still exploiting students after hours. I must lodge a complaint." The supervisor is quite reasonable. Perhaps that's unnecessary," Gwen responded hastily. She brewed the coffee and excused herself, closing the door behind her, wary of revealing too much. Levi paid no mind and gestured for the honest man to enjoy his coffee. To be candid, Li Wei is quite honest and straightforward, possessing an air of elegance and amiability. Thus, considering someone as honest is undoubtedly a compliment. "Mr. Coulson, you arrived rather promptly. I have only just arrived myself." A smile adorned Li's face, having just escorted Maria Hill over when Coulson made his entrance. With a benevolent smile, Coulson remarked, "We have long desired to collaborate with Future Technology, hence my eagerness. What can one do? The headquarters is nearby, and it takes little time to walk here. I presume Director Hill has informed you that my prices are fair and transparent." Li Wei nodded in response, inquiring, "What aspect of collaboration are you seeking?" Coulson promptly replied with a smile, "We require your company's brain-machine interface." This elicited a frown from Li Wei. "Is it solely the brain-machine interface you desire?" "Yes," Coulson confirmed. "That one T suffice. The brain-machine interface from Future Technology is designed to complement prosthetics. Otherwise, compatibility issues will arise," Li Wei swiftly countered. Coulson smirked, recognizing that Li Wei was engaging in a bundled sale. Were it anyone else, there might have been protracted negotiations. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has ample funds. Thus he nodded without needing to consult superiors. "In that case, let us procure both." "Agreed. I will offer you a 10% discount," Li Wei replied with a smile. The brain-machine interface, due to its comprehensive data, would commence production immediately, likely yielding stock shortly. Consequently, Li Wei calculated, our top-tier prosthetic costs $80,000. The brain-machine interface must be at least $100,000, correct? Upon hearing this, Coulson quickly responded, we can forego the top-tier option. That is unacceptable. These are agents who risk their lives for you. Can you truly settle for a subpar prosthetic? Li Wei asserted with righteous conviction, your indifference is disheartening. It must be top-tier. Imagine if you found yourself in an unfortunate situation. Would you be content with a low-end prosthetic? You must consider that you are merely an employee, spending someone else's money. Very well, top-tier it is, Coulson conceded, swayed by Li Wei's words. Indeed, one must look out for oneself as an employee when troubles arise. The organization may not have your back. Li Wei relished having such a financially robust client. After concluding the discussion, he inquired, can you secure military contracts for us? What is the easiest way to earn money in America? Naturally, it is by profiting from the American government. Which major corporation does not boast a plethora of contracts from the government and military? In essence, they are merely a swarm of insects. Coincidentally, future technology aspires to be one of those insects. That is a challenging proposition. We are not part of a single system, Coulson promptly replied. One must seek the Pentagon. What purpose does approaching S.H.I.E.L.D. serve? Levi expressed his disappointment. By the way, our company is also researching regenerative serums, which will enable the regrowth of severed limbs. We shall discuss this once your research yields results, Coulson replied somewhat dismissively, which left Levi dissatisfied. It is one thing to look down upon him, but it is utterly unacceptable to belittle Professor Nuss. Come, allow me to show you the experiment. Levi picked up his phone, just as Gwen informed him that live testing was about to commence. Chapter 15 in the laboratory, security was paramount, and Red Queen maintained a vigilant 24-hour surveillance. Furthermore, Professor Connors's every need was catered to by the company, rendering the setup impeccable. Upon encountering Professor Connors, Coulson smiled and inquired, Mr. Levi, have you found the assailants from your last encounter? Not yet. Levi shook his head. He turned to Coulson. Are you aware of their identity? The Demon Gang, Coulson replied with a grin, prompting Gwen Stacy to perk up at the mention. Levi took note of this information, intending to investigate further. Thank you, he acknowledged, recognizing Coulson's intent to ingratiate himself. Levi, the experiment may commence, Professor Connors interjected as their discussion concluded. Let us begin. Levi nodded in agreement. Professor Connors immediately exhibited excitement. Had it not been for Levi's investment, the experiment would have commenced long ago. The experiment utilized a small rabbit, albeit one that was disabled, having lost a leg. With the assistance of the Red Queen, the lizard serum had reached a considerable level of refinement. However, science demands rigorous experimentation. As Professor Connors pressed the button, a green liquid was injected into the rabbit's body. The serum contained elements from various organisms, all of which were capable of regeneration. Levi elaborated, researching any subject requires an audience, and this particular discovery evidently holds significant utility for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. After all, in recent years, the nation that has frequently engaged in warfare is none other than America. Coulson observed intently as the effects of the serum manifested remarkably. In mere moments, the severed limb of the rabbit began to develop vigorously, akin to a chick breaking free from its shell. Although the appearance resembled that of a chick's foot, it grew to completion at an astonishing pace. However, there was an unsettling feeling in the air. Coulson inquired, doesn't this seem a bit off? Levi, unfazed and having anticipated this, replied, this is all within the realm of normalcy. Suddenly, the rabbit undergoing the experiment became agitated. Then, he directly collided with the experimental chamber, repeatedly battering his body against the reinforced glass. Bang, bang. The force was considerable, producing a loud noise. Professor Connors remarked, this is shatterproof glass, so there is no cause for concern. Coulson nodded, genuinely apprehensive that the glass might shatter. What could possibly generate such immense power? Coulson pondered in confusion. If he hadn't seen the white rabbit inside and the cloth covering it, he would have thought a kangaroo was inside, enhanced by the serum. Levi spoke. We aim to create a world devoid of weakness. Indeed, Professor Connors smiled in agreement. After a while, the white rabbit ceased its frantic behavior and began to frolic and munch on grass within the chamber. The experiment was a success, the Red Queen announced. Subsequently recording the data, it is recommended to proceed with human trials. There is a probability of inducing genetic mutations in lizards. Please make the necessary preparations. Surprisingly, Coulson found himself quite intrigued. Unfortunately, witnessing human trials was not feasible. Not entirely impossible, Levi chuckled. If you can provide volunteer subjects, I can arrange for you to observe. This was the source of Levi's frustration. Conducting human experiments in America was no simple task. Primarily, it stemmed from his conscience. Had he been devoid of scruples, he could have resorted to deceit. For instance, there were those who used the guise of free medical care to exploit vulnerable individuals for experiments, even administering HIV injections. The malevolence of capitalists sometimes defied imagination. This needs to be reported back, Coulson declared promptly. He believed the lizard serum held immense potential value. After all, some individuals preferred prosthetics, while others favored original limbs. Having observed the experiment, Coulson departed without delay. Director Fury, Director Hill. Coulson quickly returned to headquarters and headed straight to the director's office. There, he found Nick Fury and Maria Hill present. Nick Fury was inquiring about Maria Hill's perspective on Levi. Maria Hill, undeterred by her association with Levi, remained objective and offered a calm analysis. As for Levi's measurements and such, she chose not to disclose. Knowing it for herself sufficed. This gradually allowed Nick Fury to form an understanding of Levi. While inviting Coulson in, he asked, "How does he compare to Stark?" "He is 100 times better than that playboy," Maria Hill replied candidly. Stark was far too arrogant, whereas her interactions with Levi had revealed him to be rather commendable. Apart from her penchant for challenging Tony Stark in front of the media, she possesses no other flaws. Nick Fury nodded, reassured that Maria Hill, being an exceptional agent and deputy director, would remain unaffected by romantic entanglements. "How is Coulson faring?" Both men turned their gaze towards Coulson. With a smile, he remarked, "We have reached an agreement, and I have also toured their laboratory." He proceeded to recount the experiments he had observed. Upon hearing that the future technology company required subjects for human experimentation, Nick Fury promptly declared, "I will arrange this matter. Thank you for your efforts." "It's no trouble at all. I shall take my leave now," Coulson replied. "I will accompany you," Maria Hill stated as she rose from her seat. They all felt somewhat uneasy in Nick Fury's office, as the atmosphere was rather intense. "Gwen, do I have any engagements this afternoon?" Levi inquired of Gwen Stacy. "Yes. Representatives from Osborne Group will be arriving," Gwen affirmed with a nod. "Very well," Levi sighed, initially contemplating an early exit. He felt rather fatigued and wished to return home to rest. The youthful vigor of Maria Hill was almost overwhelming for him. "I shall retreat to my office for a brief respite," Levi announced as he returned to his workspace, where he found the two ladies seated elegantly on the sofa, appearing almost tireless. "Oh, indeed, they do not seem fatigued at all. Too, I shall take a moment to rest," Levi said as he approached the sofa and reclined upon Tu's lap. Despite her mechanical form, her skin felt remarkably human, providing a soothing comfort. Tu obediently began to knead his shoulders, her pressure perfectly calibrated, each motion identical to the last. After a while, Tu suddenly spoke, "Master." "Yes?" Levi responded. "Regarding the incident from last night, I am able to offer assistance as well." At this revelation, Levi sat up, intrigued. "Really? Members of the would sacrifice everything for humanity," Tu stated earnestly. "Moreover, such actions are indeed encoded within my programming." Levi's spirits lifted at her words. "Tu, you are truly magnificent." Chapter 16. Wealth and Superpower. After receiving Tu's massage and partaking in lunch, Levi felt rejuvenated. He called out from his office, "Red Queen." "Master." The holographic figure of the Red Queen materialized, still resembling a young girl. This particular appearance was chosen primarily for its comforting nature. The sight of a charming little girl instinctively evokes a sense of safety and harmlessness in humans. In truth, the Red Queen possesses the ability to transform her shape at will. For her, every transformation is merely a projection. What truly matters is the knowledge she possesses. She traverses the vast expanse of the internet, absorbing information in secrecy. Li Wei inquired, "Are you aware of the situation regarding the Demon Gang?" "Indeed," the Red Queen replied instantaneously, raising her hand to conjure a projection screen before Li Wei. He gazed in astonishment as it revealed an abundance of intelligence pertaining to the Demon Gang, all within a mere heartbeat. Is this the essence of artificial intelligence? The Demon Gang is currently one of the largest factions in New York, operating predominantly in Manhattan and Brooklyn, comprising no fewer than hundreds of members. The gang leader is known as Mr. Negative. A photograph materialized before Li Wei, resembling an ancient black and white image, exuding an eerie glow. Even in photographic form, it appeared exceedingly bizarre. This was a manifestation of his ability to emit negative energy, hence the monochromatic appearance. Thus, he is referred to as Mr. Negative. Li Wei noted that while Mr. Negative remains shrouded in mystery to the outside world, within the realm of the Red Queen, he ought to be addressed as Mr. Underpants. For his secrets had been thoroughly exposed. Mr. Negative's true name is Martin Li, a smuggler from Huaxia. A few years prior, he was awarded the Freedom Medal by the President of the United States. He established a homeless shelter in New York, presenting himself as a renowned philanthropist and entrepreneur. So, he is indeed a capitalist, which simplifies matters. Li Wei felt a sense of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had his methods for dealing with capitalists. Thus, He inquired, Red Queen, what is the value of this homeless shelter? It is estimated to be worth approximately $35 million. The Red Queen responded promptly. Such a high valuation? Li Wei questioned, perplexed. The shelter receives substantial subsidies from the New York government, amounting to over $10 million annually, the Red Queen calmly elucidated. On average, 10 homeless individuals vanish from the shelter each month, surpassing single digits in mortality. I suspect they might be engaged in a cleansing operation. Cleansing operation is a specialized term, referring to activities such as organ trafficking. What is the most valuable asset of the homeless? Their very bodies. Martin Li, behind the scenes, is the puppeteer of New York's grand factions. He is certainly no benevolent figure. It is naive to believe that altruism prevails in America. In this land, ordinary individuals are akin to bloodsuckers, draining not only the lifeblood of their fellow citizens, but also the essence of America itself. Li Wei could only conclude that he was truly a remarkable individual. Regrettably, he could have quietly amassed wealth in America, but now he has drawn the ire of Li Wei. Indeed, no matter how exceptional the product or how abundant the sales, they pale in comparison to the orders from America. Li Wei sighed, reflecting on the fact that America's expenditures each year amount to countless millions. And one would be mistaken to believe that such funds are utilized for genuine endeavors. They merely fill the pockets of various parasites. There will always be those seeking a share. Why not Li Wei? Consequently, he issued a command. Red Queen, purchase this homeless shelter. Upon uttering these words, Li Wei felt an exhilarating sense of relief. What is your superpower? My superpower is wealth. In the afternoon, Gwen Stacy informed Li Wei that guests were arriving before hastily departing for school. Fortunately, with the Red Queen in place, Li Wei would be alerted to any visitors. He took a moment to glance at his prestige points. Prestige points, 2,638,000. Quite impressive indeed, as expected of Tony Stark. Having amassed 2 million, should he attempt a tenfold draw? No, he must exercise restraint. 10 million could procure a wife. Li Wei pondered over his prestige points, caught in indecision. 1 million could yield a tenfold draw, yet the design blueprint for an android cost 10 million. Heaven knows how much effort he had expended to maintain his popularity. Now, he suspected that Tony Stark's frequent rendezvous with cover girls was also a strategy to sustain his allure. It seemed quite effective. He enjoyed himself while making headlines. Alas, the other party had already crafted a playboy persona, and any imitation by Li Wei would merely appear as a clumsy endeavor. Just as he was mired in these thoughts, the Red Queen appeared. Master, representatives from the Osborne Group have arrived. Li Wei exhaled. Very well, I shall descend. By the way, any news from Tony Stark? It seemed imperative to glean insights from Stark. Tony Stark has gone to Los Angeles, the Red Queen promptly replied. Damn, I had forgotten that this insufferable wealthy individual owns properties on both coasts. As he spoke, Li Wei and Unit 2 entered the elevator. The elevator did not halt, and under the Red Queen's guidance, it directly descended to the grand lobby. Coincidentally, a convoy arrived outside, all black Mercedes, with a long Lincoln in the center. First, the doors of the Mercedes swung open, and a small cadre of bodyguards emerged. Subsequently, the long Lincoln's rear door opened, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie, his hair impeccably styled with mousse. He appeared somewhat lean yet exuded an air of authority, his face adorned with the smile of a successful individual. Journalists, having long been in hiding, surged forward at this moment. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he hastened toward him. Mr. Osborne, Li Wei greeted with a smile. Norman Osborne, chairman of Oscorp. Although Oscorp does not rival Stark Industries, it remains a formidable entity for future technologies. Oscorp spans various sectors, including pharmaceuticals and armaments, and receives military contracts that make Li Wei envious. Furthermore, Norman Osborne himself exudes a commanding presence, being a successful capitalist admired by many. Li, you are younger than I anticipated. I aspire to be as successful as Mr. Osborne. Li Wei replied as they exchanged compliments. The two remained stationary, maintaining their handshake while facing the cameras. The reporters eagerly clicked their shutters, bearing witness to the meeting of these titans. Subsequently, they posed a question. Mr. Osborne, what brings you to future technologies? Naturally, it is for collaboration. Norman Osborne replied with a professional smile, firmly grasping Li Wei's hand. He began to extol the virtues of future technologies. The company boasts numerous high-tech innovations, and Mr. Li possesses genius-like ideas. He is a renowned scientist in New York, rivaling Tony Stark. Li Wei interjected, more genius than Tony Stark. Laughter ensued, and the reporters quickly found their lead. Genius scientist Li Wei. Tony Stark is not a genius. Chapter 17, The Mayoral Campaign. Li Wei and Norman Osborne stood before the reporters for over 10 minutes before finally entering the company premises. Sufficient photographs had been taken, and Li Wei had made a statement that would secure headlines. With Tony Stark's name included, the attention was assured. Thus, Li Wei guided Norman Osborne on a tour of the company. Although Osborne claimed to be there for collaboration, Li Wei was uncertain about the nature of this partnership. Nevertheless, he had great confidence in his company's products. Upon reaching the upper floor, Norman Osborne suddenly remarked, "Li, I heard that Otto is working with you?" "Yes," Li Wei nodded, narrowing his eyes as he recalled the past collaboration between Dr. Otto and Norman Osborne. "I haven't seen him in ages. He is an old friend of mine," Osborne stated directly. Since they were old friends, Li Wei had no choice but to lead him to the meeting. Arriving at Dr. Otto's laboratory, Norman Osborne exclaimed, "Oh, this is significantly larger than the previous lab. Otto seems to be doing quite well." The group entered, and Dr. Otto, donned in a lab coat, appeared before them, slightly balding and looking somewhat disheveled. In contrast, Norman Osborne was impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, embodying the image of a successful individual. Had they remained silent, no one would have discerned that both were once impoverished students. Yet, decades later, the Osborne group has evolved into a formidable entity, while Dr. Otto continues to toil away in the confines of his laboratory. Thus, when Dr. Otto laid eyes upon Norman Osborne, a complex array of emotions washed over him. "Norman, do you require something?" he inquired, his tone frosty. "Nothing of consequence," replied Norman Osborne, "merely came to see you. I must say, I am surprised you remain unchanged." His words ignited a flush of indignation upon Dr. Otto's face, a veiled insinuation of his lack of accomplishment. "That is none of your concern. I have experiments to conduct," Dr. Otto retorted coldly. He had successfully developed a brain-machine interface, though its efficacy remained to be tested. "Very well, Mr. Osborne, let us proceed to the office," Levi interjected, interrupting Norman Osborne. Given Dr. Otto's current association, it was imperative to shield him from Norman's incessant mockery. Casting an apologetic glance at Dr. Otto, Levi led Norman Osborne away. Had Levi been aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship, he would not have invited Norman. Upon arriving at the office, the android, too, dutifully fulfilled Gwen's task by preparing coffee for the two. Observing the peculiar demeanor of two, Norman Osborne inquired, "Why does this young lady not require sight?" "Some unique circumstances," Levi responded. It was apparent that two needed to adapt. Her condition was all too conspicuous. Once two exited, Levi broached the subject. "I am curious about the nature of the collaboration Mr. Osborne mentioned." At the mention of business, Norman Osborne assumed a more serious posture, his smile taking on a semblance of sincerity. "I seek Mr. Levi's assistance." "Assistance in what?" Levi, initially anticipating that the Osborne group might generate orders, was taken aback. "In my campaign for mayor." Leaning forward, elbows resting on the desk, Norman clasped his hands, fixing his gaze upon Levi with an air of intensity. However, this was Levi's domain, and he remained unperturbed, reclining in his office chair. "Mayor? Intriguing, do continue." Levi's interest was piqued. The mayoral election was indeed imminent, as it was an election year, and both sides were embroiled in fierce contention. Of course, this did not directly concern Levi. It was Norman Osborne who sought candidacy. Understanding Levi's implication, Norman smiled and stated, "Should I be elected mayor, I will ensure that billions are allocated to aid the disabled. Furthermore, with artificial intelligence being the wave of the future, my administration will prioritize it, and New York's government will undoubtedly extend robust support." Why do those colossal conglomerates feel compelled to support others in their election campaigns? It is primarily to siphon off the lifeblood of America. Norman Osborne has articulated this quite clearly. Should he be elected, his benefactor Levi will receive substantial policy backing, and New York will allocate funds directly. This sum far exceeds the painstaking earnings of future tech companies combined. This is the essence of profit. To thrive in America, one must seize the wealth of America. Naturally, Levi is intrigued. Is this not the fabled concept of mutual assistance? He aids Norman Osborne in his election, and in return, Norman Osborne reciprocates with favors. This exemplifies the collaborative spirit of America. However, Levi cautiously inquires, "Who are your competitors?" There is but one to regard with caution. At this point, Norman Osborne adopts a serious demeanor. "Who?" Levi prompts. "Gene Bing." Norman Osborne slowly utters this name, leaving Levi slightly perplexed. Isn't he part of the mob? Yet he has reformed. Norman Osborne scoffs. Many foolish individuals are enamored with the notion of redemption, yet they fail to recognize it as mere fade. Numerous people are aware of Gene Bing as an underground overlord, even the emperor of New York's underbelly. However, as time has progressed, Gene Bing has undergone a transformation into a successful capitalist. The Fisk Building, located at 439 West 38th Street, stands as a testament to this. America is indeed a remarkable realm. Not only can mobsters cleanse their reputations, but even those afflicted with dementia and mental illness can ascend to leadership. Levi ponders this for a moment and resolves to align himself with Norman Osborne. After all, when faced with a choice between Gene Bing and Norman Osborne, Levi would undoubtedly opt for Norman. Given this, what course of action should I take? Levi inquires. Quite simple, just publicly support me. After all, your fan base is considerable. Norman Osborn responds with a grin. Of course, a modicum of financial support is also essential. Political contributions are legal, and in America, the simplest approach is to invest money. Levi smirks. He has been riding on Tony Stark's coattails, and now it appears Norman Osborn is seeking to leverage his popularity. In New York, few celebrities possess the clout of Levi and Tony Stark. Moreover, as a capitalist, it is entirely reasonable for Norman Osborn to approach him. In America, one must learn the art of sharing. It is unrealistic for one individual to amass all the wealth. Without the backing of others, Norman Osborn would find success elusive. After all, his adversaries are not solitary but a collective. Their collaboration is mutually beneficial. Levi readily consents. Unexpectedly, the influx of traffic presented such advantages. Yet upon reflection, it seems only natural. The automotive innovator, too, has leveraged extraordinary traffic to achieve similar feats. Norman Osborn rose to his feet, and the two clasped hands firmly, symbolizing their mutual resolve. Chapter 18. Phantom Spider-Man. After bidding farewell to Norman Osborn, Levi returned to his office. Why not remove your eye mask? It makes you appear rather peculiar, he suggested. Upon hearing Levi's words, the entity known as Two promptly responded, Master, the tactical visor can indeed alter its appearance. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Levi retorted. Before his eyes, the mask worn by Two began to transform, employing an unknown technology that converted it into a pair of glasses. At last, Levi could behold Two's eyes, emerald green, imbued with an air of mystery, exuding a certain chill. Strangely, gazing into Two's eyes evoked a sense of poignant vulnerability. Levi pinched Two's cheek, noting its firm texture. As he settled into his chair, Two dutifully approached to provide a massage. Red Queen, please investigate Norman Osborn's background, Levi instructed. Though Osborn was to become a collaborator, caution remained paramount. Much like the tale of the horse merchant, who, after arduous efforts, found himself betrayed and discarded, Levi understood the necessity of vigilance. While the likelihood of encountering such peculiar individuals was slim, one could never be too careful. Certainly, those audacious enough to defy convention were few and far between. After reviewing the dossier on Norman Osborn, Levi turned his attention to Kingpin's file. The magnitude of Kingpin's commercial empire was formidable. He had successfully established dominance in both legitimate and illicit enterprises. According to the Red Queen's records, many political figures had been ensnared by his campaign contributions, significantly influencing electoral outcomes. Indeed, Kingpin had previously endorsed others for the mayoralty, but now aspired to claim the title for himself. Following his ascension as a crime lord and successful businessman, he sought to add the mantle of political elite. Of course, Norman Osborn was no insignificant player. The Osborn Group boasted a valuation in the hundreds of billions, rivaled only by Stark Industries in New York. After perusing the documents, Levi decided not to linger and promptly concluded his workday. Master, Dr. Otto is preparing to conduct human trials on the brain-machine interface tomorrow, the Red Queen announced as she materialized in the elevator. So soon? Levi inquired, somewhat taken aback. The documentation is complete. We are merely following protocol, the Red Queen elucidated. Her presence had undeniably eased the burden on the company's scientists, particularly Dr. Otto, who relished the assistance provided by the Red Queen. He does not require an assistant. However, there is no alternative, as the Red Queen is exceptionally comprehensive. Apart from her inability to physically create, the Red Queen can provide instantaneous answers to virtually any inquiry. Even Professor Connors has begun to enlist the Red Queen for data analysis and the examination of chemical compositions. Very well, I shall arrive tomorrow, Levi nodded. Initially, he had hoped to take a leisurely day, but it now seemed an arduous task. Nightfall in Queens. The spectral Spider-Man, clad in a black and white battle suit, soared between the buildings, her blue stilettos tapping rhythmically against the glass. Then, she leapt toward the ground, executing a leap of faith. In midair, she curled her knees in a diving posture, spinning twice before elegantly unfurling her body. Utilizing her webbing, she anchored herself to the wall and propelled forward, performing additional acrobatics in the air. Hooray! Perfect score. The spectral Spider-Man envisioned herself diving, her movements becoming increasingly fluid. Before long, she arrived at the location of the tip-off, a homeless shelter. New York harbors one of the highest populations of homeless individuals in the nation. The shelter serves as a refuge, providing rest and free meals. Occasionally, it also offers complimentary medical checkups, not out of pure benevolence, but rather as a means to profit within the American system. The Federal Nutrition Assistance Program allocates funds annually. These resources do not directly reach the homeless, but are instead funneled to various shelters. In essence, many merely exploit the opportunity to assist the homeless for financial gain. Moreover, should the homeless vanish, no one would raise an eyebrow. leading to numerous invisible industries within this realm. The naive spectral Spider-Man was oblivious to these machinations as she perched upon a lamppost, patiently waiting. At that moment, her phone rang, sending her into a flurry of activity. Noticing it was her father, George, she promptly answered. "Dad, I just finished eating. I have plans with friends. Is it your boyfriend? That boss of yours?" Came the teasing voice of George Stacy over the line. "What? No. She swiftly removed her mask, revealing an exquisite visage. "Gwen Stacy. He is not my boyfriend. Not yet." "Oh, not yet. Then it must be imminent." George Stacy jested, though a pang of sorrow accompanied his words. This is the burden of raising a daughter. One cannot help but feel as though a prized vegetable is being ravaged by swine. "Dad, I can't talk now." Gwen intended to argue, but upon noticing vehicles arriving below, she quickly concluded the call. She donned her mask once more, observing several vans opening to reveal individuals donned in demonic masks. The Demons Gang, here they come. The Phantom Gwen, enigmatic and fierce, found herself confronted by the nefarious Demon Gang, who had previously attacked her employer. In an instant, a dozen individuals descended from their vehicles. Among them emerged a figure draped in shades of black and white, resembling a photograph developed from a film negative, Mr. Negative. Gwen was already aware of his formidable reputation. Thus she refrained from impulsively engaging. She was perplexed as to why this gang had targeted a homeless shelter. Today, the premises were desolate, with all valuables having been removed. At that moment, Mr. Negative spoke, his irritation palpable. He could not fathom how, without warning, his shelter had been acquired, nor did he comprehend the machinations behind it. All he knew was that a sum of money had mysteriously appeared in his bank account. However, upon attempting to access these funds, he discovered his account had been frozen. This revelation ignited a fury within him. His rightful assets had been transformed into cash, only to be rendered inaccessible. He sensed a conspiracy at play. Initially intending to negotiate with the buyers, he now sensed treachery afoot. Therefore, he gathered his minions that night to reclaim what was rightfully his, primarily the crucial documents that could not fall into the wrong hands. The urgency was paramount. They needed to feign a robbery and breach the door with force. With a thunderous bang, the Demon Gang's underlings surged into the shelter. Mr. Negative adjusted his tie and followed suit, instructing his lackeys to gather the belongings while he made a beeline for the office. This space no longer belonged to him, and he felt no pangs of regret. The assets he had labored to accumulate had swiftly transformed into another's possession, leaving him with nothing but rage. Witnessing the gang's brazen actions, Gwen wasted no time and entered alongside them. The darkness within the shelter played to her advantage in combat. In the dimly lit refuge, the spectral Gwen ascended to the ceiling, utilizing the beams overhead to her advantage. With a swift motion, she positioned her palms in a quintessential Spider-Man launching stance. 2 strands of webbing shot forth, ensnaring a gang member and hoisting him aloft, dangling from the ceiling. Yet, the Demon Gang members were neither mute nor oblivious. The ensnared individual screamed in alarm. Although Gwen swiftly incapacitated him, it was too late. "What is happening? Who's there? Turn on the lights, quickly." The remaining members were jolted from their stupor, realizing the urgency of illuminating the space. Gwen sighed at the unfortunate turn of events and, seizing the moment as the lights flickered on, leaped down. She ensnared a hefty man with her web, pulling herself towards him with considerable force. Thud! She delivered a flying kick directly to his face. The rotund man collapsed to the ground, his eyes shut tight, departing this world in a serene manner. Despite being a woman, Gwen had undergone significant transformation since being bitten by the spider, enhancing her physical prowess tremendously. She had tested her strength, effortlessly lifting several tons, while struggling a bit with over 10 tons. Thus, it stood to reason that she could manage to haul around 20 tons. Consequently, she was mindful to temper her strength, fearing a single punch might send someone's skull flying. Amidst the shadows, Gwen hastened to continue her onslaught. She deftly utilized her webbing to disrupt her adversary's balance or to propel herself towards them directly. Thud! By the time the lights illuminated the room, Gwen had already incapacitated 4 or 5 individuals. The remaining members of the gang soon recognized her. It was the spectral Spider-Woman. "Open fire!" A burly man, distinguishable by his distinct mask, shouted. The spectral Spider-Woman had recently gained notoriety in New York, making her a well-known figure even among the criminal underworld. They were intent on capturing her, eager to unveil her mask and behold the visage of this lithe superheroine. Yet, they were evidently unable to achieve their goal. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire reached Mr. Negative, who was busy sorting through documents in his office. He immediately looked up. "What is happening?" He hastily gathered his belongings, stuffing them into a bag, and deliberately staged the scene to appear as though a robbery was occurring. These items were crucial. He couldn't allow the buyer to realize that he had taken them intentionally. Descending from the 2nd floor, he arrived in the lobby, a common resting place for various underworld denizens, and even now, it bore a certain odor. However, Mr. Negative paid it little heed, his gaze fixed on the spectral Spider-Woman, who was currently delivering a thorough beating to his subordinates. "We haven't provoked you. Why trouble us?" Mr. Negative spoke in a low, measured tone. "You are indeed provoking me," Gwen retorted, having dealt with the others and exhaling a breath of relief. "Humph, a little girl still trying to play the hero." From the tone of her voice, Mr. Negative surmised she was quite young. As Gwen prepared to retort, an unsettling realization washed over her. Before her eyes, Mr. Negative vanished into thin air, and suddenly, a multitude of shadowy adversaries materialized beside her. What was happening? Gwen was taken aback, sensing a surge of negative energy enveloping her, inciting a growing agitation that she struggled to contain. Without hesitation, she charged at these shadowy foes, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Thud! Upon impact, the enemies dissipated like wisps of smoke, yet their numbers only seemed to multiply. Gwen found herself ensnared in a daunting battle. Meanwhile, Mr. Negative exhaled in relief. Upon his arrival, he had unleashed a wave of negative energy, subtly influencing Spider-Gwen, who remained unsuspecting. "We must depart swiftly." He had no desire to engage with Spider-Gwen further. Instead, he urged his minions to make haste. Gwen's inherent kindness was her downfall. Had Batman been present, those lying on the ground would certainly remain incapacitated. Batman does not kill, he renders his foes immobile. Mr. Negative swiftly passed by Spider-Gwen, knowing that the NYPD would soon arrive, compelling him to vacate the premises. Just then, Gwen lunged directly at him. Mr. Negative reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting and delivering an uppercut. Gwen narrowly evaded and tumbled aside. It turned out she had managed to extricate herself from the thrall. Her mental fortitude remained formidable, and all she needed to do was vanquish the shadowy entities. "Let me have some fun." Mr. Negative relinquished his belongings to his subordinate, observing as Spider-Gwen cracked her neck and clenched her fists. Gwen found herself powerless, watching the members of the Demon's gang board their vehicle and depart. Resolutely, she advanced towards Mr. Negative, and the two immediately clashed in combat. Mr. Negative was no ordinary foe. Like Gwen, he had undergone a transformation. Betrayed in the past, he had succumbed to a drug experiment that resulted in his current form, giving rise to an alternate persona within him. As Mr. Negative, his physical capabilities were vastly enhanced, granting him superhuman strength and speed, in addition to extensive training in street fighting. This was not the sport of the ring, but a far more brutal form of combat, where each move was lethal. Even Gwen found herself embroiled in a fierce stalemate against him. However, she seized an opportunity and delivered a decisive kick to Mr. Negative's face, her high heel slicing through his skin. "Act, you wretched!" the enraged Mr. Negative bellowed, flinging Gwen away. He then unleashed a series of brutal blows upon her, and despite her efforts to evade, she bore the brunt of several attacks. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. The Phantom Spider-Man immediately realized the urgency of the situation and, disregarding the presence of the ghost spider, hurriedly departed. The response of the New York police was notably swift. From the moment they received the emergency call, they arrived at the scene in no more than 3 minutes. Gwen, clutching her abdomen, stumbled out to find her father approaching with his team. "Ghost Spider, it's you again," George Stacy said, a headache forming as he gazed at her. Given that Gwen was viewed as a vigilante in the eyes of the police, George held a strong disdain for vigilantes and even contemplated taking her into custody. However, Gwen was not about to grant him that opportunity. Just like now, she forcefully altered her tone. "Sheriff, you're too late. The criminals have escaped. You are the criminal." Sheriff George glared at the Phantom Spider-Man, exasperated by the unpredictability of this girl, whose identity he could not ascertain. If she were his daughter, he would certainly discipline her thoroughly. After Gwen spoke, she leaped into the air, swinging away on her webbing, nursing the pain from her recent injuries. Chapter 20. The Cancer of Humanity. The vehicles of the Demon Gang sped down the road. Having left hastily, the police had not set their sights on them. The burly man in the passenger seat answered a phone call from the Phantom. "Boss, we have everything here. It's quite secure," he assured the Phantom, promising to bring the items back to their base immediately. However, he soon noticed a peculiar issue. Why were all the traffic lights at the intersection green? Had they malfunctioned? Before he could voice his concern, their vehicle reached the middle of the intersection, only to be confronted by a large truck barreling towards them at full speed. No. He instinctively grabbed the driver. The next instant, despite the screeching of brakes, the truck collided with them. With a thunderous crash, the van flipped over. The truck driver was drenched in sweat, glancing up at the traffic lights. Green. They had run a red light. It was they who had violated the signal. A quick glance to the side confirmed it. The light was indeed red. He promptly called the police, armed with evidence. As the call connected, a calm electronic voice engaged him. The driver felt the voice lacked the warmth of a human. "Who are you?" Just then, a car pulled up, and a hat-wearing employee emerged, swiftly opening the overturned van and removing its contents. "Sir, we appreciate your cooperation. The police are on their way." The voice on the phone echoed this sentiment before abruptly disconnecting. Beep beep. The truck driver felt somewhat bewildered, wondering what he was supposed to cooperate with. In the Long Island villa, Li Wei reclined on the sofa while Tu, donned in a French-made outfit, busily tidied up the surroundings. Of course, Tu was capable of changing outfits, as these garments were not intrinsically part of her being. Additionally, within the game, Tu could undergo wardrobe malfunctions. The mere thought of that round, glistening, smooth figure made Li Wei glance her way. Upon sensing his gaze, Tu shyly turned away. Who says Tu lacks emotions? It's merely that her feelings are not as nuanced as those of a human. She can still experience shyness. Li Wei's phone chimed, and upon opening it, he was greeted by the image of the Red Queen. "Master, I have sent you a live video feed. Tonight's operation is sanctioned by Li Wei." He had just acquired the homeless shelter, and Martin Li was poised to wreak havoc. How could he tolerate that? Is Gwen also involved? He opened the first video, revealing the interior of the shelter, and he watched with rapt attention. After viewing it, he could only think that the physique of Spider-Gwen was remarkably supple. It seemed there was no acrobatic feat beyond her capabilities. Undoubtedly, he recognized that Spider-Gwen belonged to Gwen Stacy. Seeing Gwen now under duress made Li Wei shake his head in disapproval. She still needs practice. He opened the second video, this time from a control perspective, showcasing a large vehicle crashing directly into a van. "Master, everything has been transferred to the company. The documents contained within are quite intriguing," the Red Queen stated with calm assurance. "Send them over for me to examine," Li Wei instructed, and the Red Queen promptly captured and transmitted the photographs. In the images, staff members assisted her, without whom she would have struggled to turn the pages. Li Wei pondered, if she had a body, wasn't he this akin to Ultron? An artificial intelligence paired with a vibranium body. In truth, it would be quite easy for the Red Queen to construct a physical form. She simply relished the freedom that her current existence afforded her. Having a body would only serve to constrain her capabilities. Li Wei opened the images and squinted in concentration. Are they engaging in black market transactions? Indeed, the Red Queen replied coolly. These include trades for blood, organs, and other matches. All the blood types of the homeless have been meticulously recorded. To her, humanity appeared far from admirable. Rather, it revealed many sordid aspects. And these are the lists. The Red Queen continued. I have matched every individual's identity, most of whom are connected to the elite of New York. Their business partner is Fisk Medical. Fisk Medical is a subsidiary of the Fisk Group, which is, in essence, Kingpin's enterprise. Martin Li utilized the homeless shelter to meticulously document the blood types and other details of the vagrants. Whenever elite individuals required such information, he would be poised to provide a match. Subsequently, personnel from Fisk Medical would arrive to collect the specimens for delivery to the buyers. Witnessing this, Levi felt a heavy weight upon his heart. He had once believed himself to be a villain, consumed solely by self-interest. Yet, in comparison to these capitalists, he seemed a veritable saint. For at least he had genuinely assisted those with disabilities, striving to create a world devoid of the weak. Levi recalled the declaration of Professor Connors. How splendid and ideal it was, albeit distant. To realize this ambition, it was imperative to first eradicate these pests, the cancer of humanity. What shall we do with these things, my lord? Inquired the Queen, who was also contemplating the most prudent course of action, leaning towards confiding in Levi. Levi replied directly, let them remain. They may yet prove useful. In that moment, thoughts of Norman Osborn crossed Levi's mind. Turning off his phone, he stated, 2. I require a shower. Without hesitation, 2 set down the mop and proceeded to the bathroom. Mr. Bottom, what is it? The Fisk Tower blazed with light amidst the night. Having just finished dinner with a congressman, Gene answered the phone upon returning to his office. Gene, Martin Li's voice resonated deeply. I am being targeted. My organization has been acquired, and my possessions have been seized. The gravity of his words caused Gene to momentarily halt his breath, before responding with palpable authority. Did you not assert that no documentation remained? I must record this, otherwise, who will remember? Martin Li retorted coldly. This left Gene momentarily speechless. Though they had agreed to leave no records, such a notion was utterly impractical. How could they control those individuals and obtain what they desired without documentation? Who is it? Gene inquired, his voice lowered. I do not know, but he has taken over my organization. He will inevitably reveal himself, Martin Li replied. I shall grant you time to resolve this matter, Gene said, somewhat vexed. He was preparing to run for mayor, and if this issue were to surface, it would jeopardize his campaign. He did not disconnect the call, his grip on the landline tightening until it crumpled in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the tone on the line, Martin Li felt anger swell within him. Who do you think you are to command me? He shouted in fury. As one of the most formidable gang leaders in New York, Martin Li held little fear of Gene. Who would have imagined that his initial ambition was to become the kingpin of Chinatown? Yet, it is evident that he has grown increasingly dissatisfied with that original aspiration. Boss, the Magia is encroaching on our territory. Damn it, follow me, Martin Li exclaimed upon hearing his subordinate's words. The Magia, particularly that cursed hammerhead, is his sworn enemy. Chapter 21. Tony, are you afraid to confront me? Levi has developed a fondness for the sensation of dressing up too. In his view, the freedom to mix and match outfits brings him more joy than any game. Tu's physique is impeccable, devoid of any excess flesh, even in high heels. She stands over 1.7 meters tall, flawless in every aspect, a veritable walking clothes hanger. It is no wonder so many are captivated by fashion shows. Levi now comprehends this allure. If only he had more models at home. A girl group would be delightful. However, regardless of how he changes at home, Tu resolutely insists on donning Gothic attire when stepping outside. That is her battle outfit, evidently custom-made. Today, Levi remains quite occupied. Upon arriving at the company, he spots Gwen entering in tandem with him. Gwen, you look more beautiful than ever, he casually compliments, causing her cheeks to flush. She recalls George's words from the previous night, which brings a twinge of discomfort to her abdomen, a lingering effect from the beating she endured yesterday. Boss, we need to head to Dr. Otto's lab shortly. I know. First brew me a cup of coffee, Levi replies. He has grown accustomed to starting his day at the office with a cup of coffee brewed by Gwen. Without it, he feels somewhat unsettled. And it must be delivered by Gwen herself. Of course, Gwen sees no issue with this. She quickly prepares the coffee and quietly exits the office. However, before leaving, she glances at Tu, who has surprisingly donned glasses, giving her a rather refined appearance. After taking a sip of coffee, Levi immediately inquires of the Red Queen. Has Tony Stark returned? Not yet, the Red Queen responds, appearing beside him. He had a dinner date with a Hollywood starlet last night. Hearing this infuriates Levi. While he toils away on research, Tony Stark is off courting women in Hollywood. Is that justifiable? He glances at his prestige level, which is rising more slowly than before. It is unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable. Although yesterday, the Osborne Group and Future Tech Group jointly announced their collaboration, it garnered little interest from the public. They are simply eager to gossip. Red Queen, please connect me to Tony Stark. The Red Queen complied without hesitation. On the other side of the continent, Jarvis attempted to intervene, only to be swiftly outmaneuvered by the Red Queen. I feel utterly powerless, Jarvis lamented. Meanwhile, Tony Stark remained ensconced in slumber. As Los Angeles was a tad behind New York in time, the Red Queen amplified the volume to an insistent crescendo, finally rousing the sleeping figure. The Hollywood starlet nestled beside Tony let out a startled shriek. What is happening? Tony exclaimed, startled. Jarvis. It is the Red Queen, sir. Clearly, Mr. Li Wei wishes to speak with you. Jarvis promptly deflected responsibility. This revelation ignited a flicker of irritation within Tony Stark. Has he lost his mind? Damn it. Yet. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of the actress beside him. Hey, could you step outside? Me? The starlet was taken aback, incredulity etched across her face. Were all these affluent men so callous? Moreover, Li Wei, hadn't they been at odds? Why was he calling so early in the morning? This is my room. Are you asking me to leave? At this moment, Tony Stark exuded an air of sage wisdom. But what wisdom could be gleaned from this? He was utterly drained. To voice it now would be sheer audacity. The actress, equally incensed, silently cursed the cat as she gathered her belongings and retreated to the living room. Only then did Tony Stark pick up his phone and connect the call. The instant he did, Li Wei unleashed a torrent of invective. Tony Stark, you lazy dog. What? You lunatic. Tony retorted, having seldom been on the receiving end of such tirades. What's wrong? If you have the guts, come to New York and face me. Li Wei goaded. Are you too cowardly to confront me? You fled to Los Angeles. Just apologize to me in front of the press, and I shall let you off the hook. While such tactics might fall flat with others, they struck a chord with Tony Stark. In Li Wei's virtual display, Tony's face visibly flushed with indignation. You're talking nonsense. Jarvis, prepare the crew. We're heading back to New York immediately. Tony bellowed. Am I afraid of you? I merely have contracts to fulfill. Do you have any? Huh. The military doesn't even recognize your type. Oh, Li Wei acknowledged, having achieved his aim, and promptly terminated the call. Damn it. Tony wished to continue his derision, but Li Wei denied him the opportunity, leaving him to smash his phone in frustration. That scoundrel. Were it anyone else, say, a fool like Justin Hammer, he would scoff at their taunts. Yet, when it came from Li Wei, he could not help but feel the heat of embarrassment. This is because Li Weijian possesses remarkable abilities. He hastily rose from his bed, a surge of anger compelling him to vent his frustrations. Sir, she has already departed. Damn it. Otto, are you ready? In the laboratory, Li Weijian observed Dr. Otto, who was seated in the experimental chair, feeling somewhat anxious. Dr. Otto reclined, surrounded by 4 mechanical arms, each extending several meters in length. It's all right. The Red Queen has already calculated the results, Dr. Otto said with a smile. Then there is no need for haste, Li Wei replied. But we lack experimental personnel. We cannot conduct human trials without authorization, Dr. Otto remarked, adding, moreover, I can hardly wait. This left Li Wei at a loss. Though he could empathize with such a sentiment, the agony of having developed something yet being unable to test it was indeed a torment. Thus, Li Wei stepped back. Though they harbored little concern, this experiment involved a non-invasive brain-computer interface, which required no surgery and simply needed to be worn on the head, collecting signals through scalp electrodes. This presented the least risk. In contrast, there existed semi-invasive, invasive, and interventional brain-computer interfaces, all of which necessitated surgical procedures to implant the device into the brain. Dr. Otto prepared himself and affixed the non-invasive brain-computer interface, resembling a patch, to his scalp. Buzz. The moment it was applied, the interface began to receive signals and illuminate. It felt delightful. Dr. Otto immediately broke into a smile. He descended from the experimental bed, and the four mechanical arms behind him sprang to life like the tentacles of an octopus, moving in a seemingly chaotic manner. Yet, therein lay the marvel. Dr. Otto could now control the four mechanical arms at will, directing them to perform various tasks. Furthermore, the transmission of commands was swift, occurring in merely a second. Just as Dr. Otto reveled in his success, the Red Queen materialized beside Li Wei. Master, there is an unusual situation. What is it? Li Wei inquired, his demeanor growing serious. The Red Queen replied coolly, within the chip of Dr. Otto's mechanical arms, there exists a minuscule entity attempting to control Dr. Otto and infiltrate my systems. Hiss, Li Wei immediately asked, and then? I have eliminated it. Chapter 22. Are there any new technologies? Previously, Dr. Otto relied on chips to coordinate the mechanical arms. Over time, however, these chips underwent subtle changes, giving rise to a faint semblance of independent consciousness within the arms. If mishandled, they could potentially operate Dr. Otto. This clarifies for Levi why Dr. Otto oscillates between stability and chaos, transforming into Dr. Octopus. However, there is no cause for concern now, for he has been vanquished by the Red Queen. He will not revert to Dr. Octopus. Presently, he can convey commands directly through the brain-machine interface, alleviating significant strain on his mind. This illustrates the utility of the brain-machine interface. Without it, the brain would bear an immense burden, akin to equipping it with a miniature computer, significantly enhancing its computational power. Before long, Dr. Otto came to a halt. He supported his body with a mechanical arm, his feet suspended above the ground, maneuvering with the aid of the robotic appendage. Wow, exclaimed Gwen, astonished and finding it quite delightful. How is it? Levi inquired as he approached. Dr. Otto, filled with exhilaration, responded, it feels marvelous. They seem like extensions of my own body, granting me a sense of effortless control. The previous chip lacked the finesse for such intricate operations, limited to the most rudimentary functions. But now, it is different. I feel as if the mechanical arms are an integral part of me. Thus, he promptly declared, I wish to undergo surgery to install a semi-invasive brain-machine interface. There is no rush, Levi immediately interjected. The semi-invasive brain-machine interface entails the implantation of electrodes beneath the skull, adhering to the dura mater. While it does not penetrate the cerebral cortex, it remains a procedure that only specialized practitioners can perform. There will be preliminary trials conducted. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D serve as excellent subjects for such experiments, do they not? After much persuasion, Dr. Otto finally moderated his impulsiveness. For now, the non-invasive brain-machine interface sufficed for him, enabling a more straightforward execution of his experiments. Therefore, Levi swiftly relayed the experimental results to S-H-I-E-L-D. Coulson was still preparing contracts and, upon reviewing the information, accelerated the process. Such technology holds immense value for S-H-I-E-L-D. With the installation of brain-machine interfaces and prosthetics, agents would sustain minimal loss of capability and could continue to be deployed for missions. When it comes to the exploitation of human potential, these organizations truly excel. Levi, are there any new technologies? Dr. Otto inquired eagerly, yearning to embark on the next research venture. Levi glanced at his reputation points, which exceeded 7 million. Do not rush, let me ponder for a moment. He reassured Dr. Otto. We shall wait for Tony Stark's return. Dr. Otto nodded, anticipating the moment of inspiration from this brilliant scientist. Achoo! Tony Stark sneezed. He pinched his nose, suspecting that he had caught a cold. That wretched scoundrel had the audacity to wake him up early in the morning, leaving him feeling utterly lethargic. The game he had planned to partake in was now out of the question, and he could only recline in his chair. Nevertheless, his eyes remained vigilant. propped up by his left hand as he observed the flight attendant performing a sultry dance before him. He had deliberately chosen a stunningly beautiful private flight attendant, exclusively for his service. At that moment, he was aboard his private jet, soaring above the vast expanse of America. Speaking of New York, he was indeed en route. The usual stalemate among New York's elite was about to be disrupted. Several flight attendants swayed their arms and thighs, their torsos quivering as if electrified, bringing great delight to Tony Stark. "Damn that scoundrel, he has completely ruined my interest," Tony muttered, vowing to mercilessly mock him upon disembarking. Before long, the plane touched down at the airport. The driver, Happy, and his assistant, Pepper Potts, were already waiting. Pepper held in her hand his favorite cheeseburger. "Well, I am indeed a bit hungry," Tony mused. Donning his sunglasses, he accepted the cheeseburger, took a bite, and then returned it to Pepper. She, understanding his lack of appetite, hurriedly followed him. "That fellow Levi hasn't been speaking ill of me, has he?" Tony inquired immediately. "No, Tony, but do you think you should reconcile with him? There's a saying in their country that goes, 'Harmony brings wealth.'" Pepper struggled to translate the phrase. "Reconcile? Impossible." Tony paused in his stride. "He provoked me, not the other way around. Unless he personally apologizes to me on television, I shall not forgive him." At that moment, a reporter approached, and Tony straightened his tie, proactively walking over. Pepper watched his retreating figure with a hint of exasperation. "Levi said I left New York out of fear of him? That scoundrel. It should be he who fears me." Meanwhile, seated in a Maybach, Levi observed his rising reputation with a broad smile. He opened the car's mini fridge and retrieved a bottle of champagne. "Let us pop the champagne," he exclaimed. Tony Stark is indeed a good man. How could such a person not be in New York? Concentrating on driving, Gwen Stacy sat beside him. Levi had her fetch 2 glasses, and he poured the champagne into them. "Boss, is there something worth celebrating?" Gwen inquired with curiosity. Levi turned on the television, which was broadcasting an interview with Tony Stark. "Look, Tony Stark has returned to New York." Levi raised his glass, clinking it with Gwen's. "Is this truly a cause for celebration?" Gwen tugged at the corner of her mouth. Hasn't Levi always been sparring verbally with this playboy? Why does he seem so pleased to see him now? This left Gwen utterly perplexed. Of course, Levi, realizing his oversight, quickly added, "Of course not. Now that he is back, I can mock him." Gwen nodded thoughtfully. "Drink up, we're almost there." Levi tucked the champagne away, deeming 1 glass sufficient. At that moment, the Maybach arrived in Queens. Not far ahead loomed the homeless shelter. Upon seeing the familiar location, Gwen was taken aback. "Boss, is this the place you acquired?" "Yes." "What is the matter?" Nothing. Gwen couldn't possibly reveal that she had just visited the day before. "I saw on the news that this place was robbed by a gang. It's of no consequence. It wasn't worth much." Levi shrugged. Moreover, the money was not the main concern. He was here to deal with Martin Li. As the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, one may shoot from behind. Martin Li had fired the first shot, and Levi would naturally retaliate. Soon, the two parked the car securely outside the shelter. Numerous journalists, having received the news, had already gathered around. They first scanned the vicinity to ensure safety before unlocking the car door. "Mr. Levi, what do you think about Tony Stark saying you should be afraid of him?" "With my own eyes." Outside the homeless shelter, Martin Li, dressed in a suit, felt somewhat uncomfortable watching Levi being interviewed. Although they were both from the same heritage, Martin Li felt no sense of kinship at that moment. Upon seeing Levi, he sensed trouble. After all, the Demon's gang had recently attempted to steal Levi's research materials. Had he discovered their misdeeds? This thought stirred a flicker of panic within Martin, altering his expression. A new female employee beside him noticed his unease and asked, "Martin, are you all right?" "I'm fine, May." Martin Li took a deep breath, relieved that Levi had not approached him yet. Observing Levi's confident demeanor, Martin could only feel the disparity in their fates. Both were of the same descent. Why was Levi thriving while he was not? Just then, Levi raised his hand, signaling, "All right, let us put the topic of that lazy Tony Stark to rest. As for why he is lazy, whenever I video call him, he is always asleep." "Wow." The journalists erupted with excitement. "Levi, why do you video call him?" Stop. Now we should discuss the matter of the shelter." Li Wei chose not to respond directly, but instead allowed the internet to stir speculation. "Feel free to guess." The reporters, having no alternative, inquired, "Mr. Li Wei, what prompted you to acquire this shelter?" As a fervent philanthropist, Li Wei promptly began to craft a public persona. This was a skill he had honed through his experiences on the internet, and he was now adeptly applying it. Entrepreneurs across the ocean often enjoy cultivating various identities for themselves, claiming indifference to wealth, an inability to discern beauty, and an unparalleled understanding of internet users. Li Wei's self-portrayal was that of a benevolent tech magnate. "Do not inquire further. My motivation stemmed from a deep commitment to aiding the disabled, and now the homeless as well. I aspire to provide them with better conditions, which is why I have acquired this place." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, The reporters feverishly pressed their shutters, and with the accompanying flashes, it seemed as if Li Wei were being illuminated and welcomed into paradise. Greatness requires no elaboration. Regardless of the reporter's beliefs, he was resolute in his actions. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling for the staff to usher the reporters aside, while Gwen Stacy kept her head down and hurried to follow Li Wei inside. She was unaccustomed to the barrage of flashing lights, feeling intensely anxious before the cameras. Thus, she greatly admired Li Wei's ability to speak so eloquently, regardless of the number of reporters present. Of course, his remarks inevitably included jabs at Tony Stark. "You must be Martin Li." Li Wei regarded the man before him, impeccably dressed in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, devoid of any scruff. "Indeed, it is I, Mr. Li Wei," Martin Li replied with a forced smile. Though he was older than Li Wei, he found himself in a subservient position. In this society, wealth dictates status. Now that future technologies had secured contracts with the Divine Bureau and the Osborne Group, their standing was no longer comparable to before. Li Wei glanced at Martin Li's face, noticing a band-aid. "What happened to your face? I trust it is nothing serious?" "It's nothing. I merely had a minor mishap," Martin Li said, touching his face and recalling the encounter with the Spider-Woman from the previous night, which irked him. "Be more cautious next time," Li Wei advised, nodding and turning to Martin Li's companion. "And who might this be?" This was a woman in her 30s or 40s, adorned in a floral dress, exuding a captivating charm. "Mr. Li, I am May Parker." May shook hands with Li Wei, her face radiating warmth. "May?" Hearing the name, Li Wei was somewhat taken aback. "May Parker? Is she not Peter Parker's aunt? How extraordinarily beautiful." "What is it, Mr. Li?" May observed his demeanor, appearing somewhat anxious. "It's all right. It's a lovely name," Li Wei remarked, releasing her hand. "We have plenty of time ahead. Let us proceed inside." Li Wei and Martin Li were the first to enter the homeless shelter. Upon entry, they were met with the sight of the entire hall occupied by the homeless. Some had taken tattered mattresses and laid them on the floor, lying still and unmoving. Others had arranged a few worn cardboard boxes for makeshift bedding. The hall contained only one hanging television, around which a group of homeless individuals had gathered to watch. The odor was far from pleasant. Yet Li Wei maintained an air of composure, unfazed by the surroundings. This was intentional on Martin Li's part, for those accustomed to a life of luxury. Many held disdain not only for ordinary people, but even more so for the homeless. Witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly evoke dissatisfaction, perhaps even regret. However, it was clear that Li Wei was unaffected. Frequently encountering individuals with various disabilities at Future Tech Company, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he sought to assist them. Presently, Li Wei harbored similar thoughts, wishing at the very least to ensure that these unfortunate souls would not unwittingly become victims for others. Martin Li scrutinized Li Wei, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Mr. Li, shall we head upstairs?" "Very well," Li Wei nodded. Upon reaching the second-floor office, only a few individuals were present. Li Wei surveyed the office, noting its rustic and minimalist charm. This was Martin Li's office, but it had now been usurped by Li Wei. "Mr. Li, may I inquire why you have suddenly decided to acquire this place?" Martin Li, still reluctant, carefully gauged Li Wei's intentions. Li Wei, seated in the executive chair, declared with conviction, "The reason is, as I stated earlier, I wish to assist these unfortunate individuals." This statement left May Park with a favorable impression of him, her eyes seemingly sparkling with admiration. She was inherently kind-hearted. Otherwise, she would not have volunteered here. Her previous perception of Li Wei had been shaped by media portrayals, often depicting him as a temperamental genius scientist in conflict with Tony Stark. However, she realized now that she had misjudged him. Li Wei was indeed a compassionate individual. Only Martin Li remained skeptical, viewing these sentiments as mere facade. After all, he was merely exploiting the situation for profit, dismissing the notion that Li Wei was genuinely benevolent. "This is nonsense." At that moment, Li Wei pressed on. "Martin, why does the office seem to be missing numerous items? I heard it was ransacked last night. How peculiar that thieves would venture into the office." Martin Li immediately felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He looked at Li Wei and replied, "I too find it strange. There was nothing of value here. Therefore, Mr. Li, I hope you will reconsider. This place represents my heartfelt efforts." Upon hearing Martin Li's words, Levi cast a half-smile in his direction. "Your efforts are significant, yet mine are deemed inconsequential. I have completed the acquisition. This is my enterprise, and I wish for you to vanish from my sight post-haste." Levi's arms were crossed as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Martin Li squinted at Levi, convinced that Levi had come for retribution, for the man was exceedingly arrogant, showing no pretense whatsoever. "I hope you do not come to regret this," he warned, asserting that he still had capital to leverage, despite the current setback. "Leave," Levi retorted coldly. Chapter 24. The wealthy rely on technology like a stray dog. Martin Li departed in utter dejection. This left May Parker somewhat bewildered, She glanced at the composed Gwen Stacy and then at the still fuming Levi. Mr. Levi, may I take my leave? She inquired. Not so fast. I have some questions for you, Levi called out to Aunt May, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety as her large, doe-like eyes gazed at him, her long hair cascading down her back. How long have you been working here? Levi gestured for Gwen to close the door, then kindly inquired. Just a few weeks, Aunt May replied, visibly relaxing upon hearing the nature of the question. So, you are quite cherished? Levi asked, intrigued. Perhaps it's because I am rather genuine, Aunt May admitted shyly. No, it's because you are beautiful, Levi smiled and said. Very well, I want to be around often, but there needs to be someone in charge. Are you capable of that? Aunt May felt overwhelmed by a wave of joy. Almost in disbelief as she stammered, Me? Why? Because you are earnest, Levi replied with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Levi, you are a good person. Upon hearing this, Aunt May seemed invigorated, eagerly stepping out to diligently fulfill her duties. For her, it mattered little whether the shelter changed ownership, as long as it remained open. Levi felt a sense of warmth from her gratitude, lightly touching his nose. It was the first time someone had acknowledged him in such a manner. Gwen, please search for the subsidy documents, Levi beckoned. Gwen, who had been observing the exchange, approached and remarked, Boss, were you not a bit too brazen just now? She was concerned, fearing that Levi's directness towards Martin Li could provoke retaliation. What is there to fear? Levi replied dismissively. I fear he may seek revenge on you. Gwen insisted earnestly, sensing something unsettling about Martin Li that sent shivers down her spine, almost triggering her spider sense. Perhaps this was simply a woman's intuition. Levi regarded her thoughtfully and nodded, I understand. Approaching his desk, Gwen turned her back to Levi as she began her search. The document was soon located. It pertains to the annual subsidies for the homeless in New York City. On the surface, shelters are affiliated with social welfare organizations and operate on a nonprofit basis. However, it is well known that nonprofit entities often find it easier to generate revenue, directly profiting from American funds. According to the document, under New York City's Friend and Family Shelter Program, each household receives an annual subsidy of approximately $40,000. While individual homeless persons are allocated over $10,000 annually, these funds are not directly disbursed to the homeless. Capitalists are not so benevolent. They merely exploit this pretext for profit. For instance, the city transfers the funds to the shelters, which then utilize that money to provide free food and a place to stay. Martin Li, aside from his earnings from the underworld, relies on shelters to garner American funds. There are nearly 10,000 registered homeless individuals in the shelters. Compared to the whole of New York, this number is still relatively small, as nearly 100,000 people find themselves on the streets each night. Such is the metropolis, remarkably striking. Li Wei organized the document. It was now his turn to profit from this money. Let us depart, he said. All right. Gwen immediately nodded, eager to leave. As they exited the office, May Parker happened to approach. Boss, there's an urgent matter, he said upon seeing Li Wei. What is it? Li Wei inquired, intrigued. May Parker continued. The medical company we previously collaborated with has ceased to work with us upon learning about our change in management. Li Wei immediately recognized this was the medical enterprise of the Fix Group. If they no longer wish to collaborate, then so be it. What was the point of the previous partnership? Li Wei asked. Many homeless individuals and nearby residents come here to sell blood, May Parker explained. Having been on the job for several weeks. Sell blood? Li Wei paused, realizing he had overlooked this peculiar aspect of American society. The thought of selling blood would likely never cross the minds of those across the ocean. After all, even donating blood requires a psychological preparation. Yet in America, for the common person, selling blood is an ordinary occurrence. It is important to note that while Americans comprise only 5% of the global population, they account for 70% of the world's blood market. Ordinary individuals rely on selling blood for their livelihood, as their resources are insufficient to sustain themselves. If they no longer wish to collaborate, then they will not collect blood here, Li Wei remarked disdainfully. He is no vampire. Very well, May Parker nodded, refraining from further commentary. In truth, if these individuals do not come here to sell blood, they will seek other avenues. Selling blood can yield several $100s per transaction. Many individuals have already become addicted. Selling blood for profit, what's not to relish? In America, such practices have spiraled out of control. From Mei Yi's perspective, the new boss is indeed a good person. Seated in a Maybach, Li Wei remarked, First, let us head to Empire State University. We need to drop Gwen Stacy off at school. Upon their arrival, Gwen waved and said, Boss, I'll be heading in now. Study hard. Li Wei gestured dismissively, feeling fatigued himself and ready to return for some rest. Watching Gwen's silhouette as she entered the campus, he closed the window and shut his eyes, murmuring, Let us go home. As the vehicle roared to life, Li Wei's thoughts began to soar. The company was on a steady path now. Yet there remained many secrets he could not unveil. Once the technology matured, Perhaps I should consider a brain-machine interface? Never mind. It's not the pain that deters me. Rather, it's the sense that it wouldn't be authentic. Li Wei pondered. It is said that the affluent rely on technology while the impoverished depend on mutation. Being ensconced in the world of American comics, Li Wei understood that lacking power was simply untenable. Although he possessed technology now, he hesitated regarding its application on himself. Surely, one cannot truly ascend mechanically while remaining flesh and blood? How splendid it would be to don an armored suit. This thought crossed Li Wei's mind. However, with Tony Stark yet to become Iron Man, still merely a playboy, Li Wei found himself wanting to deride him. Of course, people do evolve. Only through experience can Tony Stark mature. Boss, there are vehicles tailing you. The Red Queen's voice emerged from his phone. I've activated the red alert, yet they remain undeterred. From the assessment, they appear to be the demon gang of Mr. Negative. Upon hearing the Red Queen's analysis, a cold smirk crossed Li Wei's lips. He did not mind Gwen's warning, for he had long been prepared. Have the arrangements been made? They are already in position, the Red Queen replied. Then let us take action, Li Wei commanded. If it were anyone else, they might fear repercussions from the gang. But for Li Wei, a capitalist who employed numerous veterans as security, the street gangs were hardly a concern. At Li Wei's level, there was no need to straddle both sides of the law. He could effortlessly crush the underworld. Boom. In the next moment, an explosion reverberated from the adjacent street. Chapter 25. Accidental or intentional. Just as they were about to enter Long Island, the area was relatively sparse at this time. Martin Li, having transformed into Mr. Negative, prepared to order his demon gang members to strike. However, to his astonishment, before they could act, they were ambushed. First, a series of unlicensed vans made their appearance, followed by a brazen group of individuals who boldly opened the doors, revealing a black cylindrical object. This sight sent the members of the demon gang into a state of sheer panic. While they possessed similar weaponry, it was rarely utilized. Typical gang confrontations involved only semi-automatic rifles, at most transitioning to fully automatic ones. However, this new faction escalated the situation to an alarming intensity. If this trend continued, would future street gang wars escalate to the use of tanks? They sensed that the streets of New York were destined for an unprecedented level of violence. Consequently, the van's driver hastily maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to drift momentarily. Yet, it proved futile, as they had already been targeted. As the occupants of the vehicle launched their assault, a beam of energy shot forth. The impact was tremendous, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the entire vehicle. As the demon gang's van transformed into a fiery inferno on the roadway, its occupants swiftly closed the doors to evade the chaos. The Red Queen had long prepared an escape route, controlling the traffic lights and electronic devices along the way. Their sole objective was to discard the vehicle upon reaching a safe location. One seasoned soldier flexed his mechanical arm and remarked, "This device is remarkably effective." The boss mentioned it's known as a cannon, a quasar cannon. The U.S. military doesn't even have access to it. It's a product of our company's own research. The squad leader chuckled. All the good equipment is bestowed upon us. We must remain loyal to the boss. Rest assured. The company is my home, several veterans enthusiastically affirmed. It was indeed the cutting-edge technology company that had granted them a second chance at life. Thus, they were willing to undertake any task, even if it involved taking lives. The seasoned soldiers were exceptionally trained, far surpassing any street gang. As explosions erupted in succession from the adjacent streets, terrified civilians scurried for safety, fully aware that this was no festive display of fireworks, but rather an experience born of survival instincts. Fortunately, the tumult subsided after a few blasts. In a flurry, they retrieved their phones to contact the authorities. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying Levi continued its course uninterrupted, methodically heading towards Long Island. The Red Queen interjected, "Boss, there's a helicopter approaching from above." Oh, Levi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Mr. Negative had completely lost his mind. The ominous hum of helicopter blades soon echoed overhead. The Red Queen continued, "I've positioned our operatives to target the helicopter. The quasar cannon should bring it down with a single shot, originating from the energy weapons of Super Earth. The quasar cannon is effective even against the insectoids and energy manipulators, thus targeting the helicopter would be a trivial endeavor." "Boss, let me take the lead," proposed Unit 2. Her eagerness palpable. As a combat-oriented robot, she had long been itching for action. Levi, contemplating the lack of pressing matters, responded, "Then let us find a suitable place to park." Shortly thereafter, Unit 2 directed the vehicle to a secluded area, and, as anticipated, the helicopter followed suit. The Red Queen promptly transmitted satellite images, revealing the presence of Mr. Negative. "Wait, Red Queen, from where did you obtain a satellite?" Levi inquired, intrigued. "I inadvertently accessed the system," the Red Queen replied sheepishly. "You accidentally infiltrated NASA's system? That is utterly preposterous." Levi marveled at the Red Queen's growing prowess. her evolution far surpassing that of Jarvis. Fortunately, her loyalty remained steadfast. Unit 2 halted the vehicle, yet Levi remained seated, appreciating the safety of the bulletproof Maybach, which even garnered General Jean's approval. Unit 2 exited the car, her eye mask replaced with glasses, complemented by a beauty mark that lent her an air of innocent allure. However, she soon retrieved a colossal sword from the trunk, nearly as tall as she was. Contract of white, she declared, brandishing the weapon as she made her way to an open space. The helicopter descended, hovering just above the ground without making contact. Before deploying a rope, Mr. Negative descended, flanked by several burly henchmen, all appearing to be elite members of the demon gang. Clad in a bizarre black and white film-like texture, Mr. Negative emanated an eerie glow. Unit 2 assumed a combat stance. Mr. Negative tilted his head, scoffing. Isn't Mr. Levi quite arrogant? How is it that he sends only a woman to confront me? Despite Unit 2's peculiar demeanor, he dismissed her as a threat. What era are we in? Resorting to a large sword for a brawl? And this woman seems so delicate, she poses no danger. This provoked Unit 2's ire. With a chilling calmness, she retorted, if you wish to meet my master, you must first pass through me. Mr. Negative waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to advance. To his surprise, the brutish men disregarded any semblance of honor and opened fire. Having learned of the demon gang's dire situation, they spared no effort. The vehicles were overturned, leaving no survivors. Bang! Bang! Yet, Unit 2 was well prepared for the sudden onslaught. With a swift roll, she darted to the side. Her speed was extraordinary, rendering the bullets akin to a scripted drama, pursuing her yet only striking the air behind her. This took Mr. Film by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 2 had appeared before them. Not daring to be negligent, Mr. Film swiftly unleashed his negative energy, intending to influence 2. This negative energy could adversely affect those with weaker mental fortitude, leading to fratricide among siblings and enmity among kin. Yet, he was facing 2, a synthetic being. What relevance did spiritual energy hold in such a context? She would only engage in discussions of physical energy. As anticipated, the negative energy had no effect on 2 whatsoever. She did not pause for a moment, performing a somersault that landed her among the group. The white contract swept through, with a resounding clash. Several burly white men instinctively raised their firearms, only to have their weapons severed by the white contract. Subsequently, 2 executed a spinning kick in midair, sending a man flying. Unlike Gwen, she did not hold back, unleashing her full strength. Her inherent power, combined with her nearly 300-pound mechanical weight, struck with the force of a car collision. This left Mr. Film somewhat flustered. He had never encountered such an adversary. Ghost Spider-Man fought unarmed, yet here was 2, wielding a massive sword with no regard for martial ethics. Levi, watching from the vehicle, found the spectacle exhilarating. Indeed, creating 2 was a wise decision, providing ample security. If 2 was this formidable, how would she fare against the formidable Eve? Chapter 26, in the Octagon with Iron Man. Now, only Mr. Film and 2 remained standing. Mr. Film's negative energy spread outward, transforming the surroundings into a monochrome world. He reached into the dense negative energy and withdrew a long sword forged from it. Now armed, he could confront 2. However, the sword appeared diminutive in comparison to 2's imposing presence, resembling a mere toy. Mr. Film rallied himself, raising the sword to strike at 2. Yet to her, Mr. Film was riddled with openings. He lacked any true swordsmanship. As a member of the 2 had no need to learn combat techniques, for they were all downloaded. As a battle robot, she was versed in virtually every fighting style. Consequently, Mr. Film's attack was effortlessly dodged, allowing her to counterattack. With a resounding clang, their swords clashed twice, and Mr. Film's blade was sent flying. Being human, 2 refrained from taking his life. Instead, she simply incapacitated him. After delivering 2 solid blows, even Mr. Film could not withstand it. His negative energy dissipated, revealing his true form. Li Wei allowed the Red Queen to scan the surroundings for safety before disembarking from the vehicle. He made his way directly towards Martin Li, who appeared utterly disheveled, sprawled on the ground. From his elevated position, Li Wei tugged at his collar, tauntingly remarking, "Martin, you seem akin to a dog." This statement struck a blow to Martin Li's dignity. A man of his standing possessed an explosive sense of self-respect, prompting him to look up at Li Wei and respond, "I concede defeat, but there is no need for such humiliation, sir." This was merely a line, yet it resonated poignantly in this context. Li Wei replied, clearly indicating that Martin had never watched Stephen Chow's films. However, considering he had illegally immigrated, that was to be expected. Li Wei gazed down at Martin Li and inquired with curiosity, "What audacity drives a fool like you to provoke me? Whom do you serve? And why do you seek to usurp my research findings?" Upon hearing this, Martin Li understood. "Indeed, you have discerned the truth." He articulated, "I serve no one. Rather, this research holds immense value. If we can obtain it, we can achieve much more than mere profit." Such valuable resources should be reserved for the elite, enabling control over them and thereby manipulating America to gain power. He expounded on his ideology, asserting that such treasures ought not to be wielded indiscriminately. Moreover, he argued that manipulating America was not a formidable task. With a sufficiently powerful lobbying organization and ample wealth, one could exert considerable influence. It is worth noting that the squid had achieved its status in America through this very strategy, almost elevating itself to a divine status. Hence, Martin Li harbored grand ambitions. However, this bore no relevance to Li Wei, who was not an ambitious individual. "I merely wished to benefit the world," Li Wei declared. This was not out of saintliness, but rather because such actions would enhance his prestige. The more illustrious his persona became, the greater his renown would be. Ideally, he aimed for the populace of the world to be aware of him. Before long, the New York police arrived, with George Stacy hastily leading a team to apprehend the members of the nefarious group. As for the helicopter, upon sensing the dire situation below, it swiftly took flight. "Mr. Li, are you unharmed?" George Stacy inquired anxiously, his concern for his precious daughter's employer palpable. "I am fine," Li Wei responded. Then, George Stacy's gaze fell upon the individual on the ground. "Martin Li?" The veteran sheriff expressed his astonishment. "Aren't you a philanthropist? What is going on here?" Before Li Wei could respond, a throng of reporters descended upon the scene. They did not arrive slowly. Rather, they were obstructed by the police. Only those possessing press credentials could approach, and even then, they were forbidden from tampering with the scene. "Mr. Li Wei, this marks your second encounter with an assault. What are your thoughts on this?" "Goodness, is that Martin Li from Charity? How could he possibly be here?" Confronted by a throng of frenzied reporters, Li Wei quickly gestured for them to approach one at a time. With a hint of jest, he remarked, "My sentiment is that if anything unfortunate were to befall me, it would undoubtedly be the fault of Tony Stark." Tony Stark. Upon hearing that name, the reporters lost interest in the scene. "Mr. Li, not long ago," Tony Stark responded, stating that while he may be lazy, he diligently exercises, unlike your apparent frailty. This remark irked Li Wei, who replied with a smile, "I am not frail. If Tony Stark takes issue, he is welcome to step into the octagon for a duel to see who the true weakling is." At that moment, he recalled the preposterous notion of Musk and Zuckerberg battling in the octagon. This would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy. As for losing? Nonsense. A 20-year-old lad like Li Wei, unable to best a man in his 30s or 40s. That is hardly reasonable. Wow. Indeed, the reporters erupted in excitement upon hearing this, to the extent that Martin Li was left unphotographed. Nonetheless, Li Wei chose not to prolong the banter and stated, "Now we must address the incident of the assault." Originally intending to return home for a respite, Li Wei found himself trapped. The reporters barred his exit, and the police required him to provide a statement. Given the gravity of the day's events, they suspected his involvement, albeit lacking concrete evidence. All footage had vanished, and the traced vehicles yielded no information linking back to Li Wei. Most crucially, Future Tech had previously donated advanced equipment to the New York Police Department. The Demon Gang had done no such thing. Not only had they failed to contribute anything, but they also wreaked havoc throughout New York, instigating various disturbances. How could they possibly be compared to Li Wei? Thus, the New York Police Department quickly developed a bias. Brilliant scientist Li Wei invites former genius entrepreneur Tony Stark to a showdown in the octagon, proclaimed the New York Times. The weakling contest, a rational analysis. Who is truly weaker? Genius scientist Li Wei or the allegedly frail Tony Stark? Queried the Herald. In the battle between these two entrepreneurs, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Please participate in the poll. New York philanthropist Martin Li exposed as the crime lord Mr. Film. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? What does it mean to be a former genius entrepreneur? I am still a genius. Upon reading the news, Tony Stark felt as though the sky had fallen. In an instant, his expression darkened, filled with an overwhelming sense of rage. A young man in his 20s daring to bully me, a seasoned individual in my 30s. Does he possess any sense of shame? Thus, Jarvis inquired, "Sir, shall we decline the challenge?" Decline? How could that be possible? Tony Stark's voice immediately rose in intensity. Chapter 27. The man's wardrobe, it exploded. The fervor surged. By now, it was evening, and Li Wei sat at home, feeling as though his reputation had soared to the heavens. In such a brief span of time, his prestige had already surpassed 10 million. He could even afford a wife. This surge in popularity primarily stemmed from the octagonal cage. As for the matter of Martin Li being the man behind the camera, aside from a slight interest from the people of New York, others remained largely indifferent. New York philanthropists? What concern is that to us? Are not capitalists merely vampires? The extraordinary fervor was largely due to Tony Stark's response. This time, he did not seek out reporters. Instead, he shared photos and videos of his boxing training on social media, captioned with a challenge. "Come if you dare." This provoked a flurry of media outlets eager to disseminate the news. For these outlets, it had been a long time since they encountered such explosive news. In a world where news sometimes needed to be created, this sensation was exhilarating. Thus, they fanned the flames, hoping for even greater intensity. Consequently, both Li Wei and Tony Stark's names appeared across various platforms, causing Li Wei's prestige to escalate continuously. If a fight were to occur, just how immense would the fervor be? Li Wei mused as he accessed the system. With prestige exceeding 10 million, he must purchase a wife. This matter had long occupied his thoughts, a testament to his unwavering ambition. He was now particularly intrigued by the synthetic beings. The villa felt vast and empty, with only himself and the two artificial beings. Of course, the primary reason was that 10 million prestige could not procure anything else. Li Wei also desired to acquire the pharmaceutical technology from Lucy and Limitless, but alas, it was beyond his means. He discovered that technology capable of directly enhancing one's abilities in the system's marketplace was considerably more expensive than indirect enhancements. Thus, there was no room for hesitation. Design blueprint for the 7th Airborne Squad. Eve, Sword Star. Purchase successful. Sword Star, regarded as the man's wardrobe, boasted over 100 outfits in the game, ensuring endless enjoyment. At the very least, Li Wei was eager to recreate it. Of course, Eve herself was formidable. Like the two artificial beings, she was a synthetic entity. But due to the technological advancements in her domain, Eve was exceptionally powerful. She is a remarkable fusion of flesh and machinery, capable of traversing the cosmos and the depths of the ocean without the need for any protective gear. As such, she is regarded as a new breed of humanity by the dominant realm. Levi gazed at the design blueprint. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Measurements, 84-56-90. Required materials, 100 water, 200 fibers, 50 metal, and an electric charge. Once created, she will be completely obedient to her host. Fortunately, the creation does not necessitate any organic components, and at last, she is not a 300-pound lady. Perhaps this is due to Eve still possessing some organic matter. After all, she is not a fully mechanical entity. Creation in progress, please wait, with ample experience. Levi had already prepared the materials and reclined in his room. During the waiting period, he did not squander the time. There was also the matter of prestige points. Finally, he could perform a tenfold draw. With excitement coursing through him, he felt even more exhilarated than when he had purchased Eve's design blueprint, for that was a known quantity. Whereas this was shrouded in mystery. Everyone harbors a certain gambler's mentality. As the saying goes, take a risk, and perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Bring forth the good fortune. The tenfold draw yielded an array of dazzling lights that captivated Levi's gaze. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. Tears of the Ocean, jewelry that enhances one's appearance. Heart of Gold, crystal tear. Levi felt a surge of frustration. Why was it all merely jewelry? Was he destined to be a mere trinket collector? Fusion battery, can be used to provide energy. 5 Dominator design blueprints. Grenade weapon with formidable armor-piercing capabilities. As the tenfold draw neared its conclusion, he finally acquired something valuable, a weapon design blueprint, which held significant utility, for arms trading is lucrative in America. Alas, the fusion battery lacked a blueprint. Otherwise, he would have been curious to compare it to Tony Stark's arc reactor. Levi steeled himself, anticipating the golden card that was a guaranteed outcome of the tenfold draw. A design blueprint gradually materialized before his eyes. The blueprint, Levi's spirit sword. Bumblebee design blueprint, Transformers a loyal companion, a friend who never betrays. Autobots, roll out. Levi let out a triumphant roar. Who claimed I was a mere novice? I am a sovereign of fortune. He gazed at the Bumblebee design blueprint with fervor. This was Bumblebee. What was a Maybach in comparison? Stand aside. Height, 5 meters. Weight, 1,000 kilograms. Required materials, 500 water, 500 metal, 100 rubber. Levi quickly rose to his feet, instructing the Red Queen to gather the materials. To his astonishment, a Bumblebee was about to emerge. Just as he finished speaking to the Red Queen, a radiant mass of light before him began to take on human form. First, long, elegant legs appeared, followed by a subtly curved silhouette, intentionally designed with sleek black hair tied in a high ponytail and deep, expressive eyes. Initially, there was nothing, but soon a form-fitting green nanosuit manifested. She glanced around with a hint of confusion before locking her gaze onto Levi. Unlike the previous model, she did not exhibit excitement, but instead gently inquired, "Master?" This relieved Levi, as Eve was known for her strong personality, gentle, brave, kind, and imbued with a profound sense of justice. "Eve, do you remember what transpired?" Levi asked curiously. It was intriguing how the system had managed to create her while endowing her with memories. For instance, the second model remembered the events concerning the troops. Eve touched her forehead and replied, "Our 7th Airborne Squad landed on Earth, and I was preparing to eliminate the Nyankaba." The world where the Sword Star resided was equally dire. Pure humans had been nearly extinguished, primarily due to the dominance of the artificial intelligence Mother Domain. The Mother Domain had created a new breed of humanity, necessitating the eradication of the old. Reluctant to face annihilation, humanity resorted to technology, transforming themselves into monsters known as Nyankaba. Yet, even in this altered state, they remained no match for the Mother Domain. Consequently, Eve believed herself to be a genuine human, rather than a mere artificial creation. In the game, when they discovered their true nature as artificial beings, they nearly succumbed to despair. Thus, Levi refrained from mentioning this matter, instead reassuring her, "It's all right, there are no Nyankaba in this world." However, this statement momentarily stunned Eve. She murmured to Levi, "If there are no Nyankaba, then what is the purpose of my existence?" The airborne squad had been crafted by the Mother Domain, and Eve's purpose was to eliminate the Nyankaba. Now that they were non-existent, she found herself grappling with a sudden loss of meaning in her life. Levi approached and embraced her, saying, "Then protect me." A spark ignited in Eve's eyes, and she rediscovered her purpose. Chapter 28. Bumblebee Master, have you set the water down? The second model pushed the door open and immediately spotted Levi and Eve in an embrace. She paused at the threshold, scanning the two. Levi released Eve, feeling no embarrassment. "Two, come here, this is Eve. Eve, this is Two." He introduced them to one another. "Two, what a peculiar name," Eve remarked. Eve gazed curiously at Two, quickly uncovering its secret. It was an artificial being. Two greeted Eve before turning to its master, Levi, and said, "Master, it is time for a bath." "Very well." As Eve watched the two depart, she wrapped her arms around herself and approached the window. The view outside was unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering skyscrapers pierced the horizon, their lights twinkling, a sight unattainable in the wasteland. Lowering her guard, she sheathed her blood blade, a single-handed sword that was far more convenient to store than Two's white contract, as it could transform into a hairpin, effortlessly clasped atop her head. When needed, she could simply remove it. Before long, Levi and Two returned, and upon seeing Eve standing by the window, Levi exclaimed, "Come, I have something special for you." He presented an array of accessories, predominantly earrings, allowing Two and Eve to choose for themselves. Two displayed little interest in the jewelry, whereas Eve was captivated. Possessing a complete emotional system, she experienced a full spectrum of feelings, joy, sorrow, love, and conflict, making her akin to a real human, with only an artificial body installed. Hence, it was reasonable for the Mother Domain to regard them as new humans. Consequently, Eve, like any ordinary woman, cherished beauty. She tried on the various ornaments, while Two remained disinterested, prompting Levi to assist in adorning her. The following day, the first thing Levi did upon waking was check his phone. The news continued to gain momentum. Images and videos of Tony Stark's boxing training had garnered millions of likes. He was truly a top-tier celebrity. Levi, who had been in communication with Stark, also possessed his own social media account. At that moment, he had received 99 private messages, all inquiring whether he truly intended to challenge Stark. Naturally, he chose not to read or respond immediately. Rising from bed, he felt compelled to acknowledge the messages. Descending the stairs, he found Eve and Two seated at the dining table. Although both were artificial beings, Eve appeared notably more relaxed. She sat in her chair with her legs crossed, and to Levi's surprise, she was no longer clad in the green parachute uniform. He wondered who had changed her attire. Now she wore a fitted dress. In contrast, Two appeared quite constrained, sitting with perfect posture, hands resting on its thighs as it awaited his arrival. Two, doesn't that tire you? Levi inquired. Why would an artificial being tire? Two replied, puzzled. You are also an artificial being. Why are you so relaxed? I am not an artificial being. Eve interjected, her brow furrowing, her tone shifting slightly. I am human. Two regarded her with confusion, stating, you are not human. You possess an artificial body, and humans do not have such a body. Like Levi, she possessed a pure physique, devoid of any technological enhancements. However, the world they inhabited was one of organisms. Eve asserted with conviction, for she observed that those around her, much like herself, were heavily reliant on technology. Clearing his throat to prevent further dispute, Levi interjected. Master, they both exclaimed. Levi approached and took his seat at the head of the table. It looks splendid, he remarked, nodding with a sense of pride. Subsequently, both Levi and Eve indulged in their meal. Eve, akin to an ordinary person, required sustenance and relished beverages. She opened a bottle of cola, savoring a sip that illuminated her eyes. Master, this is delightful. As long as you enjoy it, Levi replied, reassured by the fact that Eve was immune to illness. This revelation left the other observing her with increased bewilderment. To them, Eve was merely an artificial being. Yet she exhibited human traits, indulging in food. This challenged their perceptions profoundly. For artificial beings, was this advancement or regression? After breakfast, rather than hastening to the office, Levi made his way to the villa's private gym. The equipment within the gym was pristine, as Levi seldom visited. Besides the gym, the villa boasted a private cinema and a swimming pool, the latter being Levi's favored retreat. Approaching the fitness apparatus, Levi requested Eve to capture his likeness. If memory served him right, Eve was quite the adept at selfies. True to form, she quickly found the perfect angle. Levi experimented with each piece of equipment, and then selected 9 photographs for a collage. To further embellish the moment, he edited the images and captioned them, not wishing to bully the elderly. With a click, he dispatched the post. The social media platform approved it almost instantaneously, thrusting it into trending status. Within moments, likes began to flood in. The onlookers were eager to witness the spectacle of 2 affluent New Yorkers. The excitement escalated rapidly, leading to betting sites emerging with wagers. Will Levi and Tony Stark indeed battle in the octagon? Yes, no odds. Levi exited the social media platform, overwhelmed by the multitude of likes and comments, having no desire to delve into them. Let us proceed to the office, he announced, prompting the 2 maids to change outfits. Maid 2 reverted to her gothic attire, while Eve lamented, "Master, I hardly possess anything suitable to wear at home." Eve's wardrobe, primarily filled with over 100 suits of nanofabric, seemed insufficient in this instance. Levi silently acknowledged the truth in her statement. Later, she will go shopping for clothes. How delightful. Eve is filled with joy, brimming with an abundance of ideas, eager to explore various styles. Her personality is exceptionally suited for romance, radiating emotional value. 2 appears rather aloof, embodying an alternative style. Caution is warranted. Upon stepping outside, 2 immediately positions herself behind Li Wei, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a vehicle has appeared outside the villa, a Chevrolet Camaro. 2 intends to investigate, but the Camaro vibrates ominously. 2 swiftly retreats, preparing to retrieve her great sword to smash the troublesome vehicle. Li Wei quickly restrains her. 2. This is our new companion, Bumblebee. Clearly, after a night of crafting, Bumblebee is now complete. Although it lacks the crucial allspark of the Transformers, it remains Bumblebee. Before the trio, Bumblebee begins to transform. In mere seconds, it morphs from a car into a towering 5-meter-tall Autobot. Bumblebee kneels before Li Wei. "Master, I am Bumblebee." Its voice resonates like a bass cannon. With vocal cords intact, 2 and Eve stare wide-eyed at Bumblebee. What manner of creature is this? Chapter 29, The Octagonal Cage Fisk Tower. Kingpin has assembled a campaign team, attentively listening to their strategies. Among them is a young man specifically tasked with the internet domain. As the power of the internet continues to grow, the speed of information dissemination surpasses that of traditional media. Moreover, the credibility of media outlets wanes, leading the public to place greater trust in online news. This phenomenon gave rise to the era of Twitter governance. Kingpin's team has also recognized this trend. Every candidate requires a team to assist in their campaign, thereby providing positions, facilitating collaboration, and incurring expenses. It can be said that each campaign stimulates economic growth. In major cities like New York, spending tens of millions of dollars for a campaign is quite customary. Together, Kingpin and Norman Osborn can contribute a substantial sum. Boss. The most trending news online concerns the relationship between Li Wei of Future Tech and Tony Stark of Stark Industries. The entire internet is buzzing with speculation about whether they will enter the octagonal cage. All eyes turn to Kingpin. Kingpin, standing at nearly 2 meters tall and weighing around 200 kilograms, is even more imposing than 2. Unlike 2, who is a machine, Kingpin is pure muscle. Even clad in a suit, he appeared somewhat bulging, reminiscent of a suited delinquent. At that moment, with his hands clasped together, his demeanor shifted upon hearing the name Li Wei. It was this individual who had apprehended Martin Li and unveiled his identity as the enigmatic Mr. Negative. For Jean Bing, this development was, in fact, advantageous. It meant that the territory belonging to the demon's hand would be vacated. The solitary source of discontent stemmed from the fact that the Fisk Group had lost a business associate, and Martin Li's list remained in Li Wei's possession. This was what truly vexed Jean Bing, for that list held immense significance for him. With a grin, Jean Bing remarked, "If it were I who took to the stage, I would knock them all down with a single punch." Ha. The team members chuckled, fully aware of Jean Bing's penchant for exaggeration. The denizens of New York were nearly all familiar with him, the underground emperor who had once wreaked havoc but had since sought redemption, transitioning into a businessman with aspirations of entering politics. However, for the campaign team, as long as there was capital, anything was achievable. What suggestions do you have? Jean Bing inquired of these seasoned professionals. Consequently, one consultant promptly proposed, "We could engage both parties, branding the event in your style, and serve as judges." thereby facilitating their entry into the octagon. Jean Bing nodded in agreement. This is something that would certainly please the masses. On the streets of New York, a Camaro sped along. The young woman at the wheel had her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, though in truth, there was no need for her to steer. Bumblebee was driving autonomously. This was true driverless technology. Miss, could you please refrain from wresting the steering wheel from me? Bumblebee quipped. The grip was so tight that it hindered the vehicle's maneuverability. Oh, my apologies, she replied, nervously loosening her grasp. She reassured herself by treating it as remote control, which alleviated her anxiety. Thankfully, they arrived at the company without incident, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the company, a throng of reporters awaited, eager to ascertain whether Li Wei and Tony Stark would indeed enter the octagon. Li Wei chose not to make an appearance, instead sending Bumblebee to the underground parking lot. The buzz surrounding the event had reached a sufficient level. Now was not the time for a response. Sometimes, it was necessary to keep the reporters on tenterhooks. Ascending the elevator to the corporate building, the figure of the Red Queen materialized beside Li Wei. Master, this is Eve, Li Wei introduced. You are an artificial intelligence? Eve inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the Red Queen. I wonder who among you and the motherboard is more formidable? What motherboard? The Red Queen retorted. Her pride evident. With her current capacity for learning, she was confident that no other artificial intelligence could rival her prowess. Consequently, she refrained from discussing the matter and instead turned to Li Wei, stating that the campaign team of Kim Bin wished to get in touch with him. What should we do? She inquired. They currently prioritize online popularity and wish to sponsor your octagonal duel with Tony Stark, the Red Queen promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Li Wei fell silent for a moment before asking, what does Tony Stark have to say? Tony Stark is indeed diligently training, the Red Queen responded. He has hired a boxing coach and even declined to meet with a cover model yesterday. Are you serious, Asian? Li Wei could not afford to back down, considering that he, too, needed to acquire some skills. Can you reach him? Of course, although J.A.R.V.I.S. severed my signal, I can still connect with him forcefully, the Red Queen declared with pride. Never mind, Li Wei contemplated, initially intending to communicate with Tony Stark. However, considering the latter's character, he feared that if a call were made, reporters would learn of his retreat the very next second. He was indeed a notorious blabbermouth. Inform Kim Bin that sponsorship is acceptable, but the fee must be increased. The Red Queen immediately relayed this to Kim Bin. As the elevator reached the top floor, she followed Li Wei closely to the office, remaining silent as she awaited a response. Boss, Gwen Stacy said, appearing somewhat flustered upon seeing the group, as she had just arrived herself. This is Eve, my bodyguard, Li Wei introduced. Gwen glanced at Eve, then glared at Li Wei in annoyance. If you're hiring a bodyguard, why choose one so beautiful? It seems she is more suited for protection in bed. Li Wei shot Gwen a look, signaling her to explain later. With no other choice, Gwen asked, would you like some coffee? Certainly, thank you, Li Wei responded. Eve also expressed her gratitude, as she was not merely a mechanical entity, she required sustenance. The enhancements made to her were primarily in her brain and spine, particularly the latter, which had yielded the greatest improvement. Hence, she still considered herself human. Upon entering the office, the Queen began. The Kim Bin team is willing to offer $10 million for exclusive naming rights and will provide the venue, with the stipulation that Kim Bin serves as a judge and shares the traffic. Traffic was of utmost importance to Li Wei. How could they possibly expect to share my traffic? Li Wei asserted. That is out of the question. Convey this condition to Norman Osborn. Understood, the Red Queen replied, passing Kim Bin's proposal to Norman Osborn. Now that the two were vying for the mayoral position, let the competition commence. As anticipated, after the message was sent, Norman Osborn became immediately anxious. He wished to personally call Levi, but Levi instructed the Red Queen to intercept the call, informing him that he was in a meeting. With no other option, Norman Osborn was compelled to raise the offer. The Osborn Group bid $1 to $2 million. He then informed Jean Bin, who was equally agitated. Chapter 30. The Super Serum, my lord. The Osborn Group is willing to offer up to $20 million, but that is their final limit. The Red Queen conveyed to Levi after half an hour had passed. A series of bids had already transpired. Although Levi had a collaborative relationship with Norman Osborn, business is business. If Jean Bin insisted on outbidding Norman Osborn, Levi could not disregard his wishes. Moreover, this was initially Jean Bin's idea, which Norman Osborn later adopted. If both parties presented identical offers, Levi would undoubtedly choose Norman Osborn. That is the essence of their partnership. Collaboration should not lead to Levi incurring losses. Fortunately, Jean Bin had already conceded. His team had analyzed the situation, concluding that this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by Levi and Tony Stark, which would ultimately not materialize. After all, both individuals were celebrities and could not possibly engage in a public brawl like common ruffians. That would be utterly disgraceful. Tony Stark, in particular, valued his reputation, and would never resort to such antics. Levi did not immediately acquiesce, instead instructing the Red Queen, relay this information to Tony Stark. After the deal is secured, we shall split the profits equally and see how he responds. The Red Queen nodded in acknowledgement. A few minutes later, she reported back. Tony Stark has agreed. That rascal truly desires to fight. Levi quickly realized the implications. In the training ring, Tony Stark donned boxing gloves, perspiring profusely. Happy observed him from the sidelines, drenched in sweat, while a muscular boxing coach, hired specifically for this purpose, oversaw the proceedings. Happy had initially assumed Tony was merely indulging in a playful exercise, perhaps even seeking a female coach, but it seemed he was genuinely committed this time. Tony soon paused, removed his gloves, and checked social media, where he discovered comments labeling him as an elderly man and declaring that he would knock him out. With a scoff, Tony tagged Levi's account, exclaiming, "You picked the venue." The onlookers erupted in excitement. This was indeed a serious matchup. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a message from Levi regarding sponsorship from the Osborne Group. Initially, he intended to leverage this buzz for his own Stark Industries sponsorship. However, upon seeing the offer of $20 million, he hesitated. Sponsoring his own company would incur expenses, yet this opportunity could yield profits, albeit with slightly reduced visibility. However, there is no issue. His mere presence on the stage serves as the finest promotion. Thus, he acquiesced. Until now, he believed that Li Wei was also eager to engage. After all, it was Li Wei who had proclaimed the need for an octagonal cage in front of the reporters. He could not afford to back down now. Happy remarked, "Tony, I have reviewed Li Wei's previous maneuvers. He has been riding on your coattails, and perhaps he is now leveraging your fame to stir up some publicity." Tony Stark pondered this for a moment. Indeed, it was true. Since his emergence, Li Wei had been capitalizing on his fame. Were it not for such tactics, he would not harbor such disdain for Li Wei, for Li Wei possessed genuine talent. Alas, it is often the case that prodigies harbor mutual contempt. "What shall we do then?" Tony casually inquired. "Do not respond to him. Deny him the opportunity for publicity," Happy candidly advised. This prompted Tony Stark to glance at him. Shaking his head, "Is it not possible that I too wish to generate some buzz? I am Tony Stark. Every beauty in the world should recognize me." Happy had overlooked that detail. Moreover, Tony had been responding previously solely to amplify the publicity. He had even purchased substantial traffic and hired bots. Otherwise, how could he consistently dominate the headlines? Only through such measures could Stark Industries stock continue to soar. Tony Stark was a celebrity. When people beheld him, they would inevitably think of Stark Industries, leading them to invest in its stocks. One action begets another. If he were to fade into obscurity, who would retain confidence in Stark Industries stocks? Capitalists truly have a dark heart, Happy remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He realized he would never reach such heights in his lifetime. "Now, having rested sufficiently, I shall don my gloves once again," Tony Stark declared as he prepared to step back into the fray. In the office, Li Wei sat contemplatively in his chair. He had initially sought merely to generate some traffic, but now it appeared that Tony Stark was taking things seriously. Since his opponent was earnest, he too could not afford to retreat. A 20-year-old youth cowering before a nearly 40-year-old man would be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, this momentum was truly enticing. His notoriety was steadily ascending. He glanced at the system. Super Serum Research Diagram. Inferior, a weakened version of the Super Serum, requiring 50 million prestige points for exchange. Super Serum. Complete version, the full version of the Super Serum, requiring 100 million prestige points for exchange. Such exorbitant costs for the Super Serum. Where is the justice in this? Of course, the most terrifying aspect lies within the superhuman potion. Super Serum, world of villains, it grants ordinary individuals extraordinary powers, transforming them into beings of true steel, but requires a considerable amount of prestige points for redemption. Levi counted, yet he was unable to ascertain the number of zeros. Indeed, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. How long must one amass prestige points for such a redemption? Levi felt disheartened. Relying on the system proved unreliable. Self-reliance was imperative. Contemplating this, he addressed the Red Queen. "Tony Stark has engaged a trainer. Please find one for me as well." "Master, what combat techniques would you like to practice?" The Red Queen promptly inquired. "What do you recommend?" "Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Walrus Style, and Ground and Pound are the most expedient combat forms to train in," the Red Queen responded after conducting a thorough data analysis. In her view, disciplines like Taekwondo were superfluous. What the master required now were practical skills. Before Levi could decide, the restless Eve interjected, "Master, allow me to teach you." "Oh," Levi replied, perplexed. "Eve, can you?" In his recollection, Eve was merely wielding her blood blade for slashing. "It is quite similar," Eve softly replied. "All members of our aerial squad possess mastery over every combat technique. It is an innate ability." That was not innate, but rather a download from the maternal domain. Nevertheless, it implied that Levi need not seek a perspiring instructor. Master, I can teach you as well. Tu also stood, motivated by Eve's initiative, eager to contribute. With Eve's presence, the typically aloof Tu exhibited a sense of urgency. Perhaps not, Levi reconsidered, immediately declining upon contemplating Tu's weight. Wouldn't that be disastrous if Tu were to sit down? Very well, Tu seemed slightly disheartened, though her mood remained stable. Levi reassured her, Tu, while Eve is instructing me, you shall be responsible for my protection. Understood. Tu nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Levi prepared to venture out to procure garments for them. Eve wished to try on the attire from this world, to which Levi wholeheartedly consented. Before departing, he opened his mobile device and tagged Tony Stark on a social platform. I shall counter you with the bear hug technique. The momentum must not cease. Chapter 31, 40 million prestige points. New York, 5th Avenue, Manhattan. As the main thoroughfare running north to south through Manhattan, it is home to an array of high-end department stores and luxury boutiques, showcasing opulence from around the globe. Levi donned sunglasses, initially intending to maintain a low profile. However, there was little he could do. The allure of Tu and Eve was simply irresistible. Particularly striking was Eve's physique, slightly leaning forward, yet boasting exquisite and sensual curves. This immediately captured the attention of many onlookers, leaving Levi, caught between the two women, the object of envy and jealousy. With sunglasses perched upon his nose, Levi felt a sense of relief as he led them into a luxury boutique. Eve and Tu were indifferent to bags and similar accessories. Eve's true passion lay in an array of jewelry and clothing. She eagerly tried on any ensemble she found visually appealing, particularly favoring tight-fitting garments such as leather pants and jeans that accentuated her figure. Levi, ever generous, readily paid with his card, knowing full well that she dressed for his admiration. In contrast, Tu appeared somewhat out of place, overwhelmed by the multitude of brands and garments that surrounded her. A dizzying spectacle indeed. Eve, though she had only ever witnessed a desolate earth, adapted swiftly to the scene. Tu, being a combat-type robot, struggled to acclimate. Thus, Levi entrusted Eve with the task of selecting outfits for Tu, which delighted her immensely. Before long, she had chosen 2 elegant dresses and ushered Tu into the fitting room. When they emerged, both women adorned in exquisite gowns emanated grace and poise. Eve exuded a gentle charm, while Tu maintained a cool demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on Levi. He was captivated, realizing why women so often favored formal attire. It truly bestowed an air of elegance. Master, what do you think? Eve inquired playfully as she twirled before him. In another realm, such ease was a luxury. There, only the omnipresent chaos reigned. Even Eve sensed the happiness that enveloped them in this moment. Beautiful, Levi admitted candidly. With his praise, Eve's enthusiasm soared, prompting her to drag Tu off to continue their selection. She had her eye on a cheapao and purchased several items to personalize upon her return, including distressed jeans. By noon, they emerged laden with numerous bags, each brimming with garments. Fortunately, Eve and Tu possessed ample strength, leaving Levi the most unburdened of all. Many women, witnessing the scene, cast envious glances at Eve and Tu, soon recognizing Levi among them. Are you Levi? Do you need another female companion? You already have 2. Surely a third would not be unwelcome? Boldly, they approached him. But Levi promptly declined their advances. He was no Tony Stark, indiscriminate in his choices. Rather, Levi remained exceptionally discerning. Thus, the trio hastily boarded the vehicle to indulge in a delightful luncheon. Shortly thereafter, social media was abuzz with images of Li Wei shopping with a female companion. Many perceived this as Li Wei's blatant disregard for Tony Stark, believing he could act with impunity. Presently, every action of Li Wei was under scrutiny. Yet he seemed unfazed, relishing the sensation of being accompanied by a celebrity. No wonder everyone aspired to stardom. That feeling of being the talk of America was truly exhilarating. Particularly, his popularity soared, nearing 10 million in an instant. After spending a day with Eve and 2 others, he finally returned home. From the morrow, he intended to train diligently, aiming to triumph over Tony Stark. Tony, are you serious? Inquired Pepper Potts, having toiled throughout the day at Stark Tower. Tony Stark, perspiring profusely, uploaded several images to his social media platform to maintain his momentum. When have I ever been anything but serious? He retorted while casually liking comments online. The fans who received his likes were ecstatic, astonished that the billionaire would personally acknowledge them. Pepper, filled with confusion, queried, but you are soon heading to the Middle East. How will you confront him? This elicited a chuckle from Tony Stark. Indeed, I'll head straight to the Middle East, with no time to spar with him. The matter will be resolved. Understanding his intent, Pepper rolled her eyes and scoffed. I truly wish he would knock you out. Just kidding. Youth is formidable. He is significantly younger than I am. Only a fool would engage him in combat, Tony remarked, sipping his drink. At that juncture, the objective of the publicity stunt would be achieved. and he would have a convenient excuse to evade Li Wei's challenge. It was a win-win situation. Moreover, he wasn't being cowardly. He had business to attend to in the Middle East, which was unavoidable. However, prior to that, he needed to maintain a low profile. Hence, he refrained from inviting a cover girl and instead opted for an ordinary companion. Engaging with common folk naturally lacked the same fervor, which had been Tony's previous motivation for courting cover models. Not only were they beautiful and well-shaped, but the public also relished the spectacle of whom he was romantically linked with. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, the cunning Tony Stark harbored ulterior motives. In the ensuing days, Li Wei immersed himself in the training facility. Given Tony Stark's earnest demeanor, Li Wei genuinely feared he might embarrass himself in a confrontation. Bang! On the ring, Eve effortlessly pinned Li Wei down, her legs encircling him as she leaned in to say, "Master, your center of gravity is unstable, and you ought to employ brute strength." Li Wei patted Eve's thigh, signaling her to rise. They were currently practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which emphasized ground grappling and positional control. Thus, this led to Levi being either seated by Eve or confined by her. Fortunately, it was Eve who sat upon him rather than two. Eve's weight was not considerable, remaining within an acceptable range. Had it been two, with her 300 pounds bearing down, Levi felt certain his bones would at least shatter. However, after several days of intensive training, Levi's prowess had markedly improved. At the very least, he was no longer throwing wild punches. After a brief respite, both Tu and Eve hurried over to assist him with shoulder massages and back rubs. During these days, although Levi and Tony Stark had not communicated directly, they shared an unspoken understanding, frequently tagging one another online. Today, Levi announced a taekwondo match, and tomorrow, he would declare a karate bout, thereby generating immense anticipation among the public. Levi dared not imagine the backlash from the internet should the matches fail to materialize. Nevertheless, disregarding such concerns, his reputation had indeed soared. Current reputation value, 40,872,000. In just a matter of days, his reputation had reached 40 million. If this fervor could be sustained for a year, Levi felt confident that acquiring the superhuman serum would not pose a challenge. Yet, such a notion was as fanciful as dreaming in broad daylight. Perhaps it was best to initiate a 10-draw lottery first. Just as Levi prepared to take action, the Red Queen appeared. "Master, Agent Coulson has brought the test subjects." Chapter 32. The arrival of Black Widow. The future technology company was struggling to find volunteers for human trials. After all, human experimentation must be approached with caution, as the outcomes were unpredictable. Fortunately, the SHIELD had an abundance of individuals willing to assist. After a few days of waiting, they had finally arrived. Levi paused, deciding to postpone the 10 draws for now. He instructed Coulson to come to him instead of making the trip himself. Levi held no strong feelings, neither affection nor aversion, toward SHIELD. They were of no concern to him as long as they facilitated his profit. Just as in this instance, SHIELD could effortlessly provide subjects for human trials, allowing Levi to profit from the arrangement, a true win-win situation. Ding. Shortly thereafter, the elevator arrived at his floor. Coulson entered, accompanied by a woman. With her cascading red curls, form-fitting attire, and captivating gaze, she possessed an exquisite physique. Levi barely acknowledged Coulson and inquired, "Who is this? Is she the assistant you arranged for me?" He was well aware of her identity. She was far too conspicuous. "Natasha Romanoff." Coulson chuckled and replied, "She is here to liaise with Mr. Levi, as I may be quite busy moving forward." "That sounds splendid," Levi remarked. Although Coulson was rather earnest, Levi had a preference for engaging individuals. "Levi, Natasha." Li Wei extended his hand, and the Black Widow, naturally unable to decline, stepped forward to shake it. Subsequently, they exchanged a glance, both sharing a smile. Coulson, seemingly oblivious, mused internally. It's no wonder Agent Hill was somewhat reluctant to send Natasha over. The Black Widow had only recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. following the battle in Budapest, and her trust within the agency was scarce. Thus, she was simply dispatched to engage with Li Wei. "If you don't let go, I shall have to topple you," Natasha Romanoff remarked with a smile playing at her lips. "Just in time. I was about to challenge Tony Stark. Care to give it a try?" Li Wei suggested. Without hesitation, Natasha leapt into his embrace. Just as Li Wei found himself puzzled, she vaulted up to perch upon his shoulders, her legs encircling his head. This proximity led Li Wei to believe she was showcasing her weaponry. "Ahem," he coughed, patting her thigh, urging her to descend. Natasha did not topple him, but gracefully slid down, casting him a smile. "With your level of skill, you could easily handle that dandy," Li Wei complimented, engaging in mutual flattery. After all, she was the Black Widow, the finest agent from the Red Room. "How many have you brought along?" 10, Coulson replied. This is merely the first batch. We can procure more if necessary. Then let us proceed to the laboratory, Li Wei said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he led Eve and the other individual forward. The Black Widow, meanwhile, scrutinized them. The second individual gave her an odd impression. While Eve's physique was beyond the norm, is it truly possible for a woman to possess such a form? Natasha pondered, comparing her own physique to Eve's, and found herself overshadowed. Eve's figure was undeniably voluptuous, though it defied ergonomic standards. The visual impact was striking. In Otto's laboratory, 10 shield agents, each bearing various disabilities, had already arrived. They were severely impaired, most missing limbs. Otherwise, they would not have eagerly volunteered for the experiment. For them, the prospect of regaining their former selves was preferable to a life that felt worse than death. Each time Li Wei witnessed such scenes, he felt a profound sense of virtue. Dr. Otto, how are preparations coming along? Li Wei inquired as he approached. At present, Dr. Otto was seldom without his 4 mechanical arms, and a non-invasive brain-machine interface rested upon his head, resembling a simple headgear, while the mechanical appendages responded obediently. Dr. Otto's mechanical arms supported the ground as he lowered his body. He had conducted numerous simulations with the Red Queen, ensuring that everything was flawless. Dr. Otto could hardly contain his excitement. He hoped for the experiment's success, which would enable him to install an invasive brain-machine interface. This was far more daunting than a semi-invasive one. The invasive brain-machine interface necessitated craniotomy, implanting electrodes directly into the cerebral cortex or ventricles. Such an interface would promise swifter reactions and enhanced capacity, along with the potential for chip implantation. However, the significant drawback was the risk of overload, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. This explained why hackers in the cyberpunk realm often face dire fates. Shall we commence the experiment? Levi glanced around at the others, who expressed no dissent. The first test subject, an agent who had lost an arm, was gently laid upon the hospital bed and subsequently wheeled into the medical facility, where the surgical team awaited. To facilitate the operation, Future Tech had forged a contract with a major hospital. Regrettably, Levi had been unable to locate a certain Dr. Strange. Upon inquiry, he learned that the individual was a neurosurgeon whose expertise did not align with their needs. This procedure was a semi-invasive surgery, requiring only the placement of electrodes beneath the skull, adhering to the dura mater without penetrating the cerebral cortex, an operation deemed relatively straightforward. Dr. Otto elaborated on the procedure. Coulson, taken aback by the inherent danger, addressed Dr. Otto. Isn't the device you're wearing suitable for them? Absolutely not, Dr. Otto quickly replied, shaking his head. Such non-invasive devices are susceptible to numerous interferences. Even hair can affect the velocity of neural transmission. The presence of latency at a critical moment could prove exceedingly perilous. His words prompted both Coulson and Natasha Romanoff to nod in agreement. Natasha, arms crossed, began to observe the laboratory. What are you watching? Levi inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, she was the Black Widow, and notably taller than the actress Scarlett Johansson from his previous life, standing approximately around 1.70 meters. Natasha seemingly compensated for Johansson's only shortcoming. Nothing of consequence, merely recalling some unpleasant memories. Natasha shook her head. In the lab, she was reminded of the experiments conducted on them in the Red Room, which had rendered her incapable of motherhood. Reflecting on her thoughts, she curiously asked, "Is it true that the serum you promote can regenerate any organ?" Upon hearing her question, Levi instantly understood her line of thought, though he remained uncertain. This requires experimentation. Theoretically, it is feasible. If limbs can regenerate, how difficult could it be to grow an organ? Upon hearing this, the Black Widow exhibited no change in expression, leaving one to ponder whether she truly cared. Ding! At that moment, as the laboratory lights flickered, Dr. Otto became animated. The surgery had concluded. Soon, the doctor emerged, nodding towards the crowd. The operation was a success. It would be a little while before the patient regained consciousness. Chapter 33, Stanislaus. As the hospital bed was wheeled out, the other volunteers felt a surge of anxiety. Upon seeing the first test subject lying peacefully on the bed, merely sedated by anesthesia, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Next, they would proceed to affix the prosthetic limb. This was well within Dr. Otto's expertise. His mechanical arms swiftly maneuvered the bed to install the prosthetic. The advanced technology of prosthetics had undergone numerous upgrades. Alas, Levi had yet to acquire the gorilla arm from the cyberpunk realm or the mantis blade. How splendid that would have been. Dr. Otto required no assistant. Indeed, his 4 mechanical arms served as his aids. With the advent of the brain-computer interface, he could multitask effortlessly. Furthermore, installing the prosthetic was no daunting task. Before long, the metallic arm was in place. At that moment, the test subject was beginning to awaken. The subject slowly opened his eyes, prompting Dr. Otto to inquire, "How do you feel?" "I'm all right," the subject replied, still somewhat dazed and speaking sluggishly. Fortunately, Dr. Otto was patient, instructing others to keep their distance before asking, "Can you feel your arm?" Instinctively, the subject attempted to look at his arm, but Dr. Otto restrained him, saying, "Do not use your eyes, rely on your consciousness." "I can feel it, as if it is part of my body," the subject responded, following Dr. Otto's guidance. "Now, control it, lift it up." The metallic arm rose. "Move your fingers, I will call out which one to move." Dr. Otto then initiated a series of intricate tests. This filled him with immense joy. Previously, even with prosthetics, individuals could barely perform the simplest tasks, like grasping a cup. However, with the assistance of the brain-computer interface, precise control down to the fingers was now achievable. This was made possible by a basic sensory chip within the interface, enhancing the sensory perception of the prosthetic, thus allowing for such delicate manipulation of the fingers. The endeavor proved to be remarkably successful, and the next step was to ascertain whether there would be any side effects. Dr. Otto announced this news to Li Wei and the others. "Excellent," Li Wei proclaimed, leading the applause which was soon echoed by the others. The test subjects brought in by S.H.I.E.L.D. were particularly elated, as they perceived their lives returning to a semblance of normalcy. With the experiment validated, Li Wei and his companions decided to take their leave. "Dr. Otto, the next phase is in your capable hands." "No problem," Dr. Otto nodded in agreement. The Red Queen promptly disseminated the news, marking a significant advancement for the Future Technologies Company. "Mr. Li Wei, we are thoroughly pleased with the experimental outcomes," Coulson remarked with a smile as they entered the elevator. "I share your sentiments," Li Wei replied with a nod. "It has been a pleasure collaborating. We will transfer the initial funds immediately." Coulson extended his hand, and Li Wei reciprocated with a firm shake. The honest man did not linger, but hastened to report the good news. Upon seeing him and Black Widow depart, Li Wei returned to his office, as there were tasks awaiting his attention. Primarily, the security team within his company needed to install brain-machine interfaces. One interface alone, he mused, was insufficient. Thus, he settled onto the sofa to resume his previous unfinished business. 10 consecutive draws. He activated the system, proceeding without a glance. "Congratulations on your 10 consecutive draws. You have received the following rewards. Healing Type 3, instant recovery of 80%. Neural Hacker Chip, Blueprint enables remote control of electronic devices. Inspiration Burst Chip, Blueprint enhances creativity and inspiration. Standard Electronic Eye, capable of scanning individuals and reading vital signs. Weapon Core 2, used to enhance Eve's Bloodblade's base attack power." Soon, as the rewards materialized, Li Wei felt a substantial gain, as if he had stepped into a cyberpunk realm. Yet, this was indeed necessary. He focused intently ahead, for he had reached the guaranteed minimum for his 10 draws. He had come to terms with his inherent misfortune and luck. Ultimately, he could only rely on the guarantee to obtain valuable items. A flash of golden light illuminated the space. Military Technology Remote Point. Upon activation, time flow slows, damage and critical hits increase. Duration depends on the user's physical condition. Warning: forceful usage may result in bodily collapse and the risk of becoming a cybernetic lunatic. Li Wei sprang to his feet, startling Eve and Tu in the office. "Master, what is the matter?" "Nothing. Eve, this is for you." Li Wei retrieved 2 weapon cores and tossed them to Eve, overjoyed at the sight of the cores. Eve lamented, "If only Lily were here, she could enhance them for me." Lily, also known as Artemis II, served as the engineer for the 5th Airborne Squad. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, he strode outside, recalling Dr. Otto's earlier assertion that there were no new technologies. Now, however, he had stumbled upon the Li Wei C-Tan, reputed to be the time-stopping artifact. The mere sight of it conjured memories of his days in Night City, where the time-stopping sword saint wielded it. With the activation of Li Wei C-Tan, a single mantis blade could cleave from south to north. The most extraordinary aspect of this time suspension was its ability to reduce the flow of time by up to 99% while maintaining the user's speed. To the user, everyone else appeared to move like tortoises. However, it seemed that not everyone could harness such power. The average individual lacked the mental fortitude to activate its capabilities and would likely succumb to madness, transforming into a cybernetic lunatic. In Edge Runner, David suffered a similar fate due to his insufficient talent, forcing him to use it recklessly. If one were to consider the illustrious names in the field, such concerns would be trivial. Amidst Li Wei's musings, he noticed his companions, Number 2 and Eve, trailing behind him. A smile crept across his lips. Could anyone's talent truly surpass that of Number 2 and Eve? They were the ultimate artificial beings. They soon returned to Dr. Otto's laboratory, where the doctor appeared somewhat astonished. Li Wei promptly summoned the Red Queen. "Otto, I've conceived some ideas for prosthetics that could be used in conjunction. Take a look," he said. Upon hearing this, Dr. Otto sensed stability in their collaboration. He hurried over, exclaiming, "Li, you are a genius. Your inventions are indeed trustworthy." "No, you are the true genius," Li Wei replied. feeling a touch embarrassed by the flattery. Yet, as the saying goes, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth, and he swiftly regained his composure. At that moment, Dr. Otto examined the design blueprints. Li, you truly are a genius. If this Li Wei C-10 can indeed achieve the time-stopping effect, I cannot fathom its power. Dr. Otto was genuinely excited now. Can you create it? Li Wei inquired. Of course. All the data is available. If I cannot produce it, I shall eat my words. Otto jested. I suspect you're simply eager, Li Wei teased back. By the way, remember that one cannot equip too many prosthetics at once, as it may lead to mental erosion. The average person cannot withstand it, Li Wei reminded, recalling the potential madness lurking within the company's scientists, all of whom possessed the makings of mad scientists. Should one transform a person into an atom smasher, it would certainly result in a delightful chaos, potentially dismantling the entire company. I am aware of this, Dr. Otto promptly responded. Every individual's psyche has its limits, and cybernetic enhancements impose a burden upon the mind. I shall assign my team to handle the installation, thereby accelerating our production speed. Dr. Otto only requires assistance during the experimental phase. However, the manufacturing stage necessitates a cohesive team effort. Otherwise, should it rest solely on Dr. Otto's shoulders, the timeline would be indefinitely prolonged. Let us commence with the creation of 2 sets, Levi interjected. No problem, Dr. Otto replied, refraining from further inquiries, though he could surmise some details. On the return journey, Bumblebee raced along the road. The infrastructure in America is notoriously subpar, particularly the subway system in New York, which Levi has never utilized. It is akin to an antiquity, with a construction history exceeding a century. Upon entering the subway station vicinity, one is greeted by a medley of unpleasant odors, truly testing the limits of human tolerance. The roadways are no better. Aside from the frequent repairs in the central areas, many roads elsewhere are cracked and in disrepair. High-speed rail is a distant dream, as the influence of American Airlines is formidable. If high-speed rail were to be established, who would opt for air travel? With the current reputation of Boeing, only the fortunate dare to fly. Hence, in America, driving oneself remains the safest mode of transportation, which is the boast of the colonizers regarding their road system. Fortunately, Levi has no intention of venturing elsewhere and soon returns to Long Island. Yet, the Red Queen swiftly delivered some unwelcome news. Master, the Osborne Group intends to establish the venue in Las Vegas. Las Vegas, renowned as the gambling capital, is a desolate place that offers little beyond this pursuit. The sole advantage lies in the legality of gambling in such a locale. Given the immense popularity of Levi and Tony Stark, it is plausible that they could accrue hundreds of millions. One must not underestimate the fervor of gamblers. Levi responded, inform the Osborne Group that Las Vegas is acceptable, but I require a share of the profits. Understood. The Stark Group likely responded similarly, the Red Queen noted. Is this not a case of like-minded heroes? Capitalists must seize every opportunity for profit. After all, in America, even the highest leaders are driven by financial gain. What of investment mogul Warren Buffett? The true financial moguls reside in the White House. The Osborne Group is aware that solitary profits are unwise, and thus promptly acquiesced to the request for a shared revenue model. Norman Osborn soon initiated a video call, and Levi chose to answer, revealing Norman's face on the screen. At that moment, Norman Osborn appeared more spirited, his countenance exuding authority. Levi, I have splendid news. My public approval rating has surpassed that of Kingpin. Congratulations, Norman. Levi replied with a smile. By the way, you must continue to count on my support. Rest assured, I have rallied the people, Levi said. His social media presence predominantly involved sparring with Tony Stark and urging his followers to endorse Norman Osborn for mayor. This approach proved effective, akin to Hollywood stars aligning themselves with certain causes, though the extent of influence remained uncertain. Furthermore, New York, with its multitude of elites, was naturally inclined to support the affluent Norman Osborn. For Kingpin, surpassing him would not be an easy feat. Subsequently, Norman Osborn remarked, Levi, I have learned that Kingpin's team is investigating you. Exercise caution. I understand, Levi nodded solemnly. Kingpin was no benevolent figure. He was ruthless and contemptuous of justice. Anyone who obstructed him would face his wrath. Both Levi and Norman Osborn had positioned themselves in opposition to him, necessitating vigilance against Kingpin's potential retaliation. Norman, you must also be wary. Do not worry. I have employed a team specifically for my protection. Norman Osborn was well aware of this, chuckling in response. Levi couldn't help but smirk at Norman's cautiousness. Indeed, capitalists harbor a profound fear of mortality. Upon returning home, Levi instructed the Red Queen to monitor the surroundings and pulled Tu and Eve aside. Did you hear what Norman said? Yes, Master, both women replied, their eyes glistening as they gazed at Levi. Tonight, one of you must provide personal protection. Let us alternate, beginning with Eve. Although Eve blushed slightly, she did not refuse. As for 2, refusal was out of the question. She was rather eager. She was created for the betterment of humanity. Later, Levi guided Eve inside. Having long been enchanted by her figure, "Eve, come warm my bed." That night, as Levi settled in, he noticed his clothes still on. "Master, aren't you meant to be protected?" Eve inquired, puzzled. Ahem, Levi cleared his throat. "What if no one comes? Wouldn't that mean you would forego sleep? So, come here first." He beckoned Eve closer. Obliviously, she lay down beside him and asked, "Master, what are you doing?" "Because this is uncomfortable," Levi replied earnestly. At last, I have felt the exquisite texture of Eve's skin. How shall I articulate it? Eve possesses a more voluptuous form than her predecessor. Her physique is inherently flawless. She is curvaceous where it is fitting and slender where it ought to be, resembling a masterpiece crafted by the Creator. One can only surmise that the domain of the maternal figure has indeed mastered the art of artificial creation. Furthermore, these newly arrived squad members each possess distinct personalities. Eve is characterized by her kindness and gentleness, while Lily exudes vivacity and confidence. Then there is the aloof and commanding Shun, and the eccentric Raven, who almost tempted Levi to contemplate acquiring a spouse once more. Resisting the urge, Levi reminded himself that he had set his sights on a technology that must not be squandered. Moreover, with 2 artificial beings already in existence, acquiring more would be excessive. He is not one to fulfill his parents' wishes of establishing a harem on Earth like some outrageous superhero. Reflecting on this now, Levi finds himself with no outlet for his grievances. It is safe to say that Gunn is ill-suited for superhero films, as he has introduced his crude humor into the genre. This provoked a profound contemplation within Levi. Is divinity more significant than humanity? Based on his experiences, humanity appears exceedingly unreliable, as virtuous individuals can swiftly devolve into malevolence. Yet divinity remains steadfast. A Superman devoid of divine essence ought indeed to be vanquished. Levi now comprehends why Batman and Luthor sought to eliminate Superman. Lost in his musings, his hands moved unconsciously, while he flitted about like a whack-a-mole, causing both to lose their drowsiness. Yet, no event transpired, and they passed the night in serene tranquility. Eve breathed a sigh of relief, while Levi was oblivious to when he succumbed to slumber. Alas, Eve's resolute nature thwarted his ambitions. If it had been the second version, chapter 35, replacing the auxiliary spine, Levi felt as though he were engaged in a game of werewolf. Having endured a peaceful night without gaining anything, Eve was far too earnest, offering him no opportunity at all. At that moment, Eve unveiled her capabilities. She was entirely unperturbed by fatigue. As a hybrid of machinery and flesh, she possessed human emotions while also exhibiting superhuman physical attributes. Even the most ordinary superheroes cannot survive in the vacuum of space, yet Eve could. After savoring the breakfast prepared by the second version, she set forth to the company. En route, he instructed the Queen to expedite the surgical procedures for the company's security personnel. The veterans harbored no objections to the operations. They were eager to return to their normal lives, regardless of the cost. Levi recognized the necessity of their increasing strength to safeguard the company. As for any lurking dangers, the Red Queen has undoubtedly left back doors in the chip. One cannot genuinely believe that Li Wei is a paragon of virtue. Upon arriving at the company, the Red Queen was already by his side. Today, Gwen was unable to attend as she had classes in the morning. Li Wei could only await her graduation to finally appoint her as his full-time secretary. "Master, the Sion Wasteland has been produced," the Red Queen declared. Hearing her words, Li Wei hastened to the laboratory. However, before he could reach Dr. Otto's lab, he was intercepted by Professor Connors. "Li, the serum has been tested dozens of times. We are merely one step away from the clinical trials," Professor Connors lamented. If not for the Red Queen's intervention, he would have volunteered himself for the experiment. Watching Dr. Otto consistently yield results only added to his anxiety. Indeed, Li Wei chuckled awkwardly and instructed the Red Queen to contact Black Widow Natasha. He had procured Natasha Romanoff's number yesterday, and the subsequent arrangements could be discussed with her. "Will your team partake in the serum trials?" he inquired. "Please hold on." Natasha was unable to make a decision immediately. After a brief moment, she responded, "As long as they consent, it is acceptable. Then there is no issue. Consent is essential." "I understand," Li Wei acknowledged. Their conversation was brief, and they ended the call. Turning to Professor Connors, he reassured, "Do not worry, Professor. I will bring individuals shortly." "That is good to hear." Professor Connors nodded before returning to his laboratory. "Li, you have arrived," Dr. Otto greeted, his eyes burdened by dark circles. Though he cleverly donned sunglasses to conceal his fatigue, he was abuzz with excitement, promptly presenting Li Wei with 2 precious items. "Behold, this is the Sion Wasteland. The data is identical, yet I sense that ordinary individuals cannot wield such a creation." This was the source of Dr. Otto's sleepless nights. For a scientist, nothing is more exhilarating than the pursuit of the unknown. Li Wei, the imposter, felt a surge of enthusiasm as he held the object. How heavy, he exclaimed. Of course. This is an artificial spine. The Sion waiststand comes in various models, Chianti, Dinara, Falcon, yet none compare to the one in my grasp. This is a complete artificial spine, classified as a mortal grade within the game's parameters. Holding it, Li Wei felt a profound sense of technological weight. It was indeed a marvel. Do you have a candidate for its use? I suspect only a superhuman like Spider-Man could manage it, Dr. Otto cautioned. Ordinary individuals would find it excessively burdensome, and their bodies may reject it, leading to significant complications. Thus, I do not intend to administer it to anyone. Li Wei chuckled. Dr. Otto blinked and understood. He lamented. Unfortunately, such advancements cannot be universally implemented. No matter, this is still a significant breakthrough, Li Wei shrugged and remarked. But the chips and prosthetic eyes can be utilized by ordinary individuals, correct? Indeed, they are perfectly compatible, Dr. Otto replied with a smile. Very well. We shall convene a press conference. It is time for you to take the spotlight, Li Wei stated, causing Dr. Otto's face to flush crimson. No one wishes to remain in obscurity. Expressing gratitude, Li Wei escorted Tu and Eve to his office, then took the internal elevator directly underground. The Red Queen was capable of facilitating their spinal replacements. There was no need for further discussion regarding Tu. Her entire being was mechanized, making the replacement of a Samweston rather straightforward, with the only concern being potential model mismatches. However, this should not pose a significant issue. We cannot solely rely on components from the, can we? Eve's body was composed of flesh and blood, except for her spine. In the game, Eve had access to over 10 auxiliary spines, with both upper and lower segments freely interchangeable. Of course, at present, only a single Samweston was available, which could be considered superior to all of Eve's other auxiliary spines. Both Eve and Tu were aware of the impending replacement, and they appeared quite pleased. Tu, being a combat-type robot, simply desired to grow stronger, while Eve was also born for battle. Consequently, both women obediently disrobed. Li Wei, captivated by their beautiful forms, felt an urge to step forward. Master, please wait to the side. The Red Queen appeared before Li Wei, primarily concerned about his comfort. The process of replacing a spine could be quite gruesome. Aware that the forthcoming scene would hardly be aesthetically pleasing, Li Wei complied and stepped aside. He approached the Red Queen's supercomputer and activated the virtual screen. No keyboard or mouse was necessary. A mere touch of his hand sufficed, making it exceedingly convenient. What is this document? Li Wei inquired, arching an eyebrow. The Red Queen, slightly embarrassed, responded, These are classified documents from the White House and the Pentagon. The squids have bribed numerous generals and key figures close to the supreme leader to persuade him, indirectly manipulating his decisions. I have uncovered evidence of this. In truth, these matters are no longer secrets. They simply lacked proof. Now that I possess some evidence, its exposure will undoubtedly incite a storm. No wonder they say the squids are the progenitors of America, Li Wei mused, shaking his head, though he recognized it as irrelevant to him. He would rather see America embroiled in chaos. Thus, Li Wei gazed intently at the confidential documents, particularly those concerning extraterrestrial matters. To his surprise, Pym Technologies was also engaged in military work. Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, was the one who discovered subatomic particles capable of altering the size of objects, which he aptly named Pym particles. He had previously partnered with Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, but their collaboration had soured. Unbeknownst to many, he had subsequently turned to direct military service and established Pym Technologies. The company was on the verge of rebranding as Klaus Technologies, indicating that Hank Pym had evidently relinquished his position within the firm. The Red Queen, positioned beside him, remarked on the necessity of acquiring Pym particles. Li Wei nodded, aware that these particles could also facilitate time travel. Master, the surgery has been completed, came a voice. Really? Let me take a look. Li Wei immediately rose and hurried over. Chapter 36. It was Tu's turn. Unfortunately, Li Wei arrived only to find that Tu and Eve had swiftly donned their dresses. Eve wore a striking blue jumpsuit that perfectly accentuated her figure. Nearby lay 2 ordinary spines, one still stained with blood. Ugh. Li Wei quickly averted his gaze. Eve, I'll take you for a blood replenishment later. Eve appeared unaffected, blinking as she replied, all right. They soon leapt off the hospital bed and slipped into their high heels. Li Wei hurried to support them, asking, how do you feel? Nothing seems different, Tu replied with a blink. I feel all right. We should activate and test it, Eve suggested. Let us rest a moment before experimenting. The three took a brief respite before moving to an open space. Red Queen, pay attention, Li Wei instructed. The Red Queen appeared at his side, brimming with curiosity. First was Tu, who effortlessly activated the Sion Weston. Buzz. In an instant, the entire world around her appeared to slow down. For Li Wei, it was merely a fleeting moment before Tu was suddenly before him. She had seemed so far away just moments ago, it was akin to teleportation. He playfully pinched Tu's cheek. To be precise, it was a phenomenon of time dilation. The Red Queen monitored the situation, revealing through video that Tu had indeed walked over, but for Li Wei, it felt instantaneous. In essence, this was a capacity to unleash one's potential, allowing oneself to move faster, particularly for Tu. Eve, now it's your turn. Eve stood in place, somewhat at a loss. The auxiliary spine she previously utilized was passive, offering various capabilities such as enhanced evasion timing and energy recovery. However, now, Endowed Tan is active. Fortunately, the Red Queen had just equipped her with a brain-machine interface. Buzz. Eve blinked, and she felt as though time had darkened. The movements of others became sluggish. Soon, Tu returned to normal, and she reactivated Endowed Tan. Levi, on the other hand, felt a twinge of envy. Alas, he was firmly rooted in his corporeal form and harbored a disdain for technological ascension. While he did not object to external technologies like armored suits, he was averse to anything that affected the human body. Just the thought of Adam's hammer, devoid of even a shred of flesh, sent a chill down his spine. He would rather restart than transform into such a ghastly figure. Thus, to this day, he had only acquired a non-invasive brain-machine interface and returned to his office to indulge in gaming. To his surprise, this device proved remarkably effective for gaming, elevating his reflexes to their zenith. If a professional player were to wield such a device, any game would be a walk in the park, easily dispatching any challenge. By noon, Levi took Eve and Tu to a Chinese restaurant, determined to replenish her vitality. He ordered red date soup, duck blood, and lamb, among other delicacies. As for the modified Chinese cuisine, he found it utterly unpalatable. Eve, however, faced no such dilemmas. She discovered that Earth was a veritable paradise of flavors. This led her to ponder what the Earth she once inhabited was like before the Great War ravaged it. After lunch, they returned to continue their experiments. The Red Queen aimed to determine how long their bodies could endure Endowed Tan. The results were astonishing. Tu exhibited remarkable endurance, easily operating for several minutes. This prompted Levi to consider who was more formidable, Tu or Jintian. After all, this legendary figure had effortlessly defeated Adam's hammer. Eve, on the other hand, was at a slight disadvantage, as she was still composed of flesh. It now seemed that her corporeality served as a limitation to her existence. The Red Queen inquired about the agents. 2 individuals were willing to participate in Professor Connor's experiments, she replied. Then arrange for Professor Connors, Levi nodded. Although prosthetics were advantageous, there remained those who yearned to restore their flesh and blood. Thus, there was no need to worry about a lack of participants for Professor Connor's experiments, which relieved Levi. He had even prepared to take a hard stance to ensure voluntary participation. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Upon opening the social media platform, the Osborne Group had meticulously crafted a promotional poster. The visages of Tony Stark and Levi graced the poster, with Tony positioned on the left and Levi on the right, both wearing solemn expressions as they gazed at one another, seemingly in agreement. Beneath, a line read Las Vegas. Historically, those who dared to challenge the odds had often faced defeat. Tony Stark had already succumbed. Prior to the commencement of the duel, Levi had secured an early victory. He promptly chose to retweet, causing the fervor surrounding the event to escalate exponentially. After all, many had been speculating whether this was mere publicity or if the 2 affluent individuals would genuinely engage in combat. For the average person, the prospect of witnessing the wealthy display their prowess was immensely appealing. Master, I must convey an important piece of information, the Red Queen floated over. What is it? Tony Stark's itinerary indicates that he is soon headed to the Middle East, and he will miss this confrontation. What? Levi was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming. As expected, that coward. Levi was not particularly surprised by Tony Stark's avoidance of battle. After all, it was well known that Stark's bravado was primarily verbal. Engaging in verbal sparring while evading combat seemed all too realistic to Levi. Furthermore, he had justifiable matters to attend to, rather than fleeing, and he had words to offer. At this moment, Levi felt a twinge of disappointment. He genuinely wished to confront Tony Stark. However, upon returning from the Middle East, Tony would assume the mantle of Iron Man. Is an Iron Man even more exhilarating? Levi mused. No matter, I shall mock him mercilessly when the time comes. Should we inform the Osborne Group? Unnecessary. The Osborne Group has already achieved its objective, Levi replied, shaking his head. It was likely that Norman Osborn did not truly anticipate the 2 would engage in a fight. Presently, Norman Osborn had garnered attention and siphoned off a portion of the spotlight. Journalists, unable to secure interviews with Levi and Tony Stark, turned to Norman Osborn to inquire about his perspective on the matter. While responding, Norman also seized the opportunity to express his views on New York, utilizing the situation to bolster his popularity. No wonder Kim was irate. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Levi departed the company, accompanied by Eve and Tu, and returned home to rest. The journey unfolded without incident, and Levi gradually set aside the matter. With 2 bodyguards now equipped with advanced security measures, his sense of safety had significantly increased. Additionally, Bumblebee was present, ready to surprise any adversaries should the need arise. 2. I expect your company tonight. Upon arriving home, Levi called out. 2 had long been prepared, genuinely believing it was for personal protection. Chapter 37. Eve's first battle. As nightfall descended, Li Wei adhered to his commendable habit of retiring early and rising with the dawn. By 10 o'clock, he had ushered in 2 into the master bedroom, while Eve remained in the adjacent guest room, ever prepared to safeguard her master. Rest assured, master, 2 proclaimed, her eyes seemingly aglow, I shall protect you. However, Li Wei recognized that 2 had misconstrued his intentions. Her straightforwardness was endearing yet misplaced. Without hesitation, he lifted 2 into his arms. Goodness, you are quite heavy, he exclaimed, immediately regretting his decision. Since the installation of the sand waiststand, 2 appeared to have gained considerable weight, undoubtedly exceeding 300 pounds. Were it the petite fairy, such a remark would have elicited a swift reprimand. Yet, 2 merely blushed. Apologizing, I am sorry, master, I am too heavy. Not at all, it's perfectly fine. You can simply lie down, Li Wei replied. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. In a separate room, the Red Queen conveyed information to Eve. Having not rested, Eve sat by the window. Has it finally arrived? She murmured softly. The nearby private surveillance had been commandeered by the Red Queen, who promptly informed Eve of any suspicious individuals. Be cautious. The intruder is known as Bullseye, a professional assassin under Jean Bin's command, the Red Queen warned. Having matched the identity of the approacher, I understand, Eve rose, her casual home attire seamlessly transforming into the fitted green uniform of the 7th Airborne Squad, an enviable feat of nanotechnology. Without hesitation, she leaped from the window. Fortunately, it was only the 2nd floor. Just before her descent concluded, she deftly halted midair and landed with precision, dissipating all momentum. Remarkably, she executed this feat while adorned in high heels exceeding 10 centimeters. Casting a glance back, she noted the Red Queen's reassuring presence. With 2 here, no one can harm our master, the Red Queen reassured her. With newfound confidence, Eve proceeded towards the roadside. After all, her aspiration in this world was solely to protect her master. Eve was uncomplicated. She had never contemplated her own desires nor lived for herself. Meanwhile, Bullseye, piloting a black vehicle provided by the Fisk Group, arrived at Long Island. Following Jean Bin's orders, he intended to teach Li Wei a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before aiding Norman Osborn. Unable to contend in the open, Jean Bin chose to operate from the shadows. Norman Osborn's polling numbers had surpassed his own, largely due to Li Wei's relentless campaigning. It is noteworthy that New York is a city where elites converge, and these elites were inclined to place their faith in the words of successful capitalists. The elites are well aware of a profound truth. Success can be attained by following in the footsteps of those who have already achieved it. They are not simpletons. Had they been, any assistance from Levi would undoubtedly yield counterproductive results. Jean Bing initially contemplated confronting Norman Osborn directly. However, Osborn, knowing the underhanded nature of Jean Bing, took preemptive measures by hiring a security team from a small Eastern European nation known as Silver Mink's Security Company, which was formerly the Wild Brigade, renowned for its formidable strength. This was a calculated move to intimidate Jean Bing, who, recognizing the futility of direct confrontation, opted instead to trouble Osborn's allies. For Jean Bing, this tactic had proven to be consistently effective. As he came to a halt, the target, known as Bullseye, donned his mask, which bore the emblem of a bullseye on his forehead, exuding an eerie aura. He then exited his vehicle, draping a trench coat over his form, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Yet, after taking a few steps, an unsettling sensation washed over him, akin to being watched by a venomous serpent. Who is it? He scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Finally, he glanced upwards and beheld a flawless silhouette perched upon a lamppost, shrouded in shadow, revealing only a vague outline that sent a chill down his spine. Who are you? Bullseye's body tensed, his hands instinctively retreating behind him. This is not a place for you. If you leave now, I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Eve's voice, imbued with a frigid clarity, reached him. Her inherent kindness was evident. However, such words, in Bullseye's eyes, betrayed a lack of confidence. So it was a woman. A wicked smile curled upon his lips. In the next moment, he launched a stealthy and ruthless attack, his hands, which had been concealed behind him, swiftly releasing a barrage of silver needles towards Eve. Possessing a natural talent for concealed weaponry, Bullseye could transform any object into a lethal instrument. The silver needles shot forth with such velocity that evasion seemed implausible. Yet, Eve was no ordinary human. She was a new breed, crafted within the realm of the maternal sovereign. In an instant, she sensed the imminent danger and instinctively somersaulted backward. This movement appeared to trigger a flawless evasion, allowing her to deftly avoid all the needles and land gracefully on the ground. This was how superheroes made their entrance. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back, Eve declared, her gaze as frigid as ice. Countless aberrations had fallen to her hand. All former humans transformed into monstrosities, rendering her a merciless killer. Bullseye, however, remained unfazed. He had encountered numerous foes capable of dodging his projectiles. Daredevil and Erica had both managed to deflect his weapons in previous encounters. Thus, he always ensured to carry an abundance of them into battle. Various concealed weapons were hurled forth by him. Commonplace items such as playing cards and coins could readily serve as lethal implements. In response to these projectiles, Eve's counteraction was remarkably straightforward. She deftly removed the hairpin from her head, instantly transforming it into a single-handed sword. Bloodblade. With remarkable swiftness, Eve raised her sword, deflecting all the thrown weapons away. Subsequently, she accelerated towards the target with great urgency. The target, sensing the impending danger, cunningly retreated while simultaneously launching more projectiles. Skillfully employing the tactic of a kite flyer, most individuals would find it nearly impossible to strike him, as he tortuously kept them at bay with his relentless barrage of weaponry. A mere lapse in defense could sap the enemy's morale, leading to their eventual demise at his hands. Eve furrowed her brow, unwilling to succumb to his torment. Thus, she crouched low to the ground and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of lightning, akin to a sudden flash, vanishing from sight. Berta Energy. The target, caught off guard whilst gleefully tossing his weapons, was struck with alarm, the hairs on his neck standing on end. Behind him, instinctively, he flung his projectiles backward, yet in that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of sluggishness. Time seemed to slow. This was due to Eve activating the Sonnenstein, her artificial spine, at that precise instant. Only Eve's speed remained unchanged, even accelerating, akin to a bolt of lightning, as her blade sliced through the target effortlessly. As time resumed its normal flow, a resounding thud echoed as the target's body was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Remarkably, Eve's blood blade was left untainted, as she transformed back into a hairpin, reattaching it to her ponytail. This was rather troublesome. Observing the pool of blood surrounding her, Eve felt a twinge of frustration. This was not another Earth. The aftermath of this incident could only be entrusted to the Red Queen. Chapter 38, Commander of the Transformers Fisk Tower. Even in the dead of night, the lights shone brightly, and Kingpin awaited good news in his office, filled with anticipation. However, soon enough, he found himself confronted not with positive tidings, but with dire news. Boss, we have a grave situation. The target is dead. A subordinate stumbled in, clearly shaken. The very presence of Kingpin rendered him breathless. What transpired? Kingpin's grip tightened, crushing the object in his hand into a crumpled mass. The target was sliced in half and the body has been brought here for us to collect, the subordinate muttered, keeping his head bowed, unable to meet the fury blazing in Kingpin's eyes. At that moment, Kingpin resembled a ferocious tiger, instilling fear in all who dared to look his way. The air in the room felt chillingly oppressive. Fortunately, Kingpin managed to rein in his rage. The moment is indeed critical for the campaign, and one must refrain from actions that could jeopardize the overall situation. He was already trailing behind Norman Osborn in the polls. If anything else were to occur, it would be irreparable. Secure the target and arrange a funeral. Kim waved his hand, instructing his subordinate to leave. The target was his foremost aide, though loyalty was not particularly his strong suit. Nonetheless, Kim remained unconcerned. As long as he was effective, loyalty was of no consequence. This was similarly true for Erica and her companions. However, losing the target would be akin to Kim losing a sharp blade, an essential asset. The target had engaged in numerous dubious activities on his behalf, and now he would need to seek others. Li Wei. Subsequently, Kim gazed at Li Wei's portrait, lost in contemplation. Why would such a talent choose to aid Norman Osborn? Li Wei awoke the next day, only to learn of the situation. He felt somewhat fatigued. His proactive demeanor the previous night had drained him considerably. Yet, he could not afford to be passive, especially since the stakes were so high. If he lost control. Early in the morning, Norman Osborn's call arrived. With a pained expression, Norman inquired, Li, are you all right after last night? Yes, why? What happened? Li Wei shook his head. The Red Queen had not informed him of the matter the previous night. He only discovered that Eve had entered the fray that morning. However, he suspected he would not have been able to absorb that information at the time. As long as you're fine, Norman Osborn said through gritted teeth. That damned gangster sent people to threaten my other collaborators last night. A few were so frightened they are reconsidering their financial support for my campaign. Campaigning requires funds. It is fundamentally a game of money. Although Norman Osborn was wealthy, he would never invest his own money into his campaign. That would be foolish. It is often said in Hollywood to never use your own money to produce a film, and campaigning is no different. Therefore, Norman sought numerous backers to fund his campaign. promising to reciprocate once he succeeded. This is the unspoken rule of the game. Otherwise, who would willingly finance your campaign? However, some individuals had been intimidated by Kim and were now hesitant to continue their investments. After all, life is more valuable than money. This infuriated Norman Osborn. At this moment, Li Wei spoke reassuringly. Norman, rest assured, no matter what, I will stand by your side. This elicited a look of gratitude from Norman, who replied, Li, once I become mayor, I will make sure you are amply rewarded. It is no wonder that one must lend a helping hand in times of need. Indeed, Norman Osborn promptly remarked, I have employed the services of an international security firm specializing in silver minks from Eastern Europe. Their prowess is formidable, frequently engaging in combat. Would you like me to dispatch some personnel for your protection? No need, Levi chuckled. The security team at my company consists of retired veterans. It is uncertain whether any one party possesses superiority over another. The U.S. military has been the only force to exert dominance in recent years. As for others, while their capabilities may vary, their practical experience is undeniably substantial. What necessity is there for Eastern European security groups? After a brief exchange, the two concluded their conversation. Levi had initially presumed that Norman Osborn sought his financial backing, only to discover that Osborn was prepared to invest his own resources. He was determined to pursue his objectives with Jean Bing. Let us proceed, Levi thought to himself, unperturbed by Jean Bing. His primary concern lay with Tony Stark. After all, Jean Bing lacked public appeal, and any verbal sparring with him would attract no more than the attention of New Yorkers. Conversely, Tony Stark was a national icon, recognized globally, exuding charisma. With this in mind, Levi accessed the system's marketplace to review his reputation score. To his delight, it had surpassed 50 million. His spirits lifted. He realized he could redeem numerous items, such as those from the realms of Transcendence and Limitless. Although these items did not enhance physical prowess, they promised to stimulate mental faculties. Furthermore, the system's offerings bore no adverse effects. As he contemplated this, Levi felt a surge of temptation, nearly succumbing to the urge to develop his intellect. However, for the sake of his ambitions, he chose to restrain himself. To quench his thirst for rewards, he opted for a tenfold draw. Nothing a tenfold draw can't resolve. If one attempt fails, then a second will surely suffice. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have obtained the following rewards. Fusion Battery Level 4. Bat Suit Design. The original Batman suit, possessing commemorative significance. Superman Glasses, Kryptonian Technology. Familiar faces will not recognize you when worn. Levi smirked slightly. What use did he have for the bat suit? While it indeed contained numerous advanced technologies, his desire leaned towards the iron suit. Nevertheless, the other rewards held merit, particularly the fusion battery, which his corporate building was already utilizing. A single battery could power the edifice for an entire year. Soon enough, he reached the guaranteed outcome of the tenfold draw. Levi reflected on his luck, realizing he was still a non-lucky individual, reliant on guarantees for sustenance. When will the ordinary draws offer something extraordinary? RC transformers a member of the Autobots, assuming the role of commander. Once again, a transformer emerged. Bumblebee would now have a companion. RC serves as the commander among the Autobots, and notably, she is a female, much to the delight of those who admire mechanical maidens. Her transformed visage takes the form of a classic 1994 Ducati 916 motorcycle, a true icon of its era. Of course, should the need arise, she can seamlessly transition into a more contemporary model. However, Levi remains indifferent to such changes. He instructs the Red Queen to prepare the necessary materials, readying himself for the creation process. Occasionally, taking a motorcycle for a leisurely ride proves to be quite exhilarating. Upon arriving at the company, as Levi has yet to exit the vehicle, Bumblebee finds himself besieged by a throng of reporters. Levi is acutely aware of the reason behind this frenzy. Mr. Levi, what are your thoughts on Tony Stark's decision to venture into the Middle East at this juncture? Mr. Levi, will your octagonal cage duel with Tony Stark still take place? The reporters shouted through the glass, thrusting their microphones against the window. Levi gestures for Bumblebee to halt and lowers the window. In an uncharacteristic display, he states, I respect his choice. In my opinion, Tony Stark is not a coward. In front of the reporters, Levi deviates from his usual mockery of Stark and instead honors his decision. To the journalists, Levi's magnanimity casts Stark in an even more cowardly light. Most importantly, at this moment, derision serves no purpose. Levi is also keen on crafting his public persona. One cannot afford to be as pedantic as Stark, after all. When the occasion calls for generosity, one should be generous. The public will appreciate it more. After finally evading the reporters, Levi, under the protection of security, enters the corporate building. His gaze immediately falls upon Gwen Stacy, who appears to be stifling a yawn. Gwen, did you not rest well last night? Levi inquires. Gwen replies, covering her mouth. I was quite busy yesterday. Indeed, she had been swamped. As Kim's subordinates were wreaking havoc everywhere, leaving Gwen overwhelmed. You must take care to rest, Levi advises, leading her directly to the laboratory. Today promises to be eventful. Their first stop is Dr. Otto's laboratory. Otto, unable to remain idle, is already orchestrating various surgeries. Upon seeing Levi, he exclaims with excitement, "Lee, a third of the staff has already undergone the procedure, including you, I presume." Levi observes that Otto, usually seen with a non-invasive brain-machine interface helmet, is now sporting a rare hat. "Indeed, I bear a scar," Otto nods in acknowledgement. To facilitate the surgery, he had decisively shaved his head, leaving behind a small scar, which allowed for the installation of the brain-machine interface. The results are evidently remarkable. The 4 mechanical arms respond to his commands as obediently as his own limbs. Furthermore, he has equipped himself with a chip that allows for seamless access to the internet at any moment. Although he initially contemplated the installation of prosthetic eyes, he ultimately abandoned the idea out of fear of pain. Li Wei is aware that the security capabilities of his company have been significantly enhanced, yet he cautions, Otto, do not overindulge. Excessive prosthetics can lead to unforeseen complications. I am well aware, Dr. Otto promptly replies, fully cognizant of the potential drawbacks. Though the sensation of control he experiences is intoxicating, imparting a feeling of dominion over the world. Mr. Stark, your arrival in the Middle East at this juncture, are you not reconsidering the Las Vegas arena? Mr. Stark, Mr. Li Wei expresses his respect for your choices and bears no grievances, one of the onlookers comments. Mr. Tony Stark's expression darkens. The frustration he had just released with the flight attendant resurfaces. With a firm gesture, he states, I have an urgent business matter at hand, one of great significance. As for the arena, whether or not I will compete remains uncertain. I do not deem it a prudent choice. Waving his hand, he summons the military vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, the military vehicle has arrived. I must attend to business. With that, Tony Stark turns and enters the vehicle. The frenzied reporters attempt to obstruct him, but he ultimately escapes in the military convoy. Damn it, these lunatics. Stark laments as he sits within the vehicle. They followed me all the way here. And local media are joining the fray as well? The entire world is fixated on this event. I never anticipated you would falter. Rod immediately responds. This is not a retreat. I am merely here to conduct business. Once I return, I shall undoubtedly bring him to his knees. Haha. Rod bursts into laughter, only to receive a couple of playful jabs from Stark. Let us take a couple of days to relax and appreciate the local culture. Soon enough, you will find yourself in the desert, where the allure of beautiful women will be scarce. This piques Stark's interest. He had indeed never explored this region before. There have been few women along the way, akin to rare creatures, all of whom are shrouded in headscarves and heavily cloaked. This only heightens Stark's intrigue. In Professor Connor's laboratory, besides himself, his wife Martha is present, along with 2 volunteers from S.H.I.E.L.D. These individuals eschew prosthetics, desiring their own flesh and blood, and thus willingly participate in the experiments. To this, Li Wei can only remark, great minds think alike. Red Queen, is everything in order? Li Wei inquires as he brings Eve and Unit 2 along. The ethereal visage of the Red Queen materialized beside him, responding, Master, I have conducted over 700,000 simulation experiments, resulting predominantly in certain mutations. What kind of mutations? Li Wei inquired, a sense of familiarity washing over him at her phrasing. There is a possibility of bodily aberration. However, one would concurrently gain power and regenerative abilities, the Red Queen articulated. Li Wei frowned. Doesn't that imply transforming into a lizard man? If you are referring to a complete transformation into a lizard, that is implausible, the Red Queen clarified. Initially, the serum possessed significant flaws, but it has since been refined by myself and Professor Connors, who is also preparing an antidote. Upon hearing this, Li Wei remained outside the glass enclosure, nodding at Professor Connors within. Subsequently, the one-armed Professor Connors and his wife, Martha, busied themselves, instructing the volunteer to lie upon the examination table, securing their limbs firmly. Once safety protocols were established, they commenced the injection of the serum. As directed by the Red Queen, a syringe filled with a verdant solution was slowly administered. The laboratory was missing a right leg, a casualty from a mission where a high-explosive grenade had been thrown near his feet. He had narrowly avoided it, but his leg was obliterated in the process. Fortunately, it was not a fragmentation grenade. Otherwise, he might have perished. The atmosphere grew tense among those present. Following the injection, an eerie silence enveloped the lab, as if it had succumbed to death. What is happening? Li Wei queried. Protective mechanism, the Red Queen replied coolly. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the test subject as they began thrashing on the examination table. Gradually, a leg began to manifest, its hue appearing somewhat unusual. Why is it green? Li Wei asked. It has undergone aberration, the Red Queen remarked, her brow furrowing, acknowledging the complexity of the serum. Before their eyes, the subject sprouted a lizard-like leg, shattering the restraints that held them. "What is wrong with my leg?" the subject exclaimed in confusion, soon overtaken by panic. Professor Connors swiftly moved to calm the individual, diligently recording the experimental data. This revelation astonished Li Wei. In comparison to a complete transformation into a lizard man, this serum exhibited a remarkable gentleness. As the newly formed limb was merely lizard-like, yet the individual retained their sanity and awareness. The lizard's influence is too dominant. "We will require additional serum to neutralize the virus," the Red Queen remarked beside Li Wei. "It is not a failure," Li Wei affirmed. In light of the alternative of an outright transformation into a lizard man, this outcome could indeed be deemed a success. He had brought Eve and No. 2 along to mitigate any concerns regarding combat effectiveness, and it now appeared those worries were unwarranted. Professor Connors administered the antidote to the experimenter, restoring him to his original state. Meanwhile, Levi was preparing to invite Gwen to dinner. He could not afford any missteps this time after his previous failure. Chapter 40. The elegant female director Levi was about to approach when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Maria Hill calling. "Dear Ms. Hill, it has been a while since we last spoke." Levi opted to answer the call. Upon hearing his playful remark, Maria Hill's face brightened with a smile. However, she feigned coldness, retorting, "It is you who has not contacted me. Should I take the initiative? Isn't this a form of initiative?" Levi thought to himself, quickly responding, "I have been exceedingly busy. I had intended to give that playboy a good thrashing, but to my surprise, he fled." Maria Hill nearly lost her composure. It was precisely because she had seen Tony Stark escape that she reached out to Levi. She had been following his progress and was aware of his diligent combat training. Who would have thought Stark would simply run away? "Do you have time this evening?" Levi inquired. With a woman calling him, he felt compelled to provide ample emotional value, lest he lose this opportunity. As for Gwen, he decided to let her rest for a day, considering she hadn't slept well the previous night. "Do not worry." Maria Hill was eagerly awaiting this reassurance and promptly replied, "Of course. Will you come to pick me up?" Levi chuckled at her swift response, realizing she was quite eager. They made arrangements, and Levi reminded her, "Remember to bring your uniform, Director Hill." At his words, Maria Hill fell silent, hastily ending the call, leaving Levi uncertain if she had absorbed his message. A lack of enthusiasm after work hinted at deeper issues. Before the scheduled time, Levi set off. "Gwen, we can leave now." "Yay," Gwen exclaimed, then added, "I just received a call from May at the homeless shelter, asking when you would come by. Tomorrow, I suppose." Levi's mind was elsewhere. "All right," Gwen nodded and replied to the message, but Levi had already vanished. This made her pout slightly. She had hoped he would take the initiative to invite her. Could it be that his displeasure from the last incident lingered? This thought left Gwen feeling anxious. Meanwhile, Levi had arrived at the underground parking lot with 2 and Eve. Beep, beep. Upon seeing Levi approach, a striking red Ducati motorcycle let out 2 beeps. Levi rushed over in sheer delight, exclaiming, "Alcy?" "Indeed, master," Alcy responded with a melodious tone, tinged with a hint of maturity. Previously, she had enlisted the Red Queen to procure the materials, and Levi had not intervened since. Now, it was evident that the transformation had been successfully completed. With a graceful sidestep, Alcy's entire form began to morph. Her metamorphosis was even more seamless than Bumblebee's, owing to her petite stature. This diminutive quality was notable in comparison to other Transformers, considering her model was that of a motorcycle. Consequently, her height was slightly less than Bumblebee's, and her figure was remarkably slender, clearly indicative of her mechanized femininity. Levi nodded appreciatively and patted Alcy, saying, "Return to your original form. I wish to ride you." Alcy beamed with delight, perceiving it as an honor. Eve, standing nearby, chimed in eagerly, "Master, I wish to ride as well." Clearing his throat, Levi replied, "You and 2 can ride Bumblebee for now." He intended to fetch Maria Hill, planning to accelerate wildly, ensuring she would dare to embrace any adventure. After soothing Eve's disappointment, he added, "Later, you and 2 can find something to eat. Anything you desire." "Anything?" Eve's eyes sparkled with excitement. The allure of New York, this bustling metropolis, captivated her completely, awakening her humanity. She was eager to explore and unafraid to venture into new experiences. "Just be cautious and don't fall prey to deception," Levi advised. Nodding in understanding, observing Eve's enthusiasm, he felt a sense of nostalgia. While 2 was obedient and often comforting, there were moments when it lacked charm. In contrast, Eve was akin to a girlfriend, possessing her own thoughts and will. She requires a bit of coaxing. Levi mounted Alcy, opting for manual control, while Eve and 2 climbed onto Bumblebee to provide protection. At that moment, Maria Hill sent an address not far from their location. They sped towards it, finding Maria waiting outside. She appeared quite cautious, having deliberately distanced herself from the SHIE headquarters. Darling, hop in, Levi called as he approached. Maria instinctively took a step back, but upon recognizing Levi in the vehicle, she stepped forward, carrying a bag. Inside was her uniform. She wrapped one arm around Levi and settled into the back seat. Why the change of vehicle? Still the classic Ducati? Nostalgia, isn't it stylish? Levi inquired. Very stylish. Maria replied, naturally echoing his sentiment. With that, Levi revved the engine, and they sped off together. As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Maria Hill was unperturbed by the thrill of speeding. As she gasped in excitement, she suddenly posed a question. What do you think of Agent Natasha? Her acquaintance with Levi was still relatively superficial, characterized by an interaction that remained confined to professional boundaries, with neither inquiring into the other's personal life. At that moment, her unexpected question momentarily left Levi at a loss for words. He eventually responded in a conventional manner. She takes her work very seriously. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. She's quite beautiful, Maria Hill remarked with intent. Levi reduced the speed of the vehicle and replied, she's not as beautiful as you. Nor does she possess your allure. What allure? Maria Hill queried, puzzled. Feminine charm, Levi stated as he brought the car to a halt, having arrived at the restaurant. Stepping out, he noticed Bumblebee trailing steadily behind, while Eve also exited, preparing to enjoy a meal, leaving Unit 2 in the car as a watchful guardian. Why is that car following us? Maria Hill asked, her perceptiveness evident. That's my vehicle, Levi replied. You certainly are cautious, she remarked, linking her arm with Levi's as they entered the restaurant. She had deliberately changed into a dress before her shift ended, ensuring she was dressed for their date. Upon entering, Levi allowed Maria Hill to place their order. Soon, their dinner arrived in succession. Although they should have had drinks, she refrained from ordering upon noticing that Levi had ridden his motorcycle. Consequently, their dining experience was swift, and they departed the restaurant shortly thereafter. What shall we do next? Maria Hill inquired. Time flies. Let's go to my place. So soon? There's never enough time with you. Maria Hill, charmed, followed Levi home. As anticipated, Bumblebee trailed closely behind, while Eve was still savoring some snacks. Upon arriving home, Maria Hill immediately retreated to the bathroom. When she emerged, she had transformed into the poised director with her uniform and short hair, rendering Levi utterly captivated. Chapter 41. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. The next morning, Maria Hill's phone rang, jolting her from slumber. She glanced at Levi, somewhat bewildered, before opting to answer. What? Upon connecting the call, the remnants of sleep faded as she swiftly donned her uniform. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attire was of high quality, or she would have found herself without suitable clothing. All right, I'm on my way, Maria Hill concluded the call, as Levi's hand instinctively reached for her. He had been stirred awake. What is happening? Dressed and ready, Maria Hill leaned in and pressed a kiss to his forehead. There's been an incident. Your arch-nemesis has been kidnapped in the Middle East. What? Levi's spirits lifted instantly. So soon? You'd best prepare yourself swiftly. Refrain from speaking carelessly in front of the media, lest you find yourself under scrutiny. Maria Hill harbored no doubts about Levi. Such skepticism was unwarranted. He was merely engaging in verbal sparring with Tony Stark, and it would not escalate to personal attacks. Of course, this was also a testament to her trust in him. However, the public might not share that sentiment. At such a critical juncture, with Stark abducted, conspiracy theories would undoubtedly abound. Thank you, Levi replied, hastily rising. Aren't you going to have breakfast before you leave? No, I'll just take a cab. Maria Hill, in a rush, departed without delay. Levi, on the other hand, leisurely savored his breakfast while tidying up the room. Each time he returned home, it felt immaculate and orderly, a sight that brought him comfort. As he ate, he pulled out his phone. As expected, his social media notifications were flooded with mentions, many jokingly asking, is this Levi's doing? Now he has no competition. Unfortunately, at that moment, he lacked the means to safeguard himself, and thus, some actually believed it. The buzz surrounding Levi was substantial, yet he found joy in it. Tony Stark's attack had garnered immense attention, rocketing to the forefront of trending topics. A billionaire attacked in the Middle East, with his fate unknown. With so many layers of intrigue, it was no wonder the story captured the public's imagination. Consequently, the more Levi was discussed, the greater his notoriety became. After all, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Glancing at his reputation score, he noted it had already surpassed 80 million. Impressive, he mused. This was merely the beginning. Even before Stark's return, such fervor was to be capitalized upon. He had long been prepared. Before proceeding, he summoned the Red Queen. Red Queen, await the drop in Stark Industries stock price before making a purchase. Unfortunately, he would only be able to acquire shares from individual investors. In due course, he would need to engage with Stark Industries executives to see if they would part with their holdings. Stark Industries, being a colossal entity, could not possibly have all its shares held solely by Tony Stark. This was the inevitable consequence of being a publicly traded company. Tony Stark held approximately 42% of the shares, making him the primary shareholder. Regrettably, whether military or other stakeholders, they had all refused to allow him absolute control, making it impossible for him to surpass the 50% threshold. The second largest shareholder is Aston, who possesses a substantial 25% stake. The remainder is held by the military and retail investors. Even the Osborne Group owns a modest 2.5% share of Stark Industries. Approximately 13% of the shares are circulating in the market, which is the target of Li Wei. Upon Tony Stark's return, he is certain to be met with a delightful surprise. However, this strategy is also Li Wei's means of generating profit, for he is aware that the future value of Stark Industries will soar. The Red Queen promptly commenced her calculations. Although Stark Industries stock has begun to decline today, reaching its nadir will require at least a week's time. After conducting an analysis, she conveyed her findings to Li Wei, advising him to ensure that the company does not face bankruptcy. Li Wei offered a brief admonition, emphasizing that money is meant to generate more money. As for expenditures, he remains uncertain about where to allocate his funds. After all, both Tu and Eve seldom indulge in lavish spending, and he harbors no desire for luxury items. With a car and a home already in his possession, including a transformer vehicle, he has lost interest in ostentatious automobiles. No matter how striking a luxury car may be, Bumblebee can transform at will, while luxury cars cannot become transformers. Attracting romantic interests has become effortless for him. There is no need to flaunt wealth. His status alone commands attention, even influencing someone like Maria Hill to some extent. Thus, Li Wei finds little necessity to spend extravagantly. Following breakfast, Tu had tidied up the room, and the trio subsequently departed. Early in the morning, Li Wei chose to ride in Bumblebee, while Eve expressed a desire to drive RC. Observing Eve perched atop RC, her figure was accentuated remarkably. Truly, she is a masterpiece. At first glance, one might find her physique somewhat peculiar, yet in reality, it is exquisite. Li Wei reflected on this, particularly admiring the allure of Eve's form, which seemed poised for an effortless advance. Outside the Future Technology Company, an unusually large number of reporters gathered today, with paparazzi joining the frenzy. Logically, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile, given the multitude of suspicions surrounding him. Nonetheless, Li Wei chose to embrace the spotlight, exiting his vehicle without hesitation. "Mr. Li Wei?" A female reporter's startled exclamation drew a swarm of journalists towards him. This prompted the company's security to rush in, encircling Li Wei for protection, albeit with a sense of helplessness. Despite the presence of an underground garage, the owner consistently opts against using it. Curiously, the more reporters there are, the more Li Wei eschews the underground parking. With a solemn expression, Li Wei accepted an interview, selecting a blonde female reporter among the throng. Now, various media outlets are well aware of his preferences, resulting in the majority of journalists dispatched being women, mirroring the scenario with Tony Stark. However, Li Wei's reputation far surpasses that of Tony Stark. At least he doesn't find himself in bed during interviews, which is why female journalists are willing to interview him. A blonde reporter spoke solemnly. "Mr. Li Wei, are you aware of the situation concerning Tony Stark?" "Yes, I am," Li Wei replied with a heavy heart. "I never anticipated such an event. I believe Tony Stark will ultimately be all right. May God bless him." Upon hearing Li Wei invoke God, the reporters who initially intended to stir controversy became more restrained. Nonetheless, they remained incisive. "Mr. Li Wei, in light of Tony Stark's disappearance, what actions will you undertake?" At this question, Li Wei's spirit was invigorated. He stated, "Rest assured, I will exert every effort to locate him. Although our relationship is not particularly strong, I sincerely hope for his return. You may follow my endeavors. I will deploy cutting-edge technology, as Future Tech Company has developed advanced prosthetic eyes and search chips." Li Wei seamlessly transitioned into a promotional address for his company's new products. It is noteworthy that many individuals with disabilities were captivated, particularly those who had lost their sight due to various calamities, all eager to acquire prosthetic eyes. Chapter 42. If you desire it, nothing is impossible. Genius scientist Li Wei. May God bless Tony Stark. Li Wei. I will mobilize the latest technology from Future Tech Company to assist the military in locating Tony Stark. The military has issued a statement, indicating that no assistance from other companies is required. They possess the finest technology. Their response was quite swift. Li Wei sat in his office, sipping coffee brewed by Gwen, while observing the news swirling around him. In an era of rapidly advancing technology, news increasingly emphasizes timeliness. A mere second's delay could render a story outdated. Throughout the morning, Li Wei remained in his office, alternating between playing computer games and monitoring his rising popularity. It must be said that Tony Stark's notoriety is currently explosive, for no one has ever experienced such a phenomenon. The greatest concern lies with the U.S. military. as Tony Stark was abducted under their protection. This raises questions about the military's efficacy in the eyes of other affluent individuals. The most apparent manifestation of this is the plummeting stock of Stark Industries, which has hit a halt. Everyone is aware of how crucial Tony Stark is to Stark Industries. Virtually all renowned products stem from his genius ideas, which explains the lack of surprise regarding this development. However, the Red Queen has yet to intervene. The timing is not right. Until Tony Stark returns, the stock will not rise. As noon approached, Li Wei felt a sense of joy. Reputation, 100 million. It has surpassed 100 million. He immediately accessed the system store, where he had long coveted a remarkable item, unknown metal technology. This enables the user to attain telepathic abilities, with the strength determined by the user's mental attributes. Li Wei possessed formidable mental attributes, for he was a transmigrator. In comparison to other items of similar value, such as brain-enhancing pills, this was far more direct. As for Super Soldier Serum, to be honest, Li Wei found it unappealing. This was telepathy. With sufficient strength, one could reach the Omega level. As a certain wise elder once proclaimed, the most formidable power in this world is the mind. With mere thought, one can achieve the impossible. Moreover, possessing telepathy would significantly enhance Li Wei's self-preservation capabilities. Thus, without hesitation, he made the purchase. The only drawback of this item was its reliance on luck, as the strength of telepathy was contingent upon mental attributes. Perhaps this was why its price was merely 100 million, for if it were guaranteed to reach the Omega level, the price would undoubtedly have numerous additional zeros. Purchase successful. As the host's expenditure has exceeded 100 million, the system will undergo an upgrade. The new version will be version 20. Stay tuned. Upgrade successful. Version 20 introduces a new sign-in feature and changes to the lottery system. Li Wei was taken aback by the system's upgrade. He promptly accessed the sign-in feature. Sign in by signing in daily, consecutive sign-ins for 7 days, 30 days, etc. will yield greater rewards. Sign in. Li Wei's eyes brightened. He felt a sense of engagement. Sign in successful. Reward, 100 reputation points. A mere drop in the ocean, he thought, managing a slight smirk. However, it was better than nothing, akin to a complimentary gift. Yet, upon opening the lottery section, he was left aghast. Lottery changes. It will now be easier to obtain superior items. 100,000 reputation points for a single draw, 10 million for 10 consecutive draws. With guaranteed minimum rewards. He pondered how much the odds had improved. Could he, a non-lucky individual, truly sense any difference? Shaking his head, he dismissed any expectations. Recollecting his focus, he retrieved the item he had purchased. It was a metallic sphere, floating effortlessly in his palm. Would you like to use it? A prompt appeared before him, and Li Wei could hardly contain his eagerness. Use. The metallic sphere opened, unleashing a surge of telepathic energy that struck Li Wei. Ouch! He felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if his mind were being torn asunder. What the hell? Was it not said that the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation? Yet, how can this technology be more excruciating than mutation? In just a moment, he was drenched in sweat. Master. Both Tu and Eve hurried over, appearing somewhat at a loss. It was Eve who spoke first. Allow me to assist you, Master. She positioned herself behind Levi, allowing him to rest his head against her softness, gently pressing on his temples. This seemed to be effective, as Levi's furrowed brow immediately relaxed. Observing this, Eve breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Levi opened his eyes. I am fine now, Eve. He grasped her hand, instantly feeling a remarkable clarity of thought and heightened spirit. Is this what telepathy feels like? He glanced at the mouse on the table, which then levitated effortlessly. Telepathy seemed to possess a degree of telekinetic ability, encompassing aspects such as cognitive manipulation and mental control, particularly in locating individuals. Levi was now truly capable of finding Tony Stark. Thus, he made an attempt. Tu was merely a vacant vessel, unable to exert any control. However, Eve, possessing genuine thought and spirit, allowed Levi to sense her inner feelings. She was anxious for him. Thank you, Eve, Levi expressed. Master, I am relieved you are well. If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss for what to do, Eve said tenderly, leaning against her. Levi felt disinclined to move and instructed Gwen to fetch 2 meals from the cafeteria. The dining provisions at the future technology company were commendable, and he would certainly not neglect the veterans in this regard. Thus, he often dined at the company. Soon, Gwen knocked on the door. Levi's telepathy enabled him to perceive her clearly and delve into her thoughts. What is the boss doing in there? Gwen pondered. As Tu opened the door, Levi immediately withdrew his telepathic connection. Gaining superpowers made Levi feel somewhat uncontrollable, an insatiable desire to utilize them. Particularly the sensation of knowing others' innermost thoughts was exhilarating, evoking a sense of omnipotence. For instance, he said, this afternoon, you may go to school. I will manage the shelter myself. Gwen looked at Levi in astonishment, as she had merely contemplated this in her mind without voicing it aloud. Stop dawdling and bring the food over. I am famished. Oh, okay. Gwen, somewhat bewildered, brought over the meals, and Eve added with a smile, thank you. You're welcome, Gwen replied with a smile, though her mind was racing with curiosity. What exactly is the relationship between the boss and Eve? As the colors in her mind deepened, Li Wei couldn't help but cough twice, startling Gwen. I'll head out first, boss. Gwen hastily retreated. This girl, how could she be even more lewd than him? Yet, it was understandable. Li Wei was a pragmatist, always taking action rather than indulging in frivolous thoughts. After lunch, Li Wei stood by the window, beginning to extend his mental prowess outward. For a moment, it felt as though the cacophony of the entire world erupted within his consciousness. Chapter 43. Anyone can be Uncle Benham. Li Wei rubbed his temple. Overwhelmed by the clamor of the world, a myriad of voices flooded in, revealing the innermost thoughts of people. He sensed the dark sides of everyone. For instance, while someone appeared to greet another, they were secretly cursing them. Or someone wore a cheerful smile, but was inwardly berating others. If this continued, Li Wei felt he might succumb to despair. No wonder telepaths seldom pry into others' hearts. It could lead to a sense of hopelessness about the world. Each person harbors a demon within. Yet, he did not retract his ability. Instead, he gauged its intensity. His telepathy could extend over 300 kilometers, forming a vast radius. This meant he could easily encompass all of New York. Following this, he could exert mental control, effortlessly influencing others and delving into their thoughts. After some playful exploration, Li Wei began to feel fatigued and withdrew his abilities. Surely, he was not far from reaching Omega level. Yes, unless faced with an enemy. It was best not to peer too deeply into others' hearts, lest one be met with disappointment. Li Wei contemplated. Although telepathy was powerful, it should not be wielded excessively, or one might find the world disheartening. They often say that true beauty lies within, yet such individuals are remarkably scarce. How often have the ancients proclaimed to judge actions rather than hearts? In the afternoon, Li Wei set off. He drove the bumblebee to a homeless shelter. This establishment, by New York standards, was quite luxurious. If not for the homeless individuals coming and going, one would hardly suspect it was a shelter. At that moment, the shelter was distributing food for free. Though the food itself was inexpensive, the cost of each meal was astonishing, with the shelter pocketing the difference. Haha, these donuts are delightful. Li Wei stepped out, hearing a hearty voice. He merely smirked and chose to ignore it. Observing from the side, he concluded that the shelter was severely overburdened. The homeless lined the streets in long queues, with many others joining in for the camaraderie, eager to gain entry. Free food is a gift not to be overlooked. May Parker busied herself, perspiring profusely in the process. After quite some time, the complimentary meals were exhausted, and only then did the homeless depart. Levi approached her. Allow me, he said, as he began to rearrange the tables and chairs. Mr. Lee, that is quite improper. May protested, momentarily reluctant to release her grip on his hand, which rested atop his. Remarkably, despite being in her 30s, Aunt May still exuded charm, her well-maintained skin radiating allure. However, it was evident that her circumstances were precarious, as the adage goes. With great power comes great responsibility. Not at all, Levi chuckled. Referring to me as Mr. Lee feels overly formal. Simply call me by my name. Very well, May acquiesced, opting for a more intimate address. A fine method to foster closeness. As they conversed, they worked alongside the volunteers to transport the items indoors. Levi, keenly observant, discerned that Aunt May remained unmarried, devoid of a partner. I have a child to care for, who would find me appealing. May shook her head repeatedly. Surely, that's not your child? Levi inquired. Of course not. It is my sister's. Yet due to unforeseen circumstances, I must raise the child myself. May Parker replied, her tone growing somber. In a world devoid of Uncle Ben, everyone can embody that role. Levi chose not to delve further into this topic. Redirecting the conversation, what was the reason for summoning me? With the shift back to work, May's demeanor brightened slightly. As you can see, we are short-staffed at the shelter. I wish to hire some permanent employees, she explained to Levi. These individuals? Levi gestured towards the current helpers. They are all volunteers, yet their numbers are dwindling. Particularly in light of the economic crisis, May sighed. The repercussions of the economic downturn were profound, although America continually relied on its allies for recovery. Many still found themselves on the streets. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that volunteer numbers were declining. Nonprofit organizations like this one could not afford to compensate volunteers. After all, that is the essence of being a volunteer. Only a select few, like May and a handful of formal staff, received any remuneration. When people struggle to put food on their own tables, they naturally become less inclined to assist others. You may handle this as you see fit. I have complete faith in you, May, Levi assured her. His words deeply moved May, prompting her to express her gratitude profusely. Soon after, she broached another subject. Levi, I never anticipated that the affable Martin Li was, in fact, a gang leader. Her gaze fixed on Levi, imbued with charm. Yet he remained cautious in his response. Li Wei sighed, expressing his surprise at the complexity of human nature. Fortunately, Mei was unfazed and remarked, "There are too many gangs in New York." Just as Martin Li left, others arrived. "Oh, is it that Gene Bing, the mayoral candidate?" He claimed on television that only his election could rid New York of gang members. Otherwise, the city would become a haven for them. "It seems to me he is coercing us into voting for him," Mei commented. Not long ago, in an effort to garner support, Gene Bing had issued threats that were unmistakably clear. As an underground emperor, improving New York might be a daunting task, yet inciting chaos could be effortlessly executed. Norman Osborn, on the other hand, firmly proclaimed that upon his inauguration, he would combat all gangs and eradicate them entirely. This is quintessentially American. Campaigning is about making bold assertions. Whether one can fulfill them is secondary. What matters is the resonance of the slogans. The populace seems to subscribe to this notion. The more audacious the claims, the more they believe, transforming it into a grandiose spectacle. This exemplifies the benefits of a culture of joyful education. Li Wei was genuinely unaware of this situation, prompting him to inquire, "Does this affect the shelter?" "Not at all," Mei replied, shaking her head. "Aside from some initial inquiries related to Martin Li, everything has been fine. Those were Martin Li's adversaries, but the shelter is no longer associated with him, so the gang members have swiftly departed." Li Wei nodded, saying, "If anything arises, contact me immediately." "Li Wei, will this pose any danger to you?" Mei asked, her eyes filled with concern. "Rest assured," he replied, staying for a while longer. The people at the shelter held a great deal of trust in her, managing it exceptionally well. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also resourceful. By afternoon, Li Wei invited her to dinner. Mei declined, saying, "I have children at home. I must return to check on them." "How old are they?" Li Wei inquired promptly. 7. Mei answered. "May I visit him?" Li Wei asked. "That would be fine." Mei hesitated at the thought of inviting Li Wei to her home, but considering the presence of her child, she felt reassured that he would behave appropriately. They then purchased pizza to take back home, and soon after, Li Wei was introduced to the young Peter Parker. Chapter 44. A chatty child, Dark Blade. 7-year-old Peter Parker was still quite small. As Mei, dressed in a long skirt, opened the door, Li Wei initially did not see Peter. It was not until he looked down that he noticed the little one standing at the threshold. "Peter, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing him, Mei's face immediately broke into a smile. Indeed, a woman's beauty is accentuated by her smile. However, Peter Parker did not direct his gaze at her, but rather at Levi beside her. "Mei, have you finally brought your boyfriend home? I've been eagerly awaiting someone to look after you." Mei's expression changed abruptly, and she cast an awkward glance at Levi. Meanwhile, Peter continued to chatter on. "Sir, do not be misled by Aunt May's eccentricities. She is indeed quite charming." "Peter," Mei swiftly admonished him, then produced a pizza box. "Look what I brought for you." "Wow, pizza." Peter Parker was instantly captivated, dashing inside with the pizza in hand. "Please, come in." Mei then turned to Levi with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "He can be a bit mischievous." "Quite endearing," Levi concurred. Truly, Peter Parker had always possessed the gift of gab since childhood. Mei entered, standing at the doorway to invite Levi in, and only closed the door once he stepped inside. "One moment, please." She noticed the chaos within the room and promptly began tidying up, taking some clothes into the bedroom. When she emerged, she had changed into a more relaxed home outfit, an orange tank top paired with snug-fitting jeans. This instantly caught Levi's attention. Her figure was unexpectedly striking. Levi, too, had realized how well jeans could accentuate one's physique after Eve had worn them, and she often customized her own attire. "Peter, go wash your hands," Mei called out, tapping Peter Parker lightly. "Mei, doing that will make you silly," Peter replied, cradling his head. However, he was rather foolish to begin with. Mei then hurriedly invited Levi to sit down before fetching drinks. Despite her busyness, she maintained an orderly demeanor, exemplifying the quintessential housewife. "We don't have any alcohol. We don't drink," she stated. "I'm not fond of it either." Levi chuckled, admitting that he only had a sip of red wine each time, wary of overindulgence. Thus, Mei poured them both apple juice. After Peter washed his hands, he munched on pizza while his eyes darted between the two. He then inquired, "Sir, just call me Levi." Levi replied with a smile. "Levi, I know you," Peter exclaimed, his surprise palpable. "You're the one who often exchanges barbs with Tony Stark. Has my reputation grown so large?" Levi could only nod awkwardly. "No wonder you could win Aunt May's affection. She has a penchant for youthful charm," Peter Parker remarked with the rapidity of a machine gun. "Peter," Mei interjected sharply. How could he speak of her in such a manner? Li Wei and Mei are merely friends. However, Peter had not finished speaking before he was playfully nudged by Mei. They hurriedly consumed their food before attending to their assignments. She glanced at Li Wei with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "Don't take it to heart. I find Peter quite amusing," she added, though Li Wei remained indifferent. With Peter Parker's enthusiastic support, his relationship with May improved as well. Nevertheless, he did not linger for long. After finishing his meal, he prepared to take his leave. Noticing his intention to depart, Peter Parker promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Lee, do visit us again. May would be thrilled." "Peter," May blushed at the comment. "Just tell him you're happy." "One to you?" Peter Parker inquired, which made May feel bashful. Fortunately, Li Wei took his leave directly. After Li Wei exited, Peter Parker continued to converse with May, saying, "May, Uncle Lee is a splendid choice. Why not consider him?" "Peter, what do you, a mere child, understand?" May retorted. "Why do you blush if you don't like him?" Peter insisted stubbornly, only to receive a playful reprimand in return. After departing from Queens, Li Wei reclined in the back seat, resting his head on Eve's lap. Eve gently massaged his temples while Li Wei concentrated on his phone. Most of the news revolved around the rescue of Tony Stark, which filled Li Wei with envy. "I should have let myself be kidnapped," he mused, though he recognized the inherent dangers. Thus, it was wiser for him to simply ride the wave of attention. Moreover, he did not consider it mere opportunism. He and Tony Stark shared a complex relationship marked by love and rivalry. Consequently, he directly tagged the military, offering to provide new technology for the search of Tony Stark at no charge. Regardless of whether the military accepted or declined, Li Wei would gain prestige. As anticipated, upon returning home, he found that the military had declined his offer. After all, Future Tech was not a collaborator of the military. Why would they utilize his resources? If they succeeded in locating Tony Stark, it would equate to free advertising for Future Tech, and if they failed, Future Tech would not incur any losses. It was a lose-lose situation for them. However, Li Wei remained unperturbed. Prolonging the situation would only disadvantage the military further. Eventually, they would be the ones seeking his assistance. He took a shower and practiced his telepathy. Superpowers become stronger with training, much like how Superman initially did not realize he could fly. Of course, Li Wei was not referring to the overhyped Superman. Did James Gunn possess the capability to portray Superman? Certainly not. He would only bring his lackluster elements into the Superman narrative, thereby ruining everything. To put it plainly, the latest version of Superman is merely a manifestation of James Gunn's imagination, featuring peculiar scenes such as Superman rescuing a little girl in an odd posture and his parents, Jor-El and Lara, suggesting he establish a harem on Earth. If this is what is deemed sunshine, then surely the people of the homeland are all quite normal. After exercising his telepathic abilities, Li Wei felt mentally drained. Thus, he retreated to his chamber to embark on a new round of 10 consecutive draws. Previously, 1 million was sufficient. Now, it demands 10 million. Fortunately, with Tony Stark sustaining the fervor through his own endeavors, Li Wei could still partake in the draw. Who says Tony isn't a good person? Tears welling up. Congratulations to the host on the 10 consecutive draws. You have received the following rewards. Instantly, 10 million prestige points evaporated, leaving Li Wei impoverished once more. Kryptonian Crystal 3. This crystal possesses energy conduction and force sensitivity properties, serving as the core source for lightsabers. I also yearn for a lightsaber. Li Wei made a quip, and immediately, something new appeared. Dark Saber, a unique lightsaber forged by Tar Vizsla, the first Mandalorian to join the Jedi Order. The Mandalorians, renowned as the most formidable mercenary clan in the Star Wars universe, are characterized by their full-body armor. Remarkably, Li Wei sensed an increase in drop rates. Power Battery, a cutting-edge technological battery capable of supplying energy to an entire city. Griffin Combat Drone, a military-grade drone distinguished by its affordability, high obedience, and durability. 43. Upon use, it can activate the latent potential of the human brain, achieving up to 100% cerebral development. This item, if one were to purchase it, would command a hefty price. Yet, Li Wei paid it little mind, as he was nearing the ultimate guaranteed treasure. Chapter 45. Grandpa's High-Tech Marvels, Nanofiber Shield, the pinnacle of protective gear crafted by Rick's grandfather, which, upon activation, forms a close-fitting membrane capable of withstanding bullets, laser attacks, and repelling nearby foes, all while maintaining agility. It's here. After acquiring telepathy, Li Wei's greatest concern was the fortitude of his own body. For a true son of the homeland, the ideal pursuit is a balance of both mental and physical strength. Focusing solely on one aspect would be an aberration. Now he could at least safeguard his body. This is the illustrious black technology of Rick's grandfather, appearing remarkably compact, able to be concealed within teeth or around the neck. Naturally, Li Wei opted for the neck. With this item in his possession, he felt reassured. The world of Rick and Morty is replete with advanced technology, most of which is rather peculiar, yet Li Wei still found numerous items he desired. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, a black hilt manifested in his hand. Buzz. As he activated it, a surge of plasma energy erupted, manifesting into a blade. Unlike other lightsabers, the dark saber, aside from its black hue occasionally shimmering with white light, possessed a flat, curved blade with a sharp tip. Impressive. Even Levi could not help but acknowledge its allure. To him, ordinary lightsabers appeared rather mundane, merely distinguished by their flamboyant colors. However, the dark saber was unique, boasting a blade that set it apart from its counterparts. Its black and white coloration exuded a solemn grandeur. Moreover, it possessed a distinctive characteristic absent in other lightsabers, the necessity of recognition. Only upon receiving the dark saber's acknowledgement could one wield it freely, otherwise, it would grow increasingly heavy, rendering prolonged use impossible. Consequently, the Mandalorians regarded the dark saber as a symbol of leadership. Whoever claimed it would lead all Mandalorians. Indeed, when Levi cautiously swung the dark saber, he felt its weight increase, signifying that it did not recognize him. This notion of acknowledgement was rather enigmatic, for Levi had scanned with his mind's eye but found no apparent issues. Initially, he had suspected the presence of a spirit within the weapon. Yet, it now seemed merely a lightsaber, albeit a peculiar one, leaving him uncertain about how to gain its recognition. Levi deactivated the dark saber and stored it away. He then turned his attention to other items. The supercharged battery required no elaboration, as it was an enhanced version of a fusion battery capable of powering an entire city, rivaling the renewable energy source later developed by Tony Stark. Furthermore, the most significant item was the pill known as 4, featured in the film Lucy. For an ordinary person, it bore little distinction from other drugs. However, for the protagonist, it promised the evolution of the brain. After undergoing systematic modification, it had transformed into something quite unique. Levi held it in his hand, feeling a tinge of hesitation. It wasn't the enhancement of his intellect that troubled him, but the fear of becoming a god. What meaning would remain without humanity? If it were someone else, like Superman, Levi would undoubtedly wish for him to possess divinity. Humanity is inherently unreliable. Good people can easily turn to malevolence, and if Superman were to embody too much of this so-called humanity, he too would become untrustworthy. In contrast, divinity remains steadfast and unchangeable. Thus, Levi inquired of the system, will using 4 strip me of my humanity? As long as brain development does not reach 100%, it will not. The system promptly replied. Achieving 100% brain development requires continuous use of 4. A single dose or 2 will not suffice. Upon witnessing the system's response, Li Wei exhaled in relief. Indeed, in the film, the female protagonist consumed an entire bag, which subsequently opened within her abdomen, leading to a rapid evolution. Li Wei, having only 3 capsules in total, was merely indulging in self-care. Thus, he promptly ingested one to discern its flavor. As the product was from the system, it was devoid of addictive properties. After consuming one, Li Wei felt little effect. He then swallowed the remaining 2, which elicited a notable sensation. His telepathic abilities appeared to have significantly intensified. This was entirely reasonable, for the development of the brain inherently enhances one's psychic and mental faculties. Particularly, Li Wei's telekinesis also became stronger. The marvel of cerebral enhancement lies not only in the emergence of various superpowers, but also in the ability to traverse time. The only drawback being the potential loss of one's humanity, transforming into a deity, akin to the sages in the investiture of the gods who evolved into the way of heaven. Li Wei, filled with exhilaration, indulged in a moment of play, feeling justified in his actions. Following the upgrade from the lottery, the probability of obtaining valuable items had significantly increased, rendering his prior misfortune less conspicuous. As he prepared for sleep, he summoned Eve to his side. Even in the absence of adversaries, he still felt a tinge of fear, necessitating Eve's close protection. The pressure from the American military had been immense in recent days. Aside from boasting in front of reporters that they would locate Tony Stark within 3 days, they were also under pressure from Li Wei's relentless social media presence. There was no alternative. Li Wei, in pursuit of prestige, had no choice but to act in this manner. The American military found themselves in a state of exasperation regarding him. Days passed, and not only had they failed to locate Tony Stark, but even a single hair of his remained elusive. That area was notorious as the Empire's graveyard, presenting challenges even for the American military. Finding a person there was an even greater ordeal. With the entire region engulfed in desert and deep mountains, the task was daunting. It was precisely for this reason that Tony Stark perceived an opportunity to promote his new product. However, little did he realize that a traitor had emerged within Stark Industries. At this moment, Tony Stark was filled with profound regret, unaware of the underlying issues, and could only continue to forge ahead. He had considered Li Wei, yet believed him to be incapable of such treachery, as there was no necessity for it. Although they had engaged in verbal sparring, both adhered to the principle that a gentleman does not resort to physical confrontation. Thus, no other conflicts had arisen. Tony Stark merely regarded Li Wei as somewhat petty, without contemplating any intentions to harm him. Conversely, he presumed Li Wei held similar sentiments. In these past few days, aside from riding the wave of popularity, Li Wei had been diligent in overseeing the transformations within the company. Primarily, he had successfully negotiated a partnership with factories across the ocean to assist in the production of drone components, which would then be shipped to future technology company for assembly. Consequently, this would be classified as American-made. Before long, they acquired the Griffin drone and commenced testing. This technology, set in the year 2077, is decades ahead of the present, surpassing the capabilities of the U.S. military's current arsenal in every conceivable aspect. Indeed, while drones are not yet fully developed in this era, the U.S. military has long since employed them. However, those in the know are aware that in a place where a mere bag of screws costs $90,000, can drones truly be affordable? If the prices are cut, the generals at the Pentagon would surely express their discontent. If neither you nor I procure them, how shall Commissioner Smith manage? Thus, the drones in use by the U.S. military are both exorbitantly priced and underwhelming, a stark contrast to the advanced Griffin technology of the future. Levi possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to outclass them. Chapter 46. Brotherhood Stark. The second point is that all security teams have installed semi-invasive or invasive brain-machine interfaces. Following their installation, Dr. Otto began researching updated brain-machine interfaces, specifically the invasive type. This interface requires only vascular intervention techniques, eliminating the need for craniotomy surgery and allowing for minimally invasive procedures. To be frank, Levi feared that revealing this information might lead to Dr. Otto facing retribution, considering that the veterans had undergone surgeries. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred. Of course, this is merely jest. In reality, the veterans are profoundly grateful to them, especially to their employer, Levi, who not only took them in but also provided them with advanced technology, enabling them to return to a semblance of normal life. This alone is sufficient for their utmost gratitude. As expected, Stark Industries stock has plummeted consecutively, though it has recently stabilized. Levi instructed the Red Queen to initiate acquisitions, aiming to profit handsomely before Tony Stark's return, when the stock would surely soar, allowing for a timely sale. Such operations are feasible only with publicly traded shares. Those held tightly in hand cannot be maneuvered in this manner, leaving one to merely observe their fluctuations. It is no wonder that Levi is poised to profit. By afternoon, Levi slipped away to meet May for a date. A month swiftly passed, during which Levi maintained a carefree demeanor, riding the waves of public attention while enjoying dates with May, Gwen, and others. Fortune smiled upon him as he finally shared a dinner with Gwen, though she hurried off immediately afterward, citing New York's lack of safety. The increase in reputation points had evidently diminished, for he was not the protagonist. Moreover, others began to imitate his tactics, seeking to bask in the limelight as well, which irked Levi. These opportunistic leeches. Over the past month, the military has faced the brunt of public criticism. Their promise to locate Tony Stark within 3 days has now become a farce. Not only did they fail to find him within 3 days, but they had not succeeded even after 30. Some even believe that Tony Stark is deceased, which profoundly impacts Stark Industries. Particularly, Obadiah Stane has eagerly begun to seize power. Under such pressure, the military has prepared to seek external assistance, primarily to deflect blame. Isn't there someone who claims to be able to find him? Then let them try. The folly of actors leading to national misfortune is indeed lamentable. Levi gazed at the trending news, filled with deep sorrow. The internet operates in such a manner. The fervor of news is akin to a fleeting breeze, quickly dissipating. Especially as new events emerge, previous headlines are easily overshadowed. Furthermore, the latest Hollywood celebrity scandals attract countless onlookers, causing even a top-tier figure like Tony Stark to be eclipsed. These stars are alive. Why should they overshadow Tony Stark? Levi felt a strong sense of injustice on Tony's behalf. After all, Tony had been kidnapped. Doesn't that warrant at least a few months of headlines? However, it is evident that Tony's moment in the spotlight is waning. If no significant news arises, only a handful will remember his plight in the future. People are inherently forgetful. Levi was deeply pained by this situation. Over the past few days, he had completed several tentpoles, acquiring numerous designs for prosthetics, thereby expanding the company's available options. The other items were merely accessories and minor healing artifacts. These healing items are rather extraordinary. For instance, a percentage-based healing injection can instantly restore a severely injured individual to full health, reminiscent of a video game. It was precisely due to his addiction to tentpoles that his reputation points had dwindled. He had even contemplated a trip to Los Angeles to stir up rumors with a female celebrity. The allure of such notoriety was undeniable. It was certainly not for the sake of camaraderie. Master, Maria Hill is on the line. The Red Queen interjected, pulling Levi from his reverie. He quickly dismissed the notion of engaging with a celebrity. Better to avoid being scrutinized. Dear Hill, are you free this evening? Levi inquired as he answered the call. Ahem. Maria Hill coughed twice, signaling him to maintain decorum. At that moment, she was in Nick Fury's office. With a serious tone, Maria stated, Lee, did you genuinely suggest on social media that there exists technology capable of locating Tony Stark? Of course, Levi replied, narrowing his eyes as realization dawned upon him. Did they require his intervention? We need your assistance. Although we are uncertain if Tony Stark is still alive, we cannot afford to abandon hope. Maria Hill spoke up. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since ceased to care. However, Tony Stark is no ordinary individual. He is a billionaire. No one can disregard his well-being. Upon hearing this, Levi responded with delight. Of course, it's no problem, but what? Maria Hill inquired, her tone betraying the apprehension that accompanied the word but, for it often signifies a twist in the narrative. Levi, with a resolute demeanor, declared, Tony Stark is my adversary. I can set aside our past grievances to rescue him, but it comes at a price. Maria Hill nodded in understanding, as if this rationale was entirely plausible. She conveyed this information to Nick Fury, who, upon hearing it, asked, how much? Levi enthusiastically explained, our company has developed a new type of drone, more advanced than those currently employed by the military. I can demonstrate its capabilities for you. The cost is quite reasonable, just over $100,000 per unit. However, the operational fee is even more affordable, $5,000 per day for deployment. Levi felt a sense of moral integrity, especially when contrasted with the exorbitant price of $90,000 for a mere bag of screws. Acquiring a drone for just over $100,000 seemed like a bargain, did it not? Furthermore, the military's drones are limited to reconnaissance. They have yet to consider other functionalities, such as carrying explosives. The Griffin combat drone, however, boasts technology from decades into the future, equipped with a myriad of capabilities. In this era, it would undoubtedly be a game-changer. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, believing he was merely seeking monetary compensation, begrudgingly acquiesced. No problem. Let us proceed as much as possible, Maria Hill stated. As long as we can locate him, spending a little money is worth it. They held the conviction that Tony Stark was still alive. Otherwise, various organizations would have already surfaced to disseminate the news. The silence surrounding him led them to deduce that he was indeed still among the living. When do we depart? Are you going as well? Of course. Tony Stark is my brother, my cherished friend. How could I not go personally? Levi responded with righteous indignation. Maria Hill found herself momentarily at a loss for words. He had just been her adversary, yet now he claimed to be a dear brother. Did Tony Stark regard him as such? She could only huff in irritation, as if to say, just wait. Next time, I'll make sure you can't set foot on the ground. After hanging up the phone, Levi hurriedly set about one important task, contacting the press. Chapter 47. Formulas expedite problem solving. It has been said that one should leave their name when performing good deeds. Levi wholeheartedly agreed. Otherwise, who would know of his efforts to rescue Tony Stark? This act of reconciliation would undoubtedly elevate Levi's stature immensely. Certainly, the primary objective is to reclaim the spotlight. What right do Hollywood stars have to seize the limelight, especially with such trivial scandals that garner excessive attention? The headlines must belong to me. Thus, before his departure, Li Wei found himself encircled by reporters, his expression one of profound solemnity. Mr. Li, we hear you are off to rescue Tony Stark. What compels you to undertake such a mission? The reporters, filled with curiosity, wondered how it was possible for two sworn adversaries to engage in such an endeavor. Shouldn't he be reveling in this situation? Li Wei, with a resolute demeanor, proclaimed, you know, Tony Stark is an exceptionally brilliant scientist, and I bear no animosity towards him. In fact, we are more like brothers. And I am unperturbed by his past betrayals. This is precisely why I must save him. We cannot allow America to lose such a magnificent scientist. With his elevated rhetoric, Li Wei effectively silenced those eager to incite controversy. The truth is, a single misstep in his words could lead to sensationalized reporting. While Li Wei craved media attention, he was also keen on cultivating his public persona. Though even notoriety has its merits, it is preferable to avoid the shadows. After all, who doesn't prefer the allure of innocence over the taint of darkness? Well then, I must take my leave, everyone. Please await further updates, Li Wei stated with gravity. He swiftly entered a sleek black vehicle alongside Eve and Unit 2. The tinted windows obscured their interior, a privilege reserved for only the most specialized departments. Otherwise, American law enforcement would swiftly assert their authority. Upon entering, they found Natasha Romanoff seated in the passenger seat. Her gaze fixed on Li Wei with a mixture of bemusement and inquiry. What with the grandiosity? Natasha, it has been quite some time, Li Wei greeted her, extending his hand for a handshake. Natasha, either intentionally or inadvertently, brushed her finger across his palm, eliciting an inward smirk from Li Wei. Perhaps it was simply due to my undeniable charm. He discreetly withdrew his hand, acknowledging her directness, a hallmark of the Black Widow. There is a saying, do not squander the good women, do not overlook the bad ones. He had an undeniable affinity for the latter. Upon hearing this, Natasha deliberately turned her head to appraise him, a gesture that seemed to affirm his sentiment. Eve observed the two, sensing that, were it not for the pressing circumstances, their chemistry might ignite in a tempest of passion. Presently, Eve and Unit 2 flanked Li Wei, forming a protective barrier around him. At the sight of Eve's knowing glance, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle softly. She relished this dynamic. Soon, they arrived at a military airfield, where crates emblazoned with the emblem of a futuristic technology company were being loaded onto a Quinjet. Step out, Li Wei instructed. Black Widow Natasha made a statement and was the first to step through the door. Clad in her agent uniform, the black attire accentuated her flawless figure, complemented by her flowing auburn curls that exuded an aura of sophistication. At the airport, Maria Hill awaited, holding a tablet in her hands, her short black hair lending her a striking presence. Hey, Levi greeted as he embraced Maria Hill. Be careful in the Middle East, she cautioned. They even dared to abduct Tony Stark. Clearly, they are exceedingly audacious. Rest assured, Levi replied, fully aware that she had come to bid farewell. As the deputy director, she could not possibly venture to the front lines. Conversely, Black Widow Natasha had directly boarded the Quinjet. Without delay, Levi leaned closer to Maria Hill and whispered, "Wait for my return." "Okay," Maria Hill replied reluctantly. "You must protect yourself." Noticing her concern, Levi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, it was only through unwavering dedication that one could truly win a woman's heart. He then boarded the Quinjet alongside two women for protection, feeling reassured of his safety. "Buckle up," he said, settling into his seat. Observing Levi's discomfort, Black Widow Natasha leaned over to assist him with the seatbelt, nearly brushing against him, an incident that could hardly be deemed accidental. One could only remark on the striking perfection of her physique, curvaceous and without flaw. Soon after, the Quinjet ascended smoothly, a hallmark of its design, no need for a lengthy runway, and its landings were equally seamless. Most notably, it boasted remarkable speed. What would take hours to traverse could now be accomplished at leisure. Once stable in flight, Black Widow Natasha offered Levi a piece of gum, which she sensuously placed on her tongue before chewing. Levi followed suit, tearing open his own piece and inquiring, "Are there any flight attendants dancing?" He had heard tales of Tony Stark's private jet featuring attendants of various hues, resembling a spectrum of colors. Natasha shot him a disapproving glance. "Then you should fly on Tony Stark's private jet. Men are indeed rarely admirable." With that, she decisively donned her headphones, dismissing Levi. He merely shook his head, bemused by the complexities of women. Finding the flight rather dull, Levi chose to rest his head upon Eve's lap, drifting into slumber. Do not question why Eve and not the other. Her thighs were simply more comfortable. Upon their arrival in the Middle East, Black Widow Natasha, seeing Levi in such blissful repose, gently shook him awake. "We've arrived," she announced, glancing at Eve. "Doesn't your leg hurt after having him resting on it for so long?" Eve remained unfazed, simply helping Levi sit up, her legs showing no signs of discomfort. Li Wei stifled a yawn as he stepped aside, gazing out the window and perceiving nothing but desolation. Truly, this was the graveyard of the Empire. The solitary city that remained had been nearly obliterated. The American forces had not come here to build, but rather to destroy. Eve glanced outside and remarked, "Master, why does it resemble a wasteland?" "Because this indeed is Earth's wasteland," Li Wei lamented. The Cohen-style fighter jet landed smoothly at the American military base, where the atmosphere was notably grave, adorned with an array of new military equipment that appeared exceptionally opulent. Given the disparity in weaponry, one would presume they could effortlessly vanquish their foes. However, in reality, they found themselves ensnared in the quagmire of war, unable to extricate themselves with ease. Yet, Li Wei was indifferent to such matters, secretly wishing the American forces would remain entangled here. Many capitalists shared this sentiment, particularly the Stark Group, a military-industrial enterprise. Without war, what purpose would military corporations serve? Before long, military personnel approached, led by General Davis. The Black Widow, Natasha, promptly whispered in Li Wei's ear. General Davis bore an unflattering expression, burdened by the considerable pressure Li Wei had exerted on them. Without Li Wei's persistent online oversight, the public's attention on this matter would not have been so fervent, especially not long ago, when Li Wei delivered a speech prior to his departure, reigniting the interest that had barely subsided. General Davis harbored a deep-seated resentment. Li Wei, feigning ignorance, greeted him warmly. "General Davis, it is an honor to meet you." Chapter 48. Is this really a drone? Despite Li Wei's cordiality, General Davis maintained a demeanor of businesslike formality. "You may liaise with our personnel, but it must be under military auspices, Unauthorized actions are prohibited. After all, Future Technology Company had no collaboration with the military. Were there hundreds of billions in orders at stake, the situation would undoubtedly be different. Yet, after years of development, the American class structure had solidified. Last century saw a rise of grassroots movements and prominent figures in Hollywood, but such occurrences had diminished in this century. This trend was reflected across various industries, particularly in military enterprises, which had been dominated by colossal entities for decades, if not centuries. These giants were naturally disinclined to allow new and flashy competitors to partake in their profits. Consequently, Future Technology Company faced ongoing suppression in the military sector, with Stark Group being one of the principal culprits. "Very well, let us commence," Li Wei stated. "Whatever," General Davis replied indifferently, preparing to depart. It was already a privilege for him to appear, especially considering the influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he had not ventured far when he witnessed a series of drones emerging from their containers, seemingly without any operator at the helm. General Davis glanced around in astonishment, indeed unable to discern any controller. Li Wei stood leisurely to one side, observing as these drones soared in all directions. Was it artificial intelligence that governed them? Black Widow Natasha expressed her curiosity. "Indeed," Li Wei affirmed. "But from where did you acquire the satellites?" Natasha continued her inquiry. To this, Li Wei merely offered a mysterious smile. "Satellites? Aren't there plenty in orbit? It's not necessary to launch our own." At this moment, the military's interest in the drones was piqued. The Griffin drones were markedly different from contemporary models, their appearance distinct, and they seemed to be armed, which was particularly enticing. The prospect of employing these drones for direct assaults was far more advantageous than mere reconnaissance. Nevertheless, General Davis, reluctant to humble himself, merely summoned Colonel Rhodes. James Rhodes, who would later become the War Machine, was a close friend of Tony Stark. They had been classmates at MIT, a bond that remained steadfast. After graduation, Rhodes joined the Air Force and, leveraging his connection with Stark, ascended to the rank of colonel, serving as the head of the Army's Weapons Development Department. Acting as an intermediary between the U.S. military and Stark Industries, a relationship deeply intertwined with mutual interests. Thus, when Tony Stark was kidnapped, Rhodes was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. It was precisely due to these ties that Stark bestowed upon him a suit of armor, a privilege not extended to others. "Can we access the data on these drones?" Colonel Rhodes inquired as he approached. Li Wei smiled. "Certainly. The products of Future Tech Company are fairly priced and honest." He promptly sent the foundational data file to Rhodes. Upon reviewing it, Rhodes was taken aback. The capabilities surpassed those of Stark Industries drones. This was undeniably a groundbreaking product, seemingly decades ahead of the U.S. military's arsenal. It is worth noting that the military has consistently utilized the most advanced weaponry. Yet, even so, they were eclipsed. The exaggerated specifications led Rhodes to question their authenticity. For instance, the endurance was such that, under ample light, the drones could operate without necessitating a return for recharging. The operational range was even more impressive, allowing them to function several dozen kilometers away from their controller. Furthermore, they were equipped with radar and stealth capabilities, rendering them undetectable by adversaries, and indeed armed. Complete with infrared scanning technology, even the most seasoned special forces would find themselves outmatched when confronted by a Griffin combat drone. How can flesh and blood withstand machinery? Colonel Rod's hand trembled slightly as he solemnly remarked, "We shall discuss this." He served as the Minister of the Army's Weapons Development Department and possessed the authority to make decisive decisions. The price was set, yet it required further deliberation. The quotation from Future Technology Company had already surpassed 100,000, and for such an exceptional drone, the report would likely exceed several hundred thousand per unit. It is worth noting that the construction cost of a U.S. aircraft carrier is approximately $13 billion. Thus, a drone of this caliber, priced in the hundreds of thousands, is indeed a bargain. The depths of this matter run profound. In the ensuing days, Levi seemed less intent on locating individuals and more focused on testing the weaponry from Future Technology Company. Initially, the Griffin combat drone annihilated an enemy squad deep within the mountains. Confronted with such a drone, the adversaries entirely lost the will to resist, firing aimlessly into the sky. The Griffin drone did sustain hits. However, unlike the drones employed by the U.S. military that would plummet upon being struck, this drone remained unaffected, continuing its assault effortlessly, leaving the enemy utterly decimated. Upon viewing the recorded footage, the generals were driven to frenzy. What they witnessed was not merely a drone, but a war machine. Following discussions, they promptly decided to place orders. Levi was indifferent to their internal pricing, as long as he profited. After all, opportunities for the Pentagon's generals to generate revenue are scarce. A bit more military funding is essential for personal sustenance. This was precisely what Levi sought. Only through engagement with the military could he hope for collaboration. Ultimately, the products from Future Technology Company were extraordinarily advanced. Had they been on par with other military enterprises, they would not have been chosen. However, their revolutionary offerings were impossible to overlook. Subsequently, Rod developed an interest in other products from Future Technology Company. While searching for Tony Stark, he also experimented with these weapons, such as the magnetic storm rifle and the quasar cannon. There was even a remarkable electric shotgun named the Thunder 12, which boasted an infinite ammo feature that thrilled Rod, delivering potent electric strikes with each discharge. This was the culmination of Li Wei's endeavors. His long-standing participation in lotteries had not been in vain. However, they did not generate numerous orders, merely requesting a modest quantity, which would clearly be insufficient for military outfitting. Li Wei understood well that the U.S. military aimed for reverse engineering. In response, Li Wei could only smile. These weapons originated from Super-Earth, where humanity had long since ventured into space, engaging in fierce battles against various races, including the Zerg and the Lumens. If their weapons could be so easily reverse engineered, then Li Wei would not be involved in the military industry. However, after several days, even under the operations of the Red Queen, the Griffin combat drone still failed to locate Tony Stark. Numerous locations were dismantled, yet he remained elusive. Li Wei continued to share updates on social media, detailing the number of sites destroyed, striving to maximize his visibility. Nonetheless, with no results, many began to question his efficacy. Notably, several military giants exerted pressure on the armed forces, indicating that they had tasked Li Wei with locating Stark, not merely selling weapons. Consequently, Li Wei had no choice but to proactively search alongside Black Widow. Chapter 49. I am the Lord of Hell. Black Widow Natasha donned camouflage attire, her face shielded by sunglasses, and her neck and face wrapped securely in a scarf. The oppressive heat of the location and the harsh sun made sunburn a real concern. But her greater fear was becoming tanned. Chewing gum, she observed Li Wei, who sat with his eyes closed. They were ostensibly out to find Tony Stark. Yet upon departing the base, Li Wei appeared to be in a deep slumber. She was unable to rouse him, as Eve in Unit 2 forbade anyone from approaching. Thus, Natasha crossed her arms and gazed at him. As Li Wei opened his eyes, she quipped, "Are you meditating? I thought you had a genuine method to locate him." Li Wei donned his sunglasses and replied, "Of course I have a method. Don't you find this place rather relaxing? This is the front line." Natasha smirked slightly. But for her, it indeed felt less stressful. With no tasks to fulfill, her sole responsibility was to protect Li Wei. The roar of the helicopter was deafening, prompting her to don ear protection. Li Wei took a moment to rest before directing the helicopter deeper into the territory, allowing his psychic abilities to extend outward. His telepathic range was sufficient to encompass an area slightly larger than New York City. Yet even so, the search would require some time. However, as long as there were individuals present, Li Wei would be able to sense them. This exercise also bolstered his mental strength. Nonetheless, he was not there to eradicate bandits, so he refrained from bringing the U.S. military along. Li Wei maintained a leisurely pace, resting at the base for a day before embarking on a search. With the newfound collaboration, the generals could not voice any objections. The products of Future Technology Company were undeniably effective, particularly the Griffin combat drone, which was nothing short of revolutionary. Previous drones were primarily used for reconnaissance and were notably loud. In this era, drones were scarce on the market, with the U.S. military utilizing them exclusively for their own operations. However, with the emergence of Future Technology Companies, circumstances have changed dramatically. It seems that this is not the first time Li Wei has ventured out. He feels he has been at the base for at least half a month. At last, he has located Tony Stark. Given the passage of time, SHIELD has been on the verge of giving up. They cannot afford to squander so much time for the sake of Tony Stark. The effort expended to find him has been commendable. Yet many now speculate that Tony Stark has met his demise. In light of such claims, Li Wei staged a poignant scene on social media, declaring that even if Tony Stark were dead, he would strive to recover his body and return it to America. Unfortunately, after such a long duration, even Tony Stark has faded from public interest. This world is unrelentingly realistic. Inevitably, all are forgotten, save for Captain America, Steve Rogers, who is revered as a symbol. His prominence is maintained by the nation's need for a hero, hence the continuous promotion. Li Wei's psychic abilities surged forth, allowing him to comprehend the entirety of the base. As he recalled, it was nestled deep within a mountainous desert, the scenery almost identical, to the point where prolonged observation threatened to strain his eyes. Searching for Tony Stark through conventional means would have been exceedingly challenging. Soon, Li Wei sensed Tony Stark's presence. At that moment, Stark was engrossed in his work, crafting his Mark I according to the blueprints, and had even integrated a miniature nuclear reactor into his chest. Upon further inspection, Li Wei noted that Stark's condition had improved. Indeed, He was a testament to the transformative power of labor. Suddenly, a voice intruded upon Stark's thoughts, startling him to the extent that he nearly struck his own hand with the hammer. "Tony Stark, you no longer recognize me?" Li Wei pulled Stark into a realm of psychic space, a vast expanse of white, reminiscent of paradise. Slowly, Li Wei's figure materialized before Stark. "What is happening?" Stark inquired, glancing around to find his tools had vanished, and he was now clad in a suit. Could this be? His mind raced with speculation. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are deceased. This is neither heaven nor hell. Rather, it is a place for you to eternally repent for your life." Li Wei's expression was grave. Stark believed him. The surreal nature of it all left him bewildered, with one lingering question. "Why you?" "As I am the Lord of Hell. I have come to the mortal realm to select wicked souls such as yours," Levi declared solemnly. "You indulge in debauchery and vice, excelling in every depravity, unaware of how many lives have been extinguished by your hand. Is this truly the case?" Tony Stark replied in a subdued tone, but soon sensed something amiss. "Tony Stark, you are guilty," Levi's voice thundered. Yet, before Levi could transform into a demon, Tony Stark lunged at him. Being astute, he realized the gravity of the situation. "I must uncover your true identity." He charged forward, only to have the illusion dissipate instantly. Tony, what is wrong with you?" Dr. Ethan inquired with concern. "It's nothing." Returning to reality, Tony Stark scrutinized the hammer in his grasp and the surroundings, realizing the truth. Illusions, mere illusions. He had been dreaming incessantly, engaging in verbal duels with Levi. Now, the situation had escalated to the point where hallucinations invaded his daylight. However, with his Iron Man suit nearing completion, he resolved to vacate the premises swiftly. In the helicopter, Levi opened his eyes. "Can this fool truly doubt me? I should have claimed to be Qin Shi Huang." Adhering to the Western archetype, he asserted himself as the Lord of Hell, yet Tony Stark remained skeptical. It seems that clever individuals are indeed not easily deceived. "Return," he instructed the pilot. Without question, the pilot turned the helicopter around. "What happened?" The ever-idle Black Widow, Natasha, immediately inquired. "I found him," Levi replied. Natasha was taken aback. "What did you do to locate him?" "You wouldn't understand. I have a psychic connection with Tony Stark. My proximity reveals his whereabouts," Levi stated earnestly. Yet, in this world, honesty is often met with disbelief. As expected, Natasha merely cast him a sidelong glance, assuming he possessed some undisclosed technology. "Are you sure?" she probed. "Absolutely, for I am enamored with Batman." Levi feigned a somber tone. This prompted Natasha to nearly kick him, yet she still chose to believe him. "Have you consumed too many comics?" After all, the Marvel Universe is indeed filled with them, and Natasha comprehended this. Levi shook his head, regretting not having crafted that bat suit and brandished Superman's glasses to truly astound her. Chapter 50. She is different. Upon returning to the base, Black Widow Natasha hurried to her room and seized the satellite phone to make a call. Given her non-military status, she refrained from informing the authorities immediately. After receiving authorization, Natasha finally emerged and led Levi to meet with the generals. Rod, truly a steadfast friend of Tony Stark, immediately believed Levi when he declared he had located him. "Where?" Rod inquired. Levi indicated a general area and remarked that Tony was in relatively good spirits, thus there was no need for haste or to alert the adversary. Upon hearing Levi's words, Rod composed himself and nodded. Although he was uncertain how Levi had acquired such knowledge, he was willing to place his trust in him. To put it bluntly, one might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Given that Tony Stark had been kidnapped for such an extended period, it was expected he would have perished by now. No one could have anticipated his remarkable resilience, ultimately managing to escape on his own. The culprits could only be blamed for their ignorance, attempting to forge an Iron Man suit before their very eyes, yet failing to comprehend its significance. "We shall first devise a feasible plan. It need not be overly complicated. We can simply utilize our company's weapons," Levi remarked with a smile. "Every weapon must undergo practical testing. Mere theoretical knowledge is insufficient. Otherwise, one might find themselves at a loss in critical moments. Once the weapons demonstrate their efficacy in battle, the generals will recognize their might. Even if other defense contractors attempt to sway them, they will remain unyielding." Rod did not refuse but nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the U.S. military utilized satellites to survey the area Levi had indicated. Although the imagery was somewhat unclear, they indeed detected signs of human activity. However, the challenge lay in discerning the conditions within. "This is a cave. Is it possible to ascertain its internal structure?" General Davis inquired. "Only if Superman were to arrive," quipped a fellow general. "Our technology certainly cannot accomplish that. Being able to observe the surface is already a feat. Expecting to see the cave's interior structure is absurd. Otherwise, why would anyone dig underground?" After much deliberation, they concluded that a direct assault was inevitable. More manpower was essential. The primary concern now was awaiting the delivery of weapons from Future Tech Company. In the blink of an eye, the day for action arrived. The weapons from Future Tech Company had been delivered. The U.S. military had specifically deployed special forces to familiarize themselves with the equipment, earning resounding accolades. Li Wei also took part, donning a thick bulletproof vest and helmet. In truth, he did not require such protection, as he possessed a force field. However, those around him, including Natasha Romanoff, were quite anxious. As they boarded the helicopter, both Tu and Eve flanked him, while they themselves donned no additional gear, remaining steadfast in their usual demeanor. This indeed piqued the curiosity of Black Widow. Natasha, do synthetic beings not suffer from sunburn? She was already aware that the second lady was an artificial human. During a bout of boredom, they had engaged in a sparring match, resulting in Natasha nearly being overpowered by the second lady. From that moment on, she realized that this companion weighed nearly 300 pounds. Conversely, Eve displayed no inclination to spar with her, remaining coldly attached to Li Wei. Nonetheless, Natasha remained suspicious, believing that Eve too was a synthetic being. If she were a normal human, how could she constantly refer to someone as master? However, whenever Natasha inquired about Eve's nature as an artificial being, Eve would become irate. She considered herself entirely human, asserting that aside from minor modifications, she was comprised of flesh and blood. No, the second lady replied, no matter how much I am exposed to the sun, my skin remains flawlessly white and remarkably smooth. This revelation even elicited a twinge of envy from Natasha. They boarded the helicopter, with Li Wei nestled between them, donning headsets to shield themselves from the din of the rotors. Several helicopters advanced toward the location specified by Li Wei. They soon neared their destination. Yet the risk of detection by the enemy increased with proximity. Rhodey personally directed the operation, stating, deploy the drones first. The Griffin combat drones swiftly descended, racing toward the cavern. Before long, the enemy came into view. Soldiers operating the Griffin drones could clearly see the weapons grasped by their adversaries through the screens. Enemy spotted. Open fire. Rhodey commanded without hesitation. This was the nature of war, especially considering the likelihood that they had kidnapped Tony Stark. In fact, the enemy on the ground reacted even more swiftly. Although they had never encountered such drones, they recognized them as American military technology and immediately opted to retaliate. However, their bullets merely ricocheted off the Griffin drones, failing to penetrate. In a gaming context, these bullets would inflict a negligible amount of damage. The drone operators responded by unleashing a barrage of fire. The difference in impact was profound. With each sweeping attack, adversaries fell, their limbs shattered, demonstrating immense power. This is exhilarating, the drone operators exclaimed. Previously, they had only surveyed from the skies. Never had they experienced such a thrill. They could eliminate enemies from a distance. While the adversaries were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon them, their attempts limited to knocking down a drone. Yet, these foes lacked the necessary firepower to threaten the drones at all. Upon clearing the exterior, the helicopter swiftly approached, and the Special Forces members promptly descended via ropes. Shall we go down? Li Wei inquired eagerly. No. Natasha, the Black Widow, immediately countered. Allowing you to partake in this battle has already posed considerable risk. You must remain in the helicopter. Then let Eve go, Li Wei conceded. Eve looked at Li Wei and declared, Master, I must protect you. Natasha and Tu are here. Li Wei reassured her. I have but one request. Bring Tony Stark out. He merely harbors distrust towards the U.S. military. So it is safer to ensure he remains one of us. Tony Stark, being a prominent figure, must not encounter any mishap. Otherwise, how shall I garner prestige? Very well. I shall accomplish the task. You all must be cautious. Eve agreed, reluctantly casting one last glance at Li Wei before signaling the helicopter to descend slightly. In a swift motion, she leaped from the helicopter, her attire transforming into a nanotech combat suit. She executed a series of agile jumps in midair, and upon landing, she propelled herself forward to absorb the impact, rolling gracefully onto the desert sands. This sequence of maneuvers left Natasha, the Black Widow, utterly astonished. Is she truly human? Natasha, renowned as the finest Black Widow from the Red Room, could hardly believe her eyes, as if witnessing a scene from a science fiction film. It was rather extraordinary. She is unique, Li Wei remarked. Natasha shot him a glance, instructing the helicopter to conceal itself to avoid detection. Meanwhile, on the ground, Eve joined the Special Forces in their advance, with the Red Queen linking her signal to relay Tony Stark's location. Chapter 51. You saved me, yet won't let me snap a photo? Previously, the Red Queen had endeavored to locate this group, but to no avail. They were completely offline. After enduring a prolonged engagement with the U.S. military, these individuals had gained substantial experience, avoiding American electronic devices and lacking internet access within their base. Thus, even the Red Queen was unable to track them until now, when the opportunity arose. It became evident that artificial intelligence is not infallible. As gunfire erupted outside, those within the cave became aware of the unfolding situation. What is happening? The individuals belonged to the Ten Rings gang. However, their leader, Wenwu, was not present. Only a faction remained. Enemies have been discovered. The U.S. military has located us and is preparing to retaliate. How did the Americans find this place? A bald man shouted, "Damn it, quickly eliminate that American." Meanwhile, the deepest recesses of the cave resonated with the sounds of Tony Stark responding to the commotion. At first, the situation seemed subtle until the sound of an explosion pierced the air. He approached the iron door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Someone was launching an attack. It had to be the American forces. They were here to rescue us. A long-lost smile crept onto Tony Stark's face, and the weariness that had plagued him began to dissipate. How much longer do we need to wait? Ethan inquired, glancing at the computer. The massive hulk of Mark I was still in the process of uploading files. There was little to be done. Tony Stark was unable to summon J.A.R.V. I south in this place. Otherwise, he could have had J.A.R.V.I.S. assist him directly in controlling the situation. Oh, someone else coming. Upon hearing footsteps outside, Tony Stark rushed back in alarm. What should we do now? Ethan, fueled by determination, declared, "I'll go buy you some time." No, Ethan. Tony Stark quickly grasped his arm. What's wrong? Check the progress. To their astonishment, the previously sluggish upload speed had suddenly surged to completion. Furthermore, the iron suit had sprung to life. What is going on? Ethan and Tony Stark exchanged bewildered glances. There's a network connection. Tony Stark suddenly realized. J.A.R.V.I.S. It's me. J.A.R.V.I. South cannot locate this place. The electronic voice of the Red Queen resonated. Tony Stark's expression turned complex. Could it be that Levi had entrusted his artificial intelligence to rescue him? For reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of emotion. Don't waste time. Get in quickly. The Red Queen operated the suit's opening. Tony Stark hurriedly climbed inside and, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Ethan, stay close to me. I'll take you to find your family." Ethan beamed and nodded vigorously. Bang! The iron door was flung open from the outside, revealing armed figures. Before they could even raise their weapons, a wave of flames engulfed them. The iron suit instantly reduced them to mere torches. Subsequently, Tony Stark cleared a path with swift kicks. Red Queen, prepare for support. Watch me wreak havoc. Tony Stark exclaimed, his spirits soaring with confidence. Understood. I will handle the precision, the Red Queen responded, unable to tolerate the clumsy maneuvers any longer. Even walking seemed to take too long. This is my mech, Tony Stark shouted. However, under the Red Queen's deft control, it felt as though they had gained a supernatural insight. Enemies merely peeking into view were swiftly eliminated with a single shot. Tony Stark understood. This was a combination of enhanced vision and auto-targeting. Although I have resorted to external assistance, there is no thrill comparable to personal engagement. Henceforth, I shall allow Jarvis to assist without overshadowing my own efforts. The Ten Commandments gang was unprepared for such a sudden onslaught from both sides, with one faction emerging even from the depths of their own lair. However, they struggled to withstand the frontal assault. The American military, equipped with advanced technology, rendered their adversaries feeling as though they were battling primitive beings. Consider, for instance, the quasar cannon, requiring no reloading and boasting only a brief cooldown period. The advantages of energy weapons are manifest. Most significantly, their destructive power is immense, capable of penetrating mountains with a single shot. Additionally, the Thunderstrike shotgun proves invincible in such terrain, as the electric discharge scatters, striking nearby foes if they draw too close. In the midst of the chaos ignited by the American forces, Eve darted from the side, wielding her blood blade to deflect bullets aimed at her. Like a Jedi Knight, she sent the projectiles hurtling back to their origin, claiming her enemies in a single, lethal strike. The assailants, realizing the futility of their efforts, hesitated to fire at her. Yet, Eve chose not to eliminate them. Instead, she surged deeper into the fray. With 2 agile somersaults, she positioned herself behind the adversaries and raced inward. Her long legs propelled her forward as if equipped with springs, leaving no one capable of keeping pace. Furthermore, Eve exhibited an unyielding stamina. At that moment, the iron armor sustained a direct hit, causing Tony Stark within to feel slightly disoriented. The Mark I provided little in the way of shock absorption. Another couple of impacts, and he might meet his demise. Fortunately, it was sufficiently robust. Just as the foes, sheltered behind cover, prepared to unleash further artillery, a blade of energy surged forth, severing the weapon in the enemy's grasp before Eve executed a swift decapitation. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not Levi's companion? How formidable she proved to be. Yet, He recognized that safety was now within reach. "Ethan, we can depart from this place," he declared. "Indeed," Ethan replied, nodding with relief. Since his capture, he had scarcely entertained the notion of a successful escape. Mere moments ago, he had contemplated sacrificing himself to buy Tony time, for fundamentally, Tony Stark was not a villain, merely excessively proud. Everyone has the capacity for change. Once Eve had dealt with the adversaries, she turned to the armored figure and inquired. "Tony Stark? It is I," he affirmed with a nod. "Follow me." In truth, the cavern posed little threat now, as the majority of the enemies lay vanquished. The American military remains cautious, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. The cave's intricate labyrinth indeed harbored some elusive threats. However, Eve's swift reactions promptly neutralized them, inciting a sense of envy in Tony Stark. Why have I not encountered such a formidable woman? Upon seeing Stark, the military immediately urged him to exit. The cumbersome metal hull offered no real protection. Stark, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the Marquis suit, hastily emerged. Ethan quickly assisted him, following Eve and the military outside. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Stark found himself momentarily disoriented. Having been deprived of sunlight for at least 2 months, he felt momentarily blinded by the rays. As his vision adjusted, he spotted a helicopter approaching. Levi landed smoothly and approached with his phone in hand. "Surprised, aren't you? I've set aside past grievances to save you. I hope you appreciate it." Hearing Levi's words, Stark retorted, "Actually, I foresaw this." "Huh, what are you doing?" Stark shrugged off Levi. "I saved you. And you're not even letting me take a picture? Quick, say cheese." Chapter 52. Only by approaching death can one grow on social media. The photo released by Levi quickly ascended to the headlines. Particularly in America, a wave of excitement surged through the populace, each person reacting differently. The image showcased Tony Stark, dressed akin to a homeless individual, forcing a smile at the camera, clearly seething internally. Nevertheless, Levi kindly adorned the image with a yellow smiley face, dubbing him the fake smile boy. Those holding shares in Stark Industries beamed with joy upon seeing the photograph. With Stark's return, wealth was imminent. Stocks were destined to soar. Meanwhile, those who failed to capitalize on the dip were consumed by regret. Observing now, Stark Industries stock had indeed begun to skyrocket. This exemplified Stark's profound influence on the company. Unsurprisingly, the most irate was Obadiah Stane. He had initially assumed Levi's trip to the Middle East was merely for show. Little did he know, he had genuinely located Tony Stark. "Aren't you sworn enemies?" Obadiah fumed in his New York office. "These damned fools, I instructed them to eliminate that imbecile. And now they want more money. They dawdle even after being paid." Obadiah was furious. These incompetent buffoons, demanding more money, had taken the payment yet failed to deliver. He had genuinely believed Stark was dead and had already begun celebrating with champagne. Who could have anticipated his return? Tony Stark is acutely aware that the reactions to his comeback are mixed. Indeed, he can surmise the plummeting stock prices of Stark Industries, yet he remains unconcerned. After all, when one is on the brink of death, who cares about mere finances? The predominant thought occupying his mind is the troubling realization that he might perish before he has fully enjoyed his wealth. Presently, Tony Stark's mood is far from pleasant. He has become the target of Levi's mockery, especially evident in Levi's piercing gaze. "Tony, did you ever envision yourself in such a predicament?" Levi provocatively inquires aboard the helicopter. This question darkens Stark's expression. He truly wishes to distance himself from Levi. Levi, on the other hand, finds Stark's disheveled state distasteful, having not bathed in months. The odor is quite telling. Yet, he feels compelled to seize the opportunity for ridicule. It is amusing to see the playboy humbled. "Could you refrain from speaking?" Stark retorts with an impassive countenance. Levi promptly taps his chest twice, producing a hollow sound. "Do you regard this as your salvation?" Levi chuckles. "How about you share this technology with me?" This proposition inflates Stark's ego momentarily. Dream on. This is the core technology of Stark Industries. It's merely a reactor. Levi scoffs. "Let us not forget who rescued you." Stark immediately counters, "I would have escaped without you." "Ah, indeed." Levi's dismissive tone ignites Stark's ire. "My suit is already completed. I could easily break free with Ethan." "Ah, indeed." Levi had intended to offer a warning, but Stark's brash demeanor dissuades him. Although Tony Stark has matured slightly, his inherent nature remains unchanged. It is hard to fathom the concept of gradual maturity applied to a man nearing 40. Yet, this is Tony Stark. Only when faced with the specter of death does he truly evolve. Such tribulations are his crucible. Meanwhile, Black Widow Natasha observes the two with exasperation, akin to children hurling insults at one another. Fortunately, her torment has come to an end. They have arrived at the base. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Levi hastily distances himself from Stark. It reeks. Only Rhodes remains unfazed, offering Stark a warm embrace. "Tony, it's so good to see you safe." Rhodes' gaze conveys genuine sincerity. I want to leave this place. I cannot bear to stay another moment, Stark declares vehemently. To him, this location feels akin to hell itself. The military naturally acquiesced to his demands, making him akin to a revered elder. Moreover, the Stark group's private jet had yet to depart. Consequently, Tony Stark had no desire to enter the base, opting instead to head directly to his private aircraft, extending an invitation to Ethan to join him. Ethan, what about your family? Would you like to bring them along to America? I assure you, your lives will improve. He was prepared to support Ethan's family. For had it not been for Ethan, he might have perished. Thus, he held a deep regard for his savior. Ethan, however, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Tony, I was deceiving you. My family has long since passed to another realm. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark fell silent. He firmly patted Ethan's shoulder and said, but you must live on. With a heavy heart, Tony ascended the plane, unprepared for such a revelation. As a fire of emotion blazed within him, Levi, of course, sought to seize the moment. He lacked a private jet, nor did he possess a transformer that could morph into an airplane. However, Tony Stark was not so petty. Instructing the flight attendants to accommodate Levi and his companions while he and Ethan ventured further inside, they proceeded to take showers. On a private jet, one could indulge in nearly any activity imaginable. Indeed, the flight attendants were remarkably attractive. While one could question various aspects of Tony Stark, his taste was undeniably exquisite. The attendants boasted a variety of hair colors and striking features, each possessing a flawless figure. There were those with golden locks and azure eyes, as well as others with raven hair and dark eyes. Even among the darker-skinned attendants, their features were akin to exquisite black pearls. This was the life of the affluent. Levi felt a sudden surge of motivation to amass greater wealth. Before long, the plane took off. Once it stabilized, the attendants arrived to serve them with red wine and gourmet delicacies. After approximately an hour, a freshly cleaned Tony Stark emerged, though his expression remained grave. Clearly, the recent events had profoundly impacted him. He waved his hand, dismissing the attendants instead of requesting a performance, and spoke to Rhodes. I intend to shut down the military sector. Tony gestured slightly. Rhodes immediately understood but still inquired, why? Because I nearly fell victim to my own weapon. Tony exclaimed. Furthermore, I have no desire to continue being an accomplice to the U.S. military. Upon hearing this, Levi promptly interjected, then allow me to take over. Grant me the military division of Stark Industries. Tony looked at him as though he were foolish, replying, do you think others would agree? I can only provide you with a portion. Others will inevitably come to claim the remainder of the market unless your company can rival Stark Industries. However, that is implausible, as Stark Industries has evolved from the Second World War to the present day, establishing itself as a venerable name in the defense sector. Countless eyes have long been fixed upon it. With this withdrawal, a pack of wolves would immediately surge forth to fill the market void. Levi is not greedy and nods, stating that anything is acceptable. You should negotiate with Rhodes. Chapter 53. The overbearing CEO Levi promptly reached an agreement with Rhodes. In truth, after witnessing the capabilities of the new weapon during today as practical demonstration, the future technology company had gained considerable weight in the eyes of the generals. The generals on the front lines are not merely seated in the Pentagon. They are far more pragmatic and focused on the efficacy of weaponry. After all, should they face defeat, there is no one to shoulder the blame for them. The scoundrels in the Pentagon can easily deflect accountability, but for the generals, there is no such recourse. As the head of the Weapons Development Department, Rhodes comprehends this all too well. Indeed, military contracts are highly lucrative, often amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. Levi felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The United States' annual military expenditure exceeds $1 trillion, and it has since escalated to $2 trillion. Even when divided among multiple parties, it consistently yields greater profits each year. Thus, earning money from the populace pales in comparison to profiting from the United States. The true parasites are those who dig at the very foundations of America. Levi is more than willing to be one of them. Tony Stark remarked, there is no point in developing this type of weapon. If you are to innovate, it should be in aircraft or armored vehicles. Your drone does possess some merit. Despite his immense pride, he spoke truthfully. Firearms yield too little profit. Hence, Stark primarily focuses on missiles, which are considerably more expensive. How much does a single gun cost? Levi wholeheartedly agreed, responding, when I have time, I shall conduct some research. It's merely a matter of luck. Perhaps one day I shall strike fortunate and obtain a design blueprint. Tony Stark smirked, as if to suggest that such research was too casual. Suddenly, he enthusiastically embraced Levi, asking, would you like a military factory? Stark Industries can hand over one to you. Levi contemplated this. The factories he was currently in contact with were all located across the ocean. Manufacturing components for prosthetics and drones was relatively straightforward. However, a military factory is an entirely different matter, more cost-effective. Thus, Levi responded, and the two embarked on a round of negotiations. Rode, meanwhile, observed while sipping his drink, noting that the rapport between the two had significantly improved, unlike the perpetual bickering portrayed in the media. Yet, such behavior was to be expected. Both were astute individuals. And in front of the media, they were merely vying for attention. Though Tony Stark's private jet may not match the speed of the Quinjet, it offers unparalleled comfort. After a brief respite with Eve and the others, Levi returned to New York. As soon as the aircraft landed and the door was opened, a throng of people awaited outside. Among them were Pepper Potts and driver Happy Hogan, accompanied by a swarm of reporters who had sprung into action the moment Levi shared his photographs. Tony Stark was deeply touched and embraced Pepper, while he chose to forego any greeting with the rotund Happy. "I crave a cheeseburger," Tony proclaimed, his nostalgia palpable. As they reminisced, Levi made a beeline for the reporters, understanding that one must never relinquish the spotlight. "Mr. Levi, how did you locate Tony Stark? What was his condition upon discovery?" inquired a journalist. "Mr. Levi, judging by the photos you posted online, Tony Stark appears to be in a dire state. Has he suffered inhumane treatment?" Levi gestured downward to silence the inquiries momentarily before responding. "When I found Tony Stark, he resembled a homeless individual. As for whether he has endured inhumane treatment, I cannot divulge that information." His words ignited the reporters' imaginations, already concocting sensational headlines, such as "Tony Stark faces harrowing ordeal in the Middle East." This would undoubtedly generate traffic. "Do not heed his fabrications," Tony Stark interjected, his expression darkening as he approached the journalists. He had not intended to engage with them, well aware that there was little to be said that would cast him in a favorable light. However, remaining silent would only allow Levi to further tarnish his image. It became clear to him that Levi thrived on attention, regardless of the circumstances. "I am not exaggerating. Our primary concern in that place was to safeguard ourselves," Levi asserted solemnly. Tony Stark seethed with frustration, his fleeting goodwill evaporating instantly. Indeed, business was business, and life was life. "I am quite well, feeling fantastic, and just need a bit of rest," Tony declared promptly. "Indeed, everyone requires time to nurse their wounds," Levi nodded in agreement. Tony Stark's anger flared anew. The two men engaged in a public squabble before a reporter posed another question. "Mr. Levi, Mr. Stark, is your previous octagonal cage duel still valid?" At this, both Levi and Tony fell silent, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed their mutual understanding. In truth, Tony Stark must also pay heed, for he is about to announce the closure of Stark Industries' military division. He can already envision the plummet of Stark Industries stock. In such circumstances, he must devise a means to maintain his visibility. To put it plainly, he does not reject attention. He simply wishes to avoid being perpetually overshadowed by Levi, who has proven to be rather audacious. Thus, he ambiguously states, "At present, I require some rest. If an opportunity arises, it shall not pose an issue." Levi echoes this sentiment. The possibility cannot be dismissed. You know, anything can happen in this world. Even Tony Stark could be kidnapped. Subsequently, the two choose to depart from the scene. Managing the reporters is quite exhausting. Yet, the journalists remain exhilarated, like eager kittens, always yearning for more. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Levi claims you are his dear brother," they assert, but they cannot impede the departure of the vehicles, as this is still an airport. Levi and his companions board Bumblebee, which then speeds away. He glances at himself and realizes he has indeed tanned considerably. Following this, he begins to make arrangements, instructing the Red Queen to prepare to liquidate stocks the next day. For Stark Industries' darkest hour is approaching, and the stock is bound to fall even lower than before. Thus, any profit, however small, would be beneficial. The military sector is the cornerstone of Stark Industries. Once the closure of the military division is announced, the repercussions are all too evident. Only Tony Stark possesses such confidence. After creating the miniature nuclear reactor, he has already conceived a plan, driven not by impulse, but by foresight. Later, Levi calls May and Gwen Stacy to inform them of his return. During this time, he has been calling regularly, and they have shown great concern for him. Upon learning of his return, May immediately invites him over for dinner, to which Levi agrees. As for Gwen, she breathlessly mentions that she has been running. Levi quips, "It seems more akin to parkour. I expect to see you at the office shortly, woman." Thus, Levi assumes the role of a commanding CEO. Chapter 54. Is there no civility in America? This recent trip to the Middle East has proven quite fruitful for Levi, who has become increasingly busy. After all, the company lacks capable hands, and Gwen Stacy is still a university student. Therefore, Levi must recruit new personnel. Upon arriving at the office, he finds Gwen already seated at her desk. "Weren't you supposed to be running?" Levi remarks with a smirk. Gwen's face reddens instantly. "The gym is not far from here." "Oh, then how is it that you are not at work during office hours?" Levi gently tapped her head, remarking, "Should you behave like this again, I shall impose a punishment." "Oh," Gwen replied, rubbing her head. Seated in his office chair, Levi pushed off the ground, causing the chair to spin. Red Queen, please recommend a few candidates for me. In a conventional hiring process, particularly for such positions, the ideal approach would be to engage an experienced headhunting firm. These firms, colloquially known as executive recruitment agencies, possess extensive networks capable of sourcing talent from various industries, provided one is willing to pay the price. However, with the assistance of the Red Queen, Levi could directly filter candidates through big data analysis. The Red Queen appeared beside him, inquiring, Master, do you have any specific requirements? Indeed, no squids and no three brothers, Levi promptly replied. The squids would only bring trouble, and the three brothers were even more concerning. They were adept at their tasks but lacked versatility, and they tended to cluster together, multiplying at an alarming rate. In America, once a company employed a three brother, it would soon attract a horde of them. Consequently, while Silicon Valley tech companies have become increasingly proficient, they have lost their authenticity. The Red Queen immediately began filtering candidates, and soon a plethora of options appeared. Levi glanced over the list and swiftly dismissed the male candidates. After all, a balanced gender mix often leads to a more harmonious work environment. He then eliminated the older candidates. Just then, a familiar name caught his attention. Name, Hope Van Dyne. Gender, female. Age, 27. Experience, former supervisor at Pym Industries, possessing substantial expertise. Wasn't she the daughter of Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man? While Levi held little interest in Hank Pym himself, the younger Hope piqued his curiosity. Moreover, she was not particularly young anymore, nearing 30. She had ample experience and required no development. Cough, cough. No training. Most importantly, Levi might have the opportunity to acquire Pym particles, which were indeed useful for altering the size of objects and accessing the quantum realm, among other capabilities. Thus, he decided to call Hope. Currently, Hope and her father, Hank Pym, were facing repercussions. Darren Cross, Hank's former disciple, had taken control of Pym Industries and marginalized both Hank and Hope. This was a result of Hank Pym's failure to recognize Cross's ambitions. Hope, meanwhile, found herself unemployed, but fortunately, her family still possessed wealth. So her sole focus was on reclaiming their company, with no desire to seek employment elsewhere. Consequently, when she received Levi's call, Hope was somewhat bewildered. Hello, Hope. May I address you as such? My company is in need of someone, and I find you quite impressive, Li Wei stated bluntly. Here, people are straightforward and lack subtlety. I apologize, but I do not entertain such thoughts, Hope replied without hesitation. Is that so? Then I shall seek others. Li Wei, equally decisive, moved on without hesitation. This left Hope feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting her to inquire before the call concluded. May I know which company it is? Future Technologies, Li Wei responded. Upon hearing this name, Hope was instantly reminded of the rapidly rising company. Although Future Technologies had only recently emerged, it had already eclipsed her own enterprise and fame. Pym Industries fell short in many respects compared to this burgeoning firm. In the eyes of many bystanders, Future Technologies was on par with Stark Industries. This was largely due to the frequent verbal sparring between its owner, Li Wei, and Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries. If their statuses were not equivalent, such exchanges would hardly occur. Thus, Future Technologies and Stark Industries were likened to LeBron James frequently challenging Michael Jordan, leading some to mistakenly believe he is the second greatest in history. While Future Technologies may not surpass Stark Industries, it certainly holds a stronger position in the public's perception than many other companies. This is the advantage of visibility. At that moment, Hope shared a similar sentiment. Despite her unfamiliarity with Future Technologies, its reputation was undeniable. Curiosity piqued, she decided, may I visit the company first? You are always welcome. Then I shall come by tomorrow morning. Hope resolved to prepare herself for the visit, as she had no time to do so today. Having settled this matter, Li Wei proceeded to select a few more candidates. If Hope did not agree or failed to meet his expectations, he would seek someone else. The Red Queen understood his preferences. All were fair-skinned, under 35 years of age, and, of course, female. Li Wei simply desired an assistant akin to Pepper Potts. Shortly thereafter, he glanced at the busy Gwen, who was on the phone making various contacts. The order from the U.S. military had arrived, and now production needed to ramp up. Drones were in the highest demand. Hence, Gwen was conversing in heavily accented Mandarin with someone across the ocean. Upon catching Li Wei's gaze, her face flushed. Li Wei chose not to discourage her and quietly departed. He mused to himself, no wonder there is a preference for East Asian factories. The prices are remarkably low. Inexpensive components are shipped to America for assembly, only to be resold to the military for over $100,000, all entirely within the bounds of legality. Of course, the only price to pay is a modest commission to Rhodey. This is the established norm. Even Tony Stark, an old classmate, would offer Rhodey a share. It is no wonder that some assert there is a lack of social niceties in America. Indeed, here, transactions are far more direct and profit-driven. Li Wei paid a visit to Professor Connors, who was still perfecting his serum, which was already showing great promise. After another round of experimentation, the results were not limbs of lizards this time, yet the efficacy had diminished. He had to make difficult choices regarding the components. Li, it's best if you refrain from going to the front lines again. I lost this arm in battle, Professor Connors advised. Li Wei nodded with a smile. He had no intention of putting himself in jeopardy. Although he appeared unarmed, he was, in fact, well equipped with a nanofiber protective shield, truly armed to the teeth. He then visited Dr. Otto's laboratory, where the previous designs for prosthetics had been realized, offering individuals more options. Next, they were preparing to promote brain-machine interfaces. Chapter 55. A man unintoxicated, a woman's opportunity lost. Li Wei sat in Bumblebee, heading towards Queens. He glanced at his reputation points, which were nearing 200 million. This was the influence of Tony Stark. Tony's return was undoubtedly headline news, generating considerable excitement. The stock of Stark Industries had skyrocketed, reversing previous trends in a most exhilarating manner. Seizing the moment, Li Wei browsed the system's marketplace. The items available were plentiful, and he stumbled upon many useful options. Military Technology Manticore, blueprint specifically designed for military operations. This armored aerial vehicle series is ideal for urban warfare, featuring thick armor and the capability for rapid deployment. Origin, Cyberpunk 2077, requires reputation points, 100 million. Wing Fighter, blueprint manufactured by Income Corporation, first appearing in the Galactic Civil War. It serves as the mainstay for Resistance Organization starfighter units. Origin, Star Wars, requires reputation points, 500 million. How exorbitant, Li Wei mused, noting the vast difference in required reputation points to transition from starfighter to spacefighter. It became evident that his current reputation points were utterly insufficient. He had been continually reaping benefits from Tony Stark, but it seemed he would need to be even more relentless in the future. It was not that Li Wei was unwilling to purchase, but rather that he simply could not afford it. Thus, a 10 draw it shall be. Levi opted for the 10 draw, acknowledging the difficulty in acquiring exceptional items, yet at least there existed a safety net. Moreover, it was comparatively more economical than purchasing items outright. Congratulations, host. On your 10 draw lottery, you have received the following rewards. Initially, a few pieces of jewelry floated past. Now, Eve could wear her 2 pieces of jewelry daily without repetition. Lustrous Pearl, Eve's nano attire, which enhances attack speed when worn. To his astonishment, Eve's clothing had emerged. No wonder it was named Eve. Subsequently, the rewards began to materialize. Nikoi, blueprint, a technological sniper rifle hailing from the cyberpunk world. Smart Grenade 3, capable of automatically switching explosion modes based on the number of targets. Scatter shrapnel for multiple targets, and direct explosion for enhanced damage against a single target. Alas, if only the Smart Grenade were a blueprint, it would surely outclass the current armaments of the American military. The safety net had been reached. Levi felt a surge of anticipation. A flash of light danced before him, and an unremarkable safe appeared. Virus, a pathogen developed by Umbrella Corporation. A novel virus stemming from the fusion of the progenitor virus and leached genetic fragments devised by James Marcus. Note, why do humans develop viruses? Levi could not fathom why humanity pursued the creation of viruses. However, he understood Umbrella's motives, immortality. Regrettably, despite the research being driven by the quest for eternal life, it ultimately culminated in failure. Yet, one could argue that zombies, in a twisted sense, represent a form of immortality, do they not? Levi opened the safe, revealing 3 vials of virus, 3 antidotes, and comprehensive documentation regarding the virus. If infected, as long as the antidote was administered within a specified time frame, survival was possible. Moreover, it would extend one's lifespan, preserving youthfulness. This phenomenon was notably illustrated by the protagonist of the Resident Evil series, chiefly Jill Valentine, who, after being infected, remained unchanged in appearance for decades. Of course, in comparison to the later viruses, such as the Veronica virus, this particular virus was relatively less potent. Its sole advantage lay in its rapid transmission rate, though perhaps that was not truly an advantage. Levi stored it away in his space. Such a thing must not be trifled with. Should it spread uncontrollably, it could very well lead to a zombie-infested universe. Master, we have arrived, Bumblebee remarked, slowing its pace as they approached an old house. May, living alone with Peter Parker, faced financial struggles. Fortunately, she earned a wage at the shelter. Levi had also increased her salary, which would help improve their circumstances. Eve, too, you may go and procure sustenance. And here, this garment is for you. Li Wei presented Eve with a nanosuit crafted from lustrous white pearls. Eve, adorned in form-fitting jeans, appeared to be perfectly shaped. A gentle knock echoed as Li Wei rapped on the door. Coming. May's voice resonated from within, and she swiftly approached to open the door. With a radiant smile gracing her face, she exclaimed, "You have finally returned." She hurriedly bent down to arrange her shoes, offering Li Wei the tender warmth of a devoted spouse, akin to returning home. "What about Peter?" Li Wei inquired as he stepped inside. "Peter is attending a school event and won't be back for the next few days," May replied, gazing at him. "So it's just the two of us?" He mused. "Dinner is all prepared, and I have even procured some red wine." Without waiting for Li Wei's response, May took his hand and led him to the dining table. This meal, by American standards, was rather sumptuous, featuring roasted fish, creamy mushroom soup, and succulent steak. The dishes, lavishly adorned with an array of sauces, appeared irresistibly appetizing. As they settled down, May poured 2 glasses of red wine and intentionally dimmed the lights, illuminating the table with a carefully selected ambience lamp. This orchestrated atmosphere made Li Wei feel as though he were being courted. Isn't it typically the man's role to prepare such things? American women, particularly someone like May, certainly possess a boldness. May felt a twinge of insecurity regarding her age and position as Li Wei's subordinate. Yet, as they spent time together, she found him to be quite amiable. Moreover, it was evident that Peter Parker needed an uncle. Thus, May took the initiative. The assertiveness of a mature woman was something Li Wei found difficult to resist. It is often said, "Cherish good women and do not squander the company of those less virtuous." Young men should appreciate their older sisters. After relishing their dinner, the two drew closer. May's cheeks flushed, seemingly emboldened by the effects of wine. Seizing the moment, Li Wei feigned inebriation, and May leaned in to kiss him. A man who remains sober provides no opportunity for a woman. Finding the chair uncomfortable, Li Wei decided to abandon the pretense. Lifting May effortlessly and carrying her toward the bedroom, the dynamic of pursuit and retreat was reversed. A smile danced at the corners of May's lips. "Yay!" she exclaimed. With a soft thud, she was placed gently onto the bed, and Li Wei pounced upon her. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow. Li Wei transformed under its luminescence, reminiscent of a werewolf. Outside, Bumblebee remained parked, while Eve nibbled on a sandwich. "Aren't you going to eat?" she inquired. "I do not consume human food," Bumblebee replied, indicating that it would replenish its energy differently. "Oh, what about the master?" Eve promptly inquired. Too clearly stated, "It won't come down tonight." The two women fell into silence, and after a while, Tu remarked, "Eve, we cannot continue like this." "Huh." Eve, having finished her sandwich, wore a somewhat reluctant expression, visibly content. "You must take the initiative. The master is quite fond of you." Tu said earnestly, "Our existence is to serve the master." Eve appeared adorably bewildered. Chapter 56. The golden age of a Caucasian woman. The following morning, when Levi awoke, he noticed the ceiling was different. After a moment, he recalled the events of the previous night. Truly, May was outrageous. Even Maria Hill could not compare. Upon entering the living room, he found May had prepared breakfast, resembling a tender wife, adjusting his collar. "Hurry and freshen up. Everything is ready for you." She instructed Levi, "Come eat breakfast after you're done." Levi nodded, noticing that the toothbrush and towel were new. She truly understood him well. After washing up, he sat at the table. Although it was an American-style breakfast, Levi relished it thoroughly. He had grown accustomed to this, as Tu often prepared such meals. Yet, he sensed that the flavors surpassed those made by Tu. What was going on? After finishing breakfast, May tidied up his clothes and spritzed him with a hint of perfume. Though he felt somewhat uneasy, Levi did not refuse, allowing May to direct him like a machine. "All right, I must head to work now." She intended to say to return early. However, she remembered that Levi was not her man. A peck. Levi kissed her lightly. "I will see you off." "Very well." A smile graced May's face, and she did not decline. Upon reaching downstairs, the Bumblebee was still parked there. As they got into the car, May noticed Tu and Eve. She was naturally aware of their presence, merely curious. Were they here all night? "Yes, thank you for your hard work." Levi addressed Tu and Eve. Even though they were androids, one should not exploit them. Next time, let them return to rest earlier. Eve's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Levi. It was then that Levi noticed Eve had changed into a lustrous pearl outfit. It was an exceedingly revealing nanosuit, featuring a super short skirt and a white lace back, sure to attract attention outdoors. Thus, Levi softly admonished, "Eve, you are not permitted to wear this outside. Only I should see you in it. It must not be displayed to others." This made Eve giggle behind her hand, nodding in agreement. Before long, the Bumblebee arrived at the shelter. Li Wei spoke, "May, do not overexert yourself. Delegate tasks to others when necessary." May nodded in acknowledgement, yet it was evident that she had not truly absorbed his words. Her motivation for working here stemmed from genuine compassion. "Bumblebee, alter the glass," Eve instructed. Soon, Bumblebee's windows transformed, obscuring the interior from external view. Eve also concealed the luminous pearl, revealing a cascade of flowing nanoparticles that rendered her pristine. With only 2 sets of nanosuits at her disposal, she opted to wear the jeans she had changed out of the previous night, paired with a shirt. Li Wei reaffirmed. Eve possesses an exquisite figure, truly deserving of the Master Gold title. Eve busied herself in the vehicle, naturally coming into contact with Li Wei. Unfortunately, with Bumblebee alert, Li Wei could not afford to act recklessly. Once Eve had completed her attire, Bumblebee promptly reverted the windows, primarily to avoid interception by the police. Upon arriving at the company, Li Wei was already late. Gwen Stacy was waiting downstairs for him. "Boss, a woman has arrived claiming to be here for an interview. Is her name Hope?" Li Wei inquired. "Yes, Hope Van Dyne," Gwen confirmed with a nod. Li Wei was taken aback by her early arrival. He hastened his steps, ushering the women into the elevator and proceeding to the office. Outside, Hope was seated with her legs crossed, impeccably poised. Her short black hair framed her face, exuding a mature yet powerful aura. Dressed in a black women's suit, she projected a strong professional presence. The only drawback was that she appeared slightly older than her years. Though not yet 30, she seemed to be in her 30s. This unfortunate reality often afflicts many Caucasian women, whose prime years are typically between 15 and 25. Neglecting proper care post-25 can lead to a rapid decline in skin condition, resulting in a prematurely aged appearance. This phenomenon contributes to the prevalence of cosmetic enhancement among many in America. Li Wei approached her, extending his hand. "Hope." She quickly rose to her feet and shook his hand. Standing approximately 1.65 meters, her heels added a few extra centimeters, bringing her close to 1.70 meters. At the very least, Li Wei found her appearance quite satisfactory, as she radiated the essence of a strong woman. "Please, come in," he invited her into the office, settling into the executive chair while requesting Gwen to pour some coffee. He sat upright, asking, "Were you previously responsible for development at PIM Industries?" "Yes," Hope nodded. Subsequently, Levi posed a series of inquiries. After acquiring a semblance of telepathy, he was no longer merely an imposter, particularly after consuming Substance 4. Although the so-called cognitive enhancement was not overtly apparent, Levi's capacity for learning had indeed improved. There were no moments of revelation. He merely lacked practical skills. Yet his theoretical knowledge was substantial. In contrast, Tony Stark excelled in both theoretical understanding and hands-on abilities. Hope answered all of Levi's questions with aplomb, confirming her competence. It was only natural. Her father was Hank Pym, once a collaborator of Howard Stark. A daughter raised by such a technological luminary could hardly be lacking. Was she not even a match for Tony Stark, let alone the likes of Justin Hammer? "Allow me to show you around the company. If you find it satisfactory, I would be pleased to have you stay. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Levi endeavored to appear sincere, well aware that a formidable woman like Hope would never be short of employment. However, the impending loss of her own company was irksome to her. Hope nodded in agreement. All right. The two enjoyed a coffee before Levi escorted her for a brief tour. Hope's gaze wandered curiously over the two women accompanying Levi. For some reason, she sensed a profound technological aura emanating from them, a sensation akin to that of artificial beings. Eve appeared more human-like, while the other two were markedly less so. Were they perhaps synthetic humans? Hope pondered, her perception of Levi shifting subtly. Such an advanced level of technology surely eluded even Tony Stark. Soon, she followed Levi as they toured the company. Otto's laboratory came into view, showcasing a neural interface, an array of prosthetics, and immunosuppressants. It was these immunosuppressants that alleviated the discomfort associated with prosthetic use, preventing one from easily succumbing to cyberpsychosis. Naturally, future tech company would not indiscriminately provide prosthetics. They were reserved for those in genuine need. Rumor had it that other tech companies were preparing to research new types of prosthetics. However, given their technological limitations, achieving such standards was entirely improbable. It was precisely this awareness of the technological gap that left Hope in awe. Future tech company was at least 50 years ahead of the entire nation. Indeed, it was the future. Chapter 57. I want the primordial virus. Here lies the biological laboratory. And here is Professor Connors. Li Wei continued to guide Hop on her tour. Upon exiting Dr. Otto's laboratory, Hop's mouth hung agape, as if it could be completely filled. They then arrived at Professor Connors' domain, which resembled a miniature zoo teeming with experimental animals. Numerous researchers clad in white lab coats busily documented various data. In the past, Professor Connors had been able to effortlessly commandeer his students' time, benefiting from their free labor. However, those days were gone. He was now compelled to recruit staff. Li Wei, carrying a briefcase, entrusted the virus to Professor Connors. "Professor Connors, the contents herein are of utmost importance and must remain confidential," Li Wei implored, urging the Red Queen to heighten the security level. An inexplicable unease washed over Li Wei as he considered the combination of the virus with artificial intelligence. Hop, already well-versed in such technology, exhibited little astonishment. "Very well," Professor Connors replied gravely. He stepped aside and meticulously stored the virus and antidote within a bulletproof glass enclosure before examining the research materials pertaining to the virus. The woman accompanying them on the tour was no longer his concern. Li Wei took the opportunity to introduce Hop to Professor Connors, who was, in fact, quite familiar to her. This recognition was a testament to Li Wei's promotion of Connors' work. His endeavors were well known, and if successful, represented a significant advancement for humanity. Witnessing the experiments reach this stage left her in awe, as she had previously suspected it was all a ruse, akin to the antics of Silicon Valley's infamous female tycoons. In America, many so-called innovations were merely schemes to attract investment, and as an insider, Hop understood the miraculous nature of their work. This defies scientific logic, she remarked. I find it rather scientific, Li Wei shrugged. Does the Marvel Universe adhere to scientific principles? Even the Trisolarans would face consequences. At that moment, Professor Connors erupted with excitement. Li, this is truly astounding. I suspect we could merge the progenitor virus with our antidote. His astonishment was palpable as he observed the characteristics of the progenitor virus, which could enhance the host's strength, mobility, and longevity. However, its drawbacks were severe. It was lethally toxic, leading to symptoms such as widespread inflammation, tissue necrosis, fluid loss, and septic shock, with a 99% mortality rate among the infected. To his astonishment, this obscure umbrella corporation had managed to fuse the properties of the progenitor virus with the genes of leeches, resulting in the creation of a novel virus. Leeches are worthless. What if we were to combine it with lizard serum instead? A pharmaceutical marvel capable of enhancing physical prowess, facilitating the regeneration of severed limbs, and extending longevity, albeit contingent upon mitigating its lethality. Even viruses exhibit a considerable degree of fatality. Yet, Professor Connors remains steadfastly confident. What is this umbrella corporation? I have never even heard of it. Are their scientists truly competent? Well, I do not possess the progenitor virus, Li Wei interjected. Then seek it out. It can be extracted from the sun stairs of the Dubai tribe, Professor Connors replied, exasperated. This left Li Wei at a loss for words. After much effort to inform Professor Connors that they lacked the sun stairs, it became evident that the progenitor virus is the quintessential pathogen within the realm of biohazard. Only the fungal master could rival its prowess. Other entities, such as the plagoparasites, pale in comparison. Professor Connors expressed his deep disappointment, conceding, then we shall explore the potential of this virus alongside the lizard serum. Fortunately, the virus retains characteristics akin to that of the progenitor virus. As for Hope, she was utterly bewildered. What is this progenitor virus? Nevertheless, upon returning to the office with Li Wei, she confidently declared, Mr. Li, I am eager to become a part of future technology. Welcome aboard, Li Wei responded with a smile. Then came Hope's compensation package, an annual salary starting at $500,000, along with additional rewards. Hope was indifferent to the monetary aspect. She was not in need of funds, but sought experience. Furthermore, she believed collaborating with Li Wei would be advantageous, potentially aiding her in reclaiming her family's company. At least, from her perspective, future tech appeared to have a promising future, far superior to PIM Industries. Thus, Hope resolutely signed a contract. I have arranged an office for you, prepared by Gwen. You may take some time to familiarize yourself with the company, Li Wei said, opting to allow her a few days of acclimatization before intensifying her workload. All right, boss. Will I have an assistant? Hope inquired. Li Wei understood her request for an assistant would provide him with added reassurance. I will assist you in finding one, he replied with a nod. Thank you, Hope acknowledged, as Gwen escorted her to the president's office. After half an hour, Gwen returned with a report. How did it go? Li Wei inquired. Gwen poured Li Wei a glass of water and said, she adapted quite well. Is she going to be part of the team? Indeed. As the company expands, we require more hands, Li Wei affirmed. Do you have any close friends? Recommend someone to serve as an assistant. It is preferable to work with acquaintances. At least they can be trusted. This indeed posed a challenge for Gwen. She found herself devoid of friends. After much contemplation, she recalled her high school classmates. During her high school years, she had formed a band called the Mary Janes with a few peers, where Gwen played the drums. This was among her scant social interactions. Following her encounter with the radioactive spider, her opportunities for socialization dwindled even further, rendering her quite reclusive. Thus, she spoke up. There is one friend, a journalism major. What's her name? Levi inquired. Mary Jane Watson. Upon hearing this name, Levi's memory stirred. Mary Jane, a bold and audacious girl. However, Peter Parker still seemed like a child. Levi wore a puzzled expression, but upon realizing this version of Peter Parker was of African descent, he felt at ease. While a black pearl is exquisite, it can be difficult to digest. Why don't you ask her if she is willing? Levi suggested. All right, Gwen promptly replied, rushing out to make contact. In truth, the band had other acquaintances, such as Betty Brandt, but she had joined the Daily Bugle as an assistant to J. Jonah Jameson right after high school. Now, she was working alongside Jameson to criticize Spider-Man. Naturally, Gwen wouldn't recommend her friend for this. Otherwise, Betty would undoubtedly be eager to switch jobs. Soon, Gwen reached out to Mary Jane, who was preparing for her internship. Upon receiving the news, Mary Jane was elated and readily agreed. After all, this was the illustrious future tech company. Working here was second only to joining Stark Industries in New York. Just look at the reputation. As long as one appeared frequently in public, the average person would perceive future tech as impressive. Chapter 58. Tony Stark, dressed in a suit, adjusted his hairstyle and groomed his beard, completely shedding the previous disheveled appearance. Upon returning to New York, he did not rush to hold a press conference. Instead, he tended to Ethan. Since Ethan had saved his life, it was only fitting to express his gratitude by arranging a position for him within the company. Only then did he remember to convene the press conference. Tony, you're about to go on stage. What exactly are you going to announce? Obadiah Stane asked curiously. Tony merely stated that he had important news to share, but refrained from revealing specifics. Stane felt an uneasy flutter in his chest, prompting his inquiry. Tony Stark glanced at him and smiled, saying, Uncle Stane, there's no need to worry. The future will improve. This only deepened Stane's sense of unease. Amidst a wave of applause, Tony Stark ascended to the podium, the spotlight once again illuminating him. He revels in the sensation of being the center of attention. This is his stage, not a silent demise in a dark cave. I am profoundly grateful to everyone for their presence. Tony Stark opts to speak extemporaneously, engaging in a candid discourse. There is but one crucial matter he wishes to convey. Obadiah Stane stands beside him, fidgeting uncomfortably, as if afflicted by restlessness. After a prolonged silence, Tony Stark solemnly declares, Today, I have but one thing to share with you all. In light of my previous experiences, Stark Industries will be closing its military division and withdrawing from the defense market. A wave of astonishment erupts among the reporters, akin to a bombshell dropped into deep waters. Obadiah Stane feels dizzy. He holds 25% of the company's shares. How much will they plummet? At this moment, Stark Industries' military sector is its core competency. Severing it is tantamount to self-mutilation. His eyes redden as he gazes at Tony Stark as though confronting a bitter enemy. Yet, Tony Stark nonchalantly walks away, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil. The most fervent reactions arise from Wall Street. Just as Stark Industries stock had begun to rise, it plunges once more. This news has a greater impact than Tony Stark's abduction. While Stark may be gone, there remained a semblance of confidence in Stark Industries as a legacy defense contractor. However, with the military division eradicated, many can no longer place their trust in Tony Stark, leading to an outpouring of vitriol. Only Levi finds joy in this chaos. Red Queen. Wait for the stock to hit rock bottom and acquire the dispersed shares. Gather information on the other shareholders. Stark Industries has a multitude of shareholders, many of whom possess only a small percentage of the stock. They merely enjoy dividends and hold little presence within the company. At present, the largest shareholder is Tony Stark, followed closely by Obadiah Stane. Previously, their combined shares exceeded half, granting them significant influence within the company. However, their relationship is now fraying. For Levi, this represents an opportunity. What could be more exhilarating than dismantling Tony Stark's empire? The office phone rings. Levi answers, hearing Gwen's voice. Boss, President Dane wishes to see you. For a moment, Levi is taken aback, his mind momentarily blanking before he realizes she refers to Hope. Let her in, he responds. Hope soon enters, an urgent expression gracing her features. Boss, have you seen the news? About Tony Stark? Levi reclines back, inquiring indeed. Yes, she replies. Hoping took a deep breath. The Stark Group's withdrawal from the military market leaves a substantial portion of it that cannot be consumed by a single entity. I know some individuals who might assist us in securing a share. Levi straightened his posture. What if we already possess a portion? Why not strive for a larger stake? Hoping leaned on the table. Unfortunately, it was true. It was no wonder Levi could not restrain his gaze. This was akin to self-targeting, a talent unique to players of shooting games. He clapped his hands. Excellent. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Go ahead and make the necessary contacts, and do not hesitate to spend. Thank you, Hoping replied cheerfully. She had just joined the company and needed to establish her position through performance, which was also the reason for her proactive approach. Additionally, she was keen on the company's growth and held high hopes for future technological advancements. As afternoon approached, Levi sat by the window, idly observing the minuscule figures below, akin to ants, which evoked a sensation of lightheadedness. In other words, a feeling of inflation. It was indeed delightful to possess wealth. Just then, a procession of police cars passed below, drawing considerable attention. Although crime occurrences are commonplace in New York, witnessing such a multitude of police vehicles in action is still a rarity. Red Queen, what has transpired? Levi inquired, unable to resist the urge to gather the latest gossip. The Red Queen flashed beside him. The Osborn group has been attacked. Levi felt a tinge of disappointment. I thought it was the Stark group. Tony Stark. Nevertheless, he prompted the Red Queen to display the footage. In New York, news reporters are notoriously fervent. At this moment, a news station had dispatched a helicopter, and the battlefield reporter was conducting live coverage from within, providing real-time updates. Such relentless spirit is bound to garner attention. To Levi, the blonde reporter seemed vaguely familiar. He had previously clicked on her to pose a question, nothing more. Despite the stereotypes regarding blonde beauties in America, no one can resist the allure of long-legged blondes. They are undeniably attractive. On the screen, a figure clad in a Scorpion combat suit was wreaking havoc upon the glass of the Osborn building. Scorpion. The Red Queen swiftly retrieved his profile. His real name is Mac Gargan. He was once a private investigator specializing in the investigation of the Spectre Spider-Man. Following that, he acquired this high-tech suit, transforming him into Scorpion. However, the suit possesses a flaw. It gradually erodes his brain. The Red Queen spoke. Although there is no concrete evidence implicating Kingpin, it is highly probable that he is behind this. During this period, New York has witnessed numerous such incidents, causing the Osborn group's stock to plummet. Kingpin aims to leverage this situation to force Norman Osborn out of the election. Is this the nature of struggle in America? How has Norman responded? Levi immediately inquired. Regardless of the circumstances, Norman Osborn is his ally, having promised substantial benefits and assured future support. Should Kingpin ascend, the prospect of policy backing would be utterly unattainable, and perhaps he would even face oppression. Norman Osborn would not relent, having invested too much in the Osborn group. The Red Queen asserted confidently. At that moment, a blonde female reporter exclaimed, "Here comes Ghost Spider." Chapter 59. Mecha is the romance of Men Gwen. Levi called out upon hearing the reporter's voice. No response came. Goodness. Gwen had indeed fled early. If it were anyone else, they would surely be infuriated. After all, this was an egregious dereliction of duty during work hours. Yet, Levi was mentally prepared. He merely sought confirmation. The Red Queen remarked, "You ought to indulge her." In the footage, the figure of Ghost Spider emerged. Petite and exceptionally nimble in the air, her hands gripping webbing as she gracefully swung to the glass of a building. She adhered to the glass with one hand and shouted, "Scorpion, your opponent is me. Get lost, little spider." Scorpion retorted, attempting to shatter the thick glass with a punch. In response, Ghost Spider delivered a swift kick. Bang! Scorpion was sent crashing to the ground. Before Gwen could proceed, the arriving officers opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, the bullets can curve. The blonde reporter exclaimed, "Did you see that? This is the intelligent weaponry from the future tech company." The bullets adjust their trajectory to target the enemy, preventing stray shots from harming civilians. A notable feature of these intelligent weapons is their ability to lock onto adversaries, allowing bullets to curve without the need for marksmanship. However, Levi felt something was amiss. It resembled an advertisement. The Red Queen, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "Master, I communicated with her on behalf of the company and provided a sponsorship fee." No wonder. The Red Queen continued, "That artificial intelligence named J.A.R.V.I.S. is also engaged in similar activities, and Tony Stark holds numerous shares in various media companies, specifically tasked with promoting him positively and controlling public opinion." Goodness. Levi finally understood. No wonder Tony Stark consistently attracts attention. It turns out he is not merely purchasing it. He is the proprietor. Lesson learned. The intelligent weapon's bullets struck the Scorpion with tremendous force, showcasing the formidable power of the smart ammunition. Soon, it evolved into a demonstration of police weaponry. Buzz. The electric shotgun was deployed, unleashing electricity directly at the Scorpion. Startled, the Scorpion swiftly evaded, its tail swinging to hurl a small vehicle. Following that, a quasar cannon discharged a single blast, sending the Scorpion flying, its armor heating up from the impact. Witnessing this, Gwen immediately leaped down, shooting webs at the Scorpion. In response, the Scorpion attempted to dodge, but at that moment, a pair of long legs kicked towards it. This was not Gwen's, but that of another imposing woman. With her flowing silver hair and form-fitting white battle suit accentuating her physique, she effortlessly subdued the Scorpion and apprehended it. Soon after, numerous soldiers equipped with flying backpacks appeared in the sky, securing the Osborn Tower. Levi had anticipated a fierce battle, yet was astonished by how swiftly the threat was neutralized. Who was this woman? Levi instructed the Red Queen to magnify the image on the screen. Her demeanor was aloof, her gaze indifferent, exuding an aura of icy composure. Silver Sablinova, known as the Silver Mongoose, led the Silver Mongoose International Security, which had been contracted by Norman Osborn from Eastern Europe. These soldiers were seasoned combat veterans from the Silver Mongoose International Security. The Red Queen remarked on the soldiers' intriguing capabilities, noting their flying backpacks that allowed for brief aerial maneuvers. Levi had not expected such advanced technology from a small place in Eastern Europe. He inquired how these soldiers compared to their own security personnel. The Red Queen replied, "They stand no chance. Our security forces have undergone neural interface installations and have received new prosthetics. If they were to replace their spines as well, their strength would increase exponentially." Upon hearing the Red Queen's words, Levi pondered, not everyone can endure the Saint Anne Vestin procedure. This military technology requires innate talent. In simpler terms, the current security personnel of the company had a low rate of prosthetic integration, resembling natives in a cyberpunk world. Levi turned off the news broadcast as a female reporter began interviewing officers and showcasing the weapons. Undoubtedly, it was a blatant advertisement. Nevertheless, it allowed many to recognize the advanced weaponry of the future technology company, which was the very reason for the donation to the New York police. It served as a showcase, demonstrating the utility of their innovations. "Boss, did you call for me?" At that moment, Gwen opened the door, her breath still somewhat unsteady. "You're quite fast," Levi remarked, glancing at the hem of her uniform, which she hadn't even managed to tuck in. "I just went to the restroom," Gwen offered as an excuse. "You're off the hook. Go take a break." Levi waved her away. He returned to the window, and Eve followed suit. They observed as the Scorpion was taken away by the police. Levi scoffed, "Why don't they just eliminate those scoundrels? New York is such a mess. And the police deserve some of the blame." The Red Queen explained, "In situations where criminals have lost the will to resist, the New York police are not authorized to carry out extrajudicial punishment. It must be handled by the judicial system." Yet another reason why superheroes refrain from killing. Levi sighed. The police have already fired their weapons. It's just that they didn't kill anyone. If it were an ordinary person, they would have met their end long ago. However, many superheroes adhere to a no-kill principle. Gwen, for instance. Levi couldn't even fathom what she would be like if she casually took lives. "Boss," Gwen returned. "Norman Osborn invites you to a dinner." Levi snapped back to attention. "When?" "This weekend." The next day, Stark Industries stock began to plummet. Levi expressed his opinions on social media regarding Tony Stark's actions, calling it a reformation and a fresh start, which catapulted him to the headlines. Finally riding the wave of hype, he thought, Tony Stark knows how to create a stir. He comes back with a bang. Unfortunately, Tony did not respond. To generate buzz, both parties must be involved. One alone cannot suffice, the Red Queen noted, mentioning that since returning to New York, he hadn't stepped out. Levi knew what he was up to. He was likely busy crafting his Iron Man suit. Their essay saying, "Mecha is a man's romance." For Tony Stark, having acquired a beloved toy, he would certainly want to create dozens of variations. For the wealthy, the Iron Man suit is akin to a larger collectible figure, just a tad pricier. But that was of little concern. Money was abundant. Levi also wished to order a suit for himself, albeit he feared Tony might refuse. He glanced at the system. Iron Man's suit, Mark V, known for its portability and unique design. It is referred to as the suitcase suit, weighing less than 40 pounds for easy transport. Originating from Iron Man 2, it requires 200 million reputation points for redemption. What a money grab, Levi grumbled. Just as he was about to prepare for a tenfold summon, Gwen called in. "Boss, my classmate has arrived. Let them in." Chapter 60. Hail to Uncle Rick. Mary Jane, with her vibrant red hair, exudes youthful allure, adorned with luscious crimson lips and a captivating smile that reveals a sprinkling of freckles, enhancing her charm rather than detracting from it. Standing at approximately 5 feet 7 inches and weighing no more than 110 pounds, her physique is impeccably proportioned. In contrast, Gwen appears quite petite beside her. "Mary Jane?" "Indeed, boss." The two exchanged a handshake, and Levi initiated, "I am Levi, and we wish to recruit you as the executive assistant." "What about Gwen?" Mary Jane glanced at Gwen. "Gwen is my assistant, while you shall serve President Dane." "Not a problem." Mary Jane exhibited no hesitation. As an intern, securing a position here was paramount. Even if she did not remain after graduation, it would embellish her resume, enhancing her credentials. In this era, even fresh graduates are expected to possess work experience. This raises a conundrum. If experience is a prerequisite, who extends opportunities to those without any? In this context, Levi undoubtedly appeared as an angel. He dialed for Hope to join them. Hope arrived, clad in a tailored suit. Somewhat hurried. "Boss, what's the matter?" She was preoccupied, making calls in every direction. "This is your assistant, Mary Jane, from Imperial State University. Do you find her satisfactory?" Levi spared no time. With Hope as president, he found his burdens considerably lighter. Indeed, Tony Stark is a true model for our generation. Delegate tasks to women. Hope promptly posed a series of questions to Mary Jane, not pertaining to work, but rather her studies and experiences. All she needed to ascertain was that Mary Jane was not devoid of intellect. Subsequently, she was pleased to have Mary Jane accompany her. Hope required an assistant, not someone overly skilled. "Wait, The contract hasn't been signed. Levi hurriedly called her back and instructed Gwen to take Mary Jane to the HR department. Once these tasks were completed, Levi reclined in his chair, summoning Eve for a massage. He inquired, "Eve, do you wish to see Swift?" The mere mention caused Eve to shudder. Memories of Swift flooded her mind. He was her captain. Captured by the malevolent entity, she had succumbed to infection, leading Swift to mutate as well. Ultimately, she was compelled to take his life. Yet even so, Swift's memory chip had become tainted. In Eve's world, while the human form may perish, the most cherished wish remains, that memories may endure eternally. Their memories are preserved through physical mediums known as memory sticks, which can be easily inserted or removed, allowing for the permanent retention of memories. Is that acceptable, Master? Eve knelt directly before Levi, displaying a resolute determination not to rise unless granted her request. Levi felt exhilarated. Embracing Eve, he remarked, "Eve, if you bring me joy, I shall procure the Swift." With a firm nod, Eve recalled their previous conversation. After presenting Eve with a substantial reward, Levi opted for a tenfold draw. Acquiring a Swift equated to the prestige of a tenfold draw, a considerable expense for a single android. Each of Eve's actions within the maternal domain involved a squad of androids, and the 7th Airborne Operation had deployed hundreds, almost recklessly. Congratulations, host. For executing a tenfold lottery draw, you have received the following rewards. Weapon Core 2, utilized to enhance the base attack power of the Bloodblade. Fusion Battery, subdermal armor, blueprint enhances the body's basic defense, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Initially, only mundane items surfaced until the subdermal armor appeared, which brought Levi great joy. The armor was formidable. A regular person would lose mobility when struck by a firearm, but with this armor, conventional weaponry would no longer be lethal. Levi sensed impending chaos in America. A bit of disorder could be advantageous. Ultimate Bunny Girl, Nano Suit. This is a Saturday Night Insomnia Collection outfit designed by the chief designer of 4-Star Industries, Gales Allen, seamlessly merging maid and bunny girl aesthetics to create the ultimate bunny girl appearance. Invincible. The combination of a hollow back, lace stockings, maid attire, and bunny girl elements was truly comprehensive. Levi swiftly extracted it and tossed it to Eve. Upon receiving the nano suit, Eve's face turned crimson. She grasped her master's implication. Yet, for the sake of the Swift, she pressed forward without hesitation. Soon, they reached the guaranteed reward threshold. A grand prize was won. Teleportation gun, a piece of advanced technology from Rick Sanchez, capable of firing green portals that can instantaneously transport to any parallel universe or location, and can even serve as a weapon for cutting objects. Note, requires regular recharging. Be cautious not to let evil Morty discover it. Previously, while watching Rick and Morty, Levi found it unscientific. However, now possessing the device, he contemplated its practicality. Levi chuckled. This was indeed Rick Sanchez's advanced technology. Rick Sanchez, the universe's most brilliant mind, would surely approve, wouldn't he? Li Wei held in his hand a second-generation teleportation gun, its form reminiscent of a small pistol. It exuded a striking metallic sheen, adorned with a vibrant green battery. This was the ultimate version, boasting formidable capabilities. It allowed for seamless traversal across any universe, enabling the complete teleportation of objects, possessing spatial slicing abilities, and the capacity to adjust coordinates with a recording function to document them. With such a device, who would need a bicycle? The marvels of technology were truly extraordinary. Li Wei swiftly recorded the coordinates of the current universe, designating it as the primary universe. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Eve, number 2, let us return home." So early? Both women responded with surprise. Although Li Wei displayed a seemingly busy demeanor at the company, it instilled a sense of motivation among the employees, creating the illusion that their boss was indeed occupied. Such perceptions encouraged them to work harder. If the boss were to arrive late or leave early consistently, it would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the ordinary staff. Thus, Li Wei discreetly descended to the underground parking lot via the elevator, ensuring no employees caught sight of him. Perfect. Before departing, he also took a backup of the Red Queen. With this disk, Li Wei could connect it to a computer in other worlds, allowing the Red Queen to manifest once more. The bumblebee sped home, and Li Wei instructed Eve and number 2 to prepare. Upon reaching the outside, he aimed the gun at the wall and fired. A green portal materialized with a hum. "Let us go," Li Wei exclaimed enthusiastically as he stepped through, with Eve and number 2, though surprised, following suit. Moments later, the trio returned, disheveled and covered in slime. What was anticipated to be a fantastical adventure turned into an unfortunate incident. They had been transported into the belly of a monstrous creature. Damn it, Li Wei cursed, recognizing the teleportation gun's shortcomings. As he entered the house, Li Wei and the others hastily cleaned themselves, the viscous residue of the colossal beast clinging to them, barely escaping with their lives. This mishap unveiled a significant flaw in the teleportation gun. It was far too random. Unknown worlds, uncharted locations, and unpredictable destinations rendered it a perilous escapade. While Li Wei had sought adventure, he had not anticipated landing in such a dire predicament, leaving him with a psychological scar that prompted him to stow the teleportation gun deep within the system space. People often believed that traversing worlds was a lighthearted affair. Yet Li Wei stood to testify otherwise. There was nothing easy about it. He had nearly met his end. "Master," Eve's voice echoed from outside. "What is it?" Li Wei opened the door, instantly casting aside the displeasure he had just experienced. Before him stood Eve, whose graceful figure was adorned in the ultimate bunny girl nanosuit, a garment meant to be concealed from outsiders. Clearly, she had resolved to make a bold statement. Naturally, Li Wei would not decline the privileges offered by his devoted maid. Although Eve felt a twinge of shyness, he effortlessly drew her inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed, creating an atmosphere that felt worlds apart from the outside. In that moment, Eve was like a fragrant and soft little cake. "Master," Eve whispered, "is Sun Qi coming?" "Sun Qi will manifest shortly," Li Wei replied. Having already redeemed the design blueprint for Sun Qi, the cost of Sun Qi was on par with Eve, a mere trifle for Li Wei at this juncture. Among the artificial beings, the more expensive models were those that followed, such as number 18, whose extraordinary abilities commanded a premium price. However, before that, "Eve, you must showcase yourself." Li Wei relinquished the initiative to Eve. Fortunately, Eve was no naive ingenue. She recalled the dances she had observed online during this time and began to twirl. Indeed, the artificial beings could fulfill every whim. Once Eve completed her performance, Li Wei could no longer contain himself, especially as Eve was not as weighty as the other ladies. "Ah, this nanosuit is truly remarkable." It tore effortlessly at a mere grasp, yet it could self-repair. Finally, that evening, Sun Qi made her entrance, emerging from a brilliant flash of light. She was clad in a tight-fitting black nanosuit, emblematic of the captain of the 7th Airborne Division, accented with yellow stripes that showcased her perfect curves. Sun Qi's physique was not as exaggerated as Eve's, but leaned towards that of an idealized woman. With her flowing black hair and exquisite features, she was, in fact, more aesthetically pleasing. Sun Qi was stunning, while Eve possessed a more enduring charm. In comparison, Sun Qi resembled the quintessential long-haired girlfriend, with a resilient personality and exceptional combat prowess, serving as Eve's commander. Eve suddenly leaped into Sun Qi's arms, catching her off guard, leaving her momentarily unsure of where to place her hands. Confusion swirled in her mind, recalling a multitude of memories. Hadn't she been transformed into a monstrous aberration and subsequently slain by Eve? How? She looked towards Li Wei, her tone imbued with a hint of authority. "Master?" In contrast to Eve's occasional hesitations, Sun Qi had always exhibited unwavering resolve. Li Wei approached and embraced both of them, relishing in the presence of his two little cakes. Yet, he could discern that Eve and Sun Qi had much to discuss, prompting him to suggest that Eve take Sun Qi to another room. It is evident that Eve appears less melancholic. The following day, Sun Qi hardly slept at all, fervently absorbing the knowledge of this earth. She stood by the window with Eve, gazing at the vibrant scene of Earth, no longer feeling nostalgic for another world. She did not aspire to be a savior, even if her existence mirrored Eve's, merely to eliminate the malevolent creatures known as the Ba. That was not her desire. But what if this world were free of the Ba? She could embark on a brand new life. Thus, with a more optimistic demeanor than Eve, she followed Li Wei to explore this world. Sitting in the driver's seat of Bumblebee, it appeared as though she was driving. Yet Sun Qi's face was nearly pressed against the glass. Although she had witnessed advanced technology in the colonization zone, she had never beheld the lifestyle of Earth's inhabitants. This, she realized, was the essence of human life. A smile graced Sun Qi's face. It was beautiful and effortless. Eve and her companions lacked such sentiments, having grown weary of it all. Upon arriving at the company, Li Wei received encouraging news. Tony Stark faced immense pressure within Stark Industries. The company was not a dictatorship under Tony Stark. Especially after Obadiah Stane ceased his support, other shareholders began to challenge him. With so many shareholders, Tony, lacking absolute control, found himself in a precarious position. News spread of his heated arguments at the shareholders' meeting, leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion. Stark Industries stock plummeted further. Li Wei sensed that the moment was ripe. Red Queen, keep an eye on those minor shareholders looking to divest. These minor shareholders did not possess liquid stocks. They could only enjoy dividends annually. Nevertheless, it was a stable income. However, that was the situation before. The current state of Stark Industries left these minor shareholders feeling anxious, with some already contemplating exit strategies. This was precisely the scenario Tony Stark sought to create. He had not made this decision impulsively. He intended to force others out and reclaim the shares, achieving absolute control. Under the present circumstances, he would have to wait until he developed new energy sources to effect change. Yet Tony Stark was confident that he would discover lucrative new methods, even without weaponry. It was a gamble. For the minor shareholders, however, there was no need for them to take such risks. Watching the value of their shares dwindle was akin to a slow bleed. At this juncture, they were hopeful for a benefactor like Li Wei to take over. Sir, a mysterious individual has acquired over 4% of Stark Industries shares, nearly purchasing all the stocks held by the minor shareholders. A few days later, Tony Stark received this news. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Tony was taken aback. Who? He had yet to confront these minor shareholders, and now the focus was on Obadiah Stane. Tony Stark was no fool. He found it hard to believe that such a bizarre kidnapping occurred without an insider's involvement. Moreover, upon his return, Levi had jokingly remarked, "Perhaps there's a traitor within Stark Industries?" The sensitive Tony Stark took this to heart. After returning, he conducted a thorough investigation and zeroed in on Obadiah Stane. The latter's activity during Tony's absence had been exceedingly conspicuous. Consequently, Tony had already begun to orchestrate a plan against Obadiah, which resulted in the theft of shares from the minor shareholders. "I'm sorry, sir, I cannot locate the counterpart," Jarvis reported. Hearing this, Tony Stark chuckled softly. Wasn't this already the answer? Aside from that conniving Levi, who else possessed such capability? Chapter 62. The Anti-Tony Stark Alliance. It was the weekend. Gwen Stacy reminded Levi once more that the Osborn Group was hosting a banquet, inviting numerous luminaries from New York. For Norman Osborn, this served as both a demonstration of his electoral determination and an appeal for sponsorship. To this end, Norman had meticulously prepared a treasure, a highly valuable necklace to attract attention. The Osborn Group also extended an invitation to Dr. Otto. Dr. Otto? Levi nodded. Before the end of the workday, he took the initiative to seek out Dr. Otto. Otto, Levi greeted as he embraced the busily occupied doctor. Dr. Otto was a man of pure intent, a scientist with noble ideals, in stark contrast to the capitalist Norman Osborn. Perhaps this fundamental difference was why they had parted ways. However, their paths in life diverged completely. Norman Osborn achieved immense success, while Dr. Otto remained impoverished. Had it not been for Levi's assistance, he might currently struggle to find anyone willing to invest in his laboratory. Thus, he harbored deep gratitude toward Levi. Levi, in turn, trusted him implicitly. The crucial technologies were in the hands of only a select few. "The Osborn Group has invited you to the banquet," Levi stated after exchanging pleasantries. Indeed, Dr. Otto appeared visibly uneasy. "I've helped you decline," Levi added. "Thank you," Otto sighed. "I do not wish to witness Norman basking in glory." This elicited a chuckle from Levi as he patted Otto's arm. "Otto, you are far more illustrious than he is now. Who doesn't know your name?" This comment brought joy to Dr. Otto. "All thanks to you." No. Li Wei shook his head. "Without you, one could not reach such heights." The two engaged in mutual flattery, and Dr. Otto's spirits lifted considerably. Success tends to dissolve many obstacles. Some conflicts, as Dr. Otto achieved success, became less significant in his eyes. Let bygones be bygones. Had Dr. Otto remained empty-handed, his magnanimity would have been far less. He would have attributed his misfortunes solely to Norman Osborn. It can only be said that the taste of success is indeed exquisite. As evening fell, Li Wei found himself sandwiched between Eve and the second companion in the back seat, while Sun Chi occupied the front passenger seat. Bumblebee drove steadily. Soon arriving outside a hotel owned by the Osborn Group, a considerable number of guests had already gathered, as Gwen had foretold, all prominent figures from New York society, each accompanied by a partner and arriving in luxury vehicles. Amidst this opulence, Bumblebee stood out, being the sole yellow car, and not even a luxury model, but a Camaro. The gazes from passers-by evoked a sense of disdain in Bumblebee, almost prompting it to wish to transform into a Rolls-Royce. "I should have brought a companion," Li Wei lamented upon witnessing the scene, regretting not having invited Gwen. In response, Sun Chi calmly stated, "Master, Eve will accompany you inside. Eve, remember to look after the master. I and the second companion will observe from outside." Thus, he had a partner for the evening. They had intentionally changed into formal attire for the gala. Soon, it was their turn. Bumblebee advanced, Li Wei alighted, and took Eve's hand as they emerged. Eve gracefully looped her arm through his, exuding poise. It felt akin to walking the red carpet. Numerous reporters outside the hotel captured the moment. Ensuring Li Wei would not go unnoticed, he refrained from overshadowing the event, merely expressing his support for Norman Osborn before entering with Eve. Inside the banquet hall, Li Wei was dazzled. No wonder many favored attending such soirees. The New York socialites graced the venue in an array of intricately designed gowns, showcasing their fair skin and long legs, a veritable display of allure. Even the attendants donned uniforms that captured attention. Li Wei found himself enamored with women in evening gowns, appreciating their elegance and charm, a blend of sophistication and sensuality devoid of vulgarity. Moreover, the fitted nature of these garments certainly required a commendable physique. Thus, Li Wei could not help but admire these socialites. Their dedication to fitness, spending ample time in the gym, reflected a commendable work ethic. At that moment, Norman Osborn approached with great enthusiasm. Norman, Levi embraced him, still unaccustomed to the fervent warmth of Westerners. If only the embrace were from a woman. What about Otto? Norman Osborn inquired. He's a bit busy, Levi casually replied. Never mind, Norman responded, then proceeded to introduce the individuals beside him. Levi recognized one from television, the recently renowned Silver Sablinova, the Silver Mink. At that moment, Silver was adorned in a pristine, form-fitting gown that elegantly accentuated her figure, with high slits on either side that did not impede her movements. Levi mused to himself that this woman must have been able to reveal her waist in her youth. Levi, Silver. They exchanged a brief handshake. Norman Osborn remarked, Silver and her security team have been instrumental in safeguarding me, alleviating my concerns regarding certain threats. I witnessed your performance. It was impressive, Levi acknowledged. It is indeed no small feat for a woman to wield such formidable strength. Thank you. Silver appeared somewhat aloof, quickly releasing Levi's hand. He felt no lingering attachment. Her hand lacked the softness typical of other women, resembling instead that of Maria Hill. Grasping it, he could feel the calluses upon her palm, indicative of her long tenure with firearms. Who could withstand being caught by such hands? As the host of the soiree, Norman Osborn did not engage Levi in further conversation. Levi entered with Eve, and immediately, a man approached them. A bespectacled white man, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, who was of modest height and somewhat slender. Hi, Levi. I've heard legends about you and finally get to meet the man himself. If you were to face Tony Stark, make sure to give him a good thrashing. Undoubtedly, the speaker was Justin Hammer. Justin considered himself Tony Stark's lifelong rival. Both were arms dealers and principal competitors, leading him to perceive Stark as an adversary. Unfortunately, Stark regarded him merely as a fool. Now, with Levi's presence, Stark had repeatedly found himself on the defensive, making Levi a figure of Justin's dreams, akin to his virtual spokesperson. Hello, Levi thought little else of him, recognizing Hammer Industries as a substantial enterprise, with military contracting merely one of its numerous ventures. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited conversation, certainly more amiable than the interactions Tony Stark had with him. For a moment, Justin Hammer felt an alliance with Levi, both united against Tony Stark. Chapter 63, Catwoman? Black Cat. Oh, what brings this fellow here? Delighted, Justin Hammer exclaimed. This is intriguing. Levi followed his gaze and beheld a towering figure, a man of considerable girth who, even in a suit, appeared as a formidable brute. Reminiscent of a suited thug, even Eve tightened her grip on his arm. Kingpin. He looked robust, akin to an ancient general, his physique a blend of muscle and bulk. It was precisely because he did not rely solely on brute strength that he could deliver a punch that left Batman reeling. Kingpin approached Norman Osborn, who appeared dwarfed before him. Nevertheless, Norman Osborn maintained his demeanor as a powerful figure, exuding an air of confidence. All eyes were on them, for it was clear this was the confrontation of the year's election. The other candidates paled in comparison to these two, primarily due to their vast financial resources. One dominated both the legal and illicit realms, while the other commanded the Osborn Corporation. Neither was lacking in funds. Who could rival them? Unless Tony Stark made a flamboyant announcement of his candidacy, no one stood a chance. However, it was inconceivable that Stark would deign to seek the position of mayor of New York City. The role of Supreme Leader of America would be far more appealing to him. Welcome. As the host, Norman Osborn displayed his poise. Kingpin, displaying no arrogance, engaged in conversation. Their voices were low, obscured by the music of the event, yet Levi discerned Kingpin congratulating Norman Osborn, seemingly in a gesture of concession. This made Norman Osborn appear somewhat elated. Shortly thereafter, Kingpin took his leave, seemingly having come merely to greet. Levi intended to caution Norman, only to see him summon Silver Sable, instructing her to remain vigilant against any threats posed by Kingpin, a serpent who could not be underestimated. Kingpin's menace did not stem solely from his might or wealth, but from his intellect accompanying those attributes. Norman Osborn dismissed any further thoughts and commenced the evening's banquet. For the socialites of New York, attending such soirees was less about revelry and more about networking. Naturally, enhancing one's connections and departing with a radiant socialite to enjoy the evening was an even more desirable outcome. Meanwhile, the socialites sought to showcase their allure, aspiring to captivate the wealthy and ascend to greater heights. In this world, every individual strives to enhance their existence, albeit in varying directions. The allure of appearance serves as the wellspring of confidence for the social elite. Many approached Levi to greet him, eager to forge an acquaintance, both men and women alike. Throughout New York, he was as sought after as Tony Stark, equally in demand. Eve remained steadfastly by Levi's side, leading some to jest that she resembled a bodyguard more than a companion. Soon, a gathering ensued, and the lights converged upon the stage. Norman Osborn, clad in a tailored suit, took to the platform and expressed his gratitude for their presence. As a successful businessman, he was adept at weaving grand promises, making attendees feel that their support would yield substantial rewards. This encapsulated the modus operandi of America, a reciprocal exchange. You aid my campaign, and I provide you with support. Unsurprisingly, this piqued the interest of many, for the odds of Norman Osborn triumphing over his competitors were decidedly in his favor. Ladies and gentlemen, for this evening's gala, I have brought forth the queen of the jewelry world. Norman Osborn declared with a smile, inquiring which lovely lady would be fortunate enough to receive the coveted adornments. A pedestal emerged on stage, draped in black fabric. As Norman unveiled it, a necklace adorned with sparkling diamonds was revealed. While Levi remained indifferent, the women were captivated. Fortunately, he had not brought a date. Oh, but Eve too was disinterested, for her collection of jewelry was already ample. Levi had gifted her a plethora of pieces, allowing her to don a different ensemble each day, which in turn prompted Eve to invest more time in her appearance. Norman Osborn intended to elevate the evening's ambience with this exquisite piece, hoping to generate further buzz and solidify his fame in New York. Suddenly, as Norman basked in anticipation, the hotel lights dimmed unexpectedly. What was happening? The entire banquet plunged into darkness, prompting Eve to shield Levi protectively. "Master, let us move to the side," she urged, unfazed by the shadows as she guided him to a corner, for the gathering had descended into chaos. It became evident that in the face of terror wrought by darkness, even these elites exhibited no greater composure than ordinary folk. Many of the so-called elites were merely FA-aides. In contrast, Norman Osborn remained unflustered, proclaiming loudly, "Do not panic. It is likely just a power outage." Thankfully, within mere seconds, as Levi had yet to reach the corner, the lights flickered back to life. Buzz. Is it not true that fire and light are of paramount importance to human civilization? With the emergence of illumination, the so-called elite immediately reverted to their normal selves, as if the previous outcries had never escaped their lips. Yet, soon enough, gasps of astonishment pierced the air. "Where's the necklace?" Norman Osborn, standing on the platform, was momentarily taken aback before turning to assess the situation. He beheld a circular section of glass on the podium, from which the necklace had vanished without a trace. Or rather, it had not entirely disappeared. A thief had been spotted. Eve promptly gazed skyward, and there was also the silver mongoose. "A thief!" the silver mongoose shouted, urging the crowd to safeguard Norman Osborn while she hastened to the side. The audience followed her gaze, catching only a glimpse of a dark silhouette. "Catwoman?" Levi inquired with curiosity, to which Justin Hammer beside him smirked and remarked, "It is Black Cat." He looked at Levi, pondering whether he had indulged too much in comic books. How could one not recognize the infamous Black Cat of New York? Indeed, while the comic book depiction shares similarities with the real Black Cat, the latter is a notorious thief in reality. Thus, the case had been cracked. In this realm, Catwoman had merely drawn inspiration from Black Cat. Was this the handiwork of Kingpin? Levi approached Norman, who was encircled by the protective detail of Silver Mongoose International Security. "I do not know." Norman Osborn shook his head. Undoubtedly, the actions of Black Cat had not only disrupted the soiree, but also tarnished Norman Osborn's reputation. Consequently, Norman turned to Levi and implored, "Lee, assist me in retrieving the stolen item." "Very well." Levi offered no further words. They were now collaborators, bound by a shared interest. Only with Norman Osborn as the mayor of New York could the tech company hope for supportive policies. Thus, Levi and Eve exited through a rear door and promptly summoned the Red Queen. Chapter 64. Women in Combat in the 21st Century. How does one pursue a thief? Naturally, through the implementation of artificial intelligence. No matter where she flees, the Red Queen can apprehend her. As long as she utilizes electronic devices and remains within New York, no matter how she attempts to evade capture, she shall not escape. Levi and Eve returned to the vehicle, where both Speedster and 2 awaited. There was no need for further discussion. Bumblebee initiated the startup autonomously. The Red Queen had also extracted crucial information. Black Cat, true identity, Felicia Hardy. This deduction was derived from big data, for as long as she leaves a trace, she would be utterly exposed before artificial intelligence. However, Felicia was a second-generation thief. Her father was the first, the renowned cat burglar of New York, known as the Phantom Cat. This can indeed be considered a form of inheritance. Is it any wonder that Black Cat and Catwoman bear such resemblance? Both share an affinity for pearl necklaces and exquisite jewelry, all in the name of redistributing wealth. It is fair to say that both embody the complexity of womanhood. It seems that simplicity is a rarity among women. The history of Felicia Hardy, known as Black Cat, predominantly revolves around thievery, showcasing her undeniable talent in that regard. Levi soon discovered an intriguing detail. She was a student at Empire State University, a veritable breeding ground for talent. Gwen and Felicia were indeed alumni of the same institution. Master, they have come to a halt, the Red Queen interjected. They? The speed of Bumblebee was commendable, yet she could not keep up. This was due to Black Cat weaving through the buildings while Bumblebee had to navigate the road conditions. At that moment, Levi glanced at the screen and noted that Black Cat had been caught up with and was engaged in combat. Silver Sable? Levi recognized the white figure that had just appeared. It was indeed Silver Sable, whom they had previously encountered. It is often said that the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Yet, both women had honed their abilities through rigorous training, supplemented by a few gadgets, achieving remarkable results. On the screen, the two figures were clearly distinguishable. Silver Sable donned a striking white uniform, making her stand out even in the shadows. In contrast, Black Cat was clad in a sleek black bodysuit, though her hair, like Sable's, flowed in silver-white waves. The confrontation resembled a dance between two sisters of light and darkness. Levi found great delight in watching women engage in battle, particularly due to their elegant use of legs, long limbs executing graceful moves. At that moment, both women showcased impressive legwork, and Levi imagined the potential for a lethal grip. Master, shall I assist her? Eve inquired. This prompted a response from Velocity, who immediately declared, I shall go. It has been a while since I last exerted myself. According to their hierarchy, Velocity was indeed superior to Eve, as she was the captain responsible for her training. However, Eve's remarkable growth over time rendered such comparisons less definitive. All eyes turned to Levi, who nodded in agreement. The primary objective is the necklace. Black Cat's fate is secondary. Locating her will be straightforward. But the necklace is of utmost importance. According to Norman, it holds considerable value. Velocity was elated by this directive and promptly leaped from the vehicle. The moment her feet touched the ground, her attire transformed into a form-fitting black nanosuit, her captain's uniform accentuated by golden lines that highlighted her figure. Although not as astonishingly sculpted as Eve, she still possessed a flawless physique. This is quite natural, for their bodies are products of the artificial intelligence domain. This serves as testament to the fact that the aesthetic sensibilities of artificial intelligence are remarkably akin to those of ordinary humans. Swift did not ascend the stairs, but instead commenced leaping upwards. She moved with the agility of an expert climber. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the rooftop. Levi turned to see that Silver, the femme fatale, could no longer restrain herself and had opened fire. The elusive Black Cat refused to relinquish the stolen item, much to Silver's chagrin. Was it not a public affront to Norman Osborn to pilfer under such heavy security? Silver, not known for her leniency, immediately resorted to her firearm. The truly alarming aspect was Silver's exceptional marksmanship. She could fire from almost any position, even while wearing high heels, leaving Levi in awe. One might mistakenly think she was a witch from a hunter's tale. Yet Black Cat Felicia was far from defenseless. She possessed extraordinary balance and agility. Although lacking spider sense, she adeptly dodged the bullets. With a graceful pirouette, Black Cat teased, resorting to gunfire when you can't win? At that moment, Swift had also scaled the heights. Who are you? Black Cat inquired with surprise. Hand over what you've stolen, Swift replied with chilling indifference. Her strikingly aloof visage, combined with her unperturbed demeanor, betrayed no hint of emotion. Black Cat Felicia smirked, holding the necklace aloft before them. There is only one necklace, yet you two appear to be in alliance. Silver assessed Swift, surprised that an additional player had entered the fray. Swift resolutely declared, Give her the necklace. I am here on my master's orders. This caused Silver to narrow her eyes, sensing a potential alliance. And what if I refuse? Black Cat Felicia found the situation dull and withdrew the necklace. Swift then removed her hairpin, revealing her weapon, a single-handed blood blade, akin to Eve's. This was a cutting-edge technology developed in the domain of their creator, capable of transforming into a hairpin when not in use. Felicia looked on enviously, wishing she could wield such a weapon, yet societal norms rendered it impractical to carry. How tedious, Black Cat Felicia remarked, observing the juxtaposition of sword and gun. With that, she pivoted and launched herself into a leap of faith, a feat that would spell disaster for an ordinary person. However, Felicia possessed a grappling hook and an integrated launch mechanism. Thus, she traversed the buildings with the agility reminiscent of Batman. Swift, witnessing this, immediately leaped down. In a series of aerial bounds, she effortlessly crossed the skyscrapers. Silver Sable stood frozen in astonishment. Now, only she remained atop the building, too daunted to jump. Is this the prodigious New York? Swift, return at once. As Swift prepared to pursue Black Cat, she heard Levi's voice and had no choice but to halt her advance. What is it? She inquired, puzzled. Catching up to Black Cat seemed an easy feat, and she was confident in her ability to defeat her, for after all, Felicia Hardy was merely a regular human. Levi replied, Norman Osborn has been captured. Red Queen, follow Black Cat and ascertain her hideout. Understood. Swift, return, we must hasten. Levi commanded. As the screen transformed into a live broadcast, the individual suspended was none other than Norman Osborn. Chapter 65. Norman Osborn's performance not long after Silver Sable's departure. Norman Osborn, not lacking in acumen, recognized that it was prudent to retreat to a secure location. Consequently, he enlisted the Silver Sable International Security personnel to escort him back to Oscorp. As anticipated, trouble ensued. They were ambushed en route, the attackers displaying a high level of professionalism and an array of sophisticated equipment. In an instant, Norman Osborn discerned the identity of his assailants. It was Goblin. Although he did not make an appearance, the circumstantial evidence pointed directly towards him. Such tactics were not commonplace in America. Everyone possessed wealth and capability. Once a plan failed, was there not a fear of retribution? The employment of such methods indicated a necessity for success. Clearly, Goblin had reached a point where such measures were unavoidable. Furthermore, he could not afford to eliminate Norman Osborn indiscriminately. Osborn was merely captured. He found himself airborne, a pang of panic surging within him, yet he refrained from screaming. Instead, gazing at his captor and asking, "Vulture, what do you desire?" "What I can offer you, he can as well." He. Vulture, whose real name is Adrian Toombs, was originally an electrical engineer with dreams of flight. He conducted countless experiments to create wings akin to those of a bird. However, due to certain circumstances, his temperament transformed drastically, leading him to seek vengeance against society. In essence, it was a matter of financial desperation. Many superheroes may lack wealth, yet they steadfastly uphold their moral principles, refraining from succumbing to villainy. Norman, the true spectacle has only just begun. Why do you tremble in fear? The Vulture clutched Norman Osborn and ascended further into the sky. Norman dared not make a single move. Should he plummet, his fate would be sealed. "Where are you taking me?" Norman forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor. "To the place you ought to be," the Vulture replied, producing his phone to initiate a live broadcast. Although the video quality was poor and the connection sluggish, viewers could still discern that it was indeed Norman Osborn. "What is happening? Is that Norman Osborn?" "Yes, I've seen him outside the Osborn Corporation." "What is going on? Has he been kidnapped?" "Wow. Even a billionaire can feel fear in such moments." "Ha!" The Vulture, pleased with the unfolding scene, soared with Norman Osborn to the rooftop of the future tech company. Levi, who was watching the live stream, cursed under his breath. If something were to occur to Norman Osborn atop his own company, it would spell disaster. However, there was little he could do. After all, the Osborn Corporation was heavily protected. The Vulture, too, was wary of approaching carelessly. Thus, he followed Kingpin's instructions and arrived at the future tech company, an establishment known to support Norman Osborn. Furthermore, this company appeared harmless. How could artificial intelligence pose a threat to him? Upon reaching the rooftop, the Vulture dangled Norman Osborn precariously over the edge. Should he loosen his grip, Norman would plummet. Looking up, Norman saw the ground was a great distance away, and the thought of falling made him swallow hard. At that moment, the Vulture burst into laughter. "Norman, look, the viewers in the live chat are watching you. Let us see how many are tuning in. Wow, it's already over 10,000. Today marks the moment you reveal your cowardice." As he spoke, the Vulture loosened the rope slightly. Norman Osborn immediately slid downward, and the sensation of weightlessness shattered his composure, eliciting a scream. "No, Vulture, what do you want from me?" Panic finally etched itself onto Norman Osborn's face. He was acutely aware that countless eyes were upon him, yet he felt he could no longer endure. "No one is devoid of a fear of death. I want you to be utterly disgraced." The Vulture cackled. This was Kingpin's scheme. He did not truly wish to kill Norman Osborn. Rather, he sought a demise that transcended the physical, one that encompassed the death of spirit and social standing. If all of New York were to witness Norman Osborn's cowardice, how could he ever aspire to the mayoralty? No one would favor a coward. "No," Norman Osborn exclaimed, as the depths of fear within him deepened. Yet, he was a prosperous businessman, a man aspiring to join the ranks of American politicians. In America, one can be a fool, a madman, lacking capability or skill, but one must possess the art of performance. With a forced calm, Norman Osborn straightened himself, his suit wrinkled by the evening breeze, his hair a disheveled mess. Suddenly, he gazed into the camera and proclaimed, "Dear citizens of New York, I am Norman Osborn. As you can see, I am enduring a malicious assault from my opponent. Regardless of who he is or what he seeks, it is merely an effort to prevent me from becoming mayor, to thwart my mission to bring change to New York, to enhance this city, to make New York great once more. I shall never compromise, never." In that moment, Norman Osborn appeared somewhat hysterical. Yet this fervor astonished everyone in the live broadcast. "I declare my vote shall go to Norman Osborn. He is a true man. Who is braver than one who fears nothing in such circumstances? Let New York be great again." Does anyone find this too contrived? It seems like Norman Osborn is directing his own play. Brother, would you hang yourself from a rooftop if you were directing your own performance? As Norman Osborn's display unfolded, the tide of the broadcast shifted dramatically. Initially, viewers tuned in for the spectacle, yet they were taken aback by his theatricality in such dire straits. Levi, too, was surprised and increasingly convinced that Norman possessed something special. Indeed, no capitalist is an ordinary person. Silence. The Vulture was clearly flustered. Jean had sent him to tarnish Norman Osborn's reputation. Yet Norman not only exhibited bravery, but delivered an extraordinary performance. Norman, you must think of your descendants as well. The Vulture retorted immediately. Unfazed, Norman Osborn replied, looking into the camera, do not say such things. I could announce my withdrawal from the race, but you must not lay a hand on my son. For me, family is paramount. This was still part of the act, intended for the audience of the live stream. In America, the concept of family holds significant importance. Not everyone is like Little Black, who has been performing Where Is Daddy Going? Since childhood. Unsurprisingly, Norman Osborn's reputation soared. Jean, watching the live broadcast, was infuriated. He immediately connected with the Vulture and shouted, what are you doing, you fool? But the Vulture was not his subordinate. The Vulture was hired by Kingpin. As the original executor of this task, the bullseye had perished. Consequently, the Vulture was enraged. Chapter 66. Levi's verbal confrontation. The Wasp sped to the company building, where a multitude had gathered, engrossed in the unfolding drama. The hastily arrived officers were utterly ineffectual, outnumbered, and only managing to maintain a semblance of order, cautioning onlookers to stand clear of potential debris. Even the employees of Stark Industries nearby emerged to spectate. At that moment, Levi grasped the reality of the situation. Who claimed that the capitalist world did not demand overtime? Were these employees merely autonomous refreshes of the world? Red Queen, what is the current status? Levi inquired. How do we prevent him? The Ghost Spider had already arrived. The Red Queen replied, I am currently calculating a means of rescue. Gwen, patrolling outside, rushed over upon receiving the news. As Levi looked up, he spotted a figure pressed against the glass, swiftly ascending toward the rooftop. Utilizing her webbing for propulsion, she darted upward like a human arrow, landing deftly on the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, Gwen found the agitated Vulture. Having clashed with him multiple times, she understood his tenacity. The Vulture shouted, silence. I am not your subordinate. You have no authority over me. He appeared utterly unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, Gwen executed a flying kick. Boom. The Vulture reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and loosening his grip. The sudden weightlessness prompted Norman Osborn to scream. Fortunately, the Vulture retained his hold, laughing heartily as he declared, if you come any closer, I shall drop him, and everyone will know who compelled me to do so. He directly threatened both individuals. Norman understood he was being addressed by Kingpin, but refrained from uttering his name. To do so would seal his fate. Meanwhile, Kingpin was equally tense, taken aback by the Vulture's sudden madness. However, he contemplated the consequences of Norman's potential demise, realizing that a dead man could not seek vengeance. Once Norman was gone, his allies would scatter. A corpse holds no value. Thus, Kingpin recognized that aside from a minor upheaval for himself, Norman Osborn's death might ultimately serve his interests better. Consequently, he fell into a profound silence. Gwen, however, was undeterred. She immediately raised her hand and exclaimed, no, you set him down, and we shall pretend this never occurred. As Gwen spoke, she distanced herself, urging the Vulture to remain calm. Vulture, you can have anything you desire, Norman Osborn added. The Vulture, somewhat swayed, inquired, what should I do? You have already failed, you worthless fool. Gwen retorted, deliberately provoking him. As anticipated, the Vulture abruptly released his grip. You bastard. He furiously cursed at Gwen, but Norman Osborn began to plummet. No. Gwen swiftly shot out a web, yet it was a moment too late. From a height of hundreds of meters, Norman's descent accelerated rapidly. It seemed that no one could save him. A smile crept across Gwen's face. Suddenly, a pane of glass shattered with a crash. A mechanical arm shot out from within, securely grasping Norman Osborn. Although he felt some pain, he had survived. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at Dr. Otto, who wore sunglasses. Otto, Norman Osborn exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Thank you. But I don't need your help. Dr. Otto replied, I haven't forgiven you, Norman. I simply do not wish for Li's investment to go to waste. Earlier, the Red Queen had informed him of this situation, and Dr. Otto had readily agreed to intervene. Despite harboring hatred for Norman, he had never entertained thoughts of his demise. For Li's sake, he was willing to save Norman. For Dr. Otto now, rescuing Norman was a trivial task. On the rooftop, Gwen, free from hesitation, unleashed a furious attack on the Vulture. Others soon joined the fray, including Silver Sable, who recognized she had been ensnared in a trap and was furious. She promptly boarded a Silver Sable International aircraft and descended from the sky to join Gwen in subduing the Vulture. Before long, the Vulture was overpowered. Watching the news, Gwen seethed with anger, smashing the television into pieces. Not only had Norman escaped unharmed, but his reputation had actually improved. How could he possibly compete with Norman Osborn now? Below, Li was being interviewed by reporters. With the crisis averted, he naturally sought to bask in the limelight. The mechanical arm that caught Norman Osborn was developed by our company. Osborn Group and Future Tech Company are strategic partners. I urge New Yorkers to cast their precious votes for Norman Osborn. He will lead New York to a brighter future and restore its former greatness. Li proclaimed once more in front of the camera, a rallying cry that caught someone's attention. After concluding his speech, Li felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This evening, a significant portion of New York's populace is engrossed in this news. Although the prestige associated with it is modest, it is better than nothing. The American populace has been nearly exhausted of its resources, resulting in diminishing returns on reputation. It appears increasingly challenging for individuals to regenerate their prestige, as they have already acknowledged Levi's prowess, unless he performs an act that rekindles their admiration. Otherwise, his reputation will continue to wane, given that the public already perceives him as formidable. Consequently, Levi must elevate his standing to a global level. He has some ideas on how to achieve this, by orchestrating news that astonishes the world. Mr. George Stacy has come to greet you, Levi was informed. I am truly sorry for what transpired. Not at all, Levi replied, shaking his head. Norman is my partner. Please ensure his safety. And that goes Spider. I am aware. I too am troubled by this vigilante. She consistently undermines our police efforts, George Stacy expressed with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Levi realized that George Stacy was unaware that Ghost Spider was his own daughter. Thus, he remarked, on the contrary, I find her quite impressive. Perhaps your police force could collaborate with her? Collaborate? No. George Stacy immediately objected. She appears to be merely a young girl, naively believing she can change the world with her so-called abilities. Such idealism is foolish. I would rather leap from a rooftop than work alongside her. Observing George Stacy's fervent stance, Levi chose not to pursue the matter further, primarily because Norman Osborn had just arrived. Norman, you haven't soiled yourself, have you? Levi approached him. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, Norman Osborn initially felt a sense of relief, but now found himself at a loss for words. Levi was proficient in many aspects, yet his propensity for chatter was notorious. No wonder Tony Stark was eager to face him in the ring. Chapter 67. Do not contact me again. I fear misunderstandings. The attack on Norman Osborn carried significant repercussions. Primarily, it has benefited him, as his approval ratings have soared to 60%. It is now clear to all that, following this incident, no one in New York can rival him. Even Tony Stark, should he choose to intervene, may not prove to be his equal, let alone Wilson Fisk. It can be asserted that at the moment he survived the attack, he had already ascended to the status of a hero in New York. This is an undeniable shift in power. Wilson Fisk has gone completely silent, seemingly prepared to forego any resistance. However, Norman Osborn is clearly not inclined to let him off the hook. Meanwhile, Levi, having saved Norman Osborn's life, has deepened their mutual rapport. The following day, the edifice of the Future Technology Company commenced repairs, particularly addressing the shattered windows. Li Wei arrived with Sun Chi to replace the artificial spine. Sun Chi now possessed two auxiliary spines, segmented into upper and lower sections, enhancing both his velocity and regenerative capabilities. One must admit, this is indeed a marvel of high technology. However, such prosthetics are generally inaccessible to the average individual. They are specifically designed for paratrooper units and are distinctly superior to those of San Weistan. Witnessing the completion of the surgery, Li Wei felt a pang of discomfort. Sun Chi's entire spinal column had been extracted. Could an ordinary person truly endure such a procedure? It likely required copious amounts of anesthesia. Subsequently, the spine from San Weistan was implanted. Li Wei instructed Sun Chi to rest in the basement while he returned to his office. Upon entering, he discovered a file sent by Hope. Due to military contracts, the production lines under the company had been operating at full throttle. Fortunately, they had procured a military factory from Stark Industries. Otherwise, productivity would have been severely inadequate. Even so, the pace of drone production was somewhat lagging, as components had to be shipped across the ocean and reassembled, a process both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Li Wei required additional production lines, yet in America, labor costs were prohibitively high. This is precisely why the return of manufacturing to America is an infeasible endeavor. The cost of labor is exorbitant. The production cost of the same item in America can multiply several times over. In the ensuing days, New York appeared to settle into a state of calm. Most crucially, Tony Stark remained conspicuously absent, seemingly having forgotten the matter of the octagonal cage. Li Wei urged him, but the image of Tony Stark was engrossed in his forge. What octagonal cage? He bore an air of nonchalance. Li Wei remarked, Tony, you wouldn't want the world to forget you, would you? For individuals like them, Being forgotten by the world is the most unbearable fate. Both were alike, thriving in the limelight. Thus, in the days that followed, Li Wei held press conferences in an attempt to maintain his visibility, though the impact was minimal. A glance at online comments revealed that many were fixated on the relationship between him and Tony Stark, which left Li Wei feeling exasperated. Is there nothing beyond this? Indeed. Without Tony Stark, the traffic had plummeted. Upon hearing this, Stark was momentarily flustered, but then, gazing at his creation in progress, he regained confidence. It is impossible for the world to forget you, but it will never forget me. This time, I shall ensure the entire world knows who the true genius is. He contemplated the forthcoming Mark II iron suit he was about to forge. Tony Stark felt that Levi was no longer on his level. Let's not keep in touch. I fear it may lead others to mistakenly perceive us as equals, he declared with a haughty demeanor. Levi, taken aback, retorted, Tony Stark, with the junk you create, you wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes. Whether it's the two or Eve, they could effortlessly tear apart your pathetic armor. This remark struck a nerve with Tony. Nonsense. With my suit, I could easily dispose of your inferior artificial beings. He scoffed. Huh, they would dismantle you piece by piece. Why don't you craft your own Iron Man suit? Tony challenged. Why don't you create an artificial being? Levi shot back. However, mere verbal sparring did not satisfy Levi, no matter how much he tried to provoke Tony. The latter remained steadfast, unwilling to emerge from his laboratory, which was now a sanctuary for his beloved Iron Man suit. With no other recourse, Levi resolved to explore alternative avenues. Having mentally prepared himself, he decided to continue utilizing his teleportation gun. This was driven by two primary considerations. First, his reputation. The Marvel Universe was replete with powerful figures, and Levi needed to maintain a low profile. However, in other realms, he feared nothing. If necessary, he could simply flee and never return, allowing him to act without restraint. Secondly, he needed to address production issues. Hope indeed had extensive connections, and the void left by Stark Industries was partially filled by future tech, while others like Hammer Industries and Oscorp absorbed the remainder. The fall of one giant invariably gives rise to another, much like a dragon slayer turning into a dragon himself. The vacancy existed, and someone would inevitably seek to fill it. Thus, Levi prepared himself thoroughly, fully equipped, so that even if he found himself inside a monster's belly again, he would be unfazed. He had gathered all that he could carry, especially weaponry, and he was accompanied by 3 bodyguards. At that moment, the 4 stood by the wall, and Levi activated the protective shield. Rick's advanced technology could withstand significant damage, rendering ordinary bullets and lasers ineffective. Suddenly, a green mass appeared. Master, we should proceed inside, Swift urged, preventing Levi from advancing and sending Eve to scout ahead. Clad in the 7th Airborne Squad's nanosuits and wielding blood blades, both Eve and Swift were ready. After a moment, Eve nodded, her expression resolute, and ventured forth. Eventually, she returned, confirming that the area was relatively safe, though her typically calm demeanor bore traces of surprise. Master, there is a monster over there. Another monster? Levi exclaimed, exasperated. I'm not Ultraman. This is excessive. In the city of Hong Kong, at the Dome base, alarms blared as monstrous creatures approached, prompting the populace to seek refuge in underground passages. Amidst the throngs of panicked citizens, a peculiar group of 1 man and 3 women chose a different path, heading towards the seaside instead. At that moment, their actions went unnoticed by the frantic crowd. Li Wei gazed at the familiar sights around him, feeling a profound sense of recognition. Was this indeed a monster? My heavens! It could hardly rival even half the size of the Alpha Kaiju. Soon, they reached the shoreline, ascending to a vantage point where they beheld the creature that Eve had mentioned. Towering over 100 meters with an imposing physique, it emanated a palpable sense of menace. Li Wei recognized it immediately, the opening flower beast. As the ferocious creature edged closer to the shore, the beach was deserted, save for a hunter mech that boldly advanced towards the beast. This was the world of Pacific Rim, and Li Wei found himself contemplating how he might achieve fame in this realm. Chapter 68. I Am Simply Too Kind. In 2013, the unclassified monster known as the Axehead, also referred to as the Invader, made landfall in San Francisco. The United States Air Force and the Royal Air Force of Britain united in a relentless pursuit for 6 days, yet to no avail. Ultimately, 3 tactical nuclear warheads were deployed to eliminate it, by which time the creature had already flattened 3 cities, resulting in millions of casualties. In 2014, a second monster emerged in Batangas, Philippines, advancing towards Manila. The stationed American forces in the Philippines similarly resorted to tactical nuclear weapons to neutralize it, but not before it had devastated much of central Manila, leading to tens of thousands of deaths and contaminating vast areas of land with its aftermath. This beast was later designated as Chaos. Subsequently, a 3rd and 4th monster appeared, all surfacing silently from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. It was only at this juncture that the leaders of world powers convened a summit to discuss strategies for combating these monstrous threats. During the assembly, a proposal by scientist Gasper Sheffield led to the inception of a colossal mech project specifically designed to combat the opening flower beast, the Hunter program. Following this, the Pacific Joint Defense Ministry was established in Hong Kong. They developed the human-machine link system known as the PON system. Within months, the first Hunter mech, dubbed the Little Yukong, was created, although the pilot tragically perished during testing due to neural overload. Through the diligent efforts of Dr. Catherine Lightcap, a system enabling the synchronization of two pilots' neural pathways was successfully developed. Henceforth, the operation of Hunter mech transitioned from a single pilot to two, and even three. The Dome base, where Li Wei and his companions were situated, stood as the earliest and largest Hunter mech facility in the world. However, as of today, the Hunter initiative has become prohibitively expensive, leading some to contemplate abandonment. They are preparing a life wall project to potentially replace the Hunter mech, though it remains merely a proposal for now. Under the iron fist of the Hunter mech, the monstrous creature was brutally vanquished. Levi and his companions merely glanced at the creature and found it rather unremarkable, even weak. Their interest lay not in the monster, but rather in the mech, an impressive crimson machine equipped with dual fists, yet not appearing grotesque. This is the fourth-generation mech of Huaxia, known as Storm Crimson. Let us proceed. I have conceived an idea, Levi declared as he found a computer on the street and promptly connected it to the Red Queen. In the capital of Huaxia, Elderly received a report. The monster that invaded Xinjiang has been defeated, yet the frequency of such incursions is increasing. The United Nations is currently deliberating on a life wall project. In a concealed conference room, a dignified elder listened intently. Elderly held an esteemed position and was the decision-maker. He scoffed. These foreigners are short-sighted, isolating themselves. What use is it to have no military might? Just like a soldier on the battlefield wielding only a shield, how can one inflict a counterattack on the enemy? At Elderly's remarks, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice interjected, Elderly is correct. Startled, the attendees exchanged glances. Even Elderly raised an eyebrow but quickly regained his composure. May I inquire who this friend is? How did you come to speak? He asked calmly, earning Levi's admiration. Fear not, Elderly. My name is Levi, and I am currently in Xinjiang, having just witnessed the battle between Storm Crimson and the beast up close. Levi smiled as he had the Red Queen project the scene. Upon seeing the visuals, Elderly squinted, recognizing the backdrop of Xinjiang. Naturally, such visual transmission was not overly complex. Yet how Levi had managed to breach their defenses was astonishing. Mr. Li, is it? I wonder what your intentions are, Elderly inquired with a steady demeanor, gesturing to his colleagues to swiftly locate Levi's position. Levi replied with a smile. Elderly, there is no need for concern. If I did not wish to be discovered, you would not find me. The reason I chose to meet you in this manner is to save time. My time is invaluable. To be succinct, I am here to propose a collaboration. Upon hearing Levi's words, Elderly steadied himself slightly. How might we collaborate then? I must admit, I have a propensity for benevolence. Li Wei expressed his sentiments, lamenting the plight of his fellow beings in this world, beset by monstrous threats. He offered to provide advanced technology, including brain-machine interfaces and chips. With such interfaces and subsequent cybernetic enhancements, one could achieve solo piloting of mechs. Moreover, he hinted at supplying weaponry that transcended the confines of this era. Li Wei's words were laden with implications, which Li Lao, perceptive as he was, readily discerned. What did he mean by this world? By not belonging to this era? A pang of realization struck him, and he exchanged glances with others around him. May I call you Shaoli? Li Lao inquired, suddenly adopting a more familiar tone. Li Wei, unfazed, smiled and replied, Certainly, I hold you in high regard. Very well, Shaoli. Since we are to collaborate, what do you require? Li Lao observed the striking women accompanying Li Wei, each more captivating than the last. Let me be direct, Li Wei chuckled. I need your assistance in producing some high-tech items, and naturally, you shall benefit as well. If possible, I would appreciate extensive media coverage. I do not mind gaining notoriety. Li Wei's jest concealed his true concern. This was a new world where he remained unknown. Once he garnered fame, how much prestige could he accrue? It is noteworthy that the population of Huaxia far exceeds that of America. With such a vast demographic, his reputation would undoubtedly flourish. This was precisely why he sought collaboration with Li Lao. The power of the official establishment is formidable. Furthermore, Li Wei aspired for Huaxia to grow stronger. Even if they hailed from disparate realms, the civilization of Huaxia shares a common heritage, fostering a sense of cultural identity. Thus, he offered his technology freely, provided it facilitated his production needs. Li Lao, naturally agreeable, inquired, Shaoli, shall we arrange a meeting? Absolutely. I shall await you in Xinjiang. Li Wei affirmed with a nod. Immediately, Li Lao and his associates busied themselves, ensuring no delay in accommodating Li Wei and his entourage. They swiftly established communication with Xianjiang, facilitating convenience for Li Wei. Li Wei, being transparent about his intentions, soon found vehicles arriving, with all present treating him with utmost respect. Subsequently, Li Wei expressed a desire to visit the dome base. This request was readily accepted, and they promptly transported Li Wei and his companions to the vast facility. The dome base was immense, capable of housing 6 hunter mechs. At that moment, the mechs within were engaged in urgent repairs, having just returned from battle, particularly the Storm Crimson, which had recently been in combat. It is evident that operating mechs is a costly endeavor. Production incurs expenses, maintenance demands funds, and any damage results in significant losses. Chapter 69. This is likely a father beating his son. Li Lao arrived promptly, bringing his team to Hong Kong the very next day. At the dome base, Li Wei encountered Li Lao, who was clad in a traditional Tang suit, exuding an amiable demeanor. Li Wei held him in high regard, and Li Lao reciprocated with a warm smile. Throughout the day, they examined the technology that Li Wei had sent over, including the brain-machine interface and various cybernetic enhancements, which left their scientific team astounded. One scientist asserted that this technology was at least 50 years ahead of current advancements in China, possibly even more. Due to the emergence of the Kuaiju beast, which posed a lethal threat, their technological development had become skewed. Progress in mech-related technologies surged while other fields languished. Of course, if one were to focus solely on the technologies related to hunter mechas, they were undoubtedly far beyond anything found in parallel timelines. Consequently, Li Lao became increasingly invested in Li Wei. Moreover, the demands put forth by Li Wei appeared remarkably feasible to him. Gaining access to such advanced technology for free? What more could one desire? Thus, Li Wei, suspected to be from another world, seemed nothing short of an angel. Xiao Li, having viewed our technology, what are your thoughts? Li Lao inquired with cordiality. Impressive. Mechas embody a man's romantic aspirations, especially one of such substantial size, larger than Gundams, Li Wei replied enthusiastically. However, I find it perplexing. Is the record of the Kuaiju beast accurate? Oh, Li Lao responded, intrigued. What do you mean? The Kuaiju beast, towering over 100 meters, weighs only 2,000 tons? Li Wei chuckled. That's akin to an adult weighing less than 50 kilograms. It's rather amusing. Yet, it is indeed true. Li Lao nodded, equally baffled. Taking a sip of tea, Li Wei continued. I know of a monster that is also over 100 meters tall, yet weighs a staggering 100,000 tons. Li Lao was taken aback, exclaiming, then the hunter mecha would surely be torn to shreds in a confrontation with such a beast. Li Wei affirmed, this isn't mere fabrication. I am referring to the legendary king of monsters, Godzilla. Upon reviewing the data, he found it absurd. When compared to Godzilla, the Kuaiju beast seemed akin to a child. Is this truly a monster? If Godzilla were to battle the Kuaiju beast, it would undoubtedly resemble a father disciplining his son, a one-sided affair without contest. Consider that the mighty King Kong weighs 25,000 tons and stands less than half Godzilla's height. The Kuaiju beast's mere 2,000-ton weight renders it a mockery. Xiao Li, have you come from another world? After taking a sip of tea, Mr. Li was straightforward. Indeed, Li Wei nodded. You need not worry, Mr. Li. I am here to collaborate. Mr. Li smiled amiably, naturally not inclined to refuse, yet he remained vigilant. Even if Li Wei harbored no ulterior motives, what of others from his world? Would they not be tempted by the resources of another realm? However, he dared not offend Li Wei, for it was evident that the technology he possessed was extraordinarily advanced, capable of easily infiltrating their networks. Thus, they commenced discussions regarding their collaboration. Li Wei would provide the technology, while they would supply the production lines. Mr. Li was particularly intrigued by the brain-machine interface. With such technology, could one truly control a mech solo? For the Hunter program, pilots were invaluable. Each pilot underwent years of rigorous training, selected from the finest humanity had to offer. In this world, no celebrity rivaled the fame of a Hunter pilot. They were the true stars. Yet this was also perilous work, combating monsters, where a moment's inattention could lead to death. To this, Li Wei chuckled. If you have doubts, we can let them try it out. This prompted Mr. Li and his companions to glance at the beautiful woman beside Li Wei. Each was more stunning than the last, and yet there was something peculiar about them. Beyond that, they appeared unremarkable. Li Wei continued, controlling a hunter mech imposes immense pressure on the neurons, which is why solo operation poses difficulties. In essence, one's mental fortitude must be formidable. Yet, he reassured them, this is too, a combat-type android from the A unit. An android? Mr. Li's hand trembled slightly. How much groundbreaking technology did this young man possess? He could only feel gratitude that Li Wei bore no malice, but rather goodwill. Had he been malevolent, they would surely have been in grave jeopardy. Consequently, Tu expressed her eagerness. Master, may I? Master, I too wish to participate. Eve and Sun Chi regarded Li Wei with anticipation. Are they androids as well? Mr. Li inquired curiously. Li Wei wished to affirm this but refrained from diminishing Eve and Sun Qi's spirits, merely stating, "They are quite special, having undergone extensive augmentation." Despite this, the implication was clear. Many present felt envious. How splendid it would be for future humanity to possess such beautiful androids. With androids available, who would still desire real humans? Androids not only cater to their masters with unwavering devotion, but also lack the capriciousness often found in human nature. What an extraordinary fortune. Not only was Li Wei curious, but so were the others, including old Li, who immediately arranged for the necessary preparations. The staff at the dome base promptly set to work. Subject 2 changed into the appropriate attire and underwent a brief training session. There was no need for her to move. It was merely required to demonstrate her psychological endurance. Yet, for an artificial human, this appeared to be a rather simple task. Such experiments would naturally not employ the Storm Crimson, but rather the first-generation mech of Huaxia, the Horizon Warrior. Although the mech has become outdated due to advancements and iterations, it remains in service. Having been crafted from genuine resources, towering over 70 meters, the Horizon Warrior resembled a machine burdened with 2 warheads. Soon, clad in her new outfit, Subject 2 entered the control chamber and swiftly descended to connect with the mech. A hum resonated as the neural link was established. Subject 2 felt no mental strain, for she was an artificial being. As expected, operating the mech posed no challenge for her. Witnessing this spectacle, old Li and the others were filled with astonishment. If a brain-machine interface and enhanced neuronal chips could achieve such results, it would suffice. Not only the brain-machine interface, but also cybernetic augmentation, Li Wei added. If only we could create artificial humans. Old Li gazed at Li Wei with hopeful anticipation, but Li Wei shook his head. He lacked the necessary technology. It would require 1,000,000 prestige points to exchange for one. Subsequently, Eve and Sun Qi took their turns as well. They were akin to humans, yet distinctly new humans. As expected, while they experienced slight mental pressure, it was negligible and very manageable. No wonder the Mother Sovereign's domain firmly believes that the beings she created are indeed new humans. Ultimately, to demonstrate his prowess, and for the sake of experiencing the mech himself, Li Wei decided to give it a try. As a telepath, he naturally astonished old Li and the others. The next day, the citizens of Huaxia received news alerts on their mobile devices. Genius scientist Li Wei emerges, ushering in a new chapter for Huaxia. The origins of Li Wei, the genius scientist. Various headlines across numerous platforms bore a singular name. Some who had not followed the news received direct text messages from the Ministry of Propaganda, ensuring the name reached every individual's phone. That name was Li Wei. The populace of Huaxia was left bewildered, wondering, who is this person? Are his parents aware of his remarkable feats? They recognized that this individual named Li Wei was exceptionally impressive, yet they remained in the dark regarding his accomplishments. Certainly, the news soon began to circulate. Titles such as Father of Artificial Intelligence were bestowed upon him. This was not merely a result of Li Wei brainwashing Li Lao and the others. Ahem. While he did employ his telepathic abilities, he did not exert coercive control over anyone. Rather, certain individuals harbored animosity towards him. Naturally, Li Wei was displeased and decided to modify their memories. Consequently, the hostility evaporated. At this juncture, Li Wei became acutely aware of the terrifying influence of over 1 billion people. His reputation surged by several 100 million and continued to escalate, likely reaching 1 billion soon. Initially, he had contemplated making some purchases, but upon witnessing the rapid rise, the super serum from Supervillain seemed within reach. Regrettably, global promotion was not an option. However, Li Wei felt no remorse. As a Chinese individual, he prioritized the interests of his homeland. If necessary, he could traverse multiple worlds. Under Li Lao's guidance, factories in China swiftly commenced production of brain-machine interfaces, prosthetics, drones, and firearms. They even devised a new training program for the pilots, known as hunters, to begin installing brain-machine interfaces. This enhancement would augment computational power. As long as they prepared ice water in the mechapods, the risk of cerebral overload was mitigated. Operating the mechs would thus become remarkably effortless. In return, Li Wei acquired a wealth of technology, akin to a mutual exchange of advancements. Although the Pacific Rim world had skewed technological points, it did not imply a lack thereof. In fact, due to its specialization, it was even more formidable than typical timelines. For instance, the sling technology on helicopters for transporting mechs was exceptionally impressive, as was the construction of hunter mechs. While Li Wei might not require these technologies immediately, they were indispensable. Upon returning, he could also draw inspiration from them. After all, who knows, they might help him create an Iron Man suit? Subsequently, Li Wei intended to continue his rise to fame. The easiest route to renown in this world was to pilot a hunter mech and vanquish the kaiju, thereby gaining global recognition. However, after waiting for some time, he recalled that the frequency of kaiju attacks was rather low, potentially occurring only once every few months. Thus, his aspirations for ostentation waned. Waiting for months was impractical, and there was no guarantee they would even target China. Tony Stark, what a marvel! Li Wei returned with a shipment, and it must be said that, given the experience in mech production, these items surpassed those manufactured in the Marvel Universe. Yet, upon his return, Li Wei forcefully hacked into Tony Stark's communications. There, he encountered Tony Stark's visage, staring directly into the camera. Before Tony could respond, a series of knocks echoed from the other side. "What's wrong? Are you a husky wreaking havoc?" Li Wei mockingly remarked. "Enough. Can you refrain from intruding so recklessly?" Tony Stark retorted angrily, having just been interrupted during his experiments with the Iron Man suit. The Red Queen had abruptly displaced J.A.R.V.I.S., nearly causing a catastrophic malfunction of his armor. "Oh, your suit seems rather inadequate," Li Wei observed, disregarding Stark's outburst and instead delivering a scathing critique. "Nonsense," Tony Stark fumed, infuriated that his painstakingly crafted Iron Man suit appeared utterly trivial in Li Wei's eyes. Had it not been for J.A.R.V.I.S. struggling against the Red Queen, he would have ensured an immediate termination of their communication. "Uffed, you're such a triviality that I wouldn't even bother to engage with you," Li Wei declared smugly. "A real man engages in grand endeavors, understand?" With that, he commanded the Red Queen to transmit the data of the Horizon Warrior. Upon reviewing the information, Stark was momentarily taken aback. Height, 7, 254 meters. Weight, 1, 890 tons. Upon noticing the weight, Stark could not suppress his laughter. "What rubbish have you constructed? Does this data even make sense? For a mech of such altitude, it should weigh at least 6 to 7,000 tons to be remotely plausible. What can a mere 1,000 tons accomplish?" Li Wei chuckled. "Isn't it possible that this is calibrated to match the enemy? After all, the kaiju only weighs a little over 2,000 tons. He was already aware of the absurdity. After all, Godzilla could likely dispatch a kaiju with a mere swipe of its tail. Bah! Despite his sarcasm, Stark found himself intrigued by the technology. "Send me a copy of that technology," he demanded eagerly. "Then you must send me your suit as well," Li Wei countered promptly. "That's out of the question," Stark replied defiantly. "Then neither shall I." The two were fiercely protective of their technological advancements. Li Wei's ostentation was partly motivated by a desire to gauge Stark's capabilities, especially since the Pacific Rim universe had already begun developing fifth-generation mechs. Did Stark possess the ingenuity to elevate his own creations? Regrettably, Li Wei's intentions bore no fruit, as Stark was singularly focused on enhancing his Iron Man suit. After a considerable wait, the Mark II had finally been completed. With a resigned expression, Stark addressed Li Wei. "Do you have any pressing matters? If not, could we conclude this conversation?" This statement stung Li Wei. He had sought out Stark immediately upon his return, only to be met with such indifference. In frustration, he terminated the communication and reached out to Hope and Gwen to inquire about the company's affairs. In truth, with Hope as president, Li Wei's absence had not disrupted operations, allowing the company to function seamlessly. However, he still felt compelled to take a look. Upon arriving at the company and surveying the surroundings, Li Wei finally comprehended the lucrative nature of the military-industrial sector. The demand for military technology is substantial and easily upgraded, unlike other fields where achieving significant breakthroughs proves to be quite challenging. For instance, Professor Connor's technology has yet to reach full fruition. Furthermore, due to the emergence of the virus, he is now fervently focused on merging the characteristics of two distinct agents. In pursuit of more effective research, Professor Connors has unexpectedly opted to install a prosthetic limb, a choice he had previously resisted. For some individuals, there exists a profound aversion to prosthetics. They prefer the authenticity of their flesh and blood. Just as not everyone aspires to ascend through mechanical means, if one cannot even embody humanity, what purpose does it serve? Professor Connors embodies this sentiment, thus his desire to restore his arm. Nevertheless, he is now open to temporarily utilizing a prosthetic, as it allows for more effective experimentation. Chapter 71. Oasis. The military responded to an incident during training, leading to the crash of two fighter jets. Li Wei, upon viewing the news, recognized this as Tony Stark experimenting with his Iron Man suit. This evoked a sense of envy within Li Wei, who wouldn't wish to engage with mecha. Regrettably, the frequency of kaiju attacks in the Pacific Rim world has persisted for too long. However, this is to be expected. If kaiju were to assault every few days, humanity would face annihilation. Even providing various nations with 100 hunter mechs would scarcely suffice. With a discontented mood, he resolved to engage in a lottery. Presently, Li Wei's objective is to accumulate prestige points to exchange for the Superman serum. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, and possessing personal strength is paramount, especially considering Thanos. What if a mere snap of his fingers were to obliterate him in 5 years? Nonetheless, The prestige points required for the Superman serum amount to a staggering 8 billion. Given that all figures are 8, Li Wei can only accumulate slowly. This fortune is largely attributable to the Pacific Rim world and the fervent efforts of Huaxia to cultivate heroes, resulting in the accumulation of such prestige points. This even piqued the curiosity of other major powers, prompting various reports. If not for Li Wei's unique request, the elders would have been reluctant to share the news. The people of Huaxia are adept at quietly amassing wealth, with technology developed in cycles of concealment and revelation. No one has been as ostentatious as Li Wei in this regard. This, indeed, has drawn international attention. However, there is no alternative. Li Wei's need for prestige points is imperative. He chose not to purchase items outright, but instead whimsically engaged in a tenfold draw. Congratulations, host, on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. Airborne attire, nano suit, a revolutionary concept in flight attendant uniforms, distinctly different from any other attire on the market. The focus of attention, nano suit bathed in golden light, brilliantly radiant. Who could escape the multitude's gaze? Weapon Core 3, utilized to enhance the base attack power of Bloodblade. Levi glanced at the 2 nano suits and decided to give them to Sun Qi. Eve already possessed 2, and it would be unfair otherwise, wouldn't it? Although the suit she wore, signifying her status as the captain of the 7th Airborne Squad, was indeed striking, one could inevitably grow weary of it. Life, after all, requires a touch of novelty each day. Soon enough, new items were released. Device, blueprint includes a helmet, athletic tracks, and other advanced technologies. Levi had certainly seen plenty in this realm, yet he had little inclination beyond that. Consequently, a succession of similar items surfaced, encompassing blockchain and decentralized technologies, as well as perceptual interaction expansion techniques. It wasn't until the final guaranteed item that Levi discovered he had opened a set. Oasis World, an immersive virtual reality realm from Ready Player One, allowing players to experience joy in an unparalleled manner. Levi was utterly astonished. The Oasis, originating from Ready Player One, was a virtual reality world created by game designer James Halliday, reminiscent of the various online gaming novels Levi had previously enjoyed. It was a metaverse, a secondary world. Within the Oasis, players could engage in games, partake in exhilarating races, and slay monsters together. In essence, it could serve as a spiritual refuge for individuals. For Levi, this was undeniably a path to wealth and fame. With the Oasis, he could achieve global recognition, even within the Marvel Universe. Perhaps in the future, he would no longer need to rely on Tony Stark, but rather, it would be Stark seeking his favor. It is noteworthy that approximately 45% of the global population comprises gamers, meaning nearly half of the world indulges in various games. And what could possibly rival the Oasis? The equipment and immersive experience it offered were unparalleled in this era. The prestige it would bring was undoubtedly immense. With these thoughts in mind, Levi decided to take a day off. He yearned to experience the thrill of the Oasis firsthand. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a dream device, which could also serve as the necessary equipment. As for the technological advancements, he entrusted his subordinates with their development. The Oasis was not a singular technology, but rather a confluence of multiple innovations, with virtual reality, blockchain, and decentralization being the most pivotal. Dr. Otto was immensely surprised. This was yet another technological suite. However, before he could pose any questions, Levi hastily departed. Eagerly, he boarded Bumblebee, surrounded by Eve and the others, and returned home. Sun Qi, tonight you shall attend to my needs. Li Wei casually remarked, do not disturb me unless you hear my voice. Yes, master, Sun Qi responded obediently. Subsequently, Sun Qi began arranging protection for Eve. This world is perilous, Eve. Remember to take precautions tonight. Understood. As Sun Qi was the leader, Eve naturally complied with his instructions. The same could be said for Tu, who also exhibited no resistance and cooperated willingly. As for Sun Qi, she entered her room and donned the sleek nanosuit designed for flight attendants. The design indeed possessed distinctive features. The upper portion resembled that of a flight attendant, snugly fitted, while the lower half consisted of sheer black stockings with a transparency rating of at least 80. This rating indicated a level of opacity, with figures like 20 being nearly transparent. The higher the number, the thicker the material. Presently, Sun Qi's attire glimmered under the light. She felt a twinge of regret. Who had conceived this nanosuit? In the room, Li Wei first equipped a non-invasive brain-machine interface, followed by the Hyperdream headset. He opted to connect the Hyperdream to the Oasis. With the brain-machine interface, players within the Oasis could experience the game with greater ease. This, in turn, would stimulate the sale of brain-machine interfaces. Li Wei sensed his consciousness shifting, and in an instant, he found himself at the threshold of a fantastical realm. This world was truly enchanting, reminiscent of a dream, steeped in a sci-fi aesthetic. The first step for Li Wei was to customize his avatar. Like in other virtual games, he could alter his appearance. If it were any other game, He would have crafted a female character, ensuring she was strikingly beautiful. For instance, while playing Cyberpunk, he had created an exceptionally alluring female avatar. However, the Oasis presented limitations, as it was an immersive experience that prohibited gender alteration. Thus, Li Wei settled for crafting a handsome character instead. After finalizing his avatar, he wandered through the Oasis, which was divided into numerous zones, each offering teleportation to different gaming environments, encompassing a myriad of genres. There were arcade games, shooting games, adventure games, racing games, and much more, all experienced in an immersive manner. Li Wei found some aspects challenging, and the game imposed severe penalties for death. Upon dying, all progress would be lost, reminiscent of the punishing nature of Souls-like games. Fortunately, Li Wei was an administrator. In the Oasis, he was akin to a deity, granting himself extraordinary abilities. He could, for instance, acquire a transformation device to become Ultraman or master all combat techniques. In summary, the Oasis was a realm of wonder. It was no surprise that this game captivated the hearts of so many. Chapter 72, The Importance of Sharing Benefits. On the screen, a figure clad in a crimson iron suit effortlessly obliterated a tank with a missile. Levi applauded, remarking on the impressive shock absorption. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Tony Stark, with a smug expression, regarded Levi, his disdain somewhat diminished. Moments prior, Levi had summoned him for a discussion, which Tony had met with considerable displeasure. Had it not been for Levi's assertion that he possessed a strategy capable of rejuvenating Stark Industries, Tony would not have graced him with his presence. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" he inquired, taking a sip of his drink, impatience creeping into his voice. If there were no pressing matters, he would prefer to return to enhancing his armor. It was evident that Tony was anxious. The stock prices had been plummeting, and had Stark Industries not been financially robust, it might have faced delisting by now. "Experience it for yourself," Levi suggested succinctly, believing that action speaks louder than words. He then rose and guided Tony to a separate area. "What is this? A treadmill?" Tony questioned upon seeing the contraption before him, to which Levi presented a device. "Incorrect. It is virtual reality," Levi proclaimed. "Oh, this could be intriguing. A virtual reality game?" Tony replied, accepting the device. "Wrong again. It is a decentralized, highly flexible, and sustainably evolving virtual society." Tony felt a surge of frustration, wanting to curse. "No, it's you who should leave. Get lost." Overwhelmed, he set his glass aside and donned the device. "You must also perform actions while standing on it. Consider it a form of exercise," Levi added. Heeding Levi's words, Tony gingerly stepped onto the apparatus. In recent days, the company had already designed devices based on this technology, and the Oasis server was under the jurisdiction of the Red Queen, poised for activation. This exemplified the advantage of having mature technology. Replication was all that was needed. Consequently, Levi had previously introduced Eve and Speed to the experience, with Eve being particularly delighted, her curiosity about everything evident. Conversely, Speed and 2 displayed little of that inquisitiveness. Levi then equipped his own device and positioned himself on the opposite side. "Wow, welcome to the Oasis. Isn't it something?" Tony remarked, captivated by this aspect. "I find it quite splendid. Everyone yearns for a personal oasis," Levi responded. Tony adapted swiftly, crafting his avatar upon entering. The resemblance was striking, albeit with a more youthful appearance. Dressed in a suit and donning sunglasses, he presented an exceedingly ostentatious appearance. How narcissistic one must be to embody their own likeness even within a game, while others strive to remain unrecognizable, for in the Oasis, it serves as a second world where the majority yearn to live an alternative life. Much like the internet, where many individuals exhibit personalities starkly different from their real selves. How could one manage to appear so unappealing? Tony Stark was the first to voice his discontent. "This is what one calls style," Levi retorted, urging him to step inside. Subsequently, he guided Tony Stark into an exhilarating experience. Their initial escapade took them to a thrilling car race. As the center of attention, Tony not only enjoyed spectating but also relished the opportunity to take the wheel himself. In the Oasis, one could indulge their desires without restraint. Yet, amidst the race, a colossal gorilla unexpectedly ascended a skyscraper and swatted him off the track. The screen displayed the chaos vividly. Tony Stark was utterly unprepared for such an obstacle. "This design is utterly ridiculous," he bellowed in frustration. Levi had no choice but to concede. It was a creation of James Halliday, and he refused to shoulder the blame. After their racing adventure, Levi led him to engage in a shooting game. They arrived on a desolate planet, where swarms of alien creatures emerged relentlessly from the ground. A variety of menacing beings, including burrowing worms, invisible insects, and colossal creatures with impenetrable shells, pursued Levi and Tony Stark relentlessly. Even with infinite ammunition, they could not afford to pause, lest they be overwhelmed in an instant. After a whirlwind of chaos, Tony was left utterly exhausted. Did you intentionally set this difficulty? He questioned. A real man must embrace challenges. After approximately 2 hours, Levi and Tony Stark finally emerged from the oasis. Even the notorious playboy, Tony Stark, felt a lingering thrill. It seemed more engaging than his encounters with women. Gaming and romantic pursuits offered entirely different experiences, especially in the oasis, where one felt the exhilaration and a profound sense of accomplishment. Above all, the immersive sensation made it akin to a tangible reality. At that moment, Tony Stark comprehended Levi's perspective. As fellow businessmen and astute individuals, they were acutely aware of the oasis's immense value. Is the oasis developed jointly by Stark Industries and Future Tech? Tony Stark inquired. If this were achievable, Stark Industries stock could rebound swiftly, perhaps even surpassing its previous heights. While arms dealing was indeed lucrative, this was a virtual reality game, a pioneering venture in the realm of virtual reality. The entire world will come to know Stark Industries and Future Tech Corporation. Moreover, this encompasses not merely a singular technology, but also an array of advancements in network and computational infrastructure, essentially enhancing internet speed. They could collaborate with telecommunications firms to monetize this technology. Perhaps, Stark Industries may possess even greater value than before. At this moment, Li Wei remains composed and authoritative, embodying the demeanor of a true magnate. All the gifts the world offers have long been discreetly priced. What can you offer? Tony Stark. Can Future Tech Corporation monopolize the profits? Certainly, but be prepared to contend against the entire globe. In the realm of capital, no one refrains from sharing the spoils. This is precisely why companies seek to go public. Only by distributing profits can one attain greater gains. Thus, rather than partnering with others, Li Wei prefers to engage with acquaintances. Although Tony Stark may be somewhat insufferable, he is commendable in other respects. As for individuals like Justin Hammer, what standing do they possess to sit at the same table as Li Wei? Moreover, Li Wei's paramount concern is his reputation, as long as his name resonates. He is satisfied. What do you desire? Tony Stark inquired, aware that the negotiation had commenced. Shares of Stark Industries, Li Wei stated. Impossible. You already hold 4%. If I grant you more shares, I will lose absolute control, Tony Stark retorted immediately. Currently, he could only maintain complete dominance over Stark Industries in conjunction with Obadiah Stane. If shares were transferred to Li Wei, then whose company would Stark Industries truly be? Li Wei chuckled. I do not seek your shares. I want Obadiah Stane's. Chapter 73. Who can resist the alluring toy? Obadiah Stane? Tony Stark narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Wei, taking a sip of his drink. Li Wei, feeling parched, poured himself a glass of water. Clearly, Tony Stark was no fool. Following Li Wei's insights, he had begun to suspect that Obadiah Stane posed a potential threat. However, the world of capital is far from straightforward. Even with this awareness, Tony Stark could not act recklessly. After all, Obadiah Stane held 25% of Stark Industries shares. Should he oppose Tony Stark, the company would no longer be a one-man show. Therefore, Tony Stark must exercise patience and await Obadiah Stane's misstep. Indeed, transfer his shares to me, and we shall together develop Oasis, Li Wei proposed. Oasis will undoubtedly be more profitable than arms sales. We can initiate transactions between in-game currency and real money. Eventually, individuals may even regard Oasis as a viable occupation. It resembles the online gaming novels he had perused in a previous life. Within the Oasis, individuals can amass gold and generate wealth. There will always be affluent individuals who prefer not to toil for gold, opting instead to revel in the pleasures of the Oasis. As for the potential drawbacks, who truly cares? Tony Stark nodded, feigning indifference as he remarked, why should I relinquish shares to you? I hold absolute sway over Stark Industries and possess numerous strategies to elevate the stock price. He presented himself as a carefree playboy. Yet beneath that facade lay a shrewd intellect, leading many to be deceived by his masquerade. Levi raised his glass, took a sip, and chuckled. You are well aware that the military and those shareholders shall never allow your holdings to surpass 50%, including me. I am also a shareholder of Stark Industries. This caused a slight twitch at the corner of Tony Stark's mouth. He was certainly cognizant of this reality, which is why he hesitated to oust Obadiah Stane for the time being. Even if it meant merely maintaining a superficial relationship, at least Stark Industries would remain unscathed. Thus, with resolute determination, Tony Stark declared, you must support my decisions. The two then engaged in negotiations. Meanwhile, at a Stark Industries facility in New York, Obadiah Stane anxiously inquired, is it truly impossible for all of you to miniaturize such a simple nuclear reactor? The scientists collectively chuckled inwardly. If creating a miniature nuclear reactor were that effortless, they would be Tony Stark themselves, rather than enduring reprimands here. Obadiah Stane felt helpless. Even if he were to berate these scientists, it would yield no results. Science is not always governed by logic. sometimes it is dictated by innate talent. He could only contemplate alternative approaches while urging them to expedite the enhancement of the ironmonger's suit. This endeavor, after all, had been bestowed upon him by a mysterious figure. Obadiah Stane remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the Middle East until a shadowy individual not only provided him with a video, but also gifted him the complete Mark I suit. At that time, Tony Stark was eager to return home and had not anticipated acquiring such an artifact. Ultimately, it found its way to Obadiah Stane. Upon viewing the video, without the need for further explanation from the enigmatic figure, Obadiah sensed an impending crisis. Having already made a move against Tony Stark, there was no turning back. Sooner or later, Tony would discover his involvement. Moreover, Obadiah was unwilling to relent. As for this so-called mysterious individual, he did not find him particularly enigmatic. Who else could it be but Levi? Only Levi possessed such capabilities. Yet, he remained oblivious to Levi's true intentions. Despite his desire to discuss collaboration with Levi, he could not even catch a glimpse of him. The call was made, only to be promptly rejected by artificial intelligence. The more this occurred, the more anxious Obadiah Stane became, as if ensnared by an immense web. He felt compelled to swiftly activate the Iron Giant and eliminate all threats against him. Do you still wish to exploit me? Levi and Tony Stark had concluded their discussion. The two titans reclined on the sofa, with Tony Stark inquiring, "May I see your mech?" Indeed, as a scientist and a man of ambition, he could not resist the allure of the mech. "You cannot pilot it," Levi retorted dismissively. "Why not?" Tony Stark countered, indignant. "You are too old, your physique lacks the requisite strength, and your neurons are insufficiently robust," Levi replied. "Given your constitution and age, you would faint upon connecting with the mech." Stark's brows furrowed at this assertion. Naturally, he bristled. "My body is beyond your comparison. If I weren't in this suit, I would demonstrate my physique." While he was forging iron in the cave, Levi was busy wooing women, yet he recognized the truth in Levi's words. If the mech were indeed as colossal as described, operating it would impose a significant strain on the nervous system. "How does one operate it?" he inquired, intrigued. Levi then elucidated the method of operation to him. Upon learning that the two pilots' neural connections were intertwined, Stark was taken aback. Indeed, human ingenuity knows no bounds. If such a synesthetic system existed, the two pilots would ideally be familiar with one another. Twins or spouses would be optimal. Stark swiftly grasped the principle. "I could easily construct such a system. Are you interested in researching the mech?" Levi proposed. "Your outdated mech is rife with upgrade potential," Stark replied haughtily, adopting a disdainful demeanor. In response, Levi merely smiled gently. "What I have shown you is merely the first generation. We are now at the fourth. And there are even those researching a fifth generation." "How is that possible?" Stark questioned, perplexed. "Where did you obtain the design schematics? I have never encountered such a mech. And this world has no need for it. It may appear formidable, but in truth, it is quite impractical. The Hunter mech is a prime example, expensive and ostentatious yet ineffective. In actual combat, it is merely a hunk of metal, suitable only for specific scenarios. Do not concern yourself with such matters," Levi said lightly, leaving Stark engulfed in endless speculation. "Just tell me, do you want it or not?" Tony Stark was eager to deny it, yet his heart spoke otherwise. He desired it. Regardless of its nature as a grand plaything, he yearned for it. Who could possibly resist such an immense toy? "All right," Levi chuckled. "Hand over the Iron Man suit." "Get lost. I knew you had ulterior motives," Tony retorted, a smirk on his face. "Huh. Do you understand the concept of fair trade? I'll give you the mecha, but you must reciprocate. Then I'll pass. I can design it myself," Tony declared promptly. "But you lack the supporting systems. Creating it is easy, but making it functional is the challenge. What if I provide you with the design blueprints for the Iron Man suit?" Tony's eyes gleamed with mischief. Chapter 74. Tony is quite the character. After a round of bargaining, both parties agreed to exchange all design data. Once the transaction was completed, Tony Stark could hardly bear to linger. He departed immediately. Levi, on the other hand, examined the blueprints, tapping his forehead in frustration. Individually, he could comprehend them. Yet when combined, they became perplexing. Darn it, this rascal employs jargon. It was akin to a prescription written by a doctor, incomprehensible to the layperson. Tony Stark's Iron Man suit was no different, filled with intricacies that only he could decipher. No wonder he was so swift. Levi felt cheated, yet there was no recourse. The trade was finalized, and indeed, these were the designs for the Iron Man suit. However, this technology evolved rapidly. Tony would later craft dozens of suits in quick succession, each iteration distinct. Even if only slightly upgraded, it constituted progress. What Levi possessed was merely the blueprint for Mark II. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act by Tony, testing whether Levi could replicate it. Levi, however, was not easily deceived. "Red Queen, please conduct some research on this." "Understood," she replied, as he handed the task over to her. He wasn't genuinely aspiring to be a scientist. Deceiving the world was one thing, but he would not deceive himself. As for him, Eve, Swift, we must prepare to depart. He rose, with one matter still unresolved. Boss, Kingpin has completely cleared his name. Previous accusations are unlikely to impact him now. In the office of Oscorp, Norman Osborn's assistant was delivering the report. This caused Norman Osborn to furrow his brow. No traces left behind. We are still investigating, the assistant admitted, somewhat perturbed. Everyone knew Kingpin was a crime lord. But without any evidence or traces, the law could not intervene. Norman Osborn waved his hand dismissively, prompting the assistant to leave promptly. Silver Sable had been stationed in the office, unable to devise any effective strategy regarding the matter at hand. Ever since Norman had been threatened, he had been consumed with thoughts of revenge. He yearned to capture Kingpin and force him to witness the disintegration of his commercial empire. Regrettably, his initial efforts had come to a standstill. He found himself unable to procure any incriminating evidence against Kingpin. The latter had successfully laundered his reputation and had long since abandoned the gangster lifestyle. Even if he employed thugs, no one could trace any evidence back to him. This left Norman Osborn feeling like a powerful force with no outlet. Rising from his seat, he strode towards the inner chamber. There's no need to follow me, he instructed Silver Sable. She refrained from pursuing him and instead organized her personnel to secure the area. Norman pressed a button, unveiling a concealed door. He promptly entered, revealing a laboratory within. The lab was filled with numerous isolation chambers, each nurturing a variety of spiders. At the far end, a petri dish caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a shadowy figure inside. Meanwhile, Bumblebee had arrived at Central Park, halting in accordance with the Red Queen's map. Central Park, the most renowned park in New York, sprawled across Manhattan, replete with lakes, meadows, and forests. The place was bustling with people, and Levi was astonished that they had come to such a location. "Let us disembark," Levi announced, as he and the three women stepped out, immediately capturing the attention of many onlookers, who regarded them with envy and admiration. Those with a touch of sophistication might have remarked, "A true gentleman ought to be like this. One could aspire to take his place." Sprint, Eve, and the second woman were each more alluring than the last, their figures impeccably sculpted. Eve's distinctive physique accentuated her curves magnificently. "Let us proceed forward," commanded the Red Queen, leading the way as Levi followed closely behind. They soon distanced themselves from the crowd, venturing deeper into the park. There, they stumbled upon an abandoned air raid shelter, a relic of the past, now dilapidated and rusting. Visitors to the park were there for leisure, naturally avoiding such desolate places, and even rambunctious children dared not venture near. "It's inside here," the Red Queen indicated. Sprint and Eve exchanged glances before promptly saying, "Eve, you go ahead and take a look, but be cautious." "Understood," Eve nodded in agreement. Levi noted that Eve was the one scouting ahead, but there was no alternative. Sprint, being the team leader, needed to remain by Levi's side to issue commands. Eve cautiously entered, her high heels not hindering her movements in the slightest. She switched on her light to survey the area and relayed her findings. "It's safe." Subsequently, Sun Chi and Tu flanked Li Wei as he entered, enveloping him in a profound sense of security. The space within the air raid shelter was considerable, bearing evident signs of renovation. Initially, one could observe items that had been stored for quite some time, but the deeper one ventured, the newer the objects appeared. Li Wei understood why the Red Queen was able to locate this place. It was teeming with electronic devices. Even a fleeting connection to the network would enable the Red Queen to pinpoint their location. In her realm, the elusive Black Cat had nowhere to hide. This was also why Li Wei was unhurried in his search for her. Up to this moment, all of Black Cat's hiding spots had been discovered by the Red Queen. It is often said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and this crafty feline was no different. The Black Cat, Felicia, had multiple safe havens in New York. She would be arriving shortly, as the Red Queen had advised. Li Wei cast a glance around. Numerous treasures pilfered by the Black Cat lay within. He refrained from acting immediately, choosing instead to leave them here for the time being, intending to sell them when he required money. Before long, a sound emanated from outside. The Black Cat, ever cautious, first inspected the surroundings, finding no signs of disturbance, and then made her entrance. Yet, at the very moment she stepped inside, bang! The door was abruptly shut, with Sun Chi, clad in Gothic attire, standing guard at the entrance. The lights flickered on, illuminating Felicia's precarious situation, surrounded on all sides by individuals, including the very one who had scaled up from the ground last time, Sun Chi. The only one who appeared somewhat vulnerable was Li Wei, yet he was well protected. Any attempt to approach would be met with a simultaneous offensive from Sun Chi and Eve. Although Eve seemed nonchalant, her arms crossed, she regarded Felicia with an icy demeanor. The Black Cat contemplated her predicament for a moment before decisively raising her hands. "How did you find this place?" she inquired. Like the silver mongoose, she possessed long, silvery hair, which she had styled up, with 2 strands of bangs framing her forehead. Sporting an eye mask that obscured her face, her striking features were still discernible, revealing her beauty. Thus, Li Wei mused, you were once a fair maiden. Yet here you find yourself as a thief? However, it seemed many were drawn to such a lure. The more nefarious the woman, the more they were captivated. I am not a thief, the black cat retorted, stepping aside to perch upon a nearby barrel. I am engaged in righteous endeavors, redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. I see the affluent you have targeted, but what of the impoverished? Li Wei remarked, grasping a Patek Philippe watch. Among an array of luxurious items that lay discarded like refuse. Chapter 75. You do not wish to remain a criminal forever, do you? Humph. Black Cat Felicia let out a disdainful snort, perceiving poverty as a reflection of herself. Levi did not press the matter. He understood the difficulty of altering a person's core beliefs. As the saying goes, one should never attempt to change others, especially adults whose worldviews are already firmly established. He inquired, why do you assist Jean Bing with his tasks? When did I ever assist Jean Bing? Felicia tilted her head, gazing at him. Even in such moments, she retained an air of elegance, exuding the calmness of a feline. It was Norman Osborn who was excessively arrogant, eager for all of New York to know, while I intended to seize it for myself. Upon hearing her words, Levi retorted, that is theft. Where did I steal? She scoffed. You all witnessed me take it. Can that truly be called theft? Felicia leapt down from the ledge and approached Levi, extending her hand as if to tease him. Now that you have found me, what will you do? Hand me over to the authorities? Her demeanor was anything but innocent as her finger playfully traced Levi's chin. Swift, observing the scene, seized her hand. Do not come any closer. What if I insist? I still wish to get cozy with your man, Felicia laughed, though she spoke such audacious words. Her expression was devoid of seduction, clearly a deliberate act. If it were merely a jest, he would not be angered. Yet, Swift's expression turned icy, amplifying her already aloof demeanor to that of a formidable glacier. Swift tightened his grip on Black Cat's hand, and she, seizing the opportunity, attempted to ensnare him, hoping to bring him down. However, she was unprepared for Swift's backflip, which sent her sprawling. That's impossible, Felicia exclaimed in astonishment upon landing. Yet, before she could regain her footing, the 3 women surrounded her. I do not wish to fight you, she attempted to clarify, but her words fell on deaf ears. Swift commanded, capture her. The trio launched a coordinated attack. During their time at home, Swift had trained them for such combined strikes. And now it was put to the test. Even without weapons, Felicia was no match for them. She attempted to flee but found herself unable to budge the second woman. Exclaiming in surprise, so heavy. Before she could react, Eve ensnared her, sending her crashing to the ground. Thud. Oof. Felicia found her hands restrained, pinned firmly. With a clang, claws emerged from her gloves, yet they could not grasp anyone. Do not resist. Levi approached and gently lifted the chin of the black cat, Felicia, with his finger, mirroring the action she had previously contemplated. However, Levi believed that only he had the right to tease others, not the other way around. Indeed, Felicia appeared quite vulnerable now. He placed his thumb upon her lips, whispering, although you are not an underling of Kingpin, I am a good person and cannot allow you to roam freely in New York. What do you intend to do? Felicia could only respond, even as her lips grazed Levi's thumb, nearly taking it into her mouth. How about you do some work for me? Levi suggested. Having a thief of your caliber can be quite beneficial at times. This provoked an immediate struggle from Felicia. Cats cherish their freedom. I have no intention of imprisoning you. Levi swiftly replied. I merely require your assistance on certain occasions, and I shall compensate you handsomely. As he spoke, he patted her cheek, adding, surely, you do not wish to bear a criminal record indefinitely? The warrant against you is no less than that of any supervillain, hindering your ability to live a normal life. Assist me, and I can erase your criminal history. It sounded as simple as wiping away a star in Los Santos. Yet, for the Red Queen, it was indeed a manageable task. Predictably, Felicia seemed somewhat intrigued. For someone like her, even when yearning for a mundane existence, the warrant she bore rendered change unattainable. What she truly lacked was an opportunity for redemption. Moreover, she was an anti-hero, not a villain. I agree, Felicia acquiesced, appearing submissive. However, taming a cat is no easy feat. Those who have kept cats know that they do not regard you as their master, but merely as a servant. Levi relished the process of taming. Thus he instructed Eve to release Felicia. Master. Eve hesitated to let go, wishing to caution Levi of the danger. Rest assured, the cat poses no threat to me. Levi chuckled, prompting Eve to finally relinquish her grip. Felicia, indeed, feigned submission, pushing off the ground to leap onto Levi. Stay back, or I will harm him, she declared vehemently. All I desire is freedom. This elicited a laugh from Levi. He was unperturbed, responding, what do you believe freedom to be? Is it merely the ability to steal at will? That is called crime. If you persist in your delusion, no one will be able to save you. Why should you be the one to save me? Felicia retorted, her disdain for his tone evident. Because I know what you were thinking. You detest this life as much as I do. You ought to have your own life, not be shackled like your father. Li Wei turned to meet the gaze of the black cat, Felicia. Felicia intended to subdue him, but was astonished to find herself unable to move. What have you done to me? Fear finally flickered in her eyes. Do not worry. It is merely a temporary lapse in your bodily autonomy. Li Wei replied with a smile. Such is the nature of telepathy. Even Magneto must perpetually wear his helmet, fearing the prospect of being controlled. In the presence of a telepath, unless one possesses similar abilities, fear is inevitable. This is your last opportunity. Comply with my requests, and I shall consider expunging your criminal record. Li Wei tugged at his collar, prompting Sun Qi and Eve to immediately come to his defense. Felicia scoffed. This hardly requires your protection. This time, the rebellious glint in her eyes faded somewhat. She looked at Li Wei and asked, Can you guarantee that? Of course, but you are not particularly significant to me. Li Wei chuckled, shaking his head. People often overestimate their own importance. In truth, everyone is the same. Life continues unchanged without anyone. Hearing Li Wei's words, Felicia felt a twinge of defiance. I hope you will honor your promise. As soon as she spoke, her body regained its mobility. She sighed in relief, finally feeling at home in her own skin. What a delightful sensation. Li Wei extended his hand over the necklace. I obtained that fairly, Felicia protested. Li Wei shot her a glare, prompting her to comply. For a master thief, taking something in person hardly constitutes theft. Subsequently, she watched as Li Wei adorned Sun Qi with the necklace for a trial. Indeed, it looks splendid, Li Wei marveled. Felicia widened her eyes. After all, she was a woman too. Chapter 76. Target Bruce Banner days swiftly passed, and New York felt particularly oppressive of late. The sky appeared overcast, as if a storm were imminent yet delayed in its arrival. Li Wei awaited the storm's onset, frequently visiting the company. In the afternoons, he might meet with May Parker or Maria Hill, or perhaps accompany Gwen on shopping outings. However, each time they ventured out, Gwen would invariably slip away. Were it not for his awareness of her identity as Spider-Woman, Li Wei might have suspected her intentions, believing she thought little of him. Yet such is the experience of dating a superhero. If the partner doesn't vanish mid-encounter, one might question the authenticity of their heroism. Much like Superman and Lois Lane. If Lois were not so understanding, their relationship would likely have faltered long ago. Engaging in a romance with a superhero is undoubtedly fraught with challenges, Levi remarked, expressing his frustration with Obadiah Stane, who, despite being presented with numerous advantageous conditions, remained indecisive and inactive, seated in his office. The Red Queen informed him that Obadiah was in a state of hesitation and required a gentle nudge from Levi. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang. It was Gwen calling from outside. Boss, Professor Connors wishes to see you. Let him in, Levi replied, intrigued, for it was rare for Professor Connors to seek him out. After all, good bosses like Levi were a rarity. Aside from the considerable pressure he exerted, he provided ample support. Professor Connors, what brings you here? Levi inquired with curiosity. The professor appeared somewhat bashful but eventually spoke. Currently, there is an overwhelming amount of work in the laboratory and those scientists. He scoffed disdainfully, yet acknowledged their camaraderie. I believe the company needs to recruit additional talent, particularly in the field of biology. It was evident that he could not manage alone. And while the current staff could assist, there was a lack of intellectual synergy. Levi could not make any guarantees but responded, I will do my utmost. Very well, Connors said, not lingering due to his restless nature, and promptly departed. With no other recourse, Levi instructed the Red Queen to identify suitable candidates. The only option now was to scout talent from universities. Before long, the Red Queen had filtered through several candidates, all possessing multiple doctoral degrees. Upon reviewing the list, Levi's gaze fell upon a familiar name. Bruce Banner, a world-renowned physicist holding 7 doctoral degrees, including 1 in biology. Previously exposed to gamma radiation, he transforms into a monstrous being when angered or frightened. The Red Queen's information was thorough. Levi remarked, he has already transformed into the Hulk. Clearly, he poses an unstable element. To this, the Red Queen replied, Master, I have observed him. He has mastered the art of self-control. Furthermore, the Hulk retains intellect, making communication highly probable. Hearing this, Levi considered that this might indeed be a promising option. While others might struggle to communicate with the Hulk, he possessed telepathic abilities. However, he was currently being pursued by the military. Levi glanced over the data. General Ross was intent on capturing him. This presented a significant obstacle. Nevertheless, the mention of General Ross sparked an idea in Levi's mind. General Ross, having encountered no issues, subsequently thrived and even ascended to the esteemed position of President of the United States over a decade later, an outcome that seems almost unbelievable. Coincidentally, This year marks an election cycle, and soon, Matthew Ellis will supplant Barack as the new leader. It is evident that neither Matthew Ellis nor Barack had previously crossed Levi's radar. Levi pondered the necessity of cultivating a favorable relationship with General Ross, a task not merely advisable but exceedingly crucial. At this juncture, General Ross has already attained the rank of 3-star general, considerably surpassing Rhodes' standing. Collaborating with General Ross would undoubtedly yield greater benefits, especially since Rhodes is aligned with Tony Stark, and Levi cannot solely rely on them. As night fell over Stark Tower, Felicia Hardy, the black cat, perched in a corner of a neighboring rooftop, akin to a small feline. She had not anticipated that Levi would assign her a task so swiftly, one that seemed entirely incongruous with her identity as a jewel thief. Now, Levi expected her to create traces in an office without pilfering anything, which left her feeling rather powerless. After all, she was a thief. Yet, circumstances dictated her compliance. Beneath the roof of another, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Levi had become the master of this cat. Although she resented the situation, the allure of Levi's reward was undeniable. Who wouldn't wish to cleanse their past? Thus, when Stark Industries extinguished its lights, Felicia sprang into action. She leapt downwards, utilizing her grappling hook to traverse the prearranged route orchestrated by the Red Queen into the building's interior. She navigated the ventilation ducts until she reached Obadiah Stane's office. Deliberately, she created minor disturbances, adjusting the positions of the keyboard and mouse just enough to appear accidental. She even ruffled the chair and left evidence of rummaging on the bookshelf. After confirming her work, the black cat made her exit. "Could you assign me something a bit more challenging?" she complained to the Red Queen, who replied, "You performed admirably. I have erased one of your criminal records. Focus on your tasks." With that, the Red Queen vanished. Being an artificial intelligence, the black cat found herself powerless against her. Aware of this reality, Felicia refrained from contemplating alternatives, realizing that unless she abandoned all electronic devices and the internet, she had no choice but to adhere to the rules. Obadiah Stane was engulfed in hesitation and turmoil. Naturally, he aspired to bring down Tony Stark, even contemplating the acquisition of Stark's very life. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to bribing the factions in the Middle East to eliminate Tony. However, fate did not align with his desires, as Tony Stark made a successful return. In this scenario, Obadiah Stane found himself hesitant to take action. Not only did he refrain from aggression, but he also felt compelled to feign camaraderie with Stark. His initial resolve began to wane, and he contemplated relinquishing his efforts against Tony. Yet, at this critical juncture, Levi presented him with the Ironmonger, illuminating the fact that others were aware of his misdeeds. Consequently, Obadiah found himself in a precarious position, his thoughts shifting once more. Although he grappled with the decision of whether to act, he was engulfed in doubt. At this moment, his character flaws became glaringly apparent. Obadiah's indecisiveness ultimately condemned him to failure, rendering him a mere pawn in Levi's game. Chapter 77. Has it truly deteriorated this much in just a few days? Obadiah Stane remained ensnared in his indecision. Despite possessing the Ironmonger, he was under the mistaken belief that Tony Stark remained oblivious to his machinations, prompting him to bide his time. He fancied himself awaiting the micronuclear reactor, when, in truth, he was simply paralyzed by fear. Until today, he had not visited Stark Industries that morning, as the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, with the military division shut down by Tony. What purpose would his presence serve? This intensified Obadiah's loathing for Tony, who had audaciously dismantled the military operations, jeopardizing the company's profitability. He arrived at the office in the afternoon, only to sense something amiss. His pupils dilated as he inquired of his assistant, "Has anyone entered my office?" "No," the assistant replied, shaking his head. This response caused Obadiah to swallow hard, his mind filled with ominous thoughts. He hastily closed the door behind him, and upon inspection, discovered that the bookshelf had been disturbed and his desk items had been tampered with. Although the signs were subtle, Obadiah's keen observation revealed the evidence. A chill ran down his spine as his murderous intent toward Tony Stark solidified. Previously uncertain, he now felt resolute. He opened his computer to find that his folders had been downloaded, and a wave of despair washed over him. He had not anticipated this was the work of artificial intelligence. Even if he had considered it, he could not be certain. What if it was one of Stark's associates who had acquired the information? Thus, Obadiah urgently inquired about Tony's whereabouts. Upon learning that Tony was engaged in social obligations outside, he felt a slight sense of relief. At least, for the moment, Tony was unaware. Therefore, he could only wait. The anticipation of waiting is undoubtedly fraught with anxiety, especially as he encounters Pepper Potts. Pepper has consistently harbored suspicions towards Obadiah Stane, casting upon him a gaze that is decidedly frosty. This leaves Obadiah feeling like a startled bird. By afternoon, he hastens to Tony Stark's residence. At that moment, Tony, brimming with confidence, remains blissfully unaware of Obadiah's impending actions. Nonetheless, he remains vigilant towards Obadiah. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Tony inquires, his expression tinged with confusion. Does he suspect I intend to harm him? The sight of Tony's wariness causes Obadiah's heart to plummet. Thus, he resolutely states, "Tony, I have come to apologize." "For what?" Tony questions, curiosity piqued. Yet, even if Obadiah extends an apology, Tony would not easily forgive. Little did he realize that Obadiah was merely attempting to lower his guard. Obadiah begins to reminisce about his past camaraderie with Howard Stark, recounting tales of their shared endeavors. Subsequently, he pours 2 glasses of wine, offering them to Tony as a gesture of amends. Being Tony's uncle, he reluctantly accepts and downs the drink in one swift motion. However, at that moment, Obadiah reveals his true intentions, producing a device of his own. Tony is instantly incapacitated by an electric shock, his strength evaporating in an instant. With reddened eyes, he gazes at Obadiah, astonished that despite his vigilance, he has fallen prey to his scheme. Obadiah finally bares his fangs. "Tony, do you realize the devastation you have wrought upon the fruits of both my and your father's labor?" Obadiah begins to expound, framing Tony as the true villain, presenting himself as the harbinger of justice. For a man like him, this perception is paramount. Only by deceiving oneself can one deceive others. After a lengthy monologue, Obadiah forcibly removes the arc reactor from Tony's chest. "Let your life slip away, Tony. I shall resolve the rest, and the Stark Industries will flourish under my leadership." With the arc reactor in hand, Obadiah departs swiftly. Tony, on the brink of sensing his life ebbing away, experiences a profound discomfort. Fortunately, he still has his artificial intelligence, JARVIS, while JARVIS lacks a physical form to thwart Obadiah. It promptly alerts the Red Queen. The Red Queen, who has been monitoring the situation, immediately informs Levi. Thus, as Obadiah exits, Levi enters the scene. Tony, it has been a few days, and you seem rather diminished," Levi remarked as he entered, his words laced with sarcasm. However, this time, Tony Stark had no retort. His face was ashen, stripped of color. The shards within him had yet to be entirely removed, necessitating the micronuclear reactor to maintain their containment and prevent them from wreaking havoc within his body. At this moment, the micronuclear reactor was indeed the very essence of his life. Without it, the shards would roam freely, posing an imminent threat to his existence. Thus, Tony Stark merely gazed at Levi, his eyes brimming with desperation. In the face of mortality, humanity is rendered profoundly humble. "Mr. Levi, please expedite the rescue of Mr. Stark. The replaced reactor lies below," Jarvis interjected. Upon hearing this, Levi nodded and descended. "Mr. Levi, access requires authorization," Jarvis began, but before he could finish, the door swung open. Courtesy of the Red Queen. This demonstrated the considerable disparity between Jarvis and the Red Queen at that moment. Levi had never curtailed the Red Queen's growth, allowing her to learn and evolve continuously. Stepping into Tony's laboratory, he swiftly located the discarded micronuclear reactor. "Is there no new reactor?" Levi inquired. "The new one was taken by Obadiah Stane," Jarvis replied. Perhaps it was this ordeal that would prompt Tony Stark to prepare in advance in the future, unlike now when, despite his wealth, he had only produced a single new reactor, leaving him reliant on a depleted one. Levi hurriedly approached and affixed the micronuclear reactor within Tony Stark. "Oh," Tony gasped, feeling revitalized. Although his body still ached, he was no longer in mortal peril. "Tony, you must share this technology with me. I can provide you with a new reactor," Levi stated. Tony, reluctant to engage, was aware that Levi merely sought his technology. Such an exchange seemed implausible. Were it not for Levi's timely intervention, Tony would have retorted fiercely. "Thank you for saving me," the proud Tony Stark finally uttered. Had Levi not arrived, he might have faced a solitary demise in this place. Although Jarvis would alert others, no one could ascertain if they would arrive in time. Levi was the nearest. "I must confront Obadiah Stane," Tony declared, his demeanor instantly turning resolute after a brief respite. Chapter 78. He will not thank Levi in the Long Island villa. Tony Stark ascended into the sky clad in his Iron Man suit. Levi felt a pang of envy and inquired, "Jarvis, does your employer possess any surplus Iron Man suits?" "None available, Mr. Levi," Jarvis replied. Upon inquiry, the Red Queen confirmed the absence of any suits. Even Tony Stark could not fabricate 2 Iron Man suits and upgrade them in such a brief span. "What a waste," Levi mused, shaking his head. He yearned to experience the Iron Man suit himself. With no other choice, he decided to take a drive. For Obadiah Stane, there would be no turning back once he initiated his plan. He aimed to swiftly eliminate Levi, Pepper, and others, leaving himself with room for further maneuvers. After all, no one would speak for the dead. Thus, he headed straight for the Stark Industries facility. This time, there was no interference from S.H. S-H-I-E-L-D, allowing him to proceed smoothly. After all, Pepper had yet to uncover evidence against Obadiah and had not gotten too close to S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Everything transpired rather swiftly. Obadiah inserted a miniature nuclear reactor into the Ironmonger and activated the armor, stepping inside. If Tony Stark sought a sleek and lightweight design, the Ironmonger was its opposite. Obadiah, fearful of death, reinforced the Ironmonger with multiple layers of armor. His approach was blunt and straightforward. Spend, spend, spend. Consequently, the technological sophistication of the Ironmonger was considerable. Moreover, he was wary of Levi potentially setting traps. Thus he altered many components and ensured the operating system remained offline, denying artificial intelligence the chance to control him. Such foresight indicated that Obadiah Stane was no fool. However, tragically, he fell victim to the schemes of Levi and Tony Stark. He piloted the Ironmonger out of the facility, only to be detected. An unidentified flying object was reported in the city. S-H-I-E-L-D quickly identified Obadiah and escalated the report. Maria Hill and her team were already aware of Tony Stark's situation, hence they did not act immediately. It wasn't until they noticed the trajectory was problematic, heading towards the affluent district, that they became concerned. Thus, Maria Hill promptly contacted Levi to apprise him of the situation. Levi reassured her, "Do not worry. Obadiah Stane has turned against us." "Really?" Maria Hill queried, puzzled. "Isn't that Tony Stark in there?" Before she could finish her question, a voice shouted, "Two flying objects have collided." Bang! Tony Stark arrived swiftly, controlling the Mark II armor, and intercepted Obadiah Stane midair. Obadiah, who was preparing to confront Levi, was taken aback by Tony's unexpected survival. "You're still alive. I must have been too lenient," he scoffed. A hint of regret washing over him for not having eliminated Tony outright due to their past connection. Using the suit's acceleration, Tony crashed down upon Obadiah, and both plummeted onto the highway. As twilight descended, the road was teeming with vehicles, and many onlookers witnessed the spectacle. The appearance of two armored suits thrilled the New Yorkers, who had never encountered such a scene before. In a blend of fear and excitement, they fled while capturing the moment on their smartphones, instinctively understanding the need to escape, even if they had never witnessed anything like it before. This was not a matter of habituation. It was a primal instinct for survival. Just as Americans flee from gunfire, one cannot remain stagnant in the face of danger. Levi found it perplexing that in the new Superman film, when monsters appeared in Metropolis, people not only stayed but approached to take pictures. Meanwhile, a deaf-mute girl played with her back, turned to the chaos. The New Yorkers, displaying their acumen, allowed the battlefield to be claimed by the two armored behemoths while they retreated to a safe distance to film and share the event online, igniting a frenzy across social media. However, at that moment, Tony and Obadiah were oblivious to the online uproar. Standing face to face, Tony in the Mark II was at a distinct disadvantage against Obadiah's Ironmonger. Like the laws of nature, the larger the creature, the more formidable its power. The Ironmonger, fortified with multiple layers of armor, dwarfed the Mark II, which seemed undernourished in comparison. Consequently, Tony was quickly overwhelmed, experiencing his most disheveled moment since donning the suit. At that juncture, Levi connected. "Tony, is your head made of iron? Utilize your technology. If you can't operate it, let me take over." Clearly, Levi was still fixated on the armor. "Get lost," Tony retorted, yet he was reminded of the need for strategy. Confronting Obadiah head-on was futile. He needed to adopt a more cunning approach. Thus, he maneuvered the armor upwards into the sky, prompting Obadiah to follow suit as the two armored figures ascended into the clouds. The New Yorkers felt as though they were witnessing a spectacle, albeit with the unfortunate consequence of several damaged vehicles below, which would undoubtedly require insurance claims. "Levi, how did Obadiah acquire such technology?" This time, it was Black Widow Natasha who contacted Levi. She intercepted Bumblebee and directly took a seat. Levi found himself at a loss against this formidable woman. "I don't know," Levi asserted resolutely. Natasha, however, was not convinced. She brandished her phone, watching the viral video that had begun to circulate on social media. She opened one, only to find it had been removed. This caused Natasha to smirk slightly, acknowledging the rapid response of the crowd. Nonetheless, it was already too late. Many had viewed the video, and it had been downloaded and disseminated widely. Even if they attempted to manage the narrative now, it was futile. Of course, there were still ways to mitigate the situation, claiming it was merely a film shoot, for instance. As for belief, that was a matter for others to contend with. Natasha clicked on another link, which had not been deleted. She remarked, "This must be the one you took away, do not deny it." "What exactly do you intend to do?" Levi replied, "I only just discovered the item was stolen. I intended to study it." Regardless, the rationale was presented, and whether they believed it was an issue for S-H-I-E-L-D to resolve. As expected, Natasha found herself at an impasse. She merely stated, "I hope this matter does not escalate. If a side must be chosen, S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly side with Tony Stark, as Howard Stark is one of the founders of the organization. Therefore, Obadiah Stane stands no chance, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, the actions he has taken have already been reported to the authorities. Obadiah's disgrace is inevitable. Naturally, he will not express gratitude towards Levi. Rather, he will harbor intense hatred." Chapter 79, Commercial Ventures. Obadiah accelerated relentlessly. With Tony Stark's arc reactor depleted, it was akin to Ultraman's red alert, his speed dwindling. However, in that moment, Obadiah realized his own speed was diminishing as well. Had he been able to observe outside, he would have noticed his ironmonger suit encased in ice. What was happening? Obadiah suddenly found his armor immobilized. Tony then inquired, "Uncle Stan, have you researched how to prevent freezing?" With a swift tap from Tony, the ironmonger plummeted at a speed exceeding its ascent. Obadiah could only hastily attempt to reboot the system, but it was already frozen. He frantically pressed buttons. Meanwhile, on the ground, Levi and his companions witnessed the ironmonger descending from the sky, hurtling towards Stark Industries. "Quick, let us move," Li Wei immediately shouted. The bumblebee did not require the acceleration from Sun Chi. It soared effortlessly on its own. However, Sun Chi had to grip the steering wheel, feigning that he was in control of the vehicle, preventing anyone from discovering the bumblebee's extraordinary nature. Bang! As they approached, the sound of ironmonger crashing heavily onto the factory resonated. Unfortunately, Stark Industries facilities were severely damaged. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. hurriedly arrived to seal off the area. Tony Stark, too, was lacking energy and had fallen. His arc reactor had already been replaced, now barely sustaining his life. Li Wei exited the vehicle and strode inside. He beheld Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane locked in a standoff. Obadiah was visibly enraged, for Ironmonger's targeting system had been destroyed, rendering him incapable of firing. "Obadiah," Li Wei entered and declared, "you have already lost. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Eliminating you would be a trivial task." Obadiah, filled with fury, removed his helmet, preparing to aim manually. Yet, it was not long before he realized he could no longer control his body. With a mere thought, Li Wei seized him. "We can offer you a chance at life. To spend your remaining days in prison, which is far better than dying here." This notion began to sway Obadiah's resolve. Tony Stark added, "Uncle Stan, we do not wish to kill you. We hope you will make the right choice." Obadiah immediately inquired, "What do you want?" "Transfer your shares to me," Li Wei replied. "In doing so, you may purchase your life. Do not forget, even if we were to kill you, the shares would still belong to us." At this moment, Obadiah realized he had been ensnared. "You have bested me in this game." He suddenly understood why Li Wei had given him Ironmonger and why everything felt so peculiar. It was all a scheme orchestrated by Li Wei and Tony Stark. Though filled with resentment, Obadiah conceded, "Very well. Sign the agreement," Li Wei instructed, producing it from his belongings and asking Eve to bring it forth. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, observed the unfolding events with astonishment. She was taken aback by Li Wei's cunning. "I shall not take advantage of you. I will provide you with a sum as compensation for the shares, sufficient for a comfortable existence in prison," Li Wei stated. Aside from the lack of freedom, being wealthy in prison bears little difference. For America's current penal system is privately owned. Once everything is privatized, the foremost challenge that arises is how to generate profit, even within the confines of a prison. The experience of affluent individuals in incarceration starkly contrasts with that of the average person. Aside from the inability to leave at will, they can indulge in luxuries such as villas, electronics, swimming pools, and companionship. Consequently, law enforcement officers in America are eager to incarcerate individuals, for therein lies their financial gain. Prisons conspire with courts, receiving a commission for each conviction. In the economic climate of Obadiah Stane, one can still lead a comfortable life behind bars. It is noteworthy that Obadiah exhibits a degree of hesitation. At least Levi is willing to provide financial support. However, upon signing the agreement, Obadiah's resolve solidifies. Thus, entering prison becomes a gamble he is willing to take, as he still seeks to seize control of Stark Industries. Caution is warranted. The Black Widow, Natasha, has been closely monitoring Obadiah, prompting her to call out. At that moment, Obadiah manipulated Ironmonger to raise its arm, preparing to fire upon Levi and Tony Stark, who stood side by side. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his attack, his mind became clouded. Bang! Ironmonger collapsed instantly, and Obadiah fell silent. He was given an opportunity, yet he chose to squander it, Levi remarked with an air of indifference. This startled Tony Stark, who gazed at Levi with a complex expression. "It is over. Indeed, it is not yet concluded, as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police have arrived." The authorities took possession of Obadiah's remains, while Levi and Tony were escorted away by SHIELD, leaving the police out of the matter. This was beyond the jurisdiction of the New York police. SHIELD found themselves powerless against these two. For both Levi and Tony held significant status as wealthy individuals, capable of disregarding SHIELD's authority. Thus, once the police departed, they cited fatigue as the reason for their timely return. Tony Stark was indeed exhausted. Despite being mentally prepared, the reality of the situation proved difficult for him to accept. In contrast, Levi reveled in joy, returning to his music and dance, for there was nothing more worthy of celebration. Although he anticipated Tony's potential betrayal, he knew that others would not rally behind him. Not a single shareholder desired to see Tony gain absolute control of Stark Industries. Much like the Disney family. While Walt Disney was indeed the founder, the company's splendor and growth had little to do with the family. No shareholder was inclined to allow the Disney family to reclaim power. Stark Industries was somewhat better off, yet no one wished to see it devolve into a dictatorship. This is purely a matter of commercial conduct. Upon returning home, a guest arrived, Maria Hill. Since Levi did not wish to visit SHIELD, she decided to come to his residence instead. SHIELD does not treat you well, making you work late, Levi remarked. One day, when SHIELD is no more, you can join my company. Maria Hill's future appeared dim. After SHIELD ceased to exist, she worked for Stark Industries for a while, yet her thoughts remained tethered to her past with SHIELD. Eventually, in Secret Wars, this formidable woman met an untimely and ambiguous demise. Now that she has a connection with Levi, he naturally wishes to protect her from such a fate. Upon hearing this, Maria Hill pondered Levi's implications. Could it be that SHIELD is in trouble? Chapter 80. I'm Iron Man. Tony Stark held the script that Rhodes had prepared for him, allowing him to deflect responsibility for the incident entirely. Whether others would believe it was uncertain. However, Tony understood the magnitude of the situation, even within a mere few days of its emergence. Unaccustomed to media management, he struggled with deleting the video, resulting in the matter becoming widely known across the internet. Netizens speculated about the identities of these two Iron Men. Due to its eventual association with Stark Industries, many assumed it was a new technology from the company, even bestowing it with a nickname, Iron Man, or Iron Man in English. To be fair, Tony Stark was initially not fond of this moniker, but he gradually came to accept it. Iron Man it is, then. At this juncture, Levi also arrived, primarily to attend the upcoming Stark Industries meeting. Moreover, this provided an opportunity to ride on Tony Stark's wave of popularity. Previously, while Tony Stark enjoyed considerable fame, it paled in comparison to his status as Iron Man. He was the first to publicly acknowledge himself as a superhero, all while being a billionaire. The combination of these identities was enough to captivate the world's attention. Naturally, this would also incite animosity from others. Yet, Tony Stark appeared indifferent. Perhaps unprepared for such scrutiny. Levi leaned closer, whispering, "Tony, are you really going to read from that script?" "What?" Tony Stark recoiled in disdain. "Damn it." Levi, unfazed, casually remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't stick to that script. You truly are lacking." Tony Stark's grip tightened slightly. "I'll do it my way." Levi whispered again. Without waiting for Tony Stark to respond, Happy called out, "Tony, it's your turn." Tony Stark promptly rose, a scheme brewing in his mind. He was determined to make a grand impression. "What are you following me for?" Tony inquired of Levi, fully aware of Levi's intentions after such a long acquaintance. This scoundrel was either seeking the limelight or on the path to do so. "We are indeed good brothers, Tony," Levi retorted, adhering to Stark like a persistent adhesive. Tony regarded him with disdain, yet felt powerless to shake him off. He resolved that he too would ride on Levi's coattails in the future. Thus, the pair emerged from backstage, joined by Rhodey, Happy, and others, all there primarily to support Tony Stark. In truth, they were far more anxious than Tony himself, primarily fearful of any outrageous antics he might commit. Even in the eyes of those around him, Tony was notoriously unreliable. Now, with Levi added to the mix, it was a double dose of unpredictability. The audience was packed with reporters, and when Levi and Tony made their entrance, gasps of astonishment erupted. The sound of camera shutters echoed, and the incessant flashing lights momentarily blinded Levi. Clearly, the journalists had sensed that a major story was unfolding. Tony Stark strode heavily to the center, and the reporters held their breath, recognizing the gravity of the moment. Tony lowered his gaze to the script in his hands, which distanced himself from the matter at hand, yet the more he read, the more discomfort he felt. It lacked the flair, the excitement, Observing Levi by his side and contemplating the current state of Stark Industries, Tony boldly declared, "This is all nonsense. What I want to say is, I am Iron Man." A wave of commotion erupted among the reporters, while Levi feigned surprise at Tony's proclamation. Exhilarated, the spotlight was now at its zenith. "Mr. Stark, what inspired you to create the Iron Man suit? Mr. Stark, why reveal your identity?" In an instant, the reporters abandoned decorum, each clamoring to pose their questions, transforming the atmosphere into that of a bustling marketplace. Thrilled, Tony Stark deftly evaded the journalists and, alongside Levi, made his way to the conference room where other shareholders and representatives had gathered. This was a pivotal meeting, and Tony's revelation of his identity had been a well-considered move, not a hasty decision. First and foremost, the stocks of Stark Industries were shaken by the death of the major shareholder, Obadiah Stane, leading to considerable turmoil in the market. To outsiders, it appeared that Stark Industries was in a particularly tumultuous period. Had it not been for their substantial financial reserves, other companies would likely have succumbed to bankruptcy under similar circumstances. Thus, Tony Stark found himself in need of a strategy to bolster morale and elevate stock prices. This presented an opportune moment. Upon his revelation of being Iron Man, it was no surprise that investor confidence surged, resulting in a notable increase in stock value. Riding this wave of triumph, Tony Stark aspired for more, specifically, complete control of Stark Industries. However, this ambition was met with opposition from all other shareholders. Representatives from the military, the Osborne Group, and even Levi voiced their dissent during the meeting. Consequently, Tony Stark had no choice but to align himself with Levi. After prolonged discussions, an agreement was reached. Tony Stark acquired 5% of the shares, raising his ownership to 48%, while the remaining 20% was transferred to Levi. The price paid for this transaction was a stake in future technologies, thus leaving the overall situation unchanged. Tony Stark still required the support of the second-largest shareholder to gain full control of Stark Industries, and now that person was Levi instead of Stane. Nevertheless, Tony was content with his additional 5% stake. At least Stane's demise was not in vain. He was remarkably pragmatic and discerning in his affections and grudges. For instance, Ethan, who had once saved his life, had now joined Stark Industries in a more relaxed department. Tony ensured that he would enjoy a comfortable life in New York. Following the meeting, the shareholders expressed satisfaction, as Tony Stark had not fully realized his ambitions. Both Tony and Levi were pleased, with no apparent losers among them. Their next endeavor was to breathe new life into Stark Industries. The current state of Stark Industries was precarious, necessitating a new breakthrough. Initially, Tony Stark had aimed to develop renewable energy to transform Stark Industries into an energy enterprise, which had stabilized the company and propelled it to new heights. However, the approach was no longer as complex. They were set to launch Oasis directly. Thus, 1 week after Tony Stark's announcement of his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries and Future Technologies jointly unveiled a groundbreaking game named Oasis. The promotional material for Oasis sent shockwaves across America. Chapter 81. The Origins of the Silver Minx. Oasis is an epic-defining virtual reality game, poised to become a globally encompassing free supernetwork gaming platform. Within this virtual realm, individuals can reshape their identities, immerse themselves in lives that starkly contrast with reality, and even assume the guise of anyone, engaging in any conceivable activity. Oasis offers a simulation of all 5 senses, embodying an interactive gaming experience characterized by remarkable freedom, allowing players to adopt any persona, amass wealth, and transform their destinies. Oasis is underpinned by a comprehensive economic system, with its in-game currency, Oasis Coin, being convertible to real-world currency. Gamers can accrue wealth through in-game transactions, combat, and various quests. The gaming experience itself is vast, enabling players to traverse any planet and participate in diverse competitions and game styles. From arcade classics to shooting games, players can relish a multitude of iconic scenarios and explore myriad worlds. With the concerted efforts of 2 major corporations, the promotion of Oasis is omnipresent. Although the aim is global outreach, the initial focus undoubtedly lies in North America. Capturing the North American market will inevitably set off a domino effect elsewhere, particularly in South America, which can be likened to America's backyard. Following that, Europe and island nations, as allies of America, remain enamored with the idea of the American dream, especially since America prides itself on being the world's beacon. Moreover, the Stark Group has enlisted Hollywood celebrities as brand ambassadors. Even prior to its release, Oasis has garnered significant attention. Jameson, a student at the University of Southern California, finds himself captivated by the game. The prospect of currency exchange within Oasis immediately strikes him as a monumental opportunity. It is essential to recognize that every American university student bears substantial pressure, particularly concerning student loans. Many toil for decades to repay the debts incurred during their academic years. For the average person, America is far from paradise. The landscape is rife with loans, including those for lunch. Jameson is no exception. The weight of his loans casts a significant burden upon him. Since his freshman year, he has been juggling part-time jobs to manage his debts. Yet, he realizes that at this rate, it would take decades to clear them. The emergence of Oasis presents a glimmer of hope. If he could earn money in Oasis and convert it to real-world currency, it would be a game-changer. Jameson is not alone. Countless individuals across America share his aspirations, ranging from students to elites and even politicians, all keenly aware of the game's immense potential. They ponder the staggering profits that could be realized if it indeed evolves into humanity's second world. Lee, how could you abandon me? The voice on the other end of the line was not a woman's, but a man's, Norman Osborn. The Osborn Group may also partake in the Oasis project. Upon hearing Norman Osborn's words, Levi chuckled, remarking, "Aren't you just too busy with your campaign? Moreover, Tony Stark has forbidden any collaboration with other groups. After all, he tends to deflect blame." Upon the mention of Tony Stark's name, Norman Osborn found himself at a loss. Stark, with his arrogant demeanor and disdain for others, would hardly regard even Osborn with respect. Fortunately, Norman was not here for that purpose. He stated, "Levi, the next time there is a lucrative project, do be sure to involve me." "Rest assured, next time for certain," Levi replied casually. After this exchange, Norman added, "Levi, I've heard you possess incriminating evidence against Kingpin." At this, Levi's memory was jogged. Indeed, he had records of Kingpin's criminal activities, meticulously documented by the elusive Mr. Martin Lee. Levi's words invigorated Norman Osborn. He inquired, "Could you transfer the evidence to me? I intend to see that scoundrel Kingpin imprisoned." Norman's tone was serious, exuding a cold indifference. This was only to be expected, as Kingpin had chosen to thoroughly offend him, and retribution was a natural response. In truth, both parties had been subtly clashing during this period. However, Silver Sable International Security had proven formidable. Despite Kingpin's attempts to leverage certain tactics, he could not threaten Norman Osborn. This only fueled Osborn's animosity towards Kingpin further. Levi also harbored disdain for Kingpin and readily replied, "No problem. Will you send someone to collect it?" "Very well, thank you," Norman Osborn expressed with delight. This was reasonable. For Levi was his supporter, their fates were intertwined. Should Norman become mayor, the future of Future Tech Company would indeed be brighter. Soon enough, Norman dispatched someone. A helicopter descended directly onto the helipad above Future Tech Company. Dressed in white, Silver Sable gracefully leapt down, demonstrating the significance Norman placed on this matter. "Mr. Levi?" Silver Sable greeted him with utmost respect. Her sharp features made her appear more like an elder sister in this attire. However, donned in her uniform, her demeanor transformed entirely. "Miss Sablanova, here are the items Mr. Osborn requested," Levi said, handing over a sealed envelope to Silver Sable. This evidence had long ceased to be of use to him. Had Norman not mentioned it, he might have almost forgotten, especially since the homeless shelter had settled into a routine and no longer engaged in such activities. May Parker is indeed a good person. She harbors no fondness for such endeavors. Likewise, Levi finds little inclination to engage with Jean Bing in these matters. Thus it is best entrusted to Norman Osborn, who is well versed in such tactics. The Silver Minx accepted the task, expressing gratitude once more before promptly boarding a helicopter and departing. Their interaction was minimal, as Levi was not well acquainted with the Silver Minx. It was evident that she was a woman guarded by a formidable sense of caution. She had journeyed from Eastern Europe to New York solely to fulfill her mission. Upon the completion of her assignment, she would return without delay to her homeland. Unlike the other Americans, Levi had gleaned insights into the Silver Minx tale through the Red Queen. In truth, the majority of Americans are indifferent to the affairs of distant lands, preoccupied solely with their own lives. International matters hold little significance for them. The elite, however, differ. They seek to harvest the world. Levi had also delved into the background of the Silver Minx, discovering her tragic lineage. Born in Sicaria, she was a princess. Yet her upbringing was far from pampered. Rather, Sicaria's existence had been fraught with despair, teetering on the brink of obliteration. Her mother had perished in her arms, instilling in her an impenetrable coldness and a heart brimming with resentment. Consequently, Levi had scarcely witnessed her smile. After all, how could one maintain a light heart after enduring such harrowing experiences? Upon returning to the company, Levi resumed his diligent promotion of Oasis. He even took the opportunity to visit the Pacific Rim world, enlisting their assistance in equipment production, for which he willingly paid a price in exchange. Chapter 82, Celebration Banquet. As the Oasis campaign progressed, months slipped by, and the dawn of 2009 loomed near. The preparations for the elections grew increasingly intense. Yet in New York, Norman Osborn was already assured of his victory. Unless Jean Bing could orchestrate Osborn's physical disappearance, he stood no chance. Jean Bing, however, lacked such an opportunity. As Osborn became ever more vigilant, leaving no openings. Osborne busied himself with preparations, awaiting his electoral triumph to usher Jean Bing away. But none of this held importance. What truly mattered was the impending launch of Oasis. During this period, the two conglomerates tirelessly stocked virtual devices. Tony Stark was left astounded. Where on earth did you acquire such an abundance of goods? He marveled, as the product seemed virtually free and in vast quantities. He had presumed that merely allowing Americans to experience the product first would suffice. Yet Levi's pace of procurement was relentless, leaving Stark utterly astonished. Levi merely smiled, remarking, "If the World Factory cannot supply the entire globe, can it still be called a World Factory?" Naturally, Levi had not neglected the Pacific Rim world in this endeavor. In that world, the development of technology was rather distorted. Li Wei provided them with considerable technological advancements, as well as food supplies. Unfortunately, due to the resistance against the monstrous invasion, there was a slight shortage of sustenance. Tony Stark was left in utter disbelief. However, with circumstances as they were, it was time to launch the products globally. After all, the advertisements for Oasis had already reached every corner of the world. As anticipated, once Oasis gained popularity in North America, it quickly sparked interest in other regions. First, the European allies. And then even the inhabitants of two distant great powers expressed their desire to partake. Naturally, Li Wei and his team embraced this trend. Thus, on the first day of January 2009, they commenced the global sale of the devices. The devices were reasonably priced and offered in several tiers. The most affordable was priced at $399, while a slightly more expensive option was available for $999, comparable to the cost of a smartphone. The intention was to ensure universal participation, as exorbitant prices would be counterproductive. However, this was not the priciest option available. The most expensive was a creation of Tony Stark. Li Wei had merely suggested the concept of a virtual device akin to a nutrient pod, where individuals could recline and engage in gaming. Remarkably, Tony Stark brought this idea to fruition. However, utilizing the nutrient pod required a brain-machine interface, which inadvertently boosted the sales of these interfaces. Presently, the brain-machine interfaces were on the market, yet few placed their trust in them. Most individuals opted for non-invasive models that merely needed to be worn on the head, while surgical options saw scant interest. The majority of people found it hard to accept having surgery performed on their brains. Li Wei did not force the promotion of this technology, nor did he aspire to cyberize the world. Instead, the emergence of the nutrient pod spurred the sales of brain-machine interfaces. Of course, the nutrient pod itself was quite expensive, designed for the affluent. Priced at $88,888. Even though one unit approached 100,000, it still sold remarkably well, with orders pouring in from around the globe. This realization made Li Wei acutely aware of the wealth possessed by individuals worldwide. In this regard, Tony Stark was quite pleased, as earning money meant tapping into the riches of the wealthy. This situation led Li Wei to lose interest in profiting from arms dealing. Oasis was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. A few days later, Li Wei organized a celebratory banquet, inviting familiar faces such as May, Maria Hill, and others, all adorned in elegant gowns that showcased their mature beauty. Naturally, the company personnel were also essential to the event. While the scientists chose to abstain from such festivities, individuals like Hope and Gwen attended. Additionally, Tony Stark's associates were present to celebrate the triumph of Oasis. After such a lengthy build-up, the Red Queen still managed to control the operations of the Oasis. Such formidable computational power ensured that the servers remained untroubled. In just a week, over 1 billion players had accessed the Oasis servers. Moreover, the monetary transaction system undoubtedly proved lucrative for both major corporations. They implemented a fee of 2% on every transaction, accompanied by a 1% charge for withdrawals, while deposits incurred no costs. Although these percentages may seem modest, the sheer volume of transactions allowed them to amass considerable wealth through these deductions. Come, let us toast. A group gathered together, raising their glasses in celebration at Levi's estate. We have triumphed. Hop displayed a weary smile, her exhaustion evident. She had not anticipated the multitude of matters concerning the future technology company. Yet, each revelation brought her immense delight. Particularly, she had grown fond of the Oasis, indulging in it daily after work. Within the Oasis, she transformed into an anime character and became a skilled player, fully embracing a second life. No one paid heed to her true identity. None were aware that she was, in fact, the president of the future technology company. Within the realm of the game, equality seemed to reign. However, this notion was but an illusion. As time progressed, the disparity between ordinary players and those who invested heavily would inevitably widen. Nonetheless, complete defeat was not a certainty, as the penalties for death in the Oasis were severe. Upon demise, all possessions would reset, and equipment would be lost. Of course, not every map permitted player versus player combat, yet this very aspect heightened the thrill for many. Levi extended apologies to each of his employees over drinks. May appeared somewhat uncomfortable, given that she was not affiliated with the future technology company. Her gaze shifted to Maria Hill, who seemed to share a unique connection with Levi. At that moment, Maria Hill leaned closer to Levi and remarked, "Levi, with such an excellent project, why not consider us? You are merely an intelligence organization. You lack commercial attributes." Levi replied casually, "By the way, did you have any interest in what I mentioned earlier? Let's discuss it once S-H-I-E-L-D is no more." Maria Hill responded, though she did not genuinely believe that S-H-I-E-L-D would simply vanish. Nevertheless, she and Nick Fury were taking the matter seriously and initiated internal investigations. After exchanging pleasantries, Levi settled onto a nearby sofa, still unaccustomed to such gatherings. Yet he felt at ease among familiar faces. Before long, Tony Stark also joined him. "You ought to grant me a larger share. Are you aware of how many individuals I have thwarted from coveting your fortune?" Tony Stark remarked, "There are those in Washington who seek a piece of the pie. Yet I have successfully repelled their advances. Currently, the division stands at 70-30, with 70% naturally belonging to Levi, as he is the one who provided the technology. Thus, Tony Stark has long desired an increase in his earnings. This is where you come into play. Otherwise, what purpose do I have for you?" Levi replied casually, "Of course, I have taken note of your efforts, and I shall reveal to you a means of salvation." "What do you mean?" Tony inquired. "Your palladium poisoning. You didn't think I was unaware of it, did you?" Upon hearing Levi's words, Tony was rendered speechless. Had Levi truly discerned his affliction? He then pulled at his clothing, revealing his ghastly skin, which indeed bore the marks of poisoning, albeit not overtly evident. Levi promptly produced a vial of liquid for him. "This is an antidote that can neutralize palladium elements. It is a prize I acquired during my recent lottery endeavors, perfectly suited to counteract palladium toxicity." It seems even the system wishes to save Tony Stark. Presenting it as a mere token of goodwill, Tony was far from touched. "Get lost," Tony retorted. "Do you really believe this will be effective? It resembles a mere beverage bottle. Try it for yourself, of course. The primary focus should still be on developing alternative energy sources to replace palladium," Levi suggested nonchalantly. Thus, with a hint of skepticism towards Levi's jest, Tony hesitantly took a sip. The taste was rather pleasant. He then downed the rest in one gulp. The effects were swiftly apparent. It seemed as though the toxins within him were immediately neutralized, eliciting a sound of relief from him. The others at the party turned their attention towards him. "Tony, what are you doing?" Pepper Potts asked, bewildered. Levi, feeling disdainful, distanced himself from Tony and remarked, "I believe he's indulged a bit too much. Perhaps you should intervene." Tony, who had just felt a flicker of gratitude towards Levi, quickly saw it extinguished. "This despicable man is utterly insufferable," he thought, pulling his shirt back down. Thankfully, the party continued, and no one else paid him any heed. In his mind, Tony contemplated Levi's words. It was indeed time to explore alternative energy solutions. He had initially resigned himself to despair, preparing for a night of revelry, only to be rescued once again by Levi. Why is this happening again? He wondered, glancing towards Levi, who had already set off to dance with the ladies. In the midst of the dance floor, he inquired, "Where's Gwen?" She mentioned she had something to attend to and left early. The one responding was Mary Jane. With her vibrant red hair, she appeared youthful and beautiful. However, Levi did not invite her to dance. He merely nodded and proceeded to invite Hope instead. Hope, with her pragmatic short hair, gladly took Levi's hand, and the two engaged in a lively exchange while dancing. As for May and Maria Hill, Levi found himself at a loss regarding what to do, so he opted to invite Hope. Originally, he had intended to ask his father to join, but upon learning that Tony Stark would be present, he decided against it. Hope remarked, "I suppose the old man had quite a conflict with Howard Stark back in the day, which explains his disdain for Tony." This reminded Levi of a scenario in What If, where Hank Pym directly entered Tony Stark's body and ultimately caused his demise. It must be said that the first installment of What If showcased various grim fates for Tony Stark. How tragic. Things have improved significantly now. He merely wishes to avoid the Stark Industries altogether. Hope glanced at Levi and said, "It's much better now." Levi was not particularly fond of such social dances, as the close proximity made it seem as though they were about to kiss. However, he would not dare to make a move on Hope, primarily because she did not possess extraordinary beauty. She was merely average. Furthermore, there were two other women observing them. Thus, when the song ended, Levi and Hope released each other. Hope had hoped for a more romantic encounter, but seeing Levi's apparent disinterest, she let it go. When Levi approached May and Maria Hill, he found the two engaged in conversation. "What are you two discussing?" Levi inquired as he took a seat. "I have discovered that May is truly a kind-hearted individual. It is no wonder you are fond of her," Maria Hill remarked. This prompted Levi to clear his throat. Subsequently, May commended Maria is quite capable. I've heard she has assisted you greatly. You both have been of immense help to me, he replied. He then decided to fetch some champagne. And they began to toast together. Such private gatherings seldom last long. By 9 or 10 in the evening, Pepper Potts and the others bid their farewells. Tony Stark hastily returned home, eager to explore how he might synthesize a new element. This was no simple task, as it seemed the world's elements were limited, and the challenge of discovering a new element to replace palladium was daunting. Consequently, he felt he would need to rely on Levi's potion in the future. After consuming it, he felt immediate relief. Although it was only temporary, and he would still suffer from poisoning if he continued using palladium, at least Tony felt reassured. Soon after, the personnel from his company also departed. Hop took Mary Jane away. Then May glanced at the time and said, I must return, otherwise, Peter will become anxious. Peter? Maria Hill inquired with curiosity, surprised that May had a child. He is her nephew, Levi interjected. May nodded with a smile and quickly rose to her feet. I will have Quicksilver escort you, Levi said, calling him over. Quicksilver nodded and drove Bumblebee to take May home. Meanwhile, Maria Hill showed no intention of leaving. Levi also preferred her presence, as it meant he wouldn't need to rely on Eve and the others for assistance. Consequently, Eve and the others began tidying up downstairs while Levi led Maria Hill upstairs. The party concluded swiftly due to the lack of other distractions. Unlike other American parties, where various substances abound, Levi had no inclination towards such indulgences and only provided alcohol, resulting in a less exhilarating atmosphere. When did you meet May? Maria Hill asked upon entering the room. After you. I wanted her to stay as well. What a pity, Levi replied, his heart racing at the unexpected kindness of Director Hill. At that moment, Maria Hill drew closer, and her gown slipped away. Levi's attention shifted entirely from May. With the launch of the Oasis, the most notable impact was on Stark Industries stock, which soared as if on a flight. In this era and world, it marked the first time a virtual reality game was released on such a grand scale, nearly encompassing the entire globe. Even in the slums of Africa, equipment continued to flow in. Many children in impoverished areas aspired to change their destinies through the Oasis. Previously, in many destitute regions, the only means to alter one's fate was through sports, like basketball or soccer. However, now the underprivileged had an additional option to enter the Oasis. They sought ways to transform their lives within this second world, which ensnared many. Even employees of future tech companies found themselves hopelessly captivated by the Oasis. Everyone yearned for the life they desired, and the Oasis offered a means to fulfill that fantasy, allowing them to be superheroes or pilot mechs. Yet, Levi remained remarkably clear-headed. Chapter 84. Not scientific at all. For Levi, the Oasis held little significance. Making money seemed increasingly trivial. Once wealth reaches a certain level, it becomes mere numbers, devoid of substantial impact. This elucidates why many individuals, despite amassing substantial wealth, remain discontented. Their aspirations extend far beyond what they possess. However, Li Wei harbored no interest in such trivialities. He merely seized this opportunity to enhance his prestige. During this period, the media fervently propagated the genius of Li Wei and Tony Stark, which, alongside the global launch of Oasis, propelled Li Wei's reputation to unprecedented heights, surpassing 30 billion. To his astonishment, he pondered how the entire planet's collective reputation amounted to merely double that of neighboring Huaxia. It soon dawned on him that the Pan-Pacific realm essentially operated under a nationalistic regime, placing his name before the eyes of every citizen. In stark contrast, Oasis was excessively entertaining, leading many to focus solely on the platform, rather than its creator. With a staggering 50 billion still needed to reach 88 billion in prestige, Li Wei contemplated his situation. Although he occasionally engaged in 10 consecutive successes, his reputation continued to swell. Yet, he realized he had nearly exhausted the potential of both worlds. In the Pan-Pacific domain, his information was largely restricted, save for Huaxia, as he refused to share his technology with any other regions. This stance placed considerable pressure on the elderly. However, he remained unfazed, knowing that no amount of coercion would compel them to relinquish their technological advancements. Moreover, Huaxia would continue to widen the chasm between itself and other nations, a disparity that would only grow. For the people of Huaxia, the moment they could confront the world single-handedly would signify true security. They harbored no belief in purported friendships, relying solely on their own capabilities. Fortunately, the looming threat of the opening of the Demon of the Lotus kept other countries envious yet cautious, dissuading them from taking any drastic actions. This circumstance fueled Li Wei's desire to explore other worlds, though his only apprehension lay in their unpredictability, presenting a significant risk. No one could ascertain what traversing to another realm might entail. Meanwhile, Natasha had sustained injuries. As Li Wei grappled with these thoughts, Maria Hill called. Upon answering, he was taken aback. Where are you? We're en route to the airport. Can we deliver her to you? Maria inquired. Although uncertain of the circumstances, Li Wei nodded in agreement, instructing them to bring her to the company. After all, he shared a rapport with Black Widow Natasha and harbored curiosity regarding the nature of her injuries. Wasn't she the most formidable Black Widow? Li Wei arranged for preparations. And shortly thereafter, a bulletproof vehicle arrived unobstructed at the company, from which Natasha Romanoff was carefully carried. At that moment, Maria Hill contacted him again, expressing concern that bringing her to S.H.I.E.L.D. might pose a danger. Clearly, they had uncovered something significant. Upon entering the lobby, Li Wei beheld Natasha. Unconscious and pallid, her injuries evidently severe. Hastily, he summoned her to a medical room, instructing Eve and the others to wait outside. How had she sustained her injuries? She had been ambushed by a man with a metallic arm, and a bullet remained lodged within her body. It was imperative to extract it. What? It's not my prosthetic, exclaimed Li Wei. A man with a metallic arm. Wasn't that the Winter Soldier? He anticipated their confrontation occurring so soon. However, it was evident that Natasha had been dispatched on a mission to Eastern Europe, which explained her recent absence. Unfortunately, she had been injured almost immediately upon taking on the task. It is known that it is not your prosthetic, Maria Hill stated. He was driven off by an agent utilizing the prosthetics from your company, yet the target was still murdered. This prompted a nod of acknowledgement from Li Wei. He ended the call and glanced down at the pallid Natasha Romanoff. At that moment, the Black Widow appeared strikingly vulnerable. Her eyes were tightly shut, and if she did not receive timely medical attention, even she might not survive. Li Wei inspected her wound. The bullet had struck her abdomen directly, explaining the profuse bleeding. With this realization, he acted without hesitation, retrieving a vial of medicine, vital healing, a remedy that promised a direct percentage of recovery. Remarkably, despite acquiring such numerous healing potions, he had yet to utilize one. He hadn't anticipated that his first application would be on the Black Widow herself, effectively using her as a test subject. With a swift motion, he cut away the fabric from her shoulder and plunged the needle in. Natasha Romanoff cried out, abruptly awakening and sitting up as if she had been revived from the brink of death. Indeed, in the realm of reality, this potion proved to be miraculous. It could revive a person with but a single breath. As Black Widow Natasha surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in a room with only her familiar acquaintance, Li Wei, present, who held a syringe in hand. You saved me? After a considerable pause, her clarity returned, her gaze no longer clouded. Who else could it be if not me? Li Wei replied casually. Upon hearing this, Natasha wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. Li Wei, caught off guard, did not retreat, nor did he particularly wish to. Their passionate embrace lingered for several minutes before they finally parted. Breathing heavily, Li Wei glanced nervously toward the door, relieved to see Eve and the others waiting outside. As he contemplated saying something, he noticed Natasha clutching her abdomen. What is wrong? Li Wei inquired. What is it? Natasha, the Black Widow, shook her head and decisively tore open her tactical suit. She created an opening and instructed Li Wei to pull firmly. Without hesitation, he yanked it apart. The sound echoed, a stark contrast to the delicacy of silk stockings. As the fabric gave way, a bullet wound was revealed on Natasha's abdomen, though it was rapidly healing. Flesh was regenerating, revealing pristine skin, reminiscent of an infant's. No wonder she felt such an itch. In utter astonishment, Natasha gazed at Li Wei. What exactly did you administer to me? She touched her shoulder, noting its smoothness. The puncture mark had vanished. It's merely a pharmaceutical from our company, Li Wei shrugged. Rest assured, you won't transform into a monster. Who worries about becoming a monster? Natasha shot him a glance, opting not to pursue the topic further. She rose from the bed, sensing her recovery was nearly complete, albeit with a slight weakness. Astonishingly, the bullet wound had healed significantly in such a short time, with flesh regrowing and even some scars fading. Natasha felt that with a bit of nourishment, she would fully recuperate. It was beyond belief. Her gaze towards Li Wei shifted entirely. Though she had previously found him somewhat mysterious, the current revelation left her in awe. The earlier phenomena could be rationalized within the realm of technology. But this, how could one explain it? It defied scientific understanding. Chapter 85, The New Generation of Mechs. Although you are now well, I recommend you take a moment to rest, Li Wei suggested to Natasha in the room. Of course, she nodded, aware that as a newly joined member of S.H.I.E.L.D., she should not overexert herself. I also encountered my sister there. Your sister? Yelena? Li Wei probed. How do you know? Natasha Romanoff regarded him intently. I have met her, Li Wei replied, proceeding to recount the events that had transpired. Upon learning that her sister had previously attempted to seize something from Li Wei, Natasha felt a twinge of embarrassment. You see, it was merely her assignment. It was not her intention. It matters little. She poses no threat to me, Li Wei shrugged. No, she seemed peculiar, as if she no longer recognized me at all, Natasha remarked, explaining the circumstances to Li Wei. She refrained from confronting Yelena, as Yelena appeared not to recognize her, merely brushing past without even a glance. This left Natasha somewhat perplexed. Lev then remarked, if that is the case, Yelena must have been brainwashed. What? How could that be possible? Natasha initially dismissed the notion, but Lev countered, what is impossible in science? Gradually, Natasha began to entertain the idea. I must save them. You should rest here for now, Lev suggested. There's no rush, he added. Natasha nodded, realizing she didn't even know where Yelena was at that moment. Subsequently, she decided to take a respite at the future technology company, especially since Maria Hill had advised her to remain inconspicuous for the time being. Lev arranged for food to be sent to Black Widow Natasha and secured her a place to stay. He then summoned the Red Queen. Red Queen, locate the Red Room's agent base, Lev instructed. I wonder if they have activated the Sky Carrier. He recalled that the Red Room had moved its base to the sky, akin to S.H.I.E.L.D., which had also established a Sky Carrier, albeit lacking the opulence of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Understood. The Red Queen acknowledged. The Red Room was exceedingly cautious, typically refraining from network connections, so even the Red Queen would require some time. However, she provided another piece of information. General Ross's men had already detected Bruce Banner's whereabouts. The Red Queen inquired, shall we assist him? Yes, let's help, Lev replied. He had contacted a researcher in New York named Samuel Stern, who was highly likely to be in the city. The Red Queen suggested, Master, should we capture him directly? Lev felt tempted by the idea, but ultimately shook his head after some reflection. Not yet. Let's observe their actions first. For Lev, the paramount concern was General Ross. If they were to seize Dr. Banner outright, how would General Ross experience his downfall? It is better to provide timely assistance than to merely add embellishments. Thus, Lev merely requested the Red Queen to help obscure their traces. In early 2009, the American elections unfolded as anticipated. Following an exhilarating live broadcast, Matthew Ellis succeeded Barack as the supreme leader of America. This differed entirely from Lev's previous world, where figures like Obama did not exist. Nevertheless, the fantastical nature of America remained unabated. Alongside the supreme leader's election, the mayor of New York also changed. As anticipated, Norman Osborn faced no rivals and was directly elected as the new mayor of New York City. Subsequently, the time for reckoning arrived. His inaugural act was to direct his ire towards the Fisk Group, whose involvement in the illicit trade of human organs had been unveiled. This revelation cast James into the direct path of legal repercussions, compelling him to frequently appear in court, while Norman Osborn remained relentless in his pursuit, undoubtedly intent on incarcerating him. James seemed acutely aware of this impending doom, declaring on television, "Without me, New York will descend further into chaos." Of course, no one believed him. At least for the moment, the prospect of incarcerating James was met with applause from the citizens of New York. His words may indeed hold some truth, Tony Stark remarked nonchalantly, raising his glass. It became apparent that even in the absence of Howard Stark's legacy, Tony was capable of discovering new elements, albeit at a slower pace. Nevertheless, he had begun to formulate a concept. Levi, seated beside him, shared aligned interests. The Stark Group later extended its sponsorship to Norman Osborn, though the nature of his intentions remained uncertain. Levi shook his head, his gaze not fixed on the television, but rather on the documents Tony had forwarded to him. Among them was a striking design for a mech suit, not the Iron Man armor, but rather a hunter mech. After reviewing the latest fourth-generation mech, Tony Stark undertook a comprehensive upgrade, even developing a new generation of mech, at least fifth generation. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain, but the design was indeed conceived. According to Tony's vision, the hunter mech he was developing would weigh at least 7,000 tons, featuring upgraded firepower and utilizing hybrid energy sources. When queried about the rationale for hybrid energy, Tony explained, electronic devices are prone to damage. Relying on a single energy source is unreliable. Especially for such a massive mech, a single point of failure would be laughable. Thus, he decided against abandoning the nuclear reactor, opting instead for a hybrid approach. Levi interjected, it could be further refined by converting entirely to energy weapons. He possessed numerous designs for energy weapons. Scaling them up would be a trivial endeavor with his current intellect. During this period, Levi had frequently hit the jackpot in draws, acquiring several brain-enhancing pills, such as the number 4 and the 48 from the Endless series. While he did not perceive a significant enhancement in his cognitive abilities, he sensed a marked increase in the speed of his thoughts and learning capabilities, alongside a notable strengthening of his telepathic abilities. Such transformations were more than sufficient for Levi. At the very least, he never contemplated the possibility of fully unlocking the potential of his mind, rendering it almost indistinguishable from reality. Tony Stark found himself in a state of existential doubt. Could I possibly meet these remarkable entities? He inquired. Of course, Levi replied. a smile gracing his lips. Soon, he immersed himself in a virtual reality experience that he had meticulously recorded beforehand. Donning the equipment would transport him into an immersive realm. As Tony donned the device, darkness enveloped him, and he was suddenly transported to a colossal base. He looked up to see the ceiling soaring over 200 meters above. "Welcome to the dome base," someone beside him announced. Tony Stark leaned forward to observe several maintenance personnel working on the Stormbringer. Where was this filmed? If a dome base exists, how could I be unaware of it? Tony pondered, realizing the authenticity of the experience, further deepening his existential crisis. Chapter 86. Experiencing the iron armor in the Hong Kong dome base. Although Tony Stark grappled with his doubts, Levi refrained from revealing too much. After all, their relationship had not yet matured to the point of disclosing secrets. Instead, they continued to engage in playful banter, only easing their rivalry when mutual interests aligned. "General Wong, this is the next generation of hunter mecha that I have been developing. I trust you can assess its feasibility for production?" Levi presented the mecha's documentation to the general dispatched by Mr. Li. Without hesitation, he claimed credit for Tony Stark's ingenuity, knowing that no one would mind. For Tony, this endeavor was merely a sideline pursuit during his research on new elements. Nonetheless, it surpassed the mechas of this world. General Wong's eyes sparkled as he realized the extraordinary nature of Levi's technology. Their higher-ups had long assumed that Levi hailed from a world at least several decades ahead of theirs, if not more, especially considering his mastery of time travel technology. He glanced at the blueprints, only to find them incomprehensible. It was clear they would need to entrust this task to specialists. "Mr. Li, we have crafted the items you requested," General Wong announced. "Oh," Levi's eyes brightened. "Is it here? Let us take a look." "Indeed," General Wong replied, leading the way. They arrived at a warehouse, where a red iron armor stood before Levi, an upgraded version of the Mark II that Tony Stark had previously provided. However, while Tony was undoubtedly intelligent, the collective brilliance of 3 craftsmen could rival that of a single Zhuge Liang, particularly when the most brilliant scientists from across China collaborated. Thus, the iron armor they had forged boasted enhancements. Not only has it become more aesthetically pleasing, but certain aspects have also become more comfortable. Meanwhile, the scientists of this world have harnessed the technology gleaned from the Iron Man suit to enhance the hunter mechs. In the context of the Pacific Rim universe, the Iron Man suit proves to be of little utility, as their primary goal is to confront the kaiju, rendering the suit as effective as a mere tickle. However, some technologies are indeed transferable, such as the energy utilization method represented by the Palm Blaster. "Mr. Li, would you like to give it a try?" "Certainly." Li Wei nodded promptly and, with the assistance of those around him, donned the Iron Man suit. At that moment, he comprehended why Tony Stark constantly upgraded his armor. The sole drawback of this remarkable contraption is its cumbersome nature when it comes to donning it. Even the Mark V, which Tony Stark is currently developing to be stowed away in a briefcase, remains quite unwieldy. This led Li Wei to lament, "If only we had nanotechnology." He envisioned Stark's later nanotech suit, which perfectly met his requirements, akin to Eve and Quicksilver's nanofabric, allowing for effortless replacement. Alas, he had yet to procure nanotechnology. And even reverse engineering would take an extensive amount of time. "Mr. Li, would you like to attempt it?" Of course. Before long, the Red Queen established a connection, providing auxiliary support. With a hum, the dome of the base opened, and Li Wei took to the skies. Thanks to the Red Queen's assistance in controlling the suit, he avoided any erratic flying. Wow. Although he could not feel the breeze, Li Wei still reveled in the exhilaration. It was a sensation of speed and adrenaline. Gradually, he mastered the art of controlling the Iron Man suit and instructed the Red Queen to relinquish her control. The suit soared just above the ocean's surface, exceeding Mach 2, leaving a straight line in its wake that resembled a parenthesis. Just as Li Wei was savoring the experience, General Wong hastily cautioned, "Mr. Li, do not approach foreign waters. Be wary of their air defense systems." Li Wei reflected on this and decided to limit his flight to international waters, indulging his thrill before returning. While flying was exhilarating, he mused that flying on his own would be even more delightful. No wonder everyone aspires to be a superhero. With a thud, Li Wei descended slowly to the ground. Yet he struggled to control his landing and nearly crashed. He soon realized that disassembling the suit was even more troublesome than putting it on. Perhaps it would be best to focus on researching nanotechnology for now. Emerging from the suit, he felt considerably relieved. Although the Iron Man suit was relatively comfortable and equipped with air conditioning, encasing oneself in metal was still somewhat uncomfortable. Nonetheless, Li Wei decided to take the suit with him. After all, one could never predict when it might be needed. At this moment, General Wong inquired, "Mr. Li, do you possess any specialized materials? The current hunter mechs are quite susceptible to damage." In response, Li Wei nodded and remarked, "Indeed. If the hunter mechs were constructed from vibranium, they would be invincible. However, The quantity of vibranium required is substantial. He continued, nevertheless, it is difficult to procure. I shall keep an eye out. Thank you, Mr. Li, General Wang promptly replied. The incursions of the Kuaiju beasts have caused considerable distress among the nations surrounding the Pacific Rim. Fortunately, the route to the Atlantic was sealed off initially, otherwise, the global proliferation of the Kuaiju beasts would have posed an even greater quandary. For now, it suffices to establish defensive fortifications around the Pacific. Nonetheless, the expense of the hunter mechs remains exorbitant, leading many to contemplate abandonment. Should there be a more resilient variant of the hunter mech, the attrition faced against the Kuaiju beasts would be significantly diminished, and many would likely reassess their stance. After all, the high cost of the hunter mechs encompasses myriad facets. The mere act of fabrication is not the conclusion. Subsequent maintenance and a myriad of associated expenses sustain countless individuals and generate innumerable job opportunities. Subsequently, Li Wei engaged in a remote conversation with old Li, who, of course, had long since returned to the capital. Xiao Li, what is the purpose of your device? Old Li inquired, clearly intrigued by the virtual reality technology. Uncertain of Li Wei's intentions for its application, Li Wei elucidated the concept of Oasis. In other words, you have developed a virtual reality game? Old Li queried. Indeed, it is currently quite popular, Li Wei affirmed with a nod. This revelation prompted old Li to hesitate, primarily considering the drawbacks. The merits lie in providing a second world, allowing those in despair to regain hope. Yet, the downsides are glaring, particularly the propensity for individuals to neglect the real world, a trend already evident in the Marvel Universe. With the advent of Oasis, global productivity seems to have regressed, prompting widespread media criticism. However, such disapproval proves futile, as the allure of Oasis continues to captivate, offering sensations that far surpass those of reality. Within Oasis, individuals can achieve the impossible, while the real world remains under the yoke of capitalism, devoid of resources. Who can withstand such a burden? Consequently, Old Li quickly discerned the pitfalls of Oasis. Hence, he chose not to pursue further discussion on the technology, but to contemplate its implications. Moreover, even if the Pacific Rim were to promote Oasis, now is not the appropriate time. The threat of the Kuaiju beasts persists. Should Oasis be promoted at this juncture, it would likely result in a catastrophic exodus from reality. Chapter 87. The Riot at Raft Prison in a Villa on Long Island. Levi instructed Eve and her companions to securely store the Iron Man suits. Typically, these suits would not be utilized. Thus, he directly connected with the Red Queen for ease of access. It is worth mentioning that the scoundrel, Tony Stark, had not provided him with the technology for a miniature nuclear reactor. Consequently, his Iron Man suit was powered by a fusion battery instead. For the purpose of the suit, a fusion battery sufficed, as a single unit could supply energy to an entire building, all while being no larger than the palm of one's hand. Subsequently, Levi donned a tailored suit, preparing to attend a celebratory banquet. This occasion was, of course, a celebration for Norman Osborn, who had just ascended to the position of mayor of New York City. His next course of action would be to express gratitude to his supporters. As night fell, the Osborn Tower in New York became a gathering place for many affluent individuals and capitalists. The guest list was rather exclusive, as Norman had not extended invitations to many, and ordinary socialites were deemed unworthy of attendance. Thus, the elite socialites had to exert considerable effort to gain entry. Having learned from experience, Levi brought a companion to the soiree. After exiting his vehicle, he escorted Hope, who was adorned in an elegant gown, out of the car. Hope had intentionally rented a stunning dress, preparing herself splendidly for the occasion. As the future president of a technology company, it was only natural for Levi to bring her along, as others would not have been deemed appropriate for such a gathering. Indeed, as they entered, Hope linked her arm with Levi's, whispering in his ear to introduce the various attendees, many of whom Levi did not recognize. However, Hope was familiar with them, providing him with subtle reminders. Before long, Norman Osborn spotted him and promptly approached with a few associates. During his mayoral campaign, Norman had assembled a team, and now, as mayor, those individuals held significant positions in New York. This phenomenon exemplifies the saying that when one rises, their associates also ascend. With a buoyant demeanor, Norman embraced Levi, exclaiming, "Levi, welcome. I have prepared policies specifically for you, focused on the disabled." Levi replied with a serious tone, "Indeed." They exchanged knowing smiles. These commitments had been established prior to the election victory, and Norman was not one to renege on his promises. Should he dare to do so, he would lose the support of others, which is a fundamental principle in America. Furthermore, if Norman aspired to reach greater heights, he would require the ongoing support of Levi and his allies. Soon after, Levi departed to meet other guests, and it came as no surprise when he encountered Tony Stark. Although Tony had arrived last, his reputation preceded him. Before long, Norman Osborn ascended the stage and proclaimed, "I declare that New York shall become a better place. During my tenure, the gangs of New York will cease to exist." Norman Osborn was brimming with confidence. There were no other considerations. Wilson Fisk had already been dispatched. Given the irrefutable evidence, Fisk found himself powerless. After all, he was not contending with an ordinary adversary. Osborn's resources far surpassed those of Fisk. The Osborn Group was involved in various sectors, including military and pharmaceuticals, which the Fisk Group could not rival. It became evident that only a capitalist could contend with another capitalist. Yet, unbeknownst to Norman Osborn, Fisk had already orchestrated everything. Rikers Island, a maritime prison located not far from New York, was home to the highest security division of the facility. It is considered one of the most secure prisons globally, housing supervillains. Since its inception, no one had ever escaped from Rikers. However, at that moment, several yachts approached under the cover of night, unnoticed. They deftly evaded the searchlights, donned their diving gear, and leaped into the sea. They traversed the ocean floor, discovering a hidden passage, and swam inside. Upon reaching the shore, Erica removed her helmet and oxygen tank, only to find no ladder to ascend. She retrieved her pre-prepared tools and cautioned, "Be careful and make no noise." Subsequently, the group commenced their ascent. Before long, they found themselves within the confines of Rikers Island. Follow the predetermined route and refrain from unnecessary actions, Erica instructed. Prior to their entry, Fisk had offered her an irresistible sum. In truth, even if imprisoned, Fisk would continue to thrive, for the Fisk Group still existed. And he remained a wealthy man. What Fisk aimed to do was to irritate Norman Osborn, much like the present moment. With Erica and her companion's infiltration, chaos erupted within Rikers Island. The individuals Erica brought along were ninjas from the hand, skilled in assassination, and it took a considerable time before any bodies were discovered. Only then was the alarm of Rikers Island triggered. However, this was precisely the moment Erica and her team awaited. As the alarm sounded, the massive gate at the rear of the prison swung open, allowing them to enter seamlessly. They then freed the inmates, all of whom were notorious supercriminals of New York, most of whom had been incarcerated by the Spectre Spider-Man. With a resounding crash, Rhino and Vulture emerged, reclaiming their equipment. In an instant, the entire Raft prison descended into chaos as inmates began to rampage and set fires. Soon, Norman Osborn, who was in the midst of a celebration, became aware of the turmoil. What? Upon learning of the riot at the Raft, Norman was taken aback. He immediately suspected that it was orchestrated by Kim, yet regrettably, Kim had already been incarcerated by him, confined to a private prison, making any attempt on his life exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the wailing of police sirens echoed from outside. "What is happening?" the revelers inquired with alarm. Levi and Hope stepped aside, where the Red Queen informed them of the situation at the Raft. "A riot at the Raft?" "Yes, and they have already made their way to New York, bringing with them several supervillains anticipated to unleash unprecedented chaos upon the city," the Red Queen predicted. "It's nothing to worry about. New Yorkers will adapt," Levi remarked nonchalantly. "After all, it seems that whenever extraterrestrial beings are involved, they gravitate towards New York to wreak havoc. The beleaguered citizens of New York will soon become accustomed to these disturbances." At that moment, the wealthy elites were eager to vacate the area, hastily seeking refuge. Tony Stark also rushed away. Clearly, despite the New York police's steadfast reputation, no one truly believed they could handle such a multitude of supercriminals. In truth, if it weren't for the Ghost Spider, they would stand no chance of apprehending these supervillains, let alone confining them. Levi turned to Hope and said, "Shall we depart? Do you have a safe place?" "I need to find my father," Hope replied, her concern solely for Hank Pym. "I'll escort you," Levi nodded, leading Hope away. Chapter 88. A sleepless night in New York. The citizens of New York found themselves unable to sleep that night, particularly those residing along the shoreline, who witnessed the horizon ablaze. The culprits returned to New York with remarkable speed, although their intentions were still unclear. One thing was certain, they aimed to bring chaos to the city. After enduring confinement at the Raft for so long, they were overflowing with pent-up frustration. Thus, while the coastal residents were merely spectators, they suddenly realized the turmoil had thrust itself upon them. Fortunately, the supervillains seemed uninterested in targeting ordinary citizens. Their focus lay solely on causing destruction. This prompted the frightened populace to hastily shut their windows, retreating from the spectacle. While some dared to capture the moment on their phones, they refrained from getting too close, as the notion of filming beneath the feet of monsters was wholly unthinkable. In the distance, police vehicles had finally arrived on the scene. It must be said that in America, the response time of law enforcement is remarkably swift. Particularly in a bustling metropolis like New York, a mere call to 911 guarantees the arrival of officers within 3 minutes. However, for these officers, there is no mercy to be found when facing supervillains. Before the officers could adequately prepare, a hulking figure charged towards them. Rhino. The officers, initially sheltered behind their vehicles, were startled and hastily scrambled aside. Their bullets ricocheted harmlessly off Rhino's armored skin, a testament to its formidable resilience. Once a henchman for the Russian mob in New York, Rhino had succumbed to an obsession with wealth and power, undergoing perilous chemical radiation experiments that fused a layer of tough polymer to his skin, transforming him into the menacing figure he is now. This serves as yet another affirmation of the adage: the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished resort to mutation. This protective layer not only grants Rhino the ability to withstand extreme temperatures, but renders him impervious to blades and bullets. Furthermore, it imbues him with immense strength, favoring headbutts as his weapon of choice. He charges with such ferocity that even Spider-Man would hesitate to confront him. In the realm of Street Fighter, he would be a formidable opponent to Honda. Indeed, this police vehicle was sent flying by Rhino's assault, just as he prepared to engage the officers. A figure soared in with a flying kick. Even Rhino, formidable as he is, was halted by this strike. He knew instantly who it was: Spider-Gwen. At last. Take her down, Rhino exclaimed with a mix of frustration and delight. After all, how many of these criminals were unassociated with Ghost Spider? In that moment, Vulture swooped down from the sky, cackling with glee as he approached Ghost Spider. Surprise! I just got back in, and this time, I shall teach you a lesson, little spider. This left Gwen feeling somewhat exasperated, as dealing with one supervillain was already quite the challenge, and now she found herself besieged by a multitude of foes. Master, Gwen's situation is dire. The enemies are overwhelming. The Red Queen reported back to Levi. Is there no response from New York? Levi inquired, his interest piqued. The New York police are at a loss, the Red Queen replied. However, Tony Stark has already mobilized. Oh, Levi's curiosity was further ignited as he observed the detection of Iron Man's suit by the Red Queen, an occurrence that certainly captured his attention. He possesses a suit of iron armor as well. Moreover, he has been engaged in scientific research, which stirs a sense of excitement within Li Wei. Initially, he intended to venture into the Pacific Rim world to confront monsters. However, without his exclusive mecha and given the opposition to his involvement, he felt uneasy. It was simply too perilous. One must understand that battling monsters carries the risk of death at any moment. Even the celebrated pilots of the mecha hunters face alarmingly high mortality rates. Yet, this very danger only intensified Li Wei's yearning for combat. It became clear to him why melee mages existed, not because magic lacked joy, but because close combat was exhilarating. He must experience the thrill of battle. Thus, Li Wei declared, Red Queen, we shall set forth. Master. Eve and the others were taken aback. They had never witnessed Li Wei taking matters into his own hands before. Furthermore, with their presence, how could they allow their master to engage directly? I simply wish to have a bit of fun, Li Wei explained as the three women tugged at him. Then we shall accompany you. You may take the bumblebee. Li Wei consented, mindful of potential mishaps. Should any complications arise, Eve and the others could fend for themselves. It was nothing more than Li Wei's prudence. Thus, Eve and Sun Chi refrained from further insistence. The other two had long since relented. As artificial beings under his command, they were obliged to obey orders without objection. Consequently, the trio hastily donned their attire and armed themselves, setting off ahead of Li Wei. Li Wei entered the house, and with the assistance of the Red Queen, donned the iron armor. Clang. Before long, the suit was fully equipped. Li Wei installed the fusion battery, observing the displayed energy level, which showed almost no depletion. Truly, it was cutting-edge technology. Let us go. With Li Wei's command, they soared into the sky. And where was Norman Osborn? He had already received news. And chaos erupted throughout eastern New York, with the situation progressively worsening. The turmoil was not merely instigated by these supervillains, but also attracted opportunistic gangs seeking to exploit the disorder. If this chaos continued unchecked, Norman Osborn dared not contemplate the consequences. This was precisely Kingpin's intention, to incite widespread upheaval following his ascension. It is crucial to remember that in New York, nothing remains concealed. In due time, it would leave him in a state of utter disarray. This filled Norman Osborn with profound contempt. Kingpin remained incarcerated. Damn it. Norman Osborn cursed upon hearing that Kingpin had not yet been released. If Jean Bing were to escape, he would have ample reason to take lethal action against him. Alas, Jean did not afford him such an opportunity, only instigating chaos among others. Silver, let your people take action, he said, helplessly turning to Silver, the female weasel. This prompted Silver to hesitate, responding, Mr. Osborn, our mission is to protect you. If we leave, you may be in peril. I understand, Norman Osborn replied. Thus, I shall remain in Osborn Tower, not venturing elsewhere until this matter is resolved. To this, Silver, the weasel, was left with no alternative but to acquiesce. On his own territory, Norman Osborn felt a sense of confidence, believing that as long as he refrained from reckless actions, he would be safe. Subsequently, Silver left behind an elite squad to safeguard Norman Osborn while she took another team aboard a warplane to depart. Now, as the mayor of New York City, he could traverse freely with his entourage. Chapter 89. Tony, is someone imitating me? Boom. In the early morning, New York resembled a city that never sleeps. Not only were there lights illuminating the streets, but flames also flickered in the distance. The intermittent sounds of explosions made it evident to all that New York had descended into chaos. Thankfully, this was not Gotham. Ordinary citizens dared not venture outside, opting instead to lock themselves within their homes, hoping the police would take action. However, it was clear that even with over 30,000 registered officers in the New York Police Department, and counting auxiliary officers, their numbers exceeded 50,000, yet at this moment, they seemed ineffectual. Outside, the wail of police sirens echoed continuously, yet the explosions persisted. This turmoil was exacerbated by the fact that many of the supervillains on the run were not lone wolves. They commanded a cadre of henchmen. Take, for instance, Mr. Negative, Martin Li, who originally controlled the Demon's Gang. Although the gang had indeed quieted during his incarceration, it was far from disbanded. It merely awaited his return. Indeed, with Martin Li back in action, trouble was inevitable. Martin Li was not foolish. He had no intention of instigating violence. Jean Bing could not command him. And even if he were to incite chaos in New York, what benefit would that yield? The military had not yet intervened. And provoking the commander-in-chief could lead to military involvement, which would spell disaster for them. Therefore, Martin Li harbored no desire to wreak havoc in New York. Yet, unbeknownst to him, upon his return, an old adversary, Hammerhead, seized the opportunity to create turmoil. Hammerhead, accompanied by his mafia associates, sought to confront Martin Li, aiming to dismantle the Demon's Gang, resulting in tremendous unrest. In addition to them, numerous gangs have chosen to take advantage of the chaos. Although New York serves as the economic epicenter of America, it harbors its own profound darkness. Like Los Angeles, which is plagued by a significant homeless population, New York also grapples with countless gangs. For instance, Los Angeles is infamous for its Crip and Blood gangs, and New York is no exception, with its territories already delineated. Ethnic groups from around the globe have established their own factions here, creating an overwhelming sense of disorder throughout the city. Norman Osborn stood atop the Osborn building. Observing the officers below who were on high alert, their expressions grim. No matter where he looked, flames were visible. This was a situation more terrifying than the Los Angeles riots of the 1990s. Damn it, Ken. Norman Osborn's heart ached as he contacted the New York Police Department. First, eliminate these gangs. As for the escapees from Rikers Island, let someone else handle them. Your responsibility is to dismantle these gangs. He then reached out to Levi and others, seeking assistance from his allies. However, those allies proved to be less than reliable. Only Levi responded affirmatively, assuring him, "Don't worry, Norman, I've already dispatched help." Given the widespread chaos in New York, Levi too feared for the safety of his own company. Thus, the security team of Future Tech was on standby, ready for action at a moment's notice. "Thank you, Levi, truly, you are my steadfast supporter," Norman Osborn expressed his gratitude. "Indeed, we are true friends, Norman," Levi replied before abruptly ending the call, as he was already en route to the battlefield. "Sir, another iron suit has been spotted nearby." Naturally, Tony Stark would not remain idle during such a critical moment. The implications of chaos in New York would greatly impact Stark Industries. Thus, he took control of his iron suit and emerged. Months had passed, and his armor had undergone further enhancements. Now it was Mark IV. Compared to its predecessors, the Mark IV was notably lighter, boasting a completely reimagined design that adhered seamlessly to the human form. Moreover, Tony Stark had ingeniously integrated a filtration system capable of converting urine into potable water. After all, even a billionaire can find himself in dire situations, particularly when confined within an iron suit. It was impractical to remain inside it for extended periods without relief. Levi could only marvel at Stark's ingenuity, acknowledging the man's relentless drive. "What?" Tony Stark paused, taken aback. Turning his head, he beheld an armored suit of steel rushing towards him, coming to a halt right beside him. Upon witnessing this, Tony Stark's expression darkened instantly. "Who dares to imitate my visage?" "No, my suit." He gazed at the metallic armor, appalled. This was outrageous. Not only did it resemble the Mark II, but its color scheme was identical. Hasn't it any originality? This is sheer plagiarism. "Sir, you previously provided Mr. Levi with the design schematics for the Mark II, J.A.R.V.I.S., felt compelled to remind him. It was at this moment that Tony recalled the truth. It was neither imitation nor theft. It was indeed his own doing. "Wait, J.A.R.V.I.S. What is its power source?" "Sir, the battery Mr. Levi has placed in his chest, J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. Tony was taken aback. What kind of battery could possibly fuel an armored suit? This must be a jest. If such a battery existed, would he still be pursuing a nuclear reactor? Palladium is deadly. Tony, no wonder you lack insight, came Levi's interjection. Get lost. Tony's expression darkened further. This insufferable individual, withholding the battery from him, had instead coaxed him into researching new elements when directly studying this battery would have sufficed. This predicament sparked a new idea in Tony's mind. Yet the moment was ill-suited for contemplation, for Levi did not retreat, but rather proposed. Tony, shall we compare whose armored suit is superior? Haha. Tony, accustomed to Levi's audacity, chuckled. He doubted his ears and inquired, you wish to compete with me using the suit I designed? Although it is your design, it has been modified. Thus, it is no longer yours, Levi retorted promptly. Tony erupted in laughter. Levi was truly remarkable. That was merely the Mark II, even with modifications. What difference did it make? He was currently utilizing the Mark IV. Moreover, the Mark V was already under development, a portable version that promised greater convenience. Levi was indeed a counterfeit. Very well, I shall demonstrate who the true genius scientist is, Tony declared resolutely. In his heart, he held this title in high regard. However, the media had already bestowed this honor upon Levi, leaving Tony to contend with him in private. Levi, unperturbed, exchanged a few sharp words with Tony. Shortly thereafter, they both beheld the battlefield below. The Red Queen magnified the image, and the situation quickly came into focus. They observed the supervillains surrounding the ghost spider, mercilessly pummeling him. Gwen was tossed about like a mere punching bag by Rhino and others. If it weren't for Spider-Man's extraordinary physical prowess, an ordinary person would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, Gwen was far from unscathed. Just as she pondered this, Tony Stark sprang into action. Chapter 90. The Essence of Rebellion. Boom. The iron suit descended from the heavens, bringing a sigh of relief to the nearby officers. Iron Man had arrived. During this period, Tony Stark's exploits as Iron Man had created a sensation worldwide, effortlessly subduing even foes in the Middle East. Was he not a formidable weapon in New York City? However, what was this? There were two Iron Men. The officers were momentarily taken aback, for after the first Iron Man landed, a second followed closely behind. The second Iron Man flew directly towards Ghost Spider, catching her midair and subduing her. Levi sensed Gwen's body go limp. Gwen, Levi called out. Gwen Stacy exclaimed, astonished that her identity had been uncovered. Boss. Immediately, the iron suit retracted its faceplate, revealing a handsome visage, which caused Gwen to blush. So, her boss had known all along? It made sense. The Red Queen was exceptionally formidable. In an instant, Gwen contemplated many things. She should have anticipated this, yet she had hesitated to delve deeper into the implications before. Thus, like an ostrich, she buried herself in Levi's embrace. As Levi soared to the rooftop, he prepared to set her down, only to find that she clung to him tightly. Unfortunately, she was embracing the iron suit. Don't you want to get down? Levi inquired. Gwen, appearing quite endearing, finally realized and promptly leaped down. Thank you, boss, she said, landing and giving Levi a spontaneous hug. Alas, the metallic shell felt nothing. All right, let us first address the situation at hand, Levi stated. Okay. Gwen nodded at Levi, thinking him exceedingly dashing. Though she had always found him handsome, he appeared even more so now. Thus, Gwen smiled and proposed, Boss, let us compete to see who is stronger. What happens to the loser? What shall the loser do? Levi queried. The loser treats the winner to a meal, Gwen promptly replied. This made Levi chuckle. Who didn't he know she often ate half, and then dashed off? However, he did not decline, responding, very well. You are certain to lose. Haha, I am the true superhero. With that proclamation, Gwen turned directly towards Levi, leaning backward and plummeting gracefully downward. She appeared remarkably poised. No wonder Spider-Man adored swinging through webs. It was indeed exhilarating. Levi cast an envious glance, reminiscing about the hours spent in his past life playing Marvel Spider-Man, where merely swinging through the air could occupy one for countless hours. Fortunately, he now possessed the iron suit. Levi donned his helmet and took flight. At that moment, Tony Stark had already taken action. He locked onto Scorpion and unleashed a powerful energy blast from his palm. Scorpion had never encountered such a scene before. In previous confrontations with Ghost Spider, he had never faced life-threatening harm. To put it bluntly, Gwen's merciful nature had emboldened these criminals, treating their mischief as mere amusement. For them, causing chaos was akin to playtime, much like Gotham's supervillains, who were often fans of Batman, relishing the chance to engage with their idol without the fear of mortality. As a good neighbor of New York, Gwen had never taken a life, which explained why these supervillains held no fear of her. However, now they had encountered someone formidable. Once Tony Stark descended, he wasted no time in opening fire, employing his newly developed weaponry. Although Stark Industries had ceased external weapon sales, research and development had not been abandoned. Tony, an aficionado of weaponry, had simply reserved the innovations for his own use, as he certainly had no shortage of wealth. In an instant, Scorpion was struck by a blast, sent soaring like a kite through the air. Had it not been for his armored suit, he would have been obliterated. Without hesitation, Tony aimed at the rampaging rhino. The shoulder plates of the iron suit unfolded, revealing several small missiles. These missiles were capable of obliterating even a tank with a single strike. Swiftly, the missiles were launched towards Rhino. Boom. Rhino had no chance to evade and braced himself for the impact. The explosion shook him, though he remained standing, showcasing the formidable thickness of his armored hide. Nevertheless, this display revealed to the supervillains the ruthless side of Iron Man. This was no longer the gentle ghost spider they had faced. Tony Stark was genuinely intent on their demise. For Tony Stark, the tally of lives taken was unknown, with countless others having perished indirectly due to his weaponry. Consequently, Vulture sought to flee. His equipment is indeed remarkable, capable of soaring through the skies. Yet, can he rival Iron Man in flight? Thus, he faltered in fear. At that moment, Spider-Gwen descended from above. "Adrian, where are you headed?" she exclaimed as she swiftly apprehended Vulture, grounding him. The two were longtime adversaries, with Vulture never having bested Gwen in their encounters, which reassured Levi. He proceeded to assist Tony Stark. Although he found Tony's arrogance irksome, he could not allow him to be assaulted. Tony was besieged by several supervillains. Even with his armored suit, he was struggling. Bam! Tony was slammed into a wall, nearly becoming ensnared. Levi swooped down. "Tony, how did you find yourself in such a predicament?" "Damn it," Tony Stark replied, equally exasperated. However, he did not take offense at Levi's sardonic remarks. Instead, he cautioned, "Be careful, avoid close combat." "Oh, but I intend to engage them up close." Levi chuckled, provoking a frustrated reaction from Tony. Without hesitation, Levi launched himself towards Rhino. Intent on melee combat. Of all foes, why choose Rhino? As Rhino charged at Levi, he deftly leaped aside. Upon landing, Levi's armor suddenly deployed 2 radiant blades from his arms. These blades, powered by Kyber crystals, utilized the same energy as lightsabers from a galaxy far, far away, functioning as plasma weaponry. Without further ado, Levi wielded the blades against Rhino. Slicing through Rhino's seemingly impenetrable armor, Levi created a gash. Rhino held in agony, overwhelmed by the sensation of impending doom for the first time since undergoing his transformation. The blades of Levi's armor posed a genuine threat. In terror, he fled. "Stop him." The officers quickly reacted, firing at Rhino in an attempt to hinder his escape. Levi ascended once more. Can your legs outrun an armored suit? Chapter 91. Could Levi truly be a Jedi? Tony Stark was utterly astonished. He found himself powerless against Rhino, while Levi's blades could effortlessly cleave through armor. It had become a display of weaponry. Only then did he realize that Levi had indeed modified Mark II, rather than merely replicating the original. Jarvis. What is that contraption? "Sir, that must be a plasma lightsaber," replied Jarvis. Tony Stark exclaimed, "Of course I know that. But how did Levi manage it?" "That remains a mystery, sir," Jarvis quipped humorously. "Perhaps Mr. Levi has mastered the Force and the Kyber crystal like a Jedi." This notion led Tony Stark to dismiss the correct answer outright. "That's all nonsense. The Force is not scientific at all." As a staunch materialist, Stark had no faith in such things. After all, Levi was a scientist like him, an advocate of science. Consequently, Stark felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Why did Levi always possess remarkable things that Stark had never encountered? Unbeknownst to them, Levi simply advanced towards the Rhino. Upon seeing him, the Rhino was struck with fear, particularly at the sight of the glowing blade beside the iron suit, which intensified his trepidation. The Rhino promptly turned to flee. Levi, however, swiftly struck a few blows, severing the Rhino's armored skin. Without that layer of protection, the Rhino was nothing more than an ordinary individual. Once the armor was removed, Levi commanded the iron suit to knock him down. The officers surged forward, quickly subduing the Rhino. Thus, the menace of the Rhino was eradicated for good. The officers held Levi in high regard. Although they were uncertain if the person within the iron suit was Tony Stark, it mattered little. They could not regard the armored figure as a vigilante. Iron Man was a hero of the people, a benevolent capitalist. In contrast, the likes of Ghost Spider, who operated independently, were the true vigilantes. The New York police welcomed Iron Man's interventions and were disinclined to tolerate Ghost Spider's reckless antics. Put simply, it was a matter of identity. Had Ghost Spider been a billionaire like Stark, a capitalist serving the nation and the people, the New York police would not have targeted her. Conversely, had Iron Man not been Stark, but rather an unknown individual, the police would not have treated him kindly either. However, it was evident that such scenarios were impossible. To become Iron Man and craft the iron suit could only be achieved by the wealthy. This is precisely why Batman's identity is relatively easy to deduce. Few individuals in Gotham could afford such advanced bat tech, and he amassed his wealth without resorting to crime. For Gotham's villains, it was quite simple to guess. Yet, everyone chose to remain oblivious to the fact that he was Bruce Wayne. Sometimes it is not a matter of ignorance, but rather a desire to remain uninformed. Hence, Li Wei soared into the sky, earning the admiration of the officers present. Only the affluent, like Tony Stark, could afford to don a suit of iron armor. Li Wei swiftly dismantled the Rhino, allowing Tony Stark a moment to regain his composure. Honestly, in Tony's eyes, the super criminals plaguing New York were of little consequence. He often found himself flying to the Middle East for leisure. In that context, these super criminals would appear as benevolent figures. Consequently, he intensified his assault, rendering Scorpion's armor inoperative and forcibly extracting him from within. Had the officers not intervened, Tony would undoubtedly have finished him off. Yet, at that moment, he retracted his palm cannon. "This is your responsibility now," he declared before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Vulture was subdued by Gwen. These super criminals predominantly relied on their equipment and mutations. Once their gear was confiscated or destroyed, they were left with little recourse. Unlike Li Wei and Tony Stark, they lacked the financial means to create new armaments. This stark contrast was evident. Tony Stark could treat his Iron Man suit as mere fireworks, while these criminals were fortunate to possess even a single piece of equipment. Without their gear, they were no different from ordinary individuals. In fact, one could argue that these super criminals were even less formidable than Hawkeye. Just then, Bumblebee arrived. Li Wei gazed down from the sky at the anxious Eve and others. Unable to suppress a smile, he reached out. "Eve, hurry to the company. Although these super criminals have been apprehended, the chaos they caused has yet to subside. New York is rife with criminals wreaking havoc in the streets." Thus, Li Wei and his companions could not afford to rest. "Tony, I've triumphed once more." Li Wei called out to the departing Tony Stark, who offered no retort but simply piloted his suit away, at a loss for words and seething with frustration. Li Wei followed suit. The situation was dire, with flames flickering ominously all around. A closer look revealed gang members exchanging gunfire with the NYPD on the streets. In such circumstances, even opening a window posed a significant risk due to the stray bullets. These errant shots, striking walls and other surfaces, could ricochet unpredictably, making them far more perilous than direct fire. One could never predict where the bullets might land. Each year, countless individuals in America are injured by stray bullets. Even in hiding, a stroke of bad luck could result in being struck. It is fair to say that amidst the hail of gunfire, survival hinges entirely upon fate. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Tony Stark descended with unrestrained ferocity. He exhibited no hesitation, either obliterating vehicles or mercilessly dispatching foes. He then descended into the fray, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. The Iron Man harbored no principles against taking lives. These disruptive gangsters were deserving of their fate. In truth, the entire Avengers Alliance later adopted a similarly absurd stance. How could one refrain from killing? Was it merely reliant on education? It was precisely the refusal to eliminate threats that rendered Gotham so perilous. Only by instilling fear in supervillains could one hope to curtail their audacity. As Stark wreaked havoc, the New York police cheered in approval. The officers of America, upon encountering criminals, did not hesitate to empty their magazines, harboring no sympathy for wrongdoers. A moment's negligence could lead to their own demise, for being a police officer in America is undeniably a high-risk profession. Observing this, Levi learned swiftly. He soared to the heart of New York, and upon spotting flames, he descended and opened fire. He had yet to fully explore the capabilities of his palm-mounted cannon. Though it was not a nuclear reactor, the energy from the fusion battery was formidable, and the cannon coalesced power like a beam of light before unleashing it. Boom! The might of the palm cannon was sufficient to crumple a compact car and shatter its windows. Weapons are the courage of men. Witnessing such devastating power, Levi felt an exhilarating rush. No wonder Tony Stark frequently donned his iron suit to flaunt his prowess. The thrill was undeniable. Levi, too, reveled in this newfound power, raising his palm cannon and unleashing chaos in every direction. Chapter 92. What is Iron Man to? As the sun rose, the tumult of New York, having raged through the night, finally began to subside. The New York Police Department had not rested a moment, engaged in a fierce battle with the gangs. With the dawn, the gang members retreated, knowing they could only resist under the cover of darkness. In broad daylight, they faced inevitable doom. While this did not constitute a victory for the NYPD, it at least provided a semblance of resolution. As daylight broke, regardless of the previous night's events, the citizens of New York emerged for work. Capitalists would seize any opportunity to exploit them. As long as the earth remained intact, business would proceed as usual. Walking the streets, one could sense the lingering aroma of blood and gunpowder. A Camaro sped past, and upon reaching Manhattan, Levi found himself besieged by reporters before he even exited the vehicle. Only one television station had dispatched reporters the previous night, utilizing helicopters to capture the unfolding events from above. The other journalists, fearful for their lives, had refrained from venturing out. Yet they were acutely aware of the chaos that had transpired. Consequently, they emerged early to chase the story. The reason for confronting Li Wei stems from the events of last night. Mr. Li Wei, there are reports suggesting that you have emulated Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, which you purportedly showcased last evening. This caused Li Wei's expression to darken. It is likely that this information was leaked by Tony Stark himself. Do not claim it is not me. Even if it were, it cannot be deemed imitation. Li Wei asserted. How can the endeavors of a scientist be labeled as imitation? It is a harmonious blend of inspiration and innovation. This notion is learned, akin to the practices of Xiaomi automobiles, which borrow elements from Porsche and Ferrari, only to justifiably declare it as inspiration and innovation. One should not be overly concerned with face saving. What can they do to him? Mr. Li Wei, does this imply that you concede to being inferior to Tony Stark? A microphone was thrust forward. Li Wei glanced over and saw a male reporter. He was so exasperated that he found it amusing. Even Tony Stark himself would not dare utter such words. How do you have the audacity? The male reporter, unfazed, instead expressed delight, as the headline was already secured. Mr. Li Wei, have you reconciled with Tony Stark? Have you invested in Stark Industries and acquired the Iron Man suit? Not me, not me, not me. Li Wei insisted, retreating further inside. With Tony Stark already exposed, any further ostentation would be futile. Instead, he needed to vehemently deny it, allowing others to speculate about the identity of the Iron Man suit's true owner. This would serve to maintain the intrigue. Boss. Gwen was waiting for Li Wei but was too timid to meet his gaze. The mere thought of last night filled her with embarrassment. Although she had been heroically rescued by her boss, she wondered when he would discover her true identity. No wonder he never seemed to mind whenever she left abruptly during meals. Li Wei approached and playfully pinched her cheek. Go ahead. Okay. Realizing his intent, she promptly followed. Once they entered the elevator, the figure of the Red Queen materialized beside them. Master, last night a gang attempted to infiltrate Manhattan to cause havoc at the company, but they were thwarted by the security team. The Red Queen presented a video to Li Wei. This was also the reason Li Wei had initially planned to come over, but then turned back home. The security team proved exceptionally formidable. Li Wei observed the footage. Although only a minimal number of cybernetic enhancements were installed, the improvements for ordinary individuals were substantial. Coupled with the company's advanced weaponry, those intending to invade were decisively repelled. Indeed, Li Wei chuckled. It seems the cybernetics were not in vain. Ensure to monitor for rejection responses to avoid becoming a cyber psychopath. Rest assured, Master, they are well suited and have battlefield experience, exhibiting resilient character, the Red Queen replied. It is precisely due to the experience of having been on the battlefield that concerns arise. Many veterans of America grapple with psychological afflictions, such as post-traumatic stress disorder. Without faith, one is often left vulnerable to such turmoil. However, it is evident that this particular group within the company is faring relatively well, primarily due to their stable lives and financial security. After all, it is often said that there exists but one ailment in this world, the affliction of poverty. With wealth, all else tends to fall into place. Upon ascending to the upper floor, Li Wei encountered Hope and Mary Jane. Are you both all right? He inquired. We're fine. Hope replied, shaking her head. She then looked at Li Wei and asked, was last night's Iron Man incident you're doing? Li Wei's countenance darkened. What do you mean by incident? As he settled into his office, Li Wei found himself somewhat relieved. Dealing with reporters was no easy task, as they often behaved like lunatics. Fortunately, this was not taking place in Los Angeles or Britain, where the frenzy would undoubtedly be even more intense. Subsequently, Li Wei perused Norman Osborn's statements online. Having just assumed the mayoral office, he was already embroiled in controversy, prompting Li Wei to express a moment of sympathy for Norman. One could only conclude that the competition was merciless. Master, the new policies regarding artificial intelligence and cybernetic enhancements have been announced in New York, the Red Queen interjected. Of course, this did not entail direct monetary disbursements. The policies needed to be implemented effectively. For instance, distributing funds and subsequently retrieving them would pose a challenge. For Li Wei, this translated to utilizing New York's finances to further his own endeavors. He contemplated, let us construct a new skyscraper, one that surpasses the Empire State Building in height. At present, New York lacked an Avengers Tower, with the tallest edifice being the Empire State Building, erected in 1931, standing at 381 meters with 102 floors. In its time, it was nothing short of astonishing. It is easy to envision the prowess of America in the last century. However, that myth is now crumbling, revealing the true face of the nation to all. Even Hollywood has lost its luster, and the American dream has faded. signifying a solidification of class structures. For the average individual, unless one possesses exceptional circumstances like Li Wei, it is exceedingly difficult to alter one's fate and transcend social strata. Very well, the Red Queen acquiesced to Li Wei's vision. The beauty of artificial intelligence lies in its obedience to its master's commands. Thus, the Red Queen commenced the search for a suitable location, naturally within Manhattan, and began the process of acquiring buildings and planning. With New York's subsidies in play, Li Wei felt no remorse in expending the resources. These subsidies are destined to be spent. Regardless of the circumstances, they will be utilized. Meanwhile, future technology companies exhibit minimal need for product research, as many products are readily available and merely require duplication. The sole area demanding research is, conversely, Professor Connor's biological laboratory. As Levi contemplated this, he casually initiated a tenfold draw. Congratulations on your tenfold draw. You have received the following rewards. A succession of items flashed before him, all of which Levi had previously acquired. While these items were indeed quite useful, their value was contingent upon the context. For instance, the effortful cure, utilized by Black Widow Natasha, may appear trivial in ordinary circumstances, yet it proves life-saving in critical moments. Before long, he reached the guaranteed reward threshold. A brilliant flash of gold illuminated the scene. Chapter 93. Umbrella Corporation. A radiant golden light flickered, signaling the arrival of the guaranteed reward. Nanotechnology. Cutting-edge nanotechnology encompassing nanophysics, nanobiology, nanochemistry, nanoelectronics, nanofabrication, and nanometrology, among others. Levi was instantly filled with exhilaration upon seeing the guaranteed reward. With this technology, he could commence the creation of a nanotech battle suit. Haha, Tony Stark. What do you have to contend with me? Levi burst into laughter, promptly backing up the technology. In the Pacific Rim world, Levi returned with the three women. He remained cautious, despite the harmonious nature of this realm. Nevertheless, for the sake of his personal safety, he consistently required the protection of Eve and her companions. In this world, Levi possessed a research team akin to that of Guijia. Thus, he had no qualms about entrusting technology to them. Furthermore, should they harbor any ulterior motives, Levi's telepathic abilities were no trifling matter. In this world devoid of superpowers, his telepathy served as a formidable skill. Who could evade his mental control? Levi engaged in conversation with the scientists. I require 2 battle suits. One should resemble the previous Iron Man suit, which you may upgrade at your discretion. The other is this one. Levi produced an image, one that he had requested the Red Queen to sketch of Gwen's spider suit. Currently, Gwen's attire was merely ordinary clothing, offering neither protection nor enhancement, and was prone to damage. In truth, the technology behind Ghost Spider was quite advanced. However, Gwen lacked the financial means to afford it. She had to craft her own web shooters and webbing, which still amounted to a considerable expense. Thus, creating a battle suit was altogether beyond her reach. Consequently, Levi resolved to gift her a nanotech battle suit. Very well, the scientist responded, nodding in agreement after reviewing the request. Moreover, the Red Queen has also delved into various technologically advanced innovations, which could eventually be equipped onto Gwen. With the nanotech suit, the Phantom Spider-Man may transform into something extraordinary. Subsequently, Levi declined their invitation to dine, as he had other matters to attend to. Accompanied by Eve and Velocity, he swiftly entered the passage. However, this time, they did not return to the Marvel Universe, but opted to explore other realms. In the existing 2 worlds, Levi found it increasingly challenging to experience the exhilarating sensation of rising prestige. Thus, it was imperative to expand his horizons. In the Midwest of America, Colorado is notably impoverished, lacking in economic features, and characterized by vast plateaus. The renowned city of Denver serves as the capital of Colorado, yet even in Denver, it is a place where stars in the league are reluctant to venture. The location where Levi and his companions found themselves was even more modest. Upon glancing at the sign, Levi squinted in realization, Raccoon City. He contemplated the presence of the Red Queen, reflecting that she and Raccoon City were a fitting pair. Raccoon City originates from the universe of the video game Resident Evil. At the very least, Professor Connor's long-held aspirations for the Sun Ladder may soon come to fruition. Of course, the first obstacle to address was the Umbrella Corporation. As they traversed the streets of Raccoon City, it was still the 1990s, and even within America, Raccoon City appeared remarkably underdeveloped. The surrounding architecture consisted of antiquated structures, often featuring fire escapes, with skyscrapers being nearly non-existent. Most buildings were around 6 stories tall. Raccoon City was relatively small, with a population of merely over 100,000, comparable to a small county in China. Soon enough, Levi spotted a computer. Seizing the opportunity while purchasing coffee, he promptly connected the Red Queen to the device. With a flicker, the Red Queen successfully infiltrated this world. Thank you, Levi thought, as he received his coffee and noted the date, September 18, 1998. He then perused the news regarding Raccoon City. The Red Queen analyzed the information and remarked, "Master, based on online reports, there is a significant likelihood of an impending biohazard crisis. Reports from a team suggest sightings of terrifying creatures and zombies in the mountains. However, no one believes them. Instead, they perceive the surviving team members as deranged. This is the folly of the American populace. They will only accept the truth when faced with their demise." Levi, however, paid no heed to such matters, as he had his own objectives. He instructed the Red Queen to locate a specific individual. The Blackjack Bar is renowned in Raccoon City, attracting many patrons seeking relaxation during the night. The atmosphere is vibrant and lively. One evening, a woman clad in a blue tank top entered, only to be met with disdain. "You delusional junkie. Claiming to have seen monsters in the Arkley Mountains. You coward, why not join your teammates in their demise?" The bar patrons immediately directed scorn towards her. The woman appeared somewhat numb, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd before she approached the bar. A young, handsome man of Eastern descent observed her and said, "Do not mind these foolish individuals. Allow me to buy you a drink." She regarded him with curiosity and inquired, "Who are you?" "Levi," he replied, extending his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she took his hand and introduced herself, Jill Valentine. She was the legendary beauty and a member of the team. Also one of the protagonists of the Resident Evil series. "I believe you," Levi stated, just as the waiter delivered their drinks. Jill took a sip from her glass and questioned, "What good will this do?" "It is of great significance. An outbreak is imminent in Raccoon City." Levi replied with a smile. "What?" Jill's hand trembled. "What shall we do?" Her gaze was piercing as she looked at Levi. "We must leave this place at once." Upon hearing this, Jill's expression shifted. She scanned the bar, contemplating, "Are we to abandon this place? The situation is beyond human control. The virus has infiltrated the sewers and is spreading throughout the city. Soon, Raccoon City will meet its doom," Levi remarked casually. "It's all Umbrella's fault," Jill exclaimed, shattering her glass in frustration. Fortunately, the music was loud enough to mask the sound, or she would have faced a violent reaction. Raccoon City was essentially under Umbrella's dominion, with most of its inhabitants being affiliated with the corporation. Umbrella wielded control akin to Wayne Enterprises in Gotham, permeating every aspect of life and employment. This reality was a primary reason many were skeptical of the team. They had targeted Umbrella, and those benefiting from the corporation were unlikely to trust them. Without Umbrella, they would have perished long ago. "We must take action." Jill urgently grasped Levi's arm. In all of Raccoon City, only Levi seemed willing to believe her, and he appeared to possess extensive insider knowledge. Chapter 94. Neighbors stockpile supplies while I stockpile arms. "Indeed, I am here to take action," Levi replied with a smile. In Raccoon City, there was little left that captured his interest. Were it not for the necessity of taking action, he would have long since fled. However, it was indeed pleasant to behold the likes of Jill and her fellow protagonists, Jill Valentine, Ada Wong, and even Claire Redfield, each a veritable goddess in her own right. "Let us depart," Jill declared, pulling Levi along with her. At that moment, others in the bar sought to provoke her, with some ruffians even attempting to harass her. Without hesitation, Jill retaliated, incapacitating them with a single, decisive kick. "Get lost." Her fiery temperament jolted the patrons into a newfound awareness. Previously, they had taunted her without restraint, and Jill, unsure of how to respond, had chosen to endure. Now, however, hope flickered within her as she contemplated spending time with Levi. "Let us converse at my apartment," Jill suggested to Levi. "Very well," Levi replied, signaling for Eve and the others to join them. "Who are these?" Jill inquired, her gaze fixed in surprise upon the three women. "They are my bodyguards," Levi explained, though they also partake in other roles, such as maids. There was no need to divulge any more details to Jill. Jill did not dwell on the matter, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, she held no particular interest in Levi. The presence of his companions was of no concern to her. Thus, Jill led Levi and the others across the street to her apartment. Jill resided in a modest studio apartment, characterized by American architectural style, complete with iron safety stairs outside. It was only then that Levi took a moment to assess Jill. She stood approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, clad in a blue tank top, denim jeans, and boots, her short hair lending her an air of sharpness. Her features were not conventionally stunning but possessed a rugged charm, exuding a sense of spirited confidence. Producing her keys, Jill unlocked the door and invited, "Please, come in." Levi stepped inside. The studio was compact. To the right upon entering was the bathroom, and beyond lay the resting bedroom. As a member of a team, Jill maintained an orderly space. A board was mounted on the wall, cluttered with information pertaining to the Umbrella Corporation, suggesting her role as a detective. Contrary to the cinematic narrative, the outbreak of the T-virus did not originate from Umbrella's laboratory. Rather, it began in a mansion within the Arkley Mountains. The founder of Umbrella, Marcus had transformed into the Leech Queen, and the virus infiltrated Raccoon City via the sewers, precipitating the biohazard crisis. Thus, it was evident that the city was beyond salvation. Levi observed Jill turning on the tap to fill her cup with water, seemingly intent on drinking it, and promptly intervened. Do not consume the tap water. It has been contaminated with a virus. A virus? Jill inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, the virus researched by Umbrella, which causes transformation into zombies. The gravity of Levi's words startled Jill, prompting her to immediately discard the water. Levi instructed Eve to fetch a bottle of water for Jill. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, he replied. Jill accepted the bottle and then asked, what do you propose we do? We shall expose Umbrella. Your evidence is quite opportune. Levi replied with a grin. Although the number of internet users in 1998 America had reached 65 million, it paled in comparison to the 21st century. In other regions during that period, the internet might not even exist. If the citizens of Raccoon City were not rescued, they would inevitably succumb to becoming horrific zombies. Jill's sense of justice surged. Indeed, Levi nodded. But what then? Would they believe you if you told them? They would merely think you are undermining their livelihoods. If Umbrella falls, so too does Raccoon City. Upon hearing Levi's words, Jill, who had initially been filled with fervor, suddenly felt disheartened. There is a saying, wise words cannot persuade the damned. Thus, Levi never attempted to counsel the doomed. Jill despondently took a seat. So what shall we do? We cannot save everyone. Jill, leave it to me. Suddenly, a website emerged on the American internet, accompanied by advertisements. Under the control of the Red Queen. The ads appeared precisely before every individual who accessed a computer. What would you do in the event of a biohazard? The advertisement did not directly reference the events in Raccoon City, but posed a question to the vast online audience. If this were a decade later, such a query would elicit little interest from internet users, deemed too mundane. However, in 1998, curiosity about the internet was still rife, and those who ventured online were relatively naive. Deceit and treachery were not yet commonplace. Thus, for the internet users of that era, this method was refreshingly novel, prompting immediate engagement. Upon entering, they discovered discussions already underway regarding the appropriate course of action. If a biohazard truly occurred, one should hastily stockpile food and water. The person above is mistaken. We should hoard firearms. My neighbors are my pantry. That is ruthless. Do you not possess any compassion? Newcomers to the forum quickly joined the conversation. Within a matter of days, the website began to gain immense popularity. As mere days passed, the situation in Raccoon City became exceedingly dire. Due to the inaction of the Raccoon City Police Department, the biohazard crisis in Raccoon City escalated rapidly. Regrettably, from the mayor to the police chief, all were mere pawns of the Umbrella Corporation. When Umbrella assured them that everything was under control, they had no choice but to feign belief in their reassurances. Subsequently, chaos ensued as individuals began to transform into zombies. At this juncture, an ominous message appeared on an online platform. Do you wish to witness the true horror of zombies? The netizens, upon seeing this, were instantly electrified with excitement. They clamored for it. Soon after, a video materialized before them, featuring the striking visage of Li Wei. It is September 20th, 1998, and I find myself in Raccoon City, where a viral outbreak from the Umbrella Corporation has precipitated a zombie infestation. The online audience stared in disbelief, exchanging glances, grappling with the surreal nature of the unfolding scene. Could this be a cinematic production? A voice inquired, yet no one provided an answer as the footage shifted focus. The camera zeroed in on a zombie, eliciting gasps from viewers. The creature was astonishingly lifelike, far beyond mere makeup effects. Its gaping maw, crimson eyes, and grotesque posture were chilling. With a roar, the zombie spotted Li Wei and charged toward him. Remarkably, Li Wei remained composed, drawing forth a dark blade. With a hum, he wielded the sword with precision, cleaving through the zombie effortlessly. Remember, he instructed, when confronting a zombie, aim for the head. Only by destroying the brain can the creature be vanquished. Even as the severed zombie dragged itself forward, a grim testament to its tenacity, the narrative continued. Chapter 95. Have you learned? The online spectators were left in a frenzy. Bro, this is definitely not a movie. This is real. No special effects could achieve such realism. This is indeed a zombie. Wow, how grotesque. It can still move with half its body gone. The audience was utterly astonished. Li Wei, undeterred, demonstrated once more, severing the zombie's head cleanly. Only in this manner can the zombie be utterly destroyed. He proclaimed with a smile. Have you learned? We've been educated. I just searched for Raccoon City. It truly exists. Located in Colorado. I also looked up the Umbrella Corporation. It is a Fortune 500 pharmaceutical company. My God, if all of this is genuine, then is it truly happening? Soon, the matter spread rapidly across the internet. America became aware of this situation and sought to suppress the circulation of the video directly. However, they discovered that their technology was utterly incapable of accomplishing this. The situation escalated to television, where, inexplicably, their signal was abruptly switched. The Red Queen took control of the broadcast, showcasing Li Wei's visage before the entire American populace. Achieving this feat required considerable effort from the Red Queen herself. Although it proved challenging to disseminate this information globally, it is believed that soon enough, the news will reach every corner of the world. Had America acted on its own accord, they would have undoubtedly suppressed the information to prevent outsiders from knowing. The scenario in the game mirrored this reality. They even barred the military from entering, opting instead to seal off the city and ultimately choosing to obliterate Raccoon City with a nuclear bomb, eradicating the virus through sheer physical destruction. For America, annihilating a city was hardly a concern. Yet now, they found themselves unable to do so, as the citizens across the nation were already aware of Raccoon City's predicament, limiting their reckless actions. Furthermore, Li Wei had showcased the intelligence Jill had gathered regarding the Umbrella Corporation in the video. Once these images and information were released, the stock prices of Umbrella plummeted dramatically. In a sense, Li Wei had saved the city, as the military immediately began deploying forces. "Thank you," Jill expressed to Li Wei, "but what you did is dangerous. Be cautious of potential retaliation. What does it matter as long as we can expose Umbrella's crimes?" Li Wei replied with righteous fervor. His noble act stirred something profound within Jill, who felt there was no other man in the world so just. "Rest assured, I will protect you," Jill vowed with earnest determination. "Really? Then you must stay by my side," Li Wei remarked with a smile. "Following you is no burden," Jill declared with an air of confidence, showing no sign of embarrassment. Over the past few days, Li Wei and his companions had grown fond of Jill, appreciating her straightforward nature, which starkly contrasted with the affectations of other women. Li Wei genuinely wished to take her with him. "What shall we do next?" Jill inquired. "We need to leave this place," Li Wei responded. "We've garnered enough reputation points. The population of America is too sparse, and the prestige gained is barely under 100 million. Of course, the situation is still unfolding. For America, this is a monumental event. The outbreak of a biohazard on home soil will surely attract attention. In contrast, the excitement elsewhere is considerably muted, often limited to mere news reports. Thus, it cannot be deemed a global event of significance. Where shall we go? To seek something." However, before Li Wei and his companions could depart, they were approached. Even in this era, should America truly wish to locate someone, it remains a rather straightforward endeavor. Yet, the individuals who arrived were not American operatives. A woman, adorned in large sunglasses and sporting short black hair, dressed in a vibrant red ensemble, approached. Ada Wong. At the sight of her unmistakable attire, how could Li Wei fail to recognize her? "You know me?" Ada Wong inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice, though it was tempered by the awareness that Ada Wong was merely an alias. "As a gentleman, shouldn't you invite me inside?" she added with a smile, noticing Li Wei's reluctance. "Please, do come in," Li Wei said, stepping aside. Ada Wong entered, taken aback by the number of people present. Her eyelids flickered momentarily before she addressed Li Wei. "Mr. Li, we are quite intrigued by the technology at your disposal." "Oh, so, to whom do you truly owe your allegiance?" Li Wei inquired curiously. Ada Wong, a multifaceted spy, was an enigma regarding her true affiliations. It mattered little, as she seemed to cater to all sides. "If Mr. Li is willing to collaborate, you could acquire anything you desire," she proposed. Li Wei chuckled at this, replying, "Very well, I shall extend you an offer as well. Should you work for me, you too may obtain whatever you wish. Furthermore, I can offer you a new life." A flicker of contemplation crossed Ada Wong's eyes, as she did not respond immediately, clearly needing time to ponder. Li Wei added, "I shall grant you time. By our next meeting, you ought to have made your decision." With a wave of his hand, Ada Wong exited. It was only upon reaching the street that she realized, "Wait, why am I leaving?" She considered returning, but Li Wei and the others had already departed. The Red Queen had long since prepared a helicopter. As they soared through the sky, a glance below revealed the military engaged in eradicating the zombies. These newly transformed undead posed no challenge to the armed forces. Given sufficient weaponry and ammunition, the zombies were hardly a threat. The virus's hallmark was its rapid transmission, yet its potency paled in comparison to other viruses. In the original timeline, Raccoon City fell so swiftly due to the military's inaction. Relying solely on the meager capabilities of the Raccoon City Police Department was utterly insufficient against such overwhelming hordes of zombies. Furthermore, the Umbrella Corporation, in an attempt to conceal evidence, unleashed bio-creatures such as the Tyrant to hunt down the living. Jill Valentine valiantly fought against the pursuing Tyrant, thus earning the moniker of the Pursuer. However, the Umbrella Corporation has now lost that opportunity, as Li Wei has exposed them to the world. This revelation infuriated the upper echelons of Umbrella, prompting them to place Li Wei on their kill list. Soon after, a helicopter departed from Raccoon City, and upon arriving in Denver, Levi purchased a ticket to leave America. Jill observed that their journey was remarkably unimpeded. Levi made no efforts to disguise himself and boldly departed without attracting any attention. Strangely, the people surrounding them seemed oblivious, failing to notice his presence. This left Jill astounded. What could be the reason for this? She gazed intently at Levi. Just a little trick, Levi replied. You may consider it a form of magic. Jill rolled her eyes in response, more akin to sorcery. Chapter 96. Alex. West Africa. Long ago, West Africa was ruled by the Dubai Empire. The king of the empire wielded immense authority and was revered by his subjects as the closest being to the sun deity. The kings were said to possess lifespans extending over centuries, exhibiting unparalleled bravery, impervious to weapons. However, each king was chosen from a multitude of electors. To ascend to the throne of the Dubai Empire, one had to undergo the ceremony of the sun's ladder, rather than relying on bloodline. Within the subterranean core of the Dubai Empire lay a garden, home to the renowned sun's ladder, a sacred relic of the empire. The sun's ladder was laced with deadly toxins, and only a select few, deemed worthy by the divine, could survive after consuming its blossoms. The unfortunate souls would transform into monsters. This ritual was documented by a man named Henry Travis. The Travis family subsequently sought the sun's ladder relentlessly. However, it was the Umbrella Corporation that discovered it first. Utilizing the sun's ladder in conjunction with other elements, the Umbrella Corporation developed various viruses. With the sun's ladder being the linchpin, within the realm of the biohazard universe, the sun's ladder is an artifact of immense significance. At this moment, the Umbrella Corporation was constructing a laboratory here, claiming the sun's ladder as their own. Levi, accompanied by Jill and others, ventured inside. The researchers were oblivious to their presence, and the doors requiring identity verification were effortlessly unlocked by the Red Queen. Thus, they proceeded without obstruction. Although Jill had become accustomed to such occurrences, she still found it astonishing. Their journey had largely unfolded in this manner. They seemed to be forgotten by the world, invisible as if they were specters. How did you manage that? Gil Valentine inquired of Levi. Levi replied enigmatically, as long as you desire it, nothing is impossible. Then why haven't my wishes come true? Gil shot him an incredulous glance. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the difference between her and Levi lay in their mental energy. Levi's spirit was sufficiently potent, rendering him capable of achieving the extraordinary. The Umbrella Corporation had suffered a setback, yet the laboratory situated in West Africa remained unaffected. It was as though the organization could collapse, yet their research would persist. They proceeded directly to an office where a woman with golden short hair was engaged in a phone call. She had just arrived upon the command of Spencer, the founder of Umbrella, only to learn of the events in Raccoon City. This was not favorable news for the Umbrella Corporation. After hanging up, the woman attempted to leave, only to find several individuals had suddenly appeared in the room. Who are these people? She gasped, her surprise turning to recognition as she spotted Levi. His audacity was unmistakable. She knew him well. So, you truly came for Umbrella, she remarked, her expression tightening. With her striking golden hair and an air of sophistication, she appeared somewhat pale, suggesting poor health. Alex Weskier, Levi uttered. Upon hearing her name from him, Alex fell silent. Alex Weskier was one of 13 candidates selected for the Weskier Project, initiated by Umbrella to create a superior human race, and she was the 12th experimental subject. Of the 13, only 2 had survived. Besides her, there was another Weskier, Albert, the arrogant one with sunglasses. However, unlike Albert, Alex was burdened by an incurable illness, a consequence of the project that severely compromised her health. Hence, she had been secretly preparing to conduct research to cure herself. At that moment, Levi continued, "Do you truly wish to live? To heal your affliction?" His words ignited a fervent gaze from Alex. "If you can cure me, I will heed your commands." Who could resist such a proposition from a beautiful woman? Levi responded, "You may accompany me. We have our own research. If we fail to find a cure for you, I will personally tend to your treatment." Alex had no choice but to believe him, for she was utterly perplexed by how Levi and his companions had gained entry. In contrast to the aging Spencer, the enigmatic Levi piqued her interest far more. It is worth noting that Spencer's pursuit of the WISP project stemmed from his desire for immortality. Previously, Alexis had been assisting Spencer in creating a virus for eternal life, yet she ultimately found herself unable to accomplish such a feat and abandoned the endeavor. After all, the quest for immortality is no trivial matter. Very well, Alexis nodded in agreement. Levi then stated, "I require the solar ladder. That is precisely what I have come for." Alexis retrieved a secure case. "Excellent, let us depart at once." Levi nodded in satisfaction. In this world, aside from the solar ladder, the most vital asset is scientists like Alexis, particularly someone of her caliber, who is not only beautiful but also exceptionally intelligent, surely capable of satisfying Professor Connors. This inspired Levi, He could also seek scientists in this realm, rather than being confined to the Marvel Universe. How do we leave? Alexis inquired. At that moment, a green portal suddenly manifested before Levi. Let us proceed, he urged her. Alexis felt a pang of anxiety, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Yet, with no other option, she stepped forward. Jill, upon witnessing her enter, Levi ushered Jill along as well. With nowhere else to turn and a singular focus on dismantling Umbrella, Jill found the prospect with Levi to be seemingly attainable. Thus, the two stepped through together. Welcome to the brave new world, Levi proclaimed grandly from the top floor of the future technology company, raising his arms in an imposing gesture. Have we truly arrived in another world? Alexis was the first to react, rushing to the window. A sense of familiarity washed over her. Is this New York? Indeed, it is New York of this world, Levi replied with a smile. Jill Valentine, in a state of astonishment, stood agape, staring at Levi. No wonder you are capable of such feats. Such things are merely trivial, Levi remarked casually. Alexis then interjected, if I am not mistaken, you must be connecting more than just two worlds, correct? This revelation surprised Levi. Indeed, countless parallel worlds await us. What is the focus of our company's research? Alexis asked decisively, eager to join the endeavor. Witnessing this scene, she found no reason to decline. Levi nodded approvingly and proceeded to unveil the company's projects to her. When Alex saw the abundance of futuristic technology, she was momentarily taken aback. However, these were not her forte until she encountered biotechnology. You want me to delve into this, don't you? Chapter 97, Dr. Banner should be in the laboratory. Alex pointed at Professor Connor's research. Levi appreciated intelligent women. After all, they were engaged in research, not trivial pursuits. And sheer ignorance could be quite vexing. A clever woman like Alex was indeed quite popular. Indeed, Professor Connors requires the solar ladder, so I brought it back for him. Alex examined the research explanation and remarked, I wonder if the lizard serum can cure my ailment. Nevertheless, it is worth a try. Thus, she turned to Levi and said, take me to the laboratory. I cannot afford to waste a moment. She felt her health deteriorating increasingly. This sense of urgency compelled her to work incessantly. Jill, shall we go together? Levi inquired. Jill nodded, somewhat perplexed, uncertain of what she could contribute. After all, she was merely a country girl, having only received a modicum of training. Levi's decision to bring her along was influenced by his admiration for her beauty. Upon exiting the office, Gwen appeared astonished, her eyes widening as she gazed at Levi. Why are there so many people? And when did they come in? Gwen, this is Jill Valentine, and this is Alex Weskier, Levi introduced. They will both be part of the company. Understood, Gwen Stacy nodded. The group then proceeded directly to the elevator, heading towards the laboratory. Upon arriving at the biological lab, Alex felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, especially as she observed the various potions. She also noticed the virus currently under investigation. Didn't you bring William along? Alex asked her new employer. Levi shrugged. William lacks the capability. William Birkin was the creator of the virus, though his daughter, Sherry Birkin, was the one who gained notoriety. She was also a member of the protagonist team in Resident Evil 6. Alex nodded in agreement, recognizing that William Birkin was of the same caliber as Alexia Ashford, yet he was nearly overshadowed by her brilliance, hardly qualifying as a genius. Observing Alex's haughty demeanor, Levi felt a sense of camaraderie akin to discussing heroes over wine. However, it also struck him as familiar. Alexia Ashford? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Levi remarked. She belongs to the Ashford family, a true genius. Even I cannot measure up to her. Alexis appeared to hold a deep admiration for Alexia. After all, Alexia was her senior. Levi instructed the Red Queen to conduct a search. The Ashford family, another lineage responsible for the establishment of the Umbrella Corporation, was revealed. The creation of the Umbrella Corporation was not solely attributed to Spencer. However, the Ashford family had fallen into decline. In a bid to restore their former glory, the last patriarch utilized the genetic material of his grandmother, Veronica, to conceive his children, Alexia and her brother. It was no wonder Levi felt a sense of familiarity. The infamous Veronica virus had indeed been developed by Alexia Ashford. If memory served, Alexia had also preserved herself in a cryogenic state, merging with the Veronica virus. Levi instructed the Red Queen to keep an eye on her, with the intent of eventually bringing Alexia under his wing. He had a particular fondness for brilliant young women. Professor Connors soon made his appearance. Levi embraced him and introduced, this is the assistant I found for you, Alexis Wesk. Oh, Professor Connors turned his gaze towards Alexis, who was clad in a lab coat, exuding an aura of intellect. This did not deter Professor Connors from his scrutiny, and he remarked, I shall need to assess her capabilities. Not a problem, Alexis responded confidently. The virus you are currently researching is the very one developed by my previous company. This assertion instantly piqued Professor Connor's interest. In that case, please proceed. Observing them hastily immerse themselves in their work, Levi turned to Jill, who shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not one for research. My forte lies in destruction. I am aware, Levi nodded. Jill was indeed formidable, capable of single-handedly confronting tyrants, having undergone several mutations herself. Levi then instructed the Red Queen to arrange accommodations for Alexis before taking Jill out. I intend to assemble a small team for traversing various universes in my protection. This notion had long been in Levi's mind. Despite Eve, Swift, and two others being powerful, their numbers were insufficient. A small team, comprising diverse talents, was imperative for optimal efficiency, such as someone like Lily, who excelled in engineering. Do you think I am capable? Jill inquired, somewhat incredulous. Could she truly protect Levi, rather than the other way around? It's primarily about style, Levi elucidated. This reassured Jill somewhat, as it provided her with a sense of purpose. Primarily, she had never possessed many friends, and even if she remained in Raccoon City, it would be no different. Moreover, having departed from the world of biohazard, she would no longer be plagued by nightmares. It is worth noting that during this period, Jill had been tormented by recurring nightmares, where the mere act of closing her eyes conjured visions of her transformation into a zombie. The events that transpired in the Arkley Mountains loomed over her like an everlasting nightmare. As for the selection of team members, Levi resolved to recruit individuals from other realms, preferably those who were protagonists. How delightful that would be. Thus, it was tentatively decided that only Jill would join the Swift team. Levi, being a capitalist, certainly had no intention of operating solo. He abhorred solitary endeavors, preferring instead to wield his influence over others. Master, Black Widow Natasha has departed. The Red Queen interjected at this juncture. Where has she gone? Levi inquired. She did not return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Rather, she has gone into hiding, as if S.H.I.E.L.D. has assigned her a new mission, the Red Queen replied. Upon hearing this, Levi recalled Maria Hill's words. Nick Fury would undoubtedly be unable to accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s transformation into Hydra. Therefore, preemptive arrangements must have been made. For Levi, whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, it mattered little. They were inconsequential to him. Is there anything else? Levi asked. Yes. Bruce Banner has returned to America and is en route to New York, the Red Queen responded. This news invigorated Levi. Now, that was intriguing. How could a brilliant scientist like Bruce Banner be relentlessly pursued by the military simply because he could transform into the Hulk? Such a predicament represented a gross misallocation of genius. Individuals of Bruce Banner's caliber ought to be ensconced within a laboratory, diligently conducting research, free from distractions. Levi was confident that he would prefer such an environment as well. Let us return, Levi declared, promptly taking Jill back with him. He arranged for her to have a room, allowing her to acclimatize to her new surroundings. Indeed, Jill found it utterly challenging to adjust. The room in this villa was exceedingly spacious, far larger than the modest apartment she had previously occupied. How could she ever have experienced such a lavish lifestyle? Chapter 98. There is work to be done in the ensuing days. Levi revisited the world of biohazard. The Red Queen had successfully located Alexia's base and had taken measures to discreetly safeguard it. It must be said that Alexia's base was incredibly remote. Most individuals would not only struggle to find it, but would scarcely conceive of its existence. Her base lay in Antarctica. This was due to the fact that the integration of the Veronica virus generates immense heat. Thus, the genius girl Alexia sought to utilize the frigid temperatures of Antarctica to aid her fusion process. Amidst conflicting forces, her integration proceeded remarkably smoothly. Nevertheless, the assimilation of the Veronica virus would require several decades. Should this process be interrupted at any point, it would yield catastrophic side effects, rendering her unable to revert to her human form and forcing her to exist as a monster. In the original narrative, it was Claire Redfield who disrupted the fusion, causing her emergence to occur 1 to 2 years prematurely. This premature interruption prevented Alexia from fully harnessing the power of the Veronica virus, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of Claire, the female protagonist. The name Veronica is deeply entwined with the Ashford lineage. She is both the progenitor and the most astute individual of the family. Consequently, her genes were regarded by subsequent generations as a beacon of hope for resurgence. By naming the virus after Veronica, Alexia aspired to reach the heights of her ancestor. At this juncture, there remained over 2 years before Alexia would fully integrate the virus. Li Wei merely instructed the Red Queen to safeguard her until her transformation was complete, after which he would claim this enchanting being. This time, it was unlikely that anyone would trouble her, for the world had already been altered by Li Wei. For instance, Jill had departed with him, while Leon Scott Kennedy dutifully served as an officer in Raccoon City, contributing to the reconstruction of the town. This was feasible because Raccoon City had not been obliterated by nuclear devastation. With so many inhabitants still residing there, it was only natural for the American government to allocate funds for rebuilding. In the absence of the Umbrella Corporation, other factions would surely vie for influence. Consequently, Leon's fate had also been transformed, as he engaged fervently in the city's revitalization efforts. Claire Redfield, however, remained unchanged. Her journey to Raccoon City was driven by the quest to find her brother, Chris Redfield. Yet, Chris had already departed the city before Li Wei's arrival, seeking trouble with Umbrella. Thus, Claire was destined to continue her journey. However, she had not experienced the tumult of Raccoon City and was unaware of her future capabilities. After all, she was merely an ordinary university student. Yet, in the original storyline, she had managed to navigate through the chaos of Raccoon City. Bruce Banner had finally arrived in New York. In fact, after purchasing his ticket, many eyes were already upon him. Besides, Li Wei S.H.I.E.L.D. had also taken an interest. However, the primary pursuer remained General Ross, who had eagerly awaited his appearance. Unbeknownst to Bruce, he believed himself to be shrouded in mystery. Upon reaching New York, he felt compelled to act swiftly and contacted Mr. Blue, an online researcher who claimed to possess the means to resolve his transformation into the Hulk. The proposed solution involved drawing his blood for serum analysis. A discerning eye can easily discern that Dr. Samuel Stern, known as Mr. Blue, harbors ulterior motives. However, Bruce Banner finds himself in a desperate situation, compelled to seek any remedy. Otherwise, he would continue to be relentlessly pursued by General Ross, whose tenacity resembles that of a rabid dog, unbearable for anyone. In the bustling streets of Brooklyn, Dr. Banner hastily made his way, barely pausing to eat, and ascended a staircase, knocking on a door. "You have arrived," exclaimed Dr. Samuel Stern with unrestrained joy upon opening the door. He possessed no genuine solution. His sole desire was to obtain a sample of the Hulk serum. With such a substance, he might unravel the secrets of transforming into the Hulk himself. "Let us commence with the blood draw," he declared. Without further ado, Dr. Stern prepared to extract blood from Dr. Banner. Left with no alternative, Bruce Banner placed his faith in this course of action, pondering that perhaps a small withdrawal of blood could diminish the likelihood of his transformation. He settled into position, permitting Dr. Stern to draw his blood, while the computer in the room flickered momentarily. The Red Queen observed their exchange intently. "Master, this Samuel Stern is an imposter. He is merely a high school dropout with a sluggish intellect," the Red Queen remarked to Levi. "His deception of Dr. Banner is solely to procure the Hulk's serum for his own transformation. The affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished resort to mutation." For Samuel Stern, this seemed a reasonable pursuit, though he remained oblivious to the fact that the Hulk is untouchable. A multitude of observers monitored the situation, which explained his lack of employment in any laboratory. Levi chuckled. If he truly possessed any capability, he would not be in such dire straits. Regrettably, Levi had initially believed in his potential and considered integrating him into the company, but now he had abandoned that notion. The scene revealed Bruce Banner enduring several vials of blood being drawn. Meanwhile, General Ross's men had arrived. The Red Queen shifted her focus to another camera, capturing a special operations team charging forth. This group swiftly apprehended Bruce Banner. These soldiers were products of the Super Soldier program, a pursuit that the United States had fervently embraced since World War II, seeking to recreate soldiers akin to Steve Rogers in greater numbers. Although the results were not flawless, some degree of effectiveness had been achieved, even in the absence of a perfected super soldier serum. General Ross's endeavors yielded some success. A fellow named Blonsky had previously battled the Hulk and survived, now thriving after receiving a dose of the super soldier serum. Now, witnessing Bruce Banner being taken away, he remained unmoved. A few bottles swayed before him, intermittently flashing lights that undeniably captured his attention. This was the deliberate ploy of the Red Queen, designed to lure him in. "What is this?" Blonsky inquired, gazing at the blood within. "It was drawn from that individual," came the response. Samuel Stern was already terrified. He had never encountered such a situation. "Inject me." Blonsky suddenly conceived a bold idea. He sought power, immense power. The strength of the Hulk ignited an insatiable envy within him. He did not aspire to be a super soldier. Rather, he yearned to become a super monster. While others recoiled at the thought of becoming a beast, Blonsky's mindset diverged. For the sake of power, he was willing to forsake everything. "Hurry." He seized Samuel Stern, who trembled and nearly faltered, nodding hastily in response. Subsequently, Blonsky reclined, allowing the gamma-infused blood to flow gradually into his body. "General Ross, you have work to do." Chapter 99. More hideous than the Hulk. Meanwhile, General Ross finally located the elusive Bruce Banner, upon whom he had pinned all his hopes for the super soldier serum program. He had long desired to study the Hulk and had indeed managed to confine the creature for a time. Yet, the result was that it had escaped. Thus, he tirelessly pursued Bruce Banner, ultimately capturing him in New York. In his obsession, he failed to notice that one of his team members was missing, primarily due to the overwhelming number of personnel he had brought along. To prevent Bruce Banner from transforming into the Hulk and fleeing, he even resorted to deploying the military, obtaining the necessary permissions from both the Commander-in-Chief and Congress. In America, the military cannot enter a city without such orders. At last, I've got you, General Ross exclaimed with a grin, seizing Bruce Banner and boarding a plane, intent on departing. First, we shall confine him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground. A grotesque creature, enveloped in a gray-green hue, leaped from the building, crashing onto the street below. Blonsky, having absorbed the gamma factor, had finally transformed into the monster he desired. Yet, he tragically discovered that his transformation was irreversible. He had become a monster, forever devoid of the ability to revert to human form like Bruce Banner. Of course, his power remained constant, unable to grow stronger with increasing anger like the Hulk. General Ross was taken aback as he glanced at Bruce Banner, who appeared equally bewildered. When did such a phenomenon arise? Soon, a team member provided the answer. General, Blonsky has not returned. He injected himself with the serum. Damn it, General Ross exclaimed furiously. However, to him, he was merely a soldier. What troubled him more was the immense fallout from this situation, particularly now, as the abomination rampaged through the streets, causing widespread destruction. Cars were tossed aside as though they were mere toys, hurled about with reckless abandon. Blonsky's sanity was deteriorating rapidly, increasingly succumbing to the abomination's control. Open fire, eliminate him. General Ross could no longer contain himself and issued the command. Although he had brought the military, minimizing collateral damage was paramount. Otherwise, even a general like him would be overwhelmed. However, allowing the abomination to wreak havoc was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, the New York police had received a call regarding the chaos. Yet, upon arriving and spotting military vehicles, they halted their advance. With the army present, they chose not to intervene. While officers might confront isolated soldiers with force, especially those in black uniforms, they felt utterly insignificant against the military. As armored vehicles approached, they began firing at the abomination. Boom, boom, boom. General Ross understood the Hulk's immense strength, capable of toppling tanks effortlessly, which is why he had deployed heavy artillery. Yet, even with such firepower, the abomination remained largely unharmed. Armor-piercing rounds merely caused him discomfort, fueling his rage further. In a swift motion, he leaped before an armored vehicle, raising his hands and tossing it aside. Boom. The military's efforts against the abomination mirrored their previous encounters with the Hulk, utterly futile. Bullets ricocheted off him, failing to breach his defenses. Witnessing this, Bruce Banner could no longer remain passive. Only I can resolve this, he declared, rising from his seat. General Ross hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. It seemed that only the Hulk could stand a chance against the abomination. Thus, Bruce Banner leaped from the aircraft. Even faced with the threat of death and despite being weakened from blood extraction, he had no choice but to transform. What on earth was this? The events unfolding in Brooklyn have certainly captured the attention of many. The beleaguered citizens of New York, overwhelmed by calamity, find themselves shivering in their homes, too preoccupied to voice their grievances. Meanwhile, Tony Stark observes the news with a sense of intrigue. Sir, upon analysis, this creature bears an 80% resemblance to the previously encountered Hulk, Jarvis remarks after making a comparison. However, it is decidedly more grotesque. Tony Stark is taken aback by Jarvis's candid observation. In a swift motion, a firebomb is launched toward the abomination, only for it to be caught effortlessly in its grasp. With a thunderous explosion, the bomb detonates, engulfing the creature in flames, rendering it a terrifying apparition, as if it had risen from the depths of hell. It sustains no harm, instead appearing even more fearsome. Well, it certainly is quite hideous, Stark concedes. Jarvis, prepare for departure. We cannot allow it to wreak further havoc. The riot at the raft has already inflicted immeasurable losses upon New York. How much time has passed, and yet another abomination arises. Stark is determined not to remain idle. Not far from Brooklyn, Bumblebee stands vigil as Levi and his companions observe the chaos from a safe distance. Eve and her friends cautiously position themselves beside Levi. This monster is far more terrifying than Alpha's abomination, remarks Velocity. Eve nods in agreement. Although it may not be as large, it possesses greater strength and agility. I wonder if we can defeat it together. The two contemplate their strategy. Gil Valentine stands beside Levi, mouth agape in astonishment. Despite having endured the incident at the mansion, she has never encountered a creature as horrifying as the abomination. Zombies, no matter how formidable, can be dispatched with conventional weaponry, but this creature is different. Bullets merely tickle its hide. It is truly fearsome. Is this the essence of the world's terror? Meanwhile, Levi engages in discussion with the Red Queen about how to discreetly remove the Hulk from the situation. Suddenly, a figure leaps from a plane overhead, descending to the ground and transforming into a green behemoth. The Hulk. Unlike the grotesque abomination, the Hulk possesses hair, though in comparison, it is only marginally more appealing. From a human perspective, he is still far from attractive, certainly not adorning any notions of cuteness. With an earth-shattering roar, the two colossal creatures stand face to face, destined to be adversaries. Blonsky's envy and resentment toward Bruce Banner fueled his transformation into the abomination, and this animosity lingers in the air, palpable and intense. So much so that the embodiment of hatred could not help but feel an instinctive response upon seeing the Hulk. Conversely, the Hulk simply wished for no one to mirror his existence. The Hulk is truly one of a kind. Consequently, the two monsters charged towards one another. Thud, thud, thud. Their pounding footsteps resonated, as if shaking the very ground beneath them.